The scholar spent 5 when to acquire a wife, with her fate hanging in the balance, determined solely by the whims of destiny. Clad in a patched long gown, he strolled leisurely along the narrow path, his prospects of a meal at home relying purely on chance. This frugal scholar, who valued a single one as 10, unexpectedly found himself in possession of a wife untouched by the mundane world, leading a life that was exceptionally enchanting. Historically, the wilderness has been a haven for unruly folk, predominantly inhabited by officials who have fallen from grace. To bolster the population and address the issue of unmarried men at the borders, the government permitted the exile of unmarried women related to criminals, facilitating their marriage to local bachelors. The high skies and distant emperor meant that few women reached these lands, but this year was an exception. Years of warfare had drastically reduced the population, and thus, all exiled women arrived at the borders without exception. Today's weather could be described as clear as the azure sky, heralding the onset of spring in May at the border. In front of the government office in Daming Town, a group of servants formed a circle around a gathering of women. Many were unrecognizable, with one even lying prone on the ground, while all the women stared vacantly into the distance. "Silence! Silence!" the clerk shouted, banging a gong from atop an elevated platform. Gradually, the noise subsided, and the clerk, seizing the moment, cleared his throat. "By the grace of the emperor, we have been granted wives, offering a chance for the bachelors among you to find partners. Remember the emperor's benevolence." He gestured reverently towards the heavens. "Are the wives simply given away, or is there a process?" An anxious old bachelor in the crowd darted his gaze around. "Each wife costs 2 taels of silver. Pay the fee, sign the contract, and a marriage certificate will be issued on the spot. The cost is waived." The clerk, tired of formalities, opted for a straightforward approach. Upon hearing that the price was 2 taels, the crowd murmured it was neither exorbitant nor trivial, and those who could afford it were relatively comfortable. The government, striving to increase the population, had clearly put in significant effort. The idle men lamented, fearing they would remain lifelong bachelors. However, for the sake of their sons, many gritted their teeth and joined the queue. "There are only 15 women allocated to us this year. No more will arrive. If you wish to marry, act quickly, for next year's situation remains uncertain." The implication was clear. Once this opportunity passed, it would be lost forever. Among the 15 women, the one still lying down had her eyes closed, and the onlookers paid her little heed. As the bachelors examined the others for signs of a comfortable life, it became apparent that not many carried 2 taels of silver. As the others were chosen, only the unconscious woman remained. The servants exchanged concerned glances with the clerk, noting her near lifeless state. Had it not been for a finger test confirming her breath, they might have assumed she was deceased. No one was willing to spend 2 taels on a potentially dead woman. One servant pondered, "What shall we do with this woman?" As night approached, no one had shown interest in her. The clerk, troubled by the situation, realized that such a person was a drain on resources, and with the government's meager provisions, they could not support her. After a moment of reflection, the clerk sighed and asked, "Who would take this woman for 1 tael of silver?" He scanned the crowd and received no response. This woman was so undesirable that not even a free offer garnered interest or death would only create complications. Amidst the commotion, the unconscious woman suddenly opened her eyes, momentarily bewildered by her surroundings before slipping back into unconsciousness. The crowd, seeing no entertainment left, hurried home for dinner. With the spectators gone, both the clerk and the servants felt a bit awkward. The officials were all out, leaving only the clerk and a few unregistered servants behind to handle the unusual situation. At that moment, a scholar in a faded long gown approached, his sleeves patched, a clear sign of his impoverished status. The clerk, feeling a pang of compassion for the girl who seemed no older than his own daughter, called out, "Scholar, how about taking this woman as your wife? Just 500 will suffice." The clerk, in his haste, failed to consider whether the scholar already had a wife. The scholar halted, gazing incredulously at the woman on the ground, his brow furrowed in confusion. How could such a thing occur on his way home? The crux of the matter was that he lacked the funds. "Sir, I have no money," he stammered, feeling quite embarrassed. Seeing a potential young man pass by, the clerk could not let this opportunity slip away. A mischance would burden the office further, as there were no surplus provisions. "Very well, how much do you have on you?" he resignedly inquired. Under the scrutiny of the clerk and servants, the scholar rummaged through his belongings, painstakingly counting out his meager coins. The clerk and the servants stared in disbelief as the scholar's face turned crimson. "I only have 5 won." It was clear he could not produce more, and seeing the scholar's state, the clerk frowned once more. The disparity was too great to accept. One servant urged the clerk, "Sir, let's take him back. If she dies on our watch, we'll face a fine, and you know our office's situation better than anyone." After a moment of consideration, the clerk replied, "The difference is too vast. Who will make up the shortfall?" Another servant chimed in, "Sir, when the official returns, we can testify together and the doctor at the office can corroborate. The official won't hold it against you. It's leaving her here that will be troublesome." As the scholar observed the clerk and servants conferring, he grew anxious about returning home before dark. "Sir, if this is not feasible, I shall take my leave," he hinted, implying that perhaps his 5 should be returned to him. The clerk glanced at the scholar and, with a resolute stomp, declared, "5 it has come along with me to collect your marriage certificate." The scholar felt overwhelmed. This wife was far too inexpensive. The critical point was that he never sought a wife. Who could explain how a significant life event was resolved on his journey home? The clerk, upon seeing the scholar, joyfully inquired, "What is your name?" Finally, he could wrap up the day. Still reeling from the unexpected acquisition of a wife, the scholar instinctively replied, "Shi Jinhua." As Shi Jinhua stood there in a daze, a marriage certificate was thrust into his hands, and he awkwardly approached the woman sprawled on the ground. The clerk exhaled in relief. "This is your wife, take her home." Shi Jinhua felt a twinge of difficulty. How was he to carry her back? The clerk assumed he was reluctant and reassured him, "Listen, you have the marriage certificate, now you cannot back out." Only then did Shi Jinhua realize he had indeed settled a significant life matter on his way home. "Sir, I am from a village in Shandong, which is quite far. How can I carry her back alone?" The clerk pondered for a moment and sighed, resigning himself to the situation. "Ah, Jiao, fetch a card from the office." Turning to Shi Jinhua, he added, "Please ensure you return the card. Our office has limited tools." Thus, under the watchful eyes of the clerk and servants, Shi Jinhua pushed the cart, transporting his newly acquired wife as the sun set. Just as the clerk and servants began to breathe a sigh of relief, the cart tipped over, and the woman fell to the ground. In a flurry, Shi Jinhua fumbled, failing to lift her back onto the cart. Several servants, unable to bear the sight, rushed to assist in lifting her up. "Scholar, you take the lead. If you keep pushing, your wife may lose her life," one urged. Shi Jinhua glanced at his new wife and nodded in agreement. As the clerk and servants looked on, the cart's wheel hit a stone, causing it to wobble. Startled, they all instinctively gasped, "Phew!" in unison, relieved that she did not fall again. The steward wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling a twinge of concern for the woman. Would she be dragged to her demise by the scholar tonight? Shi Jinhua pulled the cart, glancing back occasionally at the woman resting in it, anxious about losing her, especially since she had cost him 5 Losing her would be quite the misfortune. As night fell, they finally arrived at the entrance of Shandong village. Although it was May, the air remained chill, and the village was devoid of pedestrians. The only silver lining was that the wind had not picked up. They continued to the western edge of the village before stopping to unlock the door. The house, made of earthen walls, appeared particularly diminutive against the vastness of the open land, its walls peeling. In truth, there was no need to unlock the door. A grown man could easily step over the low wall into the courtyard. However, he felt that it was essential to enter through the front door on the first day of bringing his bride home. Such ceremonial gestures were important. A poor scholar, yet he adhered to traditions. One must not neglect propriety. After much effort, he had managed to bring his new bride to the bed, yet he had not even had the chance to ascertain whether she was alive or dead. As he lit the stove, he felt a pang of sorrow. It was already May, and the nights were cold. He could merely endure the discomfort under the covers until dawn. Yet, for the sake of this uncertain bride, he had incurred additional expenses. With the stove finally ablaze, he began to boil water, casting a glance at the woman on the bed. She lay motionless, prompting a heavy sigh. Perhaps it would be best to consult the village doctor, Wang. Alas, more expenses. Before long, a kindly matron entered, swiftly fetching water to wash and then changing the woman's clothes. "Dear girl, do not disdain these garments. They belonged to me in my youth. I have no daughters, only a brood of sons, so these clothes have remained untouched." Though she initially hesitated to speak, given that she had noticed the woman's chest still rising and falling, indicating she was not yet beyond hope, especially with skin as fair as tofu. Though emaciated, it did not detract from the woman's striking beauty. The more she washed, the more astonished she became, as if unboxing a surprise. The woman's face was exquisitely delicate, perfectly proportioned, with gracefully curved lashes, a charming nose, and hair that shone like silk soft and black. Despite various wounds on her body, they did not lessen the matron's admiration. The warmth of the stove dried her hair swiftly, and it was then that Shijinhua and Dr. Wong were permitted to enter. Shijinhua beheld the cleansed bride, lying as motionless as a steamed bun, and momentarily feared she had perished. "Is it possible she has died?" he queried. Dr. Wong replied, "It seems there is little hope." Confirmation of her fate was necessary. So Shijinhua hastily fetched a stool for the doctor. Dr. Wong pried open the woman's eyelids and took her pulse. After a moment, he released her wrist, contemplating deeply, his brow furrowed, sending both Shijinhua and the kind matron into startled fits. "Is she not going to survive?" the matron asked. "Am I to be a widower?" Shijinhua lamented. Dr. Wong struggled to articulate the condition of this woman, caught between life and death. "There are no significant physical ailments," he began, but was interrupted. "Then why does she not awaken?" the matron pressed. Dr. Wong nearly choked on his words, stifled by the interruption. "She has been poisoned," he declared, the nature of which was peculiar. "Poisoned? Who would dare poison a woman for no reason?" the matron asked, astonished. Dr. Wong sighed. "If I had a choice, I would remain silent." "Thank you." Shijinhua looked at Dr. Wong and inquired, "Is there a remedy for this poison?" He thought to himself, what a loss. 5-1, and now further expenses. Others may not be able to cure her, but I can, provided you do not speak of this. Who knows the origin of this poison? Dr. Wong scrutinized their expressions. "I promise not to utter a word upon leaving," the matron assured hastily. "I too will keep silent," Shijinhua declared. It was better to have hope than face despair. "Come with me to retrieve the medicine," Dr. Wong said, rising to leave. Shijinhua quickly followed. "Matron, please watch over her. I will return shortly." The matron settled onto the bed. "Go swiftly. I shall keep an eye on her." As Shijinhua walked, he pondered how to broach the topic with Dr. Wong. When Dr. Wong handed him the prepared medicine, Shijinhua, feeling shy, said, "Dr. Wong, I will repay you next time. Rest assured, I will copy more texts and repay you promptly." "Very well. It totals 2 taels of silver," Dr. Wong replied, closing the door while leaving behind those words. 2 taels of silver? Today felt like an unbearable burden. Looking at the medicine in his hands, he felt a pang of anguish. After Shijinhua prepared the medicine and administered it to the woman, the matron took her leave, and he felt his stomach rumble, signaling hunger. He nibbled on some corn while hastily washing up before climbing into bed. The bed could accommodate 6 or 7 adults, resulting in Shijinhua and his bride sleeping at opposite ends, separated by the expanse of the mattress, only a small bundle visible between them. In the middle of the night, when Shijinhua awoke, he glanced at the woman on the bed and touched her forehead, muttering, "Do not behold that which is improper. I merely wish to check for fever, forgive me." Seeing she was not feverish, he sighed in relief and hurried to the foot of the bed, suppressing his restless heart. He recited the Tao Te Ching in his mind countless times before finally drifting into slumber. The following day, sunlight streamed through the window, casting bright rays upon the woman's face on the bed. Shijinhua awoke, startled by a full bladder, and quickly turned to the other end of the bed, scrambling to his feet. For a moment, he thought he was still dreaming, but as daylight broke, he realized there was indeed an additional person in the Hausio woman, and she was his lawful bride. It felt surreal. Noticing that the woman's complexion had improved since yesterday, he felt a sense of relief. 2 taels of silver weighed heavily on his mind. How many texts must he copy? Just the thought of it made his hand ache. Well, perhaps it was best to focus on saving her first. Shijinhua entered the kitchen, resigned to prepare medicine for the woman while also boiling a pot of corn porridge for himself. In the past, a single person could satisfy their hunger, but now with an extra mouth to feed, life would be a bit tighter. After informing the matron, he set off early for town to see if there were any texts needing transcription he had to provide for his family. The matron visited frequently to check on the woman on the bed, each time hoping she might awaken or have already done so. Alas, disappointment awaited her each time. Feeling sympathy for Shijinhua, the matron sat on the bed with her sewing basket, gazing at the unconscious woman. "Dear girl, please awaken soon. Huazai has no time to care for you alone. He is already indebted to Dr. Wong for 2 taels of silver, and he cannot leave you here alone. I, an old woman, cannot spend every day watching over you." After a moment, she continued, "Poor thing, Huazai is also in a predicament, and you're not far from it. From now on, do your best to live well with him. Life is but a series of days one endures each day until there are no more left. The comatose woman furrowed her brow, her fingers twitching slightly before returning to stillness. The matron, focused on her sewing, remained oblivious to the changes occurring with the woman on the bed. Chapter 3. Every village has a young widow. As the evening glow enveloped the sky, Sir Jinhua returned home along the village path. Clutching the 50 when earned that day, close to his chest, his feet swift and light. Having reached the age of 19, Sir Jinhua had already become a student. Yet had fate not dealt him the cruel blow of losing both parents, he might have been a scholar by now. It is often said that a scholar is of little use, and apart from his ability to write, Sir Jinhua was utterly ignorant of agricultural tasks. He had an elder brother and 2 sisters. His elder brother, Sir Jincheng, had been conscripted into the army years ago, while his elder sister had married into a neighboring village, where her in-laws were strict, allowing her little opportunity to return. His second sister, married within the village, felt her parents favored her younger brother and had not returned home since her marriage, often avoiding encounters as if pretending not to know anyone from her family. Initially, the family lamented her absence, but as years passed, they ceased to voice their concerns, resigning themselves to the situation. Now, only Sir Jinhua remained. At 19, Sir Jinhua was expected to be married, yet as a solitary figure, he had no one to care for him, and the years had slipped by. Standing at approximately 6 feet tall, he possessed an elegant physique, exuding the essence of a scholar, with eyes that sparkled with profound tenderness, evoking feelings of deep affection in those who gazed upon him. His gentle demeanor stirred the hearts of many unmarried women in the village. However, upon seeing him clad in patched clothing and aware of his meager family situation, they hesitated to approach. Nonetheless, his heart remained buoyant with dreams of love. As he diligently copied texts in preparation for the upcoming examinations, despite the burden of an additional debt of 2 taels weighing on his mind, he glanced at the corn seedlings emerging from the earth, recalling that he had not visited his own fields in quite some time. The weeds must have overtaken the young corn by now. Observing the splendid sunset, he resolved that the following day would yield fair weather and decided to forego his studies to tend to the fields instead. After his parents' passing, Sir Jinhua had taken to learning agriculture from Aunt Wan, but his efforts had yielded little success. Yet, during the busy farming season, everyone was preoccupied, and neglecting the fields could incur penalties, a risk he could not afford. Upon arriving home, he noticed Aunt Wan had already left. Glancing at the woman lying on the kong, he turned and made his way to the kitchen. Administering her medication, he found himself pondering why she had not awakened after such a long time. Did she not feel the urge to relieve herself? Was she not hungry? Did she not tire from remaining still? The only response to his musings was the steady sound of her breathing. Perhaps it was best to leave it to fate. At the break of dawn, as the sky lightened, he shouldered his hoe and ventured into the fields. Arriving early, he found the land relatively deserted. He noticed that the pumpkin vines amongst the corn had sprouted. Without a closer inspection, one might overlook their presence as the weeds towered above them. After a brief moment of contemplating whether to pull the weeds by hand, he recalled that loosening the soil was essential. Ultimately, he decided that using the hoe would be more efficient. The fields at the edge of the village were flat and expansive, and, as Sir Jinhua stood upright, he felt a wave of despair wash over him. How long would it take to clear these fields? Observing that the neighboring plots had been tended to, he felt an increasing sense of urgency. Others had livestock and fertilizer to enrich their crops. His own seedlings depended solely on their own resilience. Thus, the yield from his family's fields remained the lowest in the village. A scholar working in the fields? Widow Yao, on her way to deliver food to her in-laws, swayed her hips as she approached Sir Jinhua's path. He found her presence somewhat intimidating. Her words often resembled those of the village ruffians. Though not much older than him, Widow Yao had suffered misfortune. Her husband had been conscripted the very day after their wedding, and news of his demise in battle had reached her the following year. Over the years, her reputation in the village had not fared well. Widow Yao had taken a liking to Sir Jinhua, primarily because the Sher family had no elders or siblings to care for. Moreover, Sir Jinhua's handsome appearance easily captivated her. Each time he cast a lingering gaze in her direction, She found herself sleeping soundly at night, enchanted by the thought. However, noticing that no one was around, Shi Jinhua felt a surge of fear and quickly turned to return home, dusting off his clothes as he went. Widow Yao, feeling slighted by his lack of attention, called out, "Where are you running off to? No one is home to cook for you. I'm just passing by to deliver some food. Don't leave me hanging." In a panic, Shi Jinhua forgot all the scholarly teachings he had once known and ran, fearing her advances. He hastily fled to his home, wishing his mother were still alive to deter Widow Yao's boldness. Under the scorching sun, he felt exhausted and famished after his frantic escape. In the courtyard stood a well, a remnant of a once lively household with 4 siblings, now reduced to silence, devoid of even a single chicken. Entering the room, he glanced at the woman lying on the bed, concerned that she might be slipping into a comatose state. Observing her complexion, he noted it appeared less pallid than before. She was indeed quite attractive, and he wondered what her expression would be like upon awakening. As he lost himself in thought, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, and their gazes met unexpectedly. For a moment, they were both taken aback, staring at one another in silence. Finally, Shi Jinhua broke the stillness, exclaiming, "You're awake. The money wasn't wasted after all." The woman shifted her body, feeling an overwhelming heaviness. "Don't move. What do you need? I can help you. Otherwise, what will happen to the money I spent?" She replied, her voice hoarse. Upon hearing this, Shi Jinhua's face flushed crimson, reaching all the way to his neck. "You can use this. I'll step outside and fetch Dr. Wang," he stammered, flustered as he hurriedly exited the room. Alas, he stumbled over the door threshold, falling in a most undignified manner. Too embarrassed to glance back at the woman on the bed, he felt a wave of shame wash over him. As the woman struggled to sit up, she heard the sound of hurried footsteps. Fixing her gaze on the door, she saw the young man rushing back. "I'll close the door for you," he called out, only to remember he had forgotten to shut the door behind him. Recalling the icy gaze with which she had looked at him upon regaining consciousness, she found it chilling. Once she had satisfied her bodily needs, she lay back down, her mind flooded with memories. "My name is Qian Si Shui. I am 16 years old, from Jinghua. The country recognizes my name as the Qing. Those like me, who resemble water, are not mere spirits. I am now a top-tier agent, and in my eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people, the living and the dead." Contemplating her past as an agent, she felt relieved that she no longer had to live that life, despite being somewhat behind. At least she could finally enjoy a peaceful slumber. "Dr. Wang, hurry, check if she has recovered." Shi Jinhua knocked on the door, calling out, "Miss, we are coming in." After a brief wait with no reply, he grew anxious, fearing she had fainted again, and pushed the door open with force. What met his eyes was the woman on the bed, turning her head to regard him coldly. "Miss, don't misunderstand. I thought you had fainted again," he stammered, pulling Dr. Wang into the room. "Please take a look at her. She must recover. Otherwise, all the money will be wasted." Chapter 4. The Cold Woman. Qian Si Shui, as Dr. Wang entered, he felt a chill run down his spine under the piercing gaze of the woman on the bed, whose eyes were sharp as swords, capable of piercing the heart. Qian Si Shui understood that she was currently safe in this world. Lowering her gaze and allowing the middle-aged man to take her pulse. "Continue taking the medicine, and I will return in 3 days," Dr. Wang instructed. Following Dr. Wang out, Shi Jinhua asked, "How is her health?" "She is recovering well. However, the effects of the poison won't be clear immediately. If she continues with my prescribed medicine, she should be significantly better in half a month. Had I not encountered her, she would have succumbed 2 days ago," Dr. Wang replied. Shi Jinhua silently breathed a sigh of relief. Upon re-entering the room, he lowered his voice. "Dr. Wang said your recovery is satisfactory. Do you feel hungry? I can prepare a meal for you." Came the faint reply. Encouraged, Shi Jinhua continued, "I must clarify something. A few days ago, I happened to pass by the yamen and witnessed a group of women being taken away. Dozens of them, all sold for 2 taels of silver to become wives." He cast a furtive glance at the woman on the bed. Qian Si Shui responded with a simple Shi Jinhua, without much thought, continued, "But you are the last one no one wants. I happened to pass by and brought you back for just 5 won." As he spoke, he couldn't help but glance away, feeling the amount was too insignificant. Hearing that he was worth only 5-1, Qian Si Shui remained unfazed. However, when you fell ill, I spent 2 taels of silver on you. We have registered our marriage. If you are unwilling, return the money, and I shall draft a divorce letter for you. After all, she was a woman whose reputation was tied to him, and the sudden mention of this made him feel a pang of loss. Qian Si Shui looked at the young man before her, puzzled. He was so young, yet he wanted a wife? But considering that in this world, men and women typically married at 16 or 17, it was not so surprising. Noticing her confusion, Shi Jinhua hurriedly explained, if you don't want to, that is fine. I'll live alone anyway. It would be nice to have you share my life. I want to force you to be my wife. What is wrong with being a simple village woman? At least you wouldn't have to worry about dying an untimely death. Shi Jinhua was on the verge of despair from her repeated responses. Qian Si Shui thought to herself that she would like to step outside for some sunlight and take in the surroundings. Unfortunately, after 3 attempts, she found herself unable to rise. Ultimately, it was Shi Jinhua who, unable to bear it any longer, scooped her up in a princess carry and placed her on a rocking chair in the courtyard. The midday sun is hot. You can stay under the tree. The peach blossoms are in full bloom now. Here at the border, it only gets warm in late spring. Holding a woman in his arms, especially with the faint, enticing scent that women possess, made his heart race. He quickly diverted his attention, saying, you sit here while I prepare the meal. What would you like to eat? I will cook for you. Qian Si Shui glanced at the boy, his eyes shimmering with affection, making her feel a bit lightheaded. Anything you wish. At this, Shi Jinhua felt a flicker of joy. At least she didn't respond with just him. He himself couldn't quite understand why he felt happy. Perhaps it was due to his prolonged solitude and a yearning to feel needed. He prepared a bowl of egg congee for Qian Si Shui, knowing she hadn't eaten in days and could only manage something soft. He ate a little himself before washing the pots and pans, then settled down with a book under the eaves of the courtyard. After observing that the weather had cooled down, he finally stood up, saying, I must go to the fields. I will carry you back. I fear I may be late in returning. Qian Si Shui thoroughly enjoyed this tranquil life, feeling her strength gradually returning. Shi Jinhua, no longer indecisive, took up his hoe and headed to the fields. After a while, Aunt One approached with a plate in hand, calling, Huazai, are you in the fields or at home? Seeing the gate was unlatched, she pushed it open and spotted Qian Si Shui reclining in the rocking chair. The sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating her features, making her appear almost like a serene painting. Upon hearing the door creak, Qian Si Shui opened her eyes and saw the woman standing before her. She remembered this woman had cared for her and helped her wash up. She attempted to smile in greeting, but it turned into a frown. Aunt One, noticing her displeasure of being disturbed, felt a twinge of guilt. Oh, I didn't realize you were in the courtyard. I came to check on you, she said, entering the kitchen with her plate. Upon returning, she caught Qian Si Shui watching her intently. Qian Si Shui stated. Aunt Wan, bewildered, asked, what is this about money? My name. Qian Si Shui reflected on her character, realizing she was ill-suited for communal living. Oh, so your name is Qian Si Shui. What a lovely name. One with wealth flowing like water. How fortunate. Aunt Wan thought about how much her parents must have cherished money to name her so. Qian Si Shui struggled to muster a smile, but it came out more like a grimace, prompting her to give up entirely. In her past life, she had only known killing, never understanding the nuances of human interaction. She was like a machine devoid of personal emotions, simply executing orders without questioning consequences. Over time, she had garnered admiration from some while instilling fear in others, as her presence often heralded death. Aunt Wan, observing Qian Si Shui's cold demeanor, felt a pang of compassion. This child is pitiful, like a lifeless puppet, she mused. Considering Qian Si Shui's delicate hands, she thought perhaps she was still reeling from past traumas. Are you feeling bored sitting there? Aunt Wan inquired. Qian Si Shui, feeling a bit dizzy, closed her eyes and replied, This frail response tugged at Aunt Wan's heartstrings. Without hesitation, she returned home, grabbing a basket and coming back to chat with Qian Si Shui while winding thread. What have I to say? Aunt Wan began. Let me tell you, Huazai is a wonderful person. If I had a daughter, I would wish for him to be her husband. She glanced at Qian Si Shui, noting how the unmarried girls in the village secretly admired him. Don't let his poverty fool you. He has a good character. What do women seek in life if not to marry into a good family? Love and affection are merely the seasoning for the mundane aspects of life. As she spoke, her hands never ceased their work. Back when Huazai's parents were alive, many suitors came to inquire about him. He was already a student then. An education here at the border was a luxury. Aunt Wan sighed, recalling the past. Alas, Huazai's fate is unfortunate. His elder brother went off to war and never returned, and his parents passed away early. He does have two sisters, one married to a neighboring village and the other to someone from our own. What a pity, she lamented. This child has always been narrow-minded, feeling neglected at home, and after marrying, she never returned, as if severing all ties. She glanced at Qian Si Shui and added, in time, you will understand. If she ignores you, do not engage with her. She is quite calculating. Oh dear, the sun is setting. I'll come back tomorrow. Huazai should be returning soon. For the entire afternoon, Aunt Wan spoke while Qian Si Shui listened, finding it not so lonely after all. Chapter 5. A woman arrives at the Shi family not long after Aunt Wan left. Shi Jinhua returned, carrying a bundle of bok choy and shouldering a hoe. Dressed in his farming attire, looking quite the part. Upon entering, he saw Qian Si Shui with her eyes closed, resting, and assumed she had fallen asleep. So he tiptoed in. Noticing that the temperature had dropped, he worried she might catch a chill and wondered whether to wake her or let her rest. Qian Gunyang. Qian Gunyang? He called softly. Qian Si Shui responded. The temperature is dropping. You should return indoors to rest, or you might catch a cold. Qian Si Shui thought of standing, but found herself too weak to move. Seeing this, Shi Jinhua, unable to bear it any longer, gently lifted his nominal wife and carried her inside. Rest for a while. I will prepare the meal, he said, escaping almost hurriedly. Once in the kitchen, he was so lost in thought that he nearly let the fire die out, startling himself back to action. Fearing Qian Si Shui would be cold at night, he kept the Kong warm and served their meal on it. Qian Si Shui attempted to lift the bowl, but her hands felt too weak to manage. A surge of frustration welled up within her, startling Shi Jinhua. I will feed you, he offered, carefully blowing on the warm rice porridge before bringing it to her lips. Qian Si Shui had never been cared for in such a manner before. A flicker of discomfort crossed her mind, yet she opened her mouth to accept the food without hesitation. After finishing one bowl, Shi Jinhua asked, would you like another? As the youngest in his family, he had never cared for anyone before, and he found this feeling surprisingly pleasant. Qian Si Shui shook her head, thinking to herself that this person cooked rather well, seeing that she truly did not want more. He finally picked up his own bowl of corn porridge and began to eat. His movements were gentle, neither rushed nor slow, and the simplicity of the meal took on an air of grace and elegance in his hands. Especially with those expressive, smiling eyes, he was utterly irresistible. After finishing the meal and tidying up, Shi Jinhua entered with a basin of water. Let me help you wash your hands. Qian Si Shui attempted to lift her hand, but it fell gently back down. Shi Jinhua, feeling helpless, took her hand and began to wash it carefully, before hastily retreating after splashing some water on her face. Shortly thereafter, she returned with a basin of water, saying, let me wash your feet. It was customary for young women to maintain cleanliness, and after several days without a proper wash, Qian Si Shui likely yearned for it, unburdened by societal constraints. Qian Si Shui was oblivious to the fact that in ancient times, a woman's feet could only be touched by her husband. This innocent action left Shi Jinhua feeling anxious, and when Qian Si Shui's delicate foot rested in his palm, it felt surreal. He truly fled in disarray this time. As Qian Si Shui lay down, she heard Shi Jinhua stumble outside, leaving her bewildered. After a considerable time, Shi Jinhua entered, remarking that since she was awake, he would sleep in the adjacent room, instructing her to call if she needed anything. He hurriedly disappeared into the next room, shutting the door and picking up a book. Though he was unaware that he held it upside down, his mind preoccupied with thoughts of her feet. He struggled to focus on the Tao Te Ching. needing to recite it with closed eyes several times before he could finally find rest. Qian Si Shui, having taken medicine, enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep, while Shi Jinhua was haunted by dreams of her delicate feet, waking with slightly weakened legs. For several consecutive days, Qian Si Shui could finally get up and walk with the aid of support. Shi Jinhua, busy with work from dawn until dusk, diligently prepared eggs and medicine for her every day, yet he hesitated to spend time with her. One day, as Qian Si Shui stood at the threshold, gazing at the expansive cornfields, she realized that Shi Jinhua's family lived on the outskirts of the village. The neighboring houses were unfamiliar, and the sudden appearance of a woman in Shi's household sparked curiosity among the villagers. When did the Shi family acquire a woman? I had not heard of this. They wondered. She must be a wife bought from the magistrate's office. I saw him pushing a cart back just the other evening. Surely not. This girl seems different. The Shi family is fortunate to have such a beautiful wife, they speculated. If only her parents were still alive, many girls would want to marry into the Shi family. They reminisced about how, during his time at the academy, a young lady from a scholar's family had taken a liking to him, though the matter had never come to fruition. As they whispered among themselves, they were startled when Aunt Wan emerged from her home, exclaiming, "Ah, Si Shui, why are you out? Are you feeling better?" Qian Si Shui nodded in response, then turned and supported herself against the doorframe as she re-entered the courtyard. The villagers, noting the subject of their gossip, had retreated, flocked around Aunt Wan. "Sister Wan, who is this girl? She is quite beautiful. She is Hua Zai's wife." Aunt Wan replied with a smile. "Is that true? This is quite sudden. I can hardly process it. What does it matter if you can't accept it? As long as Hua Zai accepts it, that's what counts," another woman chimed in. "Sister Lan, one must consider the absence of a wedding feast. Without a proper ceremony, how can this be deemed legitimate?" The first woman replied disapprovingly. "Listen to what Aunt Wan says," Sister Lan urged. "You all know the circumstances of the Shi family. Si Shui is alone without any elders to manage affairs. Their life is theirs to live, and they have a marriage contract. So how can it be deemed improper? Indeed, if only his parents had lived a few more years, things might have been different," someone lamented. "Widow Yao would surely cry if she knew," another newlywed woman added gleefully. "Yao would cry? I bet all the unmarried girls would shed tears in secret." They laughed, continuing their chatter until Aunt Wan cautioned them against speaking carelessly, reminding them that Hua Zai and Si Shui were a couple deserving of respect. Si Shui may seem cold, yet her demeanor is dignified. She speaks little, but you should extend your kindness to them. After all, we share the same village and will inevitably cross paths, she advised. Lying on a lounge chair in the courtyard, Qian Si Shui listened to the lively conversation outside, feeling a sense of tranquility. It dawned on her that life could be so uncomplicated, devoid of the burdensome calculations of past lives. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, Shi Jinhua hurried home, carrying pork in one hand and vermicelli in the other. Upon seeing Qian Si Shui in the yard, he spoke casually. "Tonight we shall have pork stew with vermicelli. You must not have tasted it before." Qian Si Shui opened her eyes to glance at the boy, illuminated by the sunset. "Indeed, I have never tried it. It seems your family is not affluent, yet they manage to provide enough for sustenance. I earned 61 from copying books today and spent 21 on the pork," Shi Jinhua explained as he busied himself in the kitchen. "Copying books can be profitable," she mused, realizing the original owner of her body had a talent for writing. "I will copy the text myself." "What?" Shi Jinhua asked, uncertain if he understood her correctly. Chapter 6. Such direct affection, Qian Si Shui endeavored to transform herself. "I will copy the books." Shi Jinhua finally comprehended her intent. "You're still recovering, so focus on resting. We can discuss this later, otherwise the money spent would be in vain." Feeling a wave of boredom wash over her, she realized that spending days alone, with her eyes either open or closed, left her feeling restless. "Oh, I almost forgot. Being alone at home can indeed be tedious. You are welcome to come to my room to read my books." After a moment's thought, he realized all his books were academic texts, which would likely not interest her. "I will lend you some novels to read another day. I can manage the copying on my own. You should focus on your recovery. I can afford to take care of you." His declaration, "I can afford to take care of you," rippled through her like a stone cast into a still sea, creating waves of emotion. Asmila Greistkian sis huyes lips, which Shi Jinhua caught in his gaze, causing his heart to skip a beat. She looks truly enchanting when she smiles, he thought, recalling the poetry of her beauty. During dinner, Qianxi Shui devoured 1.5 bowls of pork stew with vermicelli, and noting her enjoyment, Shi Jinhua mentally made a note of it. After resting for several more days, Qianxi Shui was now fully capable of taking care of herself. One day, while tidying up the courtyard, she spotted a figure peeking from behind the door, occasionally stretching out to steal glances inside. Seeing that it was a woman, she decided not to acknowledge her presence, continuing to rock leisurely in her chair. After all, Shi Jinhua was the one she had set her sights on. She had to see who dared to intrude upon her territory. "Hey," she called out, noticing the woman was not paying her any attention, and an unbidden anger flared within her. "Are you the woman that Shi Jinhua brought home? How dare you try to take the man I have my eyes set on? Indeed, I'm the one he brought home, but what concern is it of yours?" Widow Yao, caught in her icy gaze, felt a chill run down her spine. "He is the man I desire," Qianxi Shui shouted, summoning her courage before fleeing in fear, not daring to look back. Only when she had distanced herself did she stop and glance back at the Shi household's entrance. "Bah, you shameless hussy," she cursed, stamping her foot with vigor, as if the ground beneath her feet belonged to Qianxi Shui. "Oh, is that not Sister Yao? Feeling lonely? Longing for a man?" The village's old bachelor, Wang Tu, leered as he blocked Widow Yao's path, his eyes roving suggestively. "What of it if I do? I will not seek a man like you, a toad wishing to feast on swan meat." "How absurd," she retorted, anger bubbling within her. "Take a good look at yourself." Yao Guafu, whose birth name is Yao Xinxin, became a widow at a tender age, with the man she had set her sights on now gone. Her heart became fixated on the unyielding bachelor, old Wang. Did you not also covet the likes of Shi Tongsheng, akin to a toad yearning for a swan, who cannot look down upon others? Has Huazai ever cast a glance in your direction? Even as a withered flower, you still long for a youthful maiden. What my desires? Is it excessive to wish for you? A well-posed question, resonating with reason, leaves one speechless. Upon witnessing Yao Guafu's stunned reaction, old Wang felt a flicker of excitement. "I, Yao Xinxin, would never deign to look at you, for even from a distance, I can smell the foul stench emanating from you. The very thought of it churns my stomach." With that, she turned to leave, knowing that entangling herself with such a person would only tarnish her reputation. "Ha, harlot, if I had a wife who would even glance at you, with such a small frame, you could never bear a son. What use are you?" The more Yao Guafu pondered, the angrier she became. Just as she was lost in thought, she spotted Shi Jinhua approaching from the village entrance. Panic set in as she quickly arranged her appearance, forcing a smile. "Shi Jinhua," she called out, directly blocking his path home. Shi Jinhua, with no choice but to retreat a step, attempted to maintain his distance. "Yao's sister-in-law," he greeted. Hearing this address made Yao Xinxin's heart ache. "I heard you have a wife?" she asked with a mournful gaze and a sorrowful tone. Shi Jinhua was puzzled. "What concern is my marital status to you?" "Indeed, it is of consequence," he replied. "Her name is Qianxi Shui. I hope you will look after her well." Hearing the words from the horse's mouth was a blow. "Did you not know my feelings for you?" Shi Jinhua innocently asked. "I don't understand. What do you mean? Is this woman unwell?" "I have affections for you," Yao Xinxin said shyly, gazing at Shi Jinhua. Thunderstruck, "I apologize, Yao's sister-in-law, but I do not share your feelings. She must be simply overindulged. Is it because of that woman in your home? Am I not preferable to her? At least I am a decent individual. Why do you reject me?" Shi Jinhua's previously warm demeanor turned cold as he declared, "Who she is matters not. What matters is that she is my wife." With that, he turned and walked away, leaving Yao Xinxin's heart aching, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, Yao Guafu, your mother-in-law is searching for you everywhere." Yao Xinxin felt utterly powerless. Must she remain a widow for eternity? Realization struck her. After Yao Guafu left, old Wang emerged from the bushes. "Ha, shameless. Still wanting to pursue Shi Jinhua. One day you will be begging me to accept you." Upon returning home, Shi Jinhua found Qian Shishui absent from the courtyard. In a rush, he checked the room. She was not there either. Has she already left? Perhaps it is for the best. She never truly belonged here. A wave of desolation washed over him as he sat in Qian Shishui's favorite rocking chair, eyes closed. What is that? A thick smoke filled the air. He opened his eyes to see the kitchen engulfed in smoke. Alarmed, he quickly got up, just as a soot-covered figure burst forth from the haze. The two collided, and Qian Shishui was left coughing. Cough, cough. I never realized kindling a fire could be so arduous. Though I possess strong survival skills, I have never ignited a fire using primitive methods. I nearly set the kitchen ablaze. Thankfully, Shi Jinhua managed to catch Qian Shishui in time. Otherwise, they would have crashed into each other. The kitchen is on fire. Shi Jinhua shouted as he scooped Qian Shishui into his arms and fled. Stay put. I shall check it out. He dashed in with a bucket of water, while neighbors, noticing the smoke, rushed to help, shouting for water. By the time they reached the yard, Shi Jinhua had already extinguished the flames. That was close. It only singed the woodpile outside the stove, he said, blocking those trying to enter. It's all right. I've put out. Shi Jinhua reassured them. How terrifying. What caused it to ignite? Aunt Wang exclaimed, patting her chest as she looked at Qian Shishui standing at the entrance, her hair singed and looking like a refugee. They all advised Shi Jinhua to be more careful in the future, lest he truly set the house ablaze. Chapter 7. A scene of chaos for the first time. Qian Shishui felt utterly at a loss. With only the two of them left in the yard, they resembled children who had done something wrong, heads bowed low. Shi Jinhua sighed with relief, uncertain whether it was due to her not leaving or because the fire had not consumed the kitchen. Regardless, his heart felt at ease as he surveyed the disarray of the kitchen and then glanced at the disheveled woman. Ultimately, he could not muster any anger. You should change your clothes. I will boil some water for you to bathe. I cannot wear these clothes. They are burnt and unusable. The only garments left in the house are those my mother left behind. There are only 2, and the rest were burned. I forgot to buy you new clothes. Tomorrow, we shall take the ox cart to purchase some. It is often said that men's concerns differ from women's. Qian Shishui held little opinion on attire, and thus, the two lived their lives in a manner akin to carefree bachelors, each indifferent to the other. I merely wish to help with cooking, she said, her voice hoarse as she kept her head down. Shi Jinhua had not expected her to say much, but she suddenly expressed a hint of excitement. If you cannot help, then I shall do it from now on. Setting the kitchen ablaze will cost money. Just the thought of it made his heart ache. You should hurry. Observing Qian Shishui, who looked like a beggar, Shi Jinhua realized that the days ahead would require a strong heart. Qian Shishui watched as the busy man moved about, feeling somewhat breathless and eager to assist. Stay still. I brought back some books for you. Read instead. Your hands are not suited for kitchen work. Do not complicate matters further. Copying books? Qian Shishui thought that could earn her money, as she simply wished to transcribe. To bring them back, I need to pay a deposit of 1 or 2 silver taels, which I currently do not possess. Therefore, she cannot transcribe. After a moment's contemplation, Qian Shishui recalled she had a jade pendant she could exchange for money. When she presented it before the busy Shi Jinhua, he was taken aback. Exchange it for money? Qian Shishui said coldly. Shi Jinhua regarded her thoughtfully, wondering if she was concerned for him. You misunderstand. Keep it. It is the only thing you have left. Do not casually exchange it for money. I will transcribe for a few more days, and I will have enough for 1 tael. Shi Jinhua suddenly realized something. You are not to secretly exchange it for money. Do you understand? He said sternly. A gentleman values wealth acquired through righteous means. It was her only piece of jewelry, which likely held different significance for her. How could she simply trade it for money? Seeing Shi Jinhua's reluctance to part with the pendant, Qian Shishui hung it around his neck and turned away, leaving only her cold silhouette behind. Shi Jinhua helplessly gazed at the jade pendant resting against his chest. Though he did not comprehend, its quality appeared exquisite. Ah, is this what a wife is like? More challenging than tending to ancestors. This woman remains unaware that she is now someone else's wife. Since the incident of Qian Shishui nearly burning the kitchen, many women in the village began to mock Shi Jinhua, remarking, without parents, He finds a wife who cannot even manage a household. It's laughable. This news reignited new hopes for Yao Guafu, Yao Xinxin. At least she is capable in the fields. What use is there for any woman? Sooner or later, sure Jinhua will come to despise her. At that point, she would simply need to behave more graciously and gently. Would he not then be moved? Alone at home, Qianshi Shui felt her body relax somewhat, noticing a plot of land behind the courtyard filled with vegetables, though the weeds towered over them. She was relieved that the household did not keep chickens. Otherwise, they would have ravaged the garden. With nothing else to do, she decided to pull the weeds, yearning for a change of scenery. No, it was more like a shift in living conditions. It felt surreal, almost dreamlike. Her delicate hands soon grew sore from the task, and after a moment's thought, she wrapped them in cloth. Working faster now, she managed to clear half of the weeds from the vegetable garden by midday, feeling an immense sense of accomplishment. If only she could ignore the pain in her palms. Upon entering the house, Shi Jinhua found it empty, yet he remained unperturbed. For everyone was home. He casually searched and soon discovered Qianshi Shui weeding in the vegetable garden. Seeing her hands bandaged startled him. Good heavens, are you injured? This cannot be a ploy to exhaust my finances. What happened to your hands? He quickly pulled her up to inspect the damage. You must take care. Injuries mean expenses, and I toil hard to provide for the family. Oh dear, look at those blisters. Does it hurt? Qianshi Shui, oblivious to the pain of the blisters, appeared delicate. Enough fussing. I'll handle the rest myself. Let us find Dr. Wang to attend to this, he said, taking Qianshi Shui outside. As they walked, they encountered several villagers gathered at doorsteps, enjoying meals and conversation. Look, Shi Jinhua is leading his wife out, one man remarked while munching on cornbread. If I had such a tender wife, I would cherish her dearly, came a sour reply from a neighbor. With your luck? Unlikely. The envy among the single men in the village towards Shi Jinhua was palpable, yet he remained oblivious to such trivialities. Dr. Wang, are you home? Shi Jinhua called, devoid of any scholarly demeanor. Brother Jinhua, my father is at the village chief's house. He should return soon. Please come in and wait, replied a woman in a pale yellow dress, casting a quick glance at him, her cheeks flushing. Shouting, Jinhua stepped back. Just call me Jinhua. Brother feels too formal. I brought your sister-in-law to see Uncle Wang. He gestured to Qianshi Shui behind him. Shouting, with an anxious expression, said, Please wait a moment. She turned away, hiding her feelings. We'll wait. Uncle Wang should be back soon. Does it still hurt? Jinhua gently blew on Qianshi Shui's hand. This tender act caught Xiaoling's eye, stirring an unpleasant feeling within her. Please sit down. The house is empty, and I'd rather not engage, Xiaoling remarked, observing Qianshi Shui like a ghost in the room. Jinhua, what have you been busy with lately? You Haven T visited my brother's home for a while. Xiaoling inquired, a hint of annoyance in her tone. I've been quite occupied, he replied, stepping back to maintain distance. Look how thin you've become. Stay for dinner. I cook delicious meals, she urged. Everyone knows this woman nearly burned down the kitchen. She can't cook at all. Chapter 8. The enigmatic Qianshi Shui remained as impassive as an ice maiden, seemingly unfazed by the exchange. Apologies, I am entirely unperturbed. Shi Jinhua craned his neck towards the door. Why hasn't Uncle Wang returned yet? What did you say earlier? With an apologetic demeanor, he expressed, I was preoccupied with your sister-in-law's injury and didn't catch your words. Xiaoling's eyes narrowed, her words cutting deep. What did you say about cooking? She felt a pang of embarrassment for not paying attention, realizing she had spoken carelessly. At our home, men can cook. It's your sister-in-law who cannot. I would gladly cook for her a lifetime, he retorted, casting a glance at Qianshi Shui, wary of her reaction. Seeing Qianshi Shui's silence, he sighed in relief. If his previous remark was a fatal blow, this was an unadulterated strike to the heart. You occupy the throne, but do not fulfill your role. Qianshi Shui remained mute. Shi Jinhua looked at her, puzzled by the implications of her silence. Suddenly, Xiaoling realized her words had gone awry, and as she attempted to apologize, Dr. Wang, you've finally returned. Please, help my wife with her hand. It's quite painful. Dr. Wang, Having set down his medical kit, grumbled, "What have you been doing all day? Weeds cause your hands to blister? Let me see." Xiaoling stole a glance at Qian Sishue's hands, feeling a pang of inferiority at their delicate beauty. "Here, this jar contains ointment. These 2 packets are for soaking your hands. Use 1 packet every 2.5 days. After soaking, apply the ointment. Avoid touching anything else to prevent infection." While Xiaoling felt inadequate, Dr. Wang handed over the medicine. 40 coins in total. Shi Jinhua, crestfallen, lamented, "Alas." Qian Sishui watched him, sensing his anguish over the expenditure. Upon returning home, Shi Jinhua followed Dr. Wang's instructions, carefully settling Qian Sishui on a stool. "I'm now apprehensive of your antics. Please don't move. If you wish to do something, speak it, and I shall do it while you observe. Why must every task either injure or cost me? This girl is truly a peculiar existence." Resigned, he spent the afternoon tending to the remaining weeds in the vegetable garden while Qian Sishui watched from a rocking chair. "The beans are ready to climb, but I haven't set up the stakes yet. Stay put. I'll fetch some branches." As he stepped outside with a sickle, he reminded her, "Tomorrow we shall go to the town. We've delayed that trip long enough. Be good," he added, his tone reminiscent of soothing a child. Qian Sishui's heart fluttered at his words. This man had a way of warming her spirit. Shi Jinhua had ceased to hope for Qian Sishui's conversational engagement. As long as she didn't cause trouble and didn't waste money, he felt an overwhelming sense of relief. The following morning, Shi Jinhua dressed meticulously in a pristine long gown, as if preparing for a first date, and took Qian Sishui to the village entrance to wait for the ox cart to the town. The thought of spending 2 coins on fare made him wince, as if he were having flesh cut from his body. He typically walked alone, but for her sake, he conceded to take the cart to avoid blisters that would cost more than the fare. "Ah, sure, lad. It's a rare occasion to earn your fare." A woman on the cart jested. "Forgive me for the spectacle," Shi Jinhua replied, maintaining his composure. In a crowded cart, he protectively enveloped Qian Sishui in his embrace, ensuring she wasn't jostled by others. The women aboard, witnessing his attentiveness, harbored envy and admiration for Qian Sishui. Today, Shi Jiaojiao's second sister, Shi Jinhua, was also in the car. She cast a glance at Qian Sishui and huffed, turning her head away. Qian Sishui remained silent. Shi Jinhua heard the exchange, as did the others in the vehicle. "Oh, from the Shi family, this is your second aunt? Why not greet her?" A meddlesome observer chimed in, relishing the drama. "I don't recognize her," Qian Sishui replied, her voice colder than before. Some bystanders pondered. What sort of family raises a girl to be as frigid as an iceberg? And now you claim not to know her. "She is your blood relative," the woman continued, reveling in the misfortune. Shi Jinhua frowned, clearly displeased. Her parents had passed away without ever showing their faces, and such unfilial behavior was unworthy of being called a sister. "If my husband says so, then so it is," she thought, asserting that she would only acknowledge her as family if her husband recognized her. Qian Sishui shot a cold glance at the verbose woman. The woman had never looked Qian Sishui in the eye, always keeping her head down, mistakenly believing her to be a soft target. When she unexpectedly raised her head and met Qian Sishui's gaze, a chill ran down her spine, rendering her speechless. Upon hearing Qian Sishui refer to herself as the wife of Shi Jinhua's husband, Shi Jinhua's expression softened, her eyes sparkling like stars. She no longer fretted about the fare or the distant demeanor of her sister. A feeling akin to a shooting star graced her heart. Those with a modicum of understanding realized that when Qian Sishui spoke of her husband, it was a term of endearment reserved for educated families in Deqing, unlike the common folk who refer to their spouses as simply wife and husband. Once they reached the town, Shi Jinhua carefully assisted Qian Sishui out of the carriage. After they had walked some distance, the envious woman scoffed, "Shameless. Just look at them, all over each other in public. They're a proper couple. What is wrong with that? Some people are just jealous." Another woman, who held a disdainful view of the gossiper, retorted, "Are you talking about me? What mouth you have?" The first woman, previously intimidated by Qian Sishui's glare, felt cornered. Some people just can't stand to see a couple in love. It's not like with others who get beaten every few days. She chose not to engage further, simply chuckling as she walked away. Once everyone had departed, she spat in disdain, that flashy wench, and stomped off. Chapter 9. Rustic Qian Si Shui stepped onto a stone path, which, though uneven, was handcrafted and visibly smooth. Having once known only violence, she had never experienced the warmth of sunlight on her skin amidst such ancient beauty. The stone-paved road had become remarkably smooth due to years of use. Observing Qian Si Shui's childlike curiosity as she explored the ground, Shi Jinhua thought, "Is this what it's like to live in a cage?" Testing the stones with her feet, Qian Si Shui found everything novel, like a child encountering the world for the first time. "We can buy you some clothes inside," Shi Jinhua suggested, pointing to a shop across the street. Intrigued, Qian Si Shui followed her in, surveying the drab fabrics and the garments hanging on the walls. "Welcome. What can I assist you with?" The shopkeeper greeted enthusiastically. "Which one do you like?" Shi Jinhua asked, but none of the clothes appealed to her. Qian Si Shui pointed to a black outfit, prompting Shi Jinhua and the shopkeeper to exclaim in unison, "That S for older folks." Qian Si Shui felt slightly embarrassed, momentarily forgetting the customs of this era. "What about this light purple one?" Shi Jinhua suggested, her patience wearing thin. "How much is this, young sir?" she inquired. 289 coins, the shopkeeper replied, astonished by Shi Jinhua's choice. "That's exorbitant. My half-month's salary wouldn't cover that." Qian Si Shui pondered, recalling the original owner's memories of sewing clothes. "I can make it myself. These styles are cumbersome. You'll blister your hands." "Why would you do that?" Shi Jinhua exclaimed, her expression one of exasperation. "I will make it myself." Qian Si Shui insisted, her resolve firm. Shi Jinhua, caught in Qian Si Shui's piercing gaze, resigned herself. "Madam, the fabric is right here," the shopkeeper observed, quickly realizing who held the authority in this transaction and shoving Shi Jinhua aside. As Qian Si Shui exited the shop, Shi Jinhua was burdened with an armful of fabric. Although the materials were inexpensive, buying so much at once seemed wasteful. "What kind of household head am I? Unable to support my own wife?" she lamented. Qian Si Shui, wishing to admire the ancient scenery, noticed Shi Jinhua laden with goods and could only sigh in resignation. Returning early, they would have to wait for the bullock cart from the village to return in the afternoon. "We'll have a walk back. They won't be back until later," Shi Jinhua informed her. Previously, she had hoped to attend classes at the academy next month, but now that seemed impossible. Qian Si Shui, indifferent, followed behind Shi Jinhua, wandering leisurely, enjoying the mountains and streams, and before they knew it, they had reached the village. "How did you grow up? It's as if you've been released from a decades-long confinement," Shi Jinhua remarked. Qian Si Shui remained silent, continuing her stroll. Such a simple life was beyond the comprehension of someone like her. Upon arriving home, as was customary, Shi Jinhua prepared a medicinal wash and ointment for Qian Si Shui. Qian Si Shui discerned that the medicinal wash was likely for inflammation and sterilization, and the ointment served a pain-relieving purpose. Remarkably, it worked wonders, as the blisters on her hands gradually decreased. The house had almost become a pharmacy due to her presence. One could smell the medicinal scent upon entering. Shi Jinhua handled the herbs with remarkable ease. After a few days spent caring for Qian Si Shui at home, she expressed a desire to visit the fields, and Qian Si Shui decided to accompany her. As they stepped outside, the sun shone brightly, signifying a scorching day ahead. Shi Jinhua turned back to retrieve a straw hat for Qian Si Shui, feeling something was still amiss. After some contemplation, she remembered the village women's practice of using scarves as hat bands. After a while, she managed to find a woman's hat that had belonged to her mother, which had not been used in years. "I found this today. It was made years ago," she said, surprised to find it fitting for her own wife. Upon arriving at the fields, they noticed the grass had returned. Qian Si Shui observed that the corn sprouts appeared rather frail. "Where's the fertilizer? Why hasn't tea been applied?" she inquired. "We have no livestock at home. Where do we get fertilizer?" Shi Jinhua replied, swinging her hoe. "How much can my own waste contribute?" She found the thought somewhat degrading and chose to remain silent. Qian Si Shui was puzzled, but recalled witnessing a southern village practice during a previous mission. where the locals cleared weeds from barren land and burned them with a portion of the soil, a method known as fire ash fertilization. They piled a high, capable of burning for 3 to 4 days without extinguishing. Can you make fertilizer? She wondered, but how? I can't produce that much fertilizer, she mused, glancing around until her eyes landed on a low hill nearby. Whose land is that? She pointed towards the hillside. Oh, that? It belongs to no one in particular. The land is abundant, but sparsely populated. Most people avoid planting near the mountains due to the risk of wild boars, rabbits, and wolves that might harm the crops at night. Then there's fertilizer, Qian Si Shui concluded, though she was not adept at communication, having spent all her time honing her skills in tracking targets. The saying that killers perish from excessive chatter held a grain of truth. How could there be? Is it necessary for us to ask for it? Is this girl foolish? If it weren't for the fact that this man saved himself, I would have wanted to sew his mouth shut. What should he do? Squat there and defecate every day? Sure, Jinhua. I apologize. Such behavior is a disgrace to civility. I suggest you take action. Qian Shui was disinclined to engage with this man, especially one who spends money as if he were constipated. Wait for me. What are you going to do alone by the mountainside? What if you encounter a wild boar? Quickly, he should carry a hoe and a sickle and catch up. This girl has grown accustomed to doing things her own way. When Shi Jinhua finally reached the foot of the mountain, he saw Qian Shui at his feet, having discarded 5 wild rabbits. How'd you manage to catch so many rabbits? Aren't they afraid of humans? Shi Jinhua observed for a while. There were no hunters in this area, and the wild rabbits were incredibly swift, making them difficult for an ordinary person to catch. The villagers had no fondness for rabbits, as they could wreak havoc on crops. Clear this patch of grass, leaving a bit of soil exposed to the sun to dry. This was the first time Shi Jinhua had heard Qian Shui speak so extensively. Her voice was cold and clear, akin to underground spring water, yet with a hint of sweetness. Chapter 10. What I claim as mine is indeed mine. Qian Shui wandered about, exploring the mountains where a stream flowed down. Don't wander too far. What will you do if you encounter a wild boar? Shi Jinhua remarked, observing the distant figures as if he were supervising a child, constantly vigilant. Qian Shui walked along the mountain, encountering many rabbits. Had they become a plague? The mountains were adorned with numerous wildflowers, blooming in profusion. Just as the man had predicted, a wild boar appeared ahead. The meat of a wild boar is rich in flavor yet tender. For those who know how to prepare it, it is particularly delectable, while those who do not can still manage. Upon seeing the wild boar, followed by a group of piglets, Qian Shui immediately abandoned the idea of hunting. Even fishers do not kill small fish. Although she lacked much compassion, certain lines should not be crossed. She continued her leisurely stroll through the mountains, savoring the ease of life, wishing only for some improvement in daily sustenance. Thinking of Shi Jinhua, her brows furrowed in distress. She felt no inclination towards marriage. Just when Shi Jinhua was exhausted, akin to a dog, Qian Shui returned carrying a string of rabbits. When we return, I will speak to the village chief and claim this land as ours. Once the grass is cleared, we can plant soybeans. Soybeans are inexpensive and can offset taxes. Qian Shui observed, realizing that this bookish scholar was utterly useless, having only managed to catch a few rabbits after several hours. Shi Jinhua felt embarrassed under Qian Shui's glaring disdain. I have only recently started working the fields. I assure you, I will become efficient quickly. You will not go hungry. This delicate scholar, striving to cultivate the land, was indeed a child without a mother. As Shi Jinhua returned with the rabbits on his hoe, he encountered many villagers. Huazai, how'd you catch so many rabbits? That's impressive. Upon counting, there were 11 in total. Old Lu, are you working the fields too? It's rare to see you here. I can't find peace of mind unless I check on the fields. Goodness, rabbits are worth 6 per pound. Did you know? Rabbits can be quite valuable. Old Lu chuckled. That's even more than pork. You should ask around the village and keep one of the larger ones for me. I'll have my brother Lu'er send you the money. A pound of rabbit weighs at least 7 pounds, so 11 would amount to approximately 451. Shi Jinhua suddenly felt disheartened, realizing that studying might not be as profitable as hunting. On the way back, he spread the word. Soon the village knew that the Shi family had caught rabbits. Hey, Jiao Jiao, your brother caught rabbits. I heard there are 11. Did he not bring one for your family? Shi Jiao Jiao shot a disdainful glance at the woman speaking and walked away. Oof. Who doesn't know who? Few unfilial daughters can be considered good. Ignored, the woman muttered a few curses at Shi Jiao Jiao's retreating figure to relieve her anger. As soon as Shi Jiao Jiao stepped into her home, her mother-in-law spotted her. Stop. Your younger brother caught rabbits. You should ask for one. It's been ages since we've had meat. With 11, you should ask for 2. I know. I will request a few more. What belongs to my brother is mine. Hurry. Go. It's the eldest's turn to cook today. Her mother-in-law, Lu Qinshun, appeared stern and fierce. Mother, I'm not cooking today, the eldest daughter-in-law, Li Yuan replied. If you have the ability, go back to your family and bring back a few rabbits. Then you have to cook. I could support you for a few days. Li Yuan lowered her head, grumbling about Shi Jiao Jiao's laziness. Shi Jiao Jiao went directly to Shi Jinhua's house, feeling a sense of disgust upon returning after years. The yard was crowded with people. Some came to watch, others to buy, and some to scout for bargains. As Shi Jinhua held only 3 rabbits, Shi Jiao Jiao quickly squeezed her way through. I want those 3. My family wants to eat. She spoke in a commanding tone. Shi Jinhua tied up the 3 rabbits, weighing them at a total of 25 pounds, 6 per pound, totaling 151. That's good. Pay up. Selling is selling. After all, why should I pay? Shi Jiao Jiao sharply questioned. Shi Jinhua didn't even spare her glance, signaling the next customer. Hand them over. Shi Jiao Jiao attempted to snatch them, glaring fiercely at Shi Jinhua. Hey, don't steal from others. If you don't want them, I do. Huazai, give me the heaviest one, shouted a man who had been held back. Shi Jiao Jiao turned, refusing to sell. They are all mine. Zhao Yun protested. Why should it belong to you? A married daughter is like spilled water. Moreover, your water is filthy. It stinks. The onlookers erupted in laughter. This is a matter for the Shi family. It has nothing to do with you. I insist that those 3 rabbits must be mine. She directed her gaze at Shi Jinhua. If you don't give them to me, I won't let you sell them. My family doesn't welcome you. Please leave. Shi Jinhua ignored Shi Jiao Jiao. Do you think I want to be here? Hand over the rabbits, or I won't stay. Shi Jiao Jiao displayed disdain. Upon hearing this, Shi Jinhua snapped, Get lost. The crowd noticed Shi Jinhua's eyes reddening with anger, and some women could no longer watch. Shi Jiao Jiao, have some decency. When your parents passed away, they mentioned carrying you back on a grand sedan. You wouldn't even return to this home. Indeed, now you return for 3 rabbits. Isn't that laughable? A group of people surrounded them, laughing heartily. Yes, where her parents died, she wanted to go up the mountain, and Huazai even went to plead for her to come back. Yet her family shut the door on him and had him beaten. Few villagers had any fondness for Shi Jiao Jiao due to her unfilial behavior, which was considered a grave sin. What do you know? In the past, when there was good food and drink, was I included? I had to do everything. Why should he not do his part? I have done nothing wrong. Yet still, Huazai has always been clever, the youngest boy in the family. While you're merely a girl who will eventually marry out, you have not starved or suffered from the cold, nor have you been sold. Your parents were merciful. An elderly man with a cane could no longer remain silent. Isn't this time marked by a preference for sons over daughters? Even if at isn't, there are still fundamental differences. Chapter 11. The rabbit and the mother-in-law conflict. Let us leave. Don't embarrass yourself here. Even if there is a preference for sons. Did your parents have you and your sister do heavy labor since childhood? You only helped with household chores, and which girl does not do so at home? We are all watching. Which family does not have daughters? If all daughters were like Shi Jiao Jiao, what difference would there be from a wolf in sheep as clothing? Your younger brother started with nothing in the village. It was his sister-in-law who taught him everything. You never appear back then, and now that there's a chance for profit, you don't even care about your face. If I were you, I would feel too embarrassed to step outside. When you left, your dowry was merely a couple of coins. Your sister has less than you, yet she remains unsatisfied. Bah! You always appear like a punching bag in front of others, and it is quite irritating to witness. As the crowd exchanged words, Shi Jiao Jiao's anger intensified. I will confront you, she declared, charging at Shi Jinhua. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, wondering if this woman had lost her sanity. However, Shi Jiao found herself unable to escape, her clothing constricted around her neck, making it difficult to breathe. The crowd was equally shocked by this sudden turn of events. And Shi Jinhua's heart skipped a beat. "Get out!" she exclaimed, casually tossing Shi Jiao out the door. Shi Jiao was bewildered, unable to comprehend how she had been flung outside until the sensation of pain jolted her back to reality upon hitting the ground. Was it indeed Shi Jiao who had been thrown out? She swallowed hard, regaining her voice after some time. Something had certainly flown past her, but she could not ascertain what it was. It all happened so abruptly. The crowd, now fearful of the instigator of the altercation, took a synchronized step back. "What are you doing?" Shi Jinhua glared furiously at Qian Shui. The spectators, despite the uproar, recognized that Shi Jinhua's sister had just been unceremoniously ejected by her sister-in-law, which could only fuel Shi Jinhua's anger further. Qian Shui shared this sentiment, realizing the gravity of throwing someone's sister out in front of their brother. "I acted impulsively," she began to explain, but was interrupted. "You're healing. So why are you lifting heavy objects? Now that you have a little money, have you forgotten who you once were?" As she took Qian Shui's hand to examine it closely, only then did she feel relieved. The onlookers murmured, expressing sympathy for Qian Shui. "Ah, that poor woman," Qian Shui retorted with a laugh. "Money is this wretched man's lifeblood." Shi Jinhua then inquired, "What a near miss. The money is safe." Shi Jiao. "Shall we keep 2 of these? And who wants the remaining one?" As the crowd moved closer, one person boldly claimed the item. If the glare in Shi Jiao's eyes could kill, it would not suffice to end Qian Shui's life. Meanwhile at home, Lu Qingchun was anxiously awaiting the return of the rabbit. When she saw Shi Jiao return empty-handed and in disarray, she demanded, "Where's the rabbit?" Her brows furrowed in anger, ready to lash out at Shi Jiao. "There's no money," Shi Jiao snapped, her frustration boiling over as she turned and slammed her door shut. Lu Qingchun, hands on her hips, yelled in the yard, "You useless harlot! What can you do besides seducing men? You know nothing." Reflecting on the past, she regretted ever taking this daughter-in-law. Alas, she could not withstand Shi Jiao's shamelessness, directly enticing her second son into the cornfield, only to be caught in the act. Once inside, she had been lazy, producing nothing but a financial burden. Yet her second son remained oblivious to his own shortcomings. As long as Shi Jiao could charm him, he would forget his own identity. "Grandma, I'm hungry." A 4-year-old child tugged at Lu Qingchun's hand, shaking it insistently. "Eat? What are you going to eat? You'll grow up just like your mother, a shameless harlot." Shi Jiao initially intended to ignore her mother-in-law's harsh words, but Lu Qingchun's insults were too intolerable. "How can you speak of my daughter like that? She is only 4 years old. Does her reputation mean nothing to you?" Lu Qingchun scoffed. "Reputation? You care about that? How rare. With a mother like you. She will never have one. Bah, she's still just a child. What does she know? You are too much." Shi Jiao's eyes welled with tears from anger. Lu Qingchun, already disdainful of Shi Jiao, felt even more justified in her contempt for this woman who had failed to bring back the rabbit. "Too much. You've been here for 3.5 years, and that child is 4 years old. Is there even a chance that she belongs to our family? Let us leave that aside. A little girl should be given some food, yet you're so shameless, and you haven't even produced a boy." As she spoke, she cast a sideways glance at Shi Jiao, implying that she had failed to bear a son. "What if I haven't? Are you not my mother?" In Shi Jinhua's household, she had already endured the ridicule of being a woman, now facing her mother-in-law's scorn at her marital home. Do you dare to retort? If you can't bear children, who can you blame? You've hardly seen any children. Li Yuan covered her son's ears and pulled him into the room, listening to the cacophony outside. "If only we could separate." Shi Jiao was driven mad by her shameless mother-in-law. "You wicked old woman. If you weren't so debased, if you didn't seduce men, if you weren't such a harlot." She seized Lu Qingchun's hair and yanked it forcefully. The commotion drew the neighbors, their eyes gleaming with excitement. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were truly a rare sight. With children present, they hastily ushered them away. Those unable to flee were dragged out of the scene. Lu Ching-chun, oblivious to her own appearance, was still shamelessly exposing herself, her face resembling that of a pig, despite her youth. She pressed down on Shi Jiao, who had already borne several grandchildren. Li Yuan listened with a mix of anger and helplessness. She could endure this life, but gazing at her innocent son, tears streamed down her face. Some who were friendly with Lu Ching-chun hurried to the village to fetch her husband, Zhang Dechang. Brother Dechang, hurry home. Your household is in chaos. If you don't return, what is wrong at home? Has the old woman caused trouble? Oh, don't ask, just hurry back. Zhang Dechang, a frail old man, felt urgency as he hurried home. The woman who called him saw him walking away, contemplating something. Upon returning home, Zhang Dechang heard the crowd erupting with laughter. An onlooker shouted, "Uncle Dechang is back." The crowd parted to make way, laughter subsiding. Although some bold individuals openly stared at Zhang Dechang. Entering the yard, he beheld the chaotic scene of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law wrestling, their tempers flaring. Chapter 12. The aftermath of the rabbit incident. Hearing the words exchanged between the two, it was as if thunder struck him, truly a sight to behold. As if his mind had been rattled by lightning. Li Yuan cried out to her father-in-law, "Please, make them stop. They are inhuman. Think of your grandson." With such individuals around, how can any respectable girl hope to marry into this family? Zhang Dechang trembled with rage, noticing a yoke beneath the eaves. He seized it and swung it towards the quarreling pair. "You've disgraced our ancestors." He swung with all his might, leaving no strength behind. "What a misfortune to our family." As he prepared to strike, the onlookers rushed to intervene, pulling the two apart as they scattered in disarray. Calm down, calm down." An elderly neighbor soothed, patting Zhang Dechang's chest. Lu Ching-chun, seeing the commotion subdued, collapsed onto the ground, wailing, "I can't live like this. It's utterly disgraceful. What kind of family has such a daughter-in-law?" A few harsh words from the mother-in-law, and she resorts to violence. "What purpose does my life serve?" Shi Jiao remained silent, her gaze fixed intensely on her mother-in-law, Lu Ching-chun. Li Yuan knelt before Zhang Dechang, pleading, "Father, please grant our family a chance to survive. Your eldest grandson is 14 now. In 2 years, he will be seeking a wife." Zhang Dechang, defeated, sat on the threshold, gazing despondently at the chaos around him. "What do you propose?" "Father, let us separate. I beg you." She pressed her head to the ground earnestly, the sound of her pleas echoing with sincerity. Upon hearing the word separate, Lu Ching-chun scoffed, "You'd better not entertain such thoughts. I am not dead yet. You wish to separate? Only if I am dead. A farce indeed. Who would manage the household affairs? Rely on Shi Jiao? Ha! Zhang Dechang had 3 sons. The eldest lived in town, where his wife was a formidable force, while the second, Shi Jiao's husband, was a man devoid of any sense. Only the third one is easy to handle, honest and straightforward, willing to comply with any request. Is my mother-in-law trying to push me to my death? Li Yuan thought of her husband, and suddenly lost the courage to resist. If death is the only option, then so be it. Once I am gone, I will find another fresh flower for the third. Daughters-in-law are merely outsiders. Zhang Dechang, infuriated, directly removed his shoes and hurled them at Lu Ching-chun. "Shut your mouth. When did this family become her domain?" Lu Ching-chun, frightened, fell silent, yet her eyes darted around incessantly. Upon hearing about the division of the household, Shi Jiao immediately perked up, pulling her daughter closer, urging her to call her father back, simply stating that the family was to be divided. Watching her daughter rush out, Shi Jiao sat down on a stool, contemplating. "Let be divided then." Zhang Dechang sighed in resignation. "Father, divided? Why are there so many people in our family? Mother, what's wrong?" Just then, Zhang Dechang's eldest son returned home, perfectly timed. "My son, while you were away, your mother has been ruthlessly bullied. Had you not returned in time, I fear you would never see me again." Lu Ching-chun immediately revived upon seeing her eldest son. Li Yuan felt utterly despondent, her gaze hollow and vacant, staring into the distance. Those shameless people are talking about dividing the family. This is a matter of life and death for me. Upon hearing about the division, the eldest daughter-in-law declared, absolutely not. If the family divides, the two elders will have to live with us. I am unwilling. Mother, what is there to divide? With both parents still here, what would others say about our family? It is much better to be together, lively and bustling. You truly are sensible. This compliment brought comfort to Lu Qingchun as she praised her eldest daughter-in-law. Haha, sure Jiao Jiao could not help but laugh, saying, if you're so sensible, why don't you move back in with your family? How delightful to have everyone together. She could not stand it. What a pretty facade. The family doesn't farm. And every time they come back, they come to take food, always empty-handed, and yet they cry poverty, dressed more splendidly than anyone. You do not wish to divide the family because you would lose your benefits. As Shi Jiao Jiao spoke, onlookers noticed that the eldest couple wore nearly brand new clothing, each time appearing in different colors and styles. Do you not want to live with the two elders? How hypocritical. Shi Jiao Jiao was eager for a division. The in-laws favored the eldest, oppressing the third, while ignoring the second. Second sister-in-law, what nonsense are you speaking? We live in town. We cannot appear too shabby. She turned to her mother-in-law, saying, Mother, I have no desire to live apart. Living with you is quite easy for me. At that moment, Zhang Dechang's second son returned, having overheard the talk of division. Father, are we really dividing? The second son thought whether we divide or not is irrelevant. The second household cannot be exploited. Do you wish to divide, second son? The eldest asked, adopting a tone of an elder brother. I don't want to, casting a glance at Shi Jiao Jiao. He thought, let me divide it then. Call the third back, and invite the village chief over. Let us divide the household shortly. Zhang Dekang understood. The eldest was cunning, the second slippery, and the third honest. If they do not divide, will they continue to drain the third's resources? Sons and grandsons are the lifeblood of the old man. They must divide while alive, lest the third be left with nothing upon death. I do not consent to the division. Lu Qingchun shouted loudly. Zhang Dekang, not even sparing her a glance, declared, then take your divorce papers back to your family. Lu Qingchun immediately fell silent, for her family's bones seemed to dissolve. Her family's brothers and sisters would never accept her. The eldest couple, in a panic, wiped their sweat, saying, Father, how can we divide this family? Zhang Dekang calmly glanced at his eldest son, uttering not a word. Those being observed felt immediately uneasy, and under the public gaze, dared not act out. Thus, the Zhang family in the village became embroiled in a dispute over finances. Shi Jinhua learned of the matter during a visit from Aunt Wan. However, Shi Jinhua remained indifferent. Qian Sishui mused, are today's women truly so formidable? In my opinion, division would be for the best. How can a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law speak so boldly, saying anything that comes to mind? What the grandchildren's dignity? Aunt Wan continued to passionately express her views, while Shi Jiao Jiao echoed, how can a daughter-in-law lay hands on her mother-in-law? This marriage is already quite disgraceful. Suddenly recalling something, she exclaimed, oh dear, what am I saying? You two just pretend you didn't hear that. Regardless, Shi Jiao Jiao is still the second sister of Hua Zai. Shi Jinhua remained unfazed, saying, Aunt, I do not have such a sister. Qian Sishui was equally indifferent, contemplating a return to the mountains to see if there were any wild boars to hunt. Aunt Wan, realizing she had misspoken, lingered for a moment before leaving, while Qian Sishui took his sickle and set off. When Shi Jinhua emerged from the backyard, she discovered Qian Sishui was no longer home. Chapter 13. The Snake in Hand. Terrifying Jiao Jiao Shi Jinhua was no longer anxious. The weather was fair, so she decided to stroll through the fields. Qian Sishui, with his hand wrapped in cloth, carried a sickle. Passing by Aunt Wan's house, she called out, Sishui, are you heading to the mountains? Why aren't you carrying a basket? Qian Sishui paused to think. Does the Shi family have a basket? Wait, I will fetch it for you. Before long, he returned with the basket, and Qian Sishui, with the basket on his back, walked past Aunt Wan with an upright posture. Some people carrying baskets did not even resemble farmers. Their aura was so commanding that one might mistake them for an adept from a secluded realm. Today, Qian Sishui chose a more distant mountain, less frequented by others. This mountain was rich in hemostatic herbs. Due to his profession, Qianxi Shui recognized only those that stopped bleeding, counteracted snake venom, or treated colds. Other herbs eluded his understanding. After wandering for a long time without encountering any wild boars, he decided to toss into his basket any herbs he happened to find. Walking along, he came to a riverbank, where the water was crystal clear, revealing numerous carp. He turned, cut a branch, sharpened one end, and aimed at the fish swimming by. After catching 3 or 4, he stopped, thinking it was too much to eat. If Shi Jinhua could see Qianxi Shui's current thoughts, she would surely lament. "You foolish woman, these fish are worth money." However, Qianxi Shui, whether in this life or the last, had no concept of money. The original family situation was complicated, yet Qianxi Shui had no intention of inheriting the original life. She simply wished to live uncomplicatedly. In June, encountering snakes in the mountains after noon was entirely normal. Qianxi Shui, distracted, failed to notice a snake basking on a stone by the roadside, which sensed the approach of a human. It flicked its tongue and twisted its body, preparing for an ambush. Suddenly it struck. Ouch! It missed. Qianxi Shui, holding the snake, stared into its eyes. "How bold you are to sneak attack me, Annie." A cobra, as thick as an adult's arm. This snake must have lived for many years. The snake coiled around her arm, exuding an air of, "I may not be able to bite you, but I will crush you." Qianxi Shui, feeling the snake's strength, cast a dismissive glance and swiftly snapped its neck. The cobra, she carried it down the mountain, and, as she descended, the sun hung perfectly atop the peak. Farmers returned home one by one, while children frolicked throughout the village. Women gathered in groups, preparing vegetables for dinner. When Qianxi Shui returned to the village with the cobra in hand, the children screamed in terror. Their parents hurried out upon hearing the commotion. Some timid girls sat down in fright, while the bolder ones inquired, "Is that a poisonous snake from the Shi family? Where did you find it?" Qianxi Shui, holding the snake, replied, "I caught it." Just then, the snake's tail accidentally whipped across the face of one of the questioning women, a chilling sensation. "Ah, how terrifying!" Qianxi Shui quickly withdrew her hand, saying, "I didn't mean to." She merely wanted to show the snake, but it seemed she had frightened them instead. Just then, Shi Jiaojiao passed by with a basket of vegetables, and Qianxi Shui intentionally showcased the snake before her, causing Shi Jiaojiao to drop her basket in shock, staring at Qianxi Shui in terror. As Qianxi Shui approached her, she held her breath, too frightened to move. Qianxi Shui naturally recalled that Shi Jiaojiao was Shi Jinhua's second sister, the one she had previously cast out of her home. As I was preparing to pass by, the cobra in my hand seemed to slip, landing accurately on the instep of Shi Jiaojiao. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, echoing throughout the village. Qianxi Shui, startled, bent down to retrieve it. "Take it away, quickly." Tears welled in Shi Jiao's eyes, yet she held them back. Qianxi Shui obediently took the snake, casting a bemused glance at the creature in her grasp. Upon arriving home, Shi Jinhua was so frightened by the sight that she fell to the ground. "How humiliating! Are you even a woman? I'm at my wit's end." Shi Jinhua thought, realizing that ever since Qianxi Shui had recovered, her life had been a tumultuous blend of surprises and fright. Qianxi Shui, observing Shi Jinhua petrified at the mere sight of a snake, felt a wave of disdain. Yes, I'm weak, and you are strong. Could you perhaps conceal that thing? Don't flaunt it so brazenly. Do you understand what a poisonous snake is? If there had been outsiders, they would have surely heard Shi Jinhua's gritted teeth. She said, casually tossing the snake aside and setting down her basket. "What do you need to carry grass back for? You're keeping your distance from the dead snake, even though it's quite large. Is Jinhua here?" A voice called from the door. It was Dr. Wang. Shi Jinhua turned to see him panting heavily. "Uncle Wang, what troubles you? You seem to be drenched in sweat." "I heard Qin girl caught a cobra. I dropped everything to come here." He pointed eagerly. "You need to take it away quickly. How long has it been dead?" "Let me see. Poor thing." Seeing Dr. Wang's sorrowful demeanor, Shi Jinhua remarked, "Uncle Wang, what use is the snake? You want the gall?" Finding the gall in such a large snake is no easy task. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Dr. Wang turned to Qian Sishui, saying, "Forget about the antidote you gave me. How about I offer you 5 taels for it?" Qian Sishui understood that snake gall could be used for medicine, but was uncertain of its value, regarding Dr. Wang with a furrowed brow. "Do you think that's too little? I'll add another tael, but that's all I can offer. If you go to the town, the gall won't be fresh, and the price won't be higher than what I'm giving you," Dr. Wang implored. Yet his body betrayed him as he clung to the snake. "Fine," she said, taking the snake from him, securing its head, and skillfully making an incision to peel off the skin in front of the 2 men. "Goodness, don't throw away the skin. Give it to me, and I 1T charge you for your next treatment." He hurriedly accepted the skin, fearing a delay might result in losing it. Shi Jinhua, covered in cold sweat, thought to herself, "This woman is far too bold. No, I'll take the gall myself. Please don't ruin it." This girl was performing tasks that most women would shy away from. Qian Sishui stepped aside, witnessing the gall being extracted, and swiftly decapitated the snake. Qin girl, I feel a bit embarrassed. Could you possibly spare some of the meat for me? I've already spent all my money on the gall." With a deft slice, she offered him a section of the meat. Dr. Wang, satisfied, left with his bounty, while Qian Sishui wrapped another piece to take to Aunt Wan. "I'll go," she said, taking the basket and turning to leave. "But don't go catching poisonous snakes. It's far too dangerous." The thought sent a shiver down her spine. What on earth does this woman eat to grow up without a sense of danger? Chapter 14. Where there are maidens, there are disputes that evening. Qian Sishui feasted on snake meat and soup. Shi Jinhua dare not touch it, having only cooked it out of necessity after Qian Sishui prepared it for him. The following morning, Shi Jinhua was seen laboring in the fields with a hoe. "Aren't you going to school? Why toil away in the fields every day? Shouldn't you hire someone to help?" She scoffed. "With your feeble abilities, how long will it take to finish? I inspected the weeds we cleared the other day. I believe it's time for the fire treatment you mentioned. Find someone to assist you. It's impossible to do it all alone." After some hesitation, he agreed, knowing he needed to prepare for exams. Shortly after, Aunt Wan arrived with a basket of vegetables. "Sishui, Huazai asked me to help you with dinner. He went to the fields with your uncle and my eldest and second sons." Shi Jinhua replied, "Aunt Wan, Sishui cannot cook. We'll trouble you today." She even bowed slightly, which delighted Aunt Wan, as it spared her the worry of preparing the meal. "Sishui, as a girl, you should keep your distance from snakes. They're too dangerous." Qian Sishui felt a bit awkward standing idly as Aunt Wan bustled about. "Aunt, I'm going to the mountains for a bit," she said, planning to catch some fish as a token of gratitude for Aunt Wan's family. Wang Xiaoling, along with a group of village girls, headed to the mountain's edge to forage for wild vegetables or collect firewood. Spotting Qian Sishui with a newly crafted basket, tied with cloth, she remarked, "Isn't that something Shi Jinhua specially bought from town and tied up herself? She fears it might chafe your delicate skin." Qian Sishui felt a twinge of warmth upon seeing it, but was irked to learn it was done out of fear of expense. Frustrated, she turned and walked away. Wang Xiaoling, noticing Qian Sishui's nonchalant demeanor, felt a surge of disdain. "Hey, you don't even acknowledge us?" Wang Xiaoling's tone was sharp, and the other girls, having heard about Shi Jinhua's family, but lacking personal acquaintance, remained silent, watching the confrontation unfold. Unfamiliar with the dynamics of peer relations, especially with those who held animosity towards her, Qian Sishui continued on her path, seemingly oblivious to Wang Xiaoling's provocations. "Why are you angry with her? She doesn't even notice you. She probably doesn't remember who you are." "Sishui, you're right." Wang Xiaoling's irritation stemmed from Qian Sishui's perceived arrogance. "We all know your feelings, but he has already married, and it's pointless to dwell on it." Another girl, Chen Nan, chimed in explaining, "Dr. Wang forbade Wang Xiaoling from being with Shi Jinhua because their families are not well matched. You can't expect them to separate now, let alone for you to become a concubine. I see Shi Jinhua struggling to keep up with one. 2 would be too much." Shi Jinhua retorted, "Thank you to your entire family." The girl, Li Jiajia, was straightforward, and her words resonated. "What are you all discussing?" she asked, turning to leave, disinterested in forging anymore. "Hey, we just got here. Why are you leaving?" Li Jiajia called after Wang Xiaoling, who rushed downhill. her mind set on making Qian Shui pay for her perceived slight. When Qian Shui returned from the mountains, her basket was filled with grass, and she carried several fish in hand. Coincidentally, she encountered the same group of girls again, though the one who had shown her disdain was absent. "Oh, why did you gather so much grass? None of the animals at home would eat this," Li Jiajia remarked upon seeing the basket. "And why should it matter to you?" Feng Yuting pulled Li Jiajia aside, gazing at Qian Shui with an amused expression. "This is medicinal herb," Qian Shui replied. "Wow, you're impressive. You can even identify herbs." The sky was filled with countless twinkling stars. "Oof, what is so impressive about that? No matter how remarkable, they are still guilty individuals," Feng Yuting remarked with dissatisfaction as she watched Qian Shui walk away. After much effort, her family had finally agreed to let her marry Shi Jinhua, and yet, the very next day, she learned that Shi Jinhua had taken a wife. This left her weeping in secret for 3 days and nights. Although she was aware that Wang Shaoling also had feelings for Shi Jinhua, what difference did it make? Whoever possessed him, possessed him. "So, are you going to carry a basket of medicinal herbs back home?" Li Jiajia, Le King in Satolti, responded bluntly. "If you don't find impressive, then show me what you can do." Feng Yuting forcefully pushed Li Jiajia aside. "Whose side are you on? Quarreling with me over a woman you don't even know. What have I done wrong? What does it matter whose side you are on? Don't think that just because you are naive, you can pretend not to know. It's all sour grapes from those who cannot reach the fruit. Why argue with her? Look, one by one, they've all left in a huff." The last girl, Zhang Kaiyun, remarked as she observed Feng Yuting's retreating figure. "I didn't say anything. This person is truly strange. I just think that the sister-in-law from the Shi family is impressive. She can catch rabbits, dares to catch snakes, and now knows how to gather medicinal herbs. But look at the fish she's carrying. And catching fish, that is truly remarkable." With admiration in her eyes, she added, "But would you dare catch a snake? It's so large." She gestured with her hands. "I would dare. Just talking about snakes makes my hair stand on end. Let us hurry home. What if we encounter a snake?" Not every girl is like Qian Shui. They hurried back home. By the time they arrived, Aunt One was already preparing to cook. "You're back, Shui. Oh, you even brought fish?" She wiped her hands on her apron, took the fish from Qian Shui, and helped her set down the basket. "Take 2 of these back with you," Qian Shui said to Aunt One. "All right, I want to be polite. These fish want to keep in this weather. I'll send some to my daughter-in-law at home. Let the grandsons have a change in taste. Thanks to you." She lifted 2 of the smaller fish, saying, "At my age, I've never even had snake meat, and those little boys have already had it. The other day, they were crying and clamoring to learn skills from you." Speaking of her grandsons, there was no end to her words. "The eldest grandson is the apple of the old man's eye. That little one, just the size of a rice grain, already wants to learn skills. It's hilarious." Even after everyone had left, their voices lingered. Qian Shui listened to Aunt One's chatter and felt at ease. After finishing up with the medicinal herbs, Shi Jinhua returned carrying a hoe. Upon entering the house and seeing Qian Shui handling the herbs, he said nothing, fetching water to clean them himself. Why is Qian Shui not as dutiful as other women? This woman has no notion of being a virtuous wife and mother. Shi Jinhua certainly does not expect his wife to serve and take care of him. As long as nothing goes wrong, she can do as she pleases. The clay needs to be burned for as long as you said, right? 7 days or longer, who knows? Today, the old man mentioned he would do the same. His family is large, and there's no shortage of land, but the little fertilizer home won't suffice. Shi Jinhua helped Qian Shui categorize and bundle the dried medicinal herbs. Chapter 15. The Cautious Scholar with Money when Aunt One returned. She was carrying a basket filled with peaches. These peaches have been stored in the cellar and are incredibly fresh. She placed the basket in the kitchen. Aunt One's peaches are the sweetest in our village. We're lucky to have them once a year. Qian Shui questioned Shi Jinhua. Why is that? Many families in the village grow peach trees. If Aunt One's are sweet, can't they be grafted? The only sweet peach tree in the entire village belongs to Aunt One. Why not use her peaches for grafting? If you can't graft, just plant the seeds. It's not like we're starting a dedicated orchard. Who is going to do that? I want to plant them. It would be best to plant them in front and behind the house. ISNT, they're already one in the backyard? What more do you want? There is no land. Clearing land is laborious, and we have no money. An orchard would be lovely. Orchards are beautiful. Sure, Jinhua fell silent, but inwardly grumbled. This woman never seems to settle down. She can't do anything, but still desires so much. It's exhausting. What orchard? When Aunt Wan overheard Qian Shishui talking about orchards, she said, I said Aunt Wan's peaches are the best in the village, and you say you want an orchard, Shi Jinhua explained, pondering where nearby there might be wasteland for her to plant an orchard. Hey, what is wrong with wanting an orchard? Our town is so large. There are hardly any orchards. Even if they're planted, I'm not worried about selling them. I want my old man to plant a few more. It's not that easy to plant. If you plant, you have to find someone to take care of them, right? That costs money. Don't you know how poor we are? Yes, for families with many members, it doesn't matter if they plant a few. Your family only has 2 people. So forget it. One knows nothing, and the other understands even less. The more Aunt Wan spoke, the more she felt that these two together were only pleasing to the eye. Beyond that, they were nothing. If only my elder brother were at home. Sure, Jinhua envied families with many members. I swear from now on, I must have more children and plant more trees. I refuse to believe that the Sure family can be so sparse. Having children is a serious matter. Someone who has been there can see at a glance that you consummated your marriage and are talking about having children. What do you think? Just by moving your mouth, can a child just pop out? The young man was truly naive. Sure, Jinhua's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered in. I'll eat now. He hurriedly fled the scene without even glancing at Qian Shishui. Once Sure, Jinhua escaped. Aunt Wan turned her gaze to Qian Shishui. Shishui, you see, living together means accompanying each other until old age. You say a word, he says a word. Look at me and your uncle. We hadn't even met before, and we were married right away. As someone who has been through it, I can tell you that all this talk of love and affection is meaningless. It's far better to have someone who worries and rushes to your side when you are in distress. Think about it. Flowers are beautiful, but they don't fill your belly. Steamed buns may lack flavor and appearance, but they sustain life, and living is more important than anything else. I understand it, especially understanding that living is more important than anything else. Huazai is not young anymore. Children of his age already have 2. You two must hurry up, while I'm still young and can help. Now is the time to act, before others dare to say no. After dinner, Sure Jinhua sent off Aunt Wan and secured the door, preparing to wash up and sleep. Why is Aunt Wan so concerned about you? Qian Shishui inquired. Aunt Wan and my mother were childhood friends. They've had a good relationship since they were young. When my mother passed, it was Aunt Wan who helped with the arrangements. I didn't understand anything back then. With my elder brother not home and both sisters married off, one couldn't manage things, and the other had no intention of returning. I was left alone to guard the empty morning hall. If it weren't for Aunt Wan sending her 2 sons to help, I might have been overwhelmed. I see a place at the foot of the mountain with water. We could plant peach trees, pear trees, apple trees, whatever can be planted. Qian Shishui rarely spoke so much. She merely couldn't bear to see the man feeling down. But that one do, how much money would it take? No way. As soon as the topic of money came up, she became immediately cautious. Qian Shishui turned and walked away, closing the door, pulling up the covers, and shutting her eyes to sleep. In recent days, Qian Shishui hadn't gone out either, as the weather was too hot, and she was too lazy to move. The fabric she bought was cut and sewn according to her memory of the original. With a butterfly embroidery on her skirt, vivid and lifelike, it fluttered in the wind as she walked, catching the eye. Aunt Wan would visit the Sure family from time to time, each time bringing clothes and exclaiming in admiration, "If I had a daughter, I would have to beg you to teach her a thing or two. With such skills, one would never go hungry. A woman's needlework is of utmost importance." The same goes for granddaughters. It's not the same. Granddaughters and daughters are different. The thatch will be replaced year after year. One generation does not manage the next. We older folks can only help but cannot control. A domineering mother-in-law does not exist in our home. She also made sure Jinhua a long gown according to his height. Upon the fabric, the bamboo was elegantly showcased, a testament to innovation. Yet in the mind of Qian Shishui, money flowed like water. and the desire for a tranquil and free existence prevailed. When Shi Jinhua received the garment, her body stiffened, and her eyes widened in astonishment. She had never anticipated that someone would craft clothing for her, as it had always been her mother who provided. Since her mother's passing, the tattered clothes had been mended only by Aunt Juan. Ready-made garments were prohibitively expensive. It had been years since she had donned anything new, save for a single pair of washed-out clothes without patches. She rarely wore them, fearing they might be ruined. Yet now, someone had made her a garment. To conceal the tears in her eyes from Qian Sishui, she lowered her head and retreated inside, closing the door behind her as she gazed at the fabric in her hands, gently caressing the bamboo design as if afraid to soil it. During dinner, she mentioned her plans to attend Mingda Academy in town as a day student, heading there in the morning and returning in the afternoon, with lunch provided at the academy. She glanced at Qian Sishui, who had long ceased to expect any sweet words from her. Tomorrow at noon, I'll inform Aunt Juan to prepare your meals. I fear she might starve. No need. I can make a fire myself now. The only challenge is that the fire in this era is difficult to control. Last time, a spark burnt my hand and fell into the firewood pile. Just be careful not to set the kitchen ablaze. In Qian Sishui's heart, Shi Jinhua was now akin to family. Hearing her words, he glanced at this family member, who was not adept at conversation. Am I wrong? If you light another fire, how can anyone enter the kitchen? It's as dark as the bottom of a pot. Just thinking about it pains me. I will be cautious, she replied, setting down her utensils before sitting in a rocking chair. Rapidly, Shi Jinhua laid mugwort near Qian Sishui. Why do the mosquitoes only chase after you? She found it quite peculiar. Qian Sishui closed her eyes, contemplating. It's the delicate skin. All right then, Shi Jinhua conceded wholeheartedly. Compared to herself, he mused. He was akin to a mosquito, and he too would choose to pursue Qian Sishui. Chapter 16. Taking on a disciple? Absolutely not. Qian Sishui wished for Shi Jinhua to reside at the academy, as the scholar was commendable in every aspect, except for his tendency to knock on doors, which constrained his freedom. One day, while alone at home, Qian Sishui pondered how to earn some money, for a stable life was essential. Thus, she ventured into town to explore potential earning opportunities. By chance, she found herself at the magistrate's office, where a crowd had gathered around a notice board, engaged in fervent discussion. The throng was too dense for her to enter, leaving her to listen from the outskirts. She overheard gossip about a flower thief who had preyed upon several beautiful maidens in the county, some of whom, in their despair, had taken their own lives. One man, carrying a basket, remarked, "What kind of magistrate can't even apprehend a thief? What about the families with daughters? They must live in constant fear." Another chimed in, "This scoundrel is truly despicable. It would be more merciful to execute him outright." Indeed, the bounty on the thief's head has escalated from 150 taels to 300, yet he remains at large while innocent girls suffer. Sighs echoed through the crowd as they dispersed, allowing Qian Sishui to approach the notice board. Finding it unremarkable, she continued her stroll, seeking small ventures with substantial returns. She longed for a peaceful existence, wishing to remain detached from conflict just like any ordinary person. After a day of fruitless searching, she resolved to earn money through embroidery. Recalling that Shi Jinhua would have finished class by now, she inquired about the academy's location, arriving just as the students were dismissed. Spotting Shi Jinhua leaving the gates with books in hand, she noticed him quickly surrounded by a group of male classmates. "I heard your family is impoverished?" One chubby boy smugly remarked. "You can tell just by the clothes he wears that he's not just poor," another teased. Suddenly, a harsh voice interrupted. "If you're poor, don't humiliate yourself by trying to study like the wealthy. You should consider if you're worthy of it." Since this boy had arrived at the academy, he had drawn attention, and the instructors favored this poor scholar. "If he is so bright, why don't we let him do our homework?" The chubby boy's friend felt his comment was over the line, but saw an opportunity to avoid his own studies. "Are you going to write it or not?" He pressed Shi Jinhua, who responded calmly, "Each to their own abilities. Your wealth is your concern, and my education is mine. Watch yourself on your way home," the ominous boy threatened, glancing at Shi Jinhua before sneering. "Let us go." "Who are you warning?" Qian Sishui, initially reluctant to engage, noticed the well-dressed boys, assuming they hailed from affluent families. Shi Jinhua had no money to offer, nor anyone to assist him at home. "Let go. Do you believe I can sell you to a brothel?" Qian Shui yanked the boy into a narrow alley, followed by his friends, who threatened her from behind with boastful remarks. Shi Jinhua shielded Qian Shui, abandoning his books to push back against those advancing toward them. As Shi Jinhua was outnumbered, Qian Shui, frowning, realized the foolishness of him not fleeing to her side. She swiftly incapacitated the boy who had been dragged in, dislocating his jaw and twisting his leg. "You want to escape now," she taunted, as the terrified boy's eyes widened in fear upon seeing this formidable woman approach the group, executing her actions with precision and efficiency, leaving the other three similarly incapacitated. Shi Jinhua finally rose, bruised and battered, gazing at Qian Shui with a whirlwind of emotions. He hobbled to retrieve his discarded books while Qian Shui regarded him with a piercing gaze. "Keep the chubby boy quiet," she commanded coldly, her demeanor suggesting that if he uttered a sound, she would break his neck. "I want to make a sound," the boy stammered. "Please don't hurt me. Heroine, please don't harm us. We mean no ill will." The chubby boy believed Qian Shui hadn't heard their earlier taunts directed at Shi Jinhua. She regarded him with the same cold indifference one might reserve for a corpse. "I am Wang Jiasun. This is Zhang Ming. The one behind you is Zhang Jiakai, and the one you just caught is Zhao Qimin." The chubby boy quickly introduced himself. Why trouble Shi Jinhua? Qian Shui had never attended school normally. She had lived in a small base with only 10 people since childhood, fostering a curiosity about how ordinary schooling functioned. Shi Jinhua's family was impoverished, yet he excelled in studies, garnering the favor of the instructors. "It's not fair," Zhang Ming protested. "He is handsome, and everywhere he goes, he is the center of attention for the girls. Is it your justification for bullying him? Is this how ordinary students behave?" Qian Shui interjected, her voice steady. "Just because he is appealing and everyone likes him, including the girls, you find it acceptable to belittle him?" In contrast to the previous two, Zhang Jiakai was more straightforward. "We're all young, and we're all a bit excited about the opposite sex. Ever since Shi Jinhua arrived, the spark has faded." As the tension diffused, Zhao Qimin, regaining his composure, looked at Qian Shui with a face flushed with admiration, his heart racing audibly. But he concealed it well, leaving no one the wiser. "There better not be a next time. Next time, I'll not only punish, but also bury." With that warning, the sounds of joints cracking under Qian Shui's grip echoed, restoring order to the group. They tentatively tested their limbs, finding the pain had subsided. As the others departed, only the chubby boy, Wang Jiasun, lingered behind Qian Shui, pleading, "Please, take me as your disciple. I'll pay you 50 taels a month to learn your skills." His eyes sparkled with admiration for her. "I'm not interested," Qian Shui replied dismissively. The chubby boy pondered for a moment, rummaging through his backpack, and then handed something over to you. "We shouldn't have resorted to violence. I'll cover your medical expenses and offer my sincere apologies. Truth be told, we merely wish to put you in a difficult position. You are a mature individual. Surely you can overlook our misdeeds. I assure you that today's events will not be repeated." Bowing respectfully towards Shi Jinhua, he continued, "Please accept this." Shi Jinhua took the money without hesitation. Given his current state, he would need to pay Dr. Wang for treatment. So why refuse the money that had conveniently come his way? Chubby Wang Jiaxuan then turned to follow Master Qian Shui, saying, "Rest assured, I will protect Shi Jinhua from now on. Master, please take me as your disciple." He knew he was not cut out for academia, though his family held a different opinion. Could a chubby boy truly become an apprentice? Observing the trio retreating into the distance, the others concealed behind a corner thought. Just moments ago, they had been contemplating how to make things difficult for Shi Jinhua, but Wang Jiaxuan's words had instilled a sense of caution in them. After all, the Wang family was a prominent clan, and Wang Jiaxuan was a direct descendant, cherished by his family, which is why he had come from the imperial capital to this town for his upbringing, fearing he might cause trouble in the city. Chapter 17. Qian Shui, a man without flaws. Eventually, After Qian Sishui departed, he did not agree to accept Wang Jiaxuan as his disciple. I will not give up, just you wait. Since I have called you master, I shall follow you wherever you go. Qian Sishui cast a glance at a certain individual limping nearby. To her, such an injury was trivial, yet at that moment, sure Jinhua was sweating profusely from the pain. Let us take the bullock cart back to the village. Qian Sishui suggested. How long can you limp along? The town had doctors, but a certain man had insisted that Uncle Wang's medicine was inexpensive and effective, leading to a prolonged suffering. Moreover, with his beaten face, returning home in a bullock cart would be akin to confessing that he had been assaulted at school. How embarrassing! That was simply out of the question. Feeling the severity of the blows he received, he realized that jealousy could be quite dreadful. That night, Qian Sishui awoke and, in a daze, noticed a shadow darting past her house. Instinctively, she sprang into action, chasing after it. Halfway through, seeing the figure stop, she too halted, pondering. What am I chasing? What does it have to do with me? She contemplated turning back, only to observe the shadow re-emerge, now carrying someone. Oh, in such darkness! How would they find their way? Clearly, they had scouted the area beforehand. As she neared, the person's face became visible, a round face that seemed familiar. After a moment of thought, she recalled. It was Li Jiejia, the girl who admired her greatly, known for her straightforwardness. Qian Sishui wished to maintain her tranquil life and initially resisted the urge to intervene, but ultimately, her feet moved forward to pursue the shadow. The shadow finally reached a cave in the mountains, where it laid the person down and began to indulge in some fine wine while watching the unconscious girl. It was then that Qian Sishui recognized him as the flower thief she had seen in town earlier, matching the description perfectly. Was this a divine intervention, sending her a chance for fortune? Though unarmed, she knew that any object could become lethal in the hands of a professional. After the man had satisfied his hunger, he began to remove Li Jiejia's clothing. At that moment, she stirred, her mind clouded, and upon realizing a man was beside her, she jolted awake. Ah, what do you want? Who are you? Get away. She hastily covered herself. Stop screaming. Soon enough, you'll have plenty to scream about. We're in the mountains, and no one will hear you, even if you shout until your throat is raw. Look at this plump body. It feels delightful to touch. I would rather die than let you succeed. Haha, you think you still have strength left? Soon, when I light this incense, I guarantee you will beg me for my affection. He brandished the incense. Realizing her body was devoid of strength, Li Jiejia despaired as she gazed at the cave entrance. Her eyes hollow. Who will save me? Is there any hope left? If I am violated, death is the only outcome. Just as the man was about to ignite the incense, a twig flew through the air, striking his calf unexpectedly, causing him to stumble. If it weren't for the promise of reward, Qian Sishui would have taken his life herself. Who? You scoundrel. Qian Sishui glanced at the girl lying on the ground. Sister sure? Stunned, she wondered if heaven had heard her prayers. Oh, and such a stunning beauty. A rarity in this world, still untouched. Saliva dripped from a man's mouth as he lunged at Qian Sishui with reckless abandon. She deftly sidestepped the incoming attack and leaped, crushing the man's shoulder blade. Taken aback, he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent today. When faced with defeat, he sought to flee, but Qian Sishui had already positioned herself at the cave's entrance. Seeing his escape route blocked, he attempted to use Li Jiejia as a hostage. However, his speed could not match the stone in Qian Sishui's hand, which struck him squarely on the head. After all, the notice had not specified he needed to be alive. His fate was of no concern to her. Before he could utter a word, he collapsed beside Li Jiejia, who was terrified. Qian Sishui bound the man with golden threads and tossed him aside. She rummaged through her belongings for the antidote, consuming it to regain her strength. Li Jiejia, don't worry. Even if I were to demand your life, I would gladly give it. Thank you, Sister Sure, she sobbed uncontrollably, trembling in fear. This flower thief has a bounty of 300. I can offer you 50. Qian Sishui inquired. Li Jiejia quickly wiped her tears. I don't want a single coin. Sister, please don't speak of this incident. If word gets out that I was taken away by a flower thief, even if I am innocent, it will tarnish my reputation. Qian Sishui nodded in agreement. After disposing of the man in the cave, she escorted Li Jijia home, where her family anxiously awaited, preparing to seek the village chief for assistance in finding her. Where have you been? It's late. Do you intend to worry your parents to death? Li Jijia's mother, Lu Hua, grasped her daughter, questioning her. Mother, she stammered, having just escaped a dire situation, unable to utter a word. See, I told you your sister would return. A young lady shouldn't roam around at night. Li Jijia's sister-in-law, Yu Ji, chimed in, who had always disapproved of the family's favoritism toward her sister. Be quiet. Who are you to speak about my daughter? Lu Hua retorted, feeling her daughter's icy, trembling hands, realizing something terrible must have happened. Mother, father, this is Sister Sure. Oh my, you must be Qian Si Shui. This girl is truly beautiful, Lu Hua exclaimed. Noticing her, Qian Si Shui, frustrated, thought, Si Shui, Qian Si Shui, what a peculiar name. Mother, I went to Sister Sure's house to learn embroidery, she explained, having previously agreed on the way home. Why not let your brother accompany you at night? Lu Hua suggested, clearly concerned, having ensured Li Jijia was safe. Qian Si Shui nodded and departed, not heading home, but instead towards the mountains. After Qian Si Shui left, the Li family closed their door. All right, go to sleep, Li Laopa said, retreating to his room. Once inside, Li Jijia collapsed, causing her parents to jump in alarm. What is wrong? Lu Hua asked, supporting her daughter. Li Jijia buried her face in her mother's embrace, stifling her cries, trembling uncontrollably, her complexion pale and frighteningly off-putting. After a fit of tears and wails, tranquility finally descended upon the household as the daughter recounted the events of the night to her parents. Chapter 18. The County Magistrate. This good fortune arrived quite unexpectedly. Lu Hua listened with trepidation as her daughter detailed the night's occurrences. The couple was filled with fear. The audacity of the thief was truly astonishing. Li wept profusely, embracing Li Jijia. From now on, Si Hui will be our family's benefactor. This matter shall remain a secret. Understood? Not a word to anyone. I know. Mother. Sister Shurjia won't say anything either, Li Jijia replied. I noticed that girl seemed cold and aloof, speaking little, yet her heart is kind. The money is inconsequential. We shall pretend to be unaware. You go learn embroidery from the Shurjia family, Li Laoda remarked while eyeing his pipe. Understood, father. I'll go to sleep now. Due to the fright, Li Jijia inevitably developed a high fever later that night. Qian Si Shui dragged the thief to the court, where the lanterns were lit. Yet they couldn't drum for entry. After circling the county office, he removed the golden threads binding the thief, pocketing them. Quite a fortune indeed. Discovering 1,000 taels of silver notes in his purse, he contemplated the 300 taels, his eyes glinting as he cast the man into the office. Then swiftly disappeared into the night. Bang! Who goes there? He landed squarely on a patrolling officer, startling him into drawing his blade. Boss, help me. This weight is crushing me. What on earth is so heavy? The others, on high alert, helped the pin man up, illuminating the figure with a lantern. It's the flower thief, Yan Shirquan. Quick, bind him, they exclaimed, realizing they had made a significant capture. Secure his hands and feet just in case. Captain and Ming commanded. Understood. I'll report to the magistrate. Handle him with care. If he awakens, knock him out again. He must neither die nor be left alive. The leader affirmed. This is a big catch. The magistrate's office was ideally situated on the edge of the county, yet it was practically just a step outside the town. Magistrate! Magistrate! They knocked for ages, but after a moment of silence, Magistrate! Magistrate! The tone had distinctly shifted. Hearing the commotion, the magistrate, thinking he was still dreaming, rolled over and fell back asleep. Magistrate! The flower thief has struck again. The person in bed jolted awake and fell off the bed with a thud. Those waiting at the door shuddered. Where's the crime scene? He slipped into his shoes and rushed out. Magistrate, do not panic. Someone has thrown the flower thief into our courthouse, and we are guarding him in the backyard. Really? Such good fortune exists? The young magistrate's face displayed incredulity. Absolutely true. Let's go see. The two hurried to the backyard, where the magistrate observed the man tightly bound, noticing something was amiss with his limbs. What is wrong with his hands and feet? Magistrate, we were supposed to remove his bindings, but upon inspection, I discovered that this criminal had already been disarmed by someone else. This technique is not common, a subordinate explained. I feel as though I am dreaming. Such pressing matters for the court have been resolved so effortlessly. What do you suggest we do? We cannot reattach his limbs, the magistrate inquired. Everyone here knows each other well enough. The captain's name is Chin Tian. He is a retired soldier we recruited for the court. This method is peculiar. Most will not know it. If we forcefully intervene, we risk severing his tendons, which we cannot afford, another replied. The magistrate, having some merit from his family ties with the royal court, had become the county magistrate, living comfortably yet isolated from his lineage. Aged 22, he was still a lonely bachelor, who Yuanon by name, one of many bachelors in the office. As long as he can speak, we must act swiftly to prevent complications. Tell the brothers to prepare a few bowls of tranquilizer. Let him sleep for 3 days. Our only task is to hand him over to the higher authorities. What happens next is beyond our concern. Understood. Chin Tian took charge of the arrangements. Thus, the flower thief awoke to find himself on the executioner's block. No interrogation needed. Capture meant immediate execution. Half a month later, the office posted notice. Li Jiejia's father, having frequented the town almost daily to gather news about the flower thief, asked the young man in student attire, "What does this say?" "Oh, it states that the flower thief has been captured and executed. He is now dead. Yet the nameless hero remains unfound, and the reward cannot be given. The court has decided to use the funds for charitable purposes, such as repairing roads and bridges." The tone was full of admiration for the nameless hero, whom everyone believed to be a noble man of great virtue. Upon hearing this, Li Yuanbao turned and left, finding solace in the thief's demise. He never expected the Shijiao woman to forego the reward. She must not want anyone to know, content to keep it to herself. Upon returning home, he conveyed instructions to his wife, Lu Hua, and daughter. "Rest assured, am I the kind of person who repays kindness with malice? Don't underestimate me." Li Jiejia felt a sense of vindication upon hearing this. He is dead. It's for the best. Otherwise, how many girls would suffer? Not every girl is as fortunate as I am. Meanwhile, our nameless hero, Qian Si Shui, was busy today, taking a break from the fields to gather fire to fertilize the corn. Upon reaching the field, she began digging holes and spreading fertilizer. "Stay put. Go cool off under the tree. I can finish this in no time," she instructed. Observing her efficient pace, Qian Si Shui agreed to rest under the tree. Lu Hua, seeing the industrious Qian Si Shui, returned home to summon her eldest son, Li Jin. "Take your hoe and help Hua Zai in the fields." "Understood, mother," he replied without objection, grabbing his hoe and heading out. The eldest daughter-in-law found this sudden enthusiasm peculiar. "What has gotten into my mother-in-law today? I've never seen our family interact with the Shijia family since marrying in. What are you staring at? Hurry up and get to work. I shouldn't have to remind you for everything. I don't know how your family raised you to be a daughter-in-law." The daughters-in-law thought they could slack off as they hadn't split the family. "I have no intention of splitting. I enjoy watching you all seethe in silence." When Li Jin arrived at Shijia's field, he was met with confusion on Qian Si Shui's face. Why this sudden warmth from the Li family? It is indeed quite unexpected. Li Jiejia followed behind, excited to see Qian Si Shui from a distance. Once again, Qian Si Shui was bewildered, wondering what the woman had done without her knowledge. How strange. Having assistance made the task much swifter. Beneath the tree, 2 figures, a lively one and a cold one, worked in harmony, a rare sight indeed. Chapter 19. The village head tells Qian Si Shui, "You are blessed," knowing that Qian Si Shui had declined any reward. Li Yuanbao regarded her as a person of great virtue. The village head now held her in higher esteem than himself. Should Qian Si Shui learn of this, she might chuckle. She desired wealth, yet craved a tranquil life. With 1,000 taels in hand, she naturally relinquished the 300. Though she suffered a loss, the peace of mind was invaluable. Unbeknownst to her, while she slept, Qian Si Shui had secured 1,000 taels. During her days of recuperation at home, she delighted in witnessing the corn seedlings flourishing, limping over to inspect them daily. Upon seeing this, Anta began to prepare fire for fertilization, and the whole family joined in. The barren land could also yield soybeans, and after 3 years of cultivation, taxes would need to be registered. The Lee family noticed too, especially Lee Jean, who even assisted with fertilization. Seeing the vast expanse of green in Shurjia's fields filled him with excitement, and he rushed home to inform his father. The entire family was engaged, with both families working diligently to clear the weeds in the barren land, leaving the others bewildered and whispering amongst themselves. When the village chief learned of this, he leisurely made his way to Li Yuanbao's home after lunch. "Lilaire, are you at home?" The village chief called out, hands clasped behind his back at the entrance, where a few roosters were pecking at the ground. "Uncle Lu, what brings you to my house? Come in and have a seat." At his age, it was unusual for him to be out and about during the midday sun. Lu, now just over 79, having served as village chief for a lifetime, found it difficult to relinquish his responsibilities, especially since the younger generation showed little interest in stepping into his shoes. "Let's not go inside. It's too hot in there. Come sit under the tree at the entrance and chat," suggested Li Yuanbao, following with a stool. The oppressive heat hinted at impending rain. What could Uncle Lu want? He pondered, worrying that perhaps someone in his family had stirred trouble. "Please take a seat. Don't just stand," Lu urged as he settled down, while Li Yuanbao's mind raced to consider who might have caused a stir at home. "I heard from the village that you and the Gouet family are experimenting with fire-tilled soil," Lu inquired, glancing towards the distant fields. Relieved, Li Yuanbao replied, "Yes. We learned it from the Shi family. It was Hua Zai's idea. I sent my eldest to help, and after the rain the other day, Hua Zai's field is visibly greener. You know, our land is often lacking in fertility, and our yields are far from ideal." He stole a glance at Lu's expression. "What are you looking at me for?" Lu pressed on. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yuanbao continued, "We're also trying it out, hoping for a good harvest this year. It's not difficult to prepare fire-tilled soil. We've even been busy with it lately, just hoping the rain holds off. Does the Shi family have the skills? Are they willing to teach you?" "After all, it was their idea," Lu remarked. Li Yuanbao perked up at the mention of money. "What are you thinking, old Lu? That girl Si Shui said it was all right. Farming without fertilizer is heart-wrenching." He added the last bit himself. Si Shui had merely nodded in agreement. "Well, I'll go check the fields," Lu said, his excitement palpable as he hurried to the Shi family's land. Upon witnessing the results firsthand, he contemplated the benefits for the entire village. Not only would they clear land, but they could also produce fertilizer. In the future, they could prepare the soil right on site. He immediately headed to Shi Jinhua's home. "Grandpa Lu, what brings you here?" Shi Jinhua, engrossed in a book, turned around to find Lu standing at the door, unsure how long he had been there. "I stood here for a while listening. It's rare to have a scholar in the village," Lu admitted, though he understood little of what he had heard. "Please sit. I'll get you some water," Shi Jinhua offered. "No need for that. Where is Si Shui?" Lu inquired with a smile. "What has gotten in her lately? Why is she referred to as Si Shui now?" "She has gone up the mountain. Is there something you need from her, Grandpa Lu?" "Nothing much. Just wanted to ask about the fire-tilled soil. I'd like to implement it throughout the village, and I thought I'd check with her first." Shi Jinhua reassured him. "Don't worry. She hasn't concerned herself with this. Anyone who wants can try it. She won't mind." Lu shot him a stern look. "Have you lost your senses from all that reading? You have no support in the village, and with such a small family. Do you understand the value of this method for the farmers? Increased yield, right?" Shi Jinhua replied, confused. "Exactly. Increased yield means no one goes hungry. Look at how many families in the village can afford a full meal. Every year, the harvest is meager, especially corn and other crops. They barely amount to anything. Having fertilizer changes everything." Lu recalled past famines, lamenting how if they had had surplus grain, his younger siblings would not have perished. This is significant, not just ordinary. The villagers must remember Si Shui's contributions as if she saved their lives, Lu remarked, tapping his hand on his tobacco pipe. "All right, go back to your studies. I'll hold a meeting in the evening to announce this. No need to see me out." "Thank you, Grandpa Lu. Don't mention it. If anyone deserves thanks, it's Si Shui. She is your blessing. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had this opportunity." Meanwhile, Si Shui was in the mountains staring at a wild boar, which was equally fixated on her, each contemplating how to eliminate the other. They remained motionless, locked in a silent standoff, knowing that any movement could lead to defeat. Si Shui, observing the boar weighing around 200 pounds, thought to herself how devastating a collision could be. The boar's hide glistened, its tusks long and sharp, and the meat promised to be both tender and flavorful, making her mouth water at the thought. With a sudden scream, flocks of birds erupted from the trees, scattering in panic, frightened by the ferocity of the human. How brutal, they thought. No wonder our ancestors warned us to stay away from humans. They consume our flesh. Gripping her knife, her hands trembled slightly as she noted the boar's tough, resilient skin. Blood spilled, but there was no time to rest. She quickly hoisted the boar onto her back and hurriedly departed the scene, fearing the arrival of larger predators. Moving swiftly, she glanced back at the fleeing birds, her heart racing, while a small rabbit trembled in its hiding spot. By the time Si Shui reached the foot of the mountain, the villagers had gathered beneath the grand banyan tree after their meal, discussing the fire-tilled soil method she had devised. The topic resonated deeply with the villagers, especially those who had experienced famine alongside Lu. Their eyes glistened with tears as they looked at the village chief. The younger generation, while less affected, saw the potential for increased crop yields and were quick to respond to Lu's call for action. Don't credit me. This is all Si Shui's idea. When the time comes, lend a hand to the Shi family. And keep your gossip to yourselves, Lu cautioned, having heard plenty about Si Shui's recent exploits. Rest assured, if anyone speaks ill of Si Shui, I will be the first to defend her, Lu Hua declared, pounding his chest in affirmation. As the villagers fervently pledged their loyalty, Si Shui appeared, nonchalantly bearing a wild boar across her shoulders, and the world seemed to freeze. The villagers' jaws dropped, disbelief etched on their faces. Was that a member of the Shi family? Lu squinted, struggling to comprehend the sight before him. My goodness, how much strength is required for that? A woman remarked, gazing at Si Shui's slender frame, marveling at her unmatched strength. Is she even a girl? Someone else exclaimed, bewildered. What kind of family raises such a person? It's a wonder she doesn't bully others. Si Shui, oblivious to the stir she caused, rushed home, kicking the door open with force. Who is kicking the door so hard? Upon seeing the wild boar she carried, Shi Hua's legs went weak, and he leaned against the doorframe, speechless. Pointing at Si Shui, this is no ordinary woman. This is a mighty figure. Yet how could a woman possibly embody such strength? It seems implausible. Perhaps my posture while turning was incorrect. Contemplating this, I began to turn back. Help me boil some water. Qian Shi Shui tossed the wild boar onto the ground, and Shi Jinhua felt the earth tremble beneath her. The thought that this woman was legally his wife sent a chill down his spine. Why do you always provoke these dangerous creatures? Only now did he notice the bloodstains on Qian Shi Shui's clothing, having been too shocked to realize earlier. Where are you hurt? Were you injured? Without regard for gender, he promptly began to examine her. Speak. This is maddening. It's all boar blood. I'm fine, she replied, turning to fetch water to wash her face. Don't move. Sit still. I'll go boil water for you. After a moment's thought, he added, please refrain from engaging in such perilous activities in the future. We have enough to eat and live comfortably. The thought of great wealth was beyond his imagination. Then why do you study? You won't starve. Yet you persist in your education? My father hoped I would study. Otherwise, I might not have the resolve to continue. My child, you must study. Only through education can you gain the skills to find your elder brother. In these uncertain times, who knows who will survive? If he were to perish, you must possess the ability to bring his remains home. Without education, that will be impossible. Grasping Shi Jinhua's hand, he lamented. He died with his eyes still open. Studying is essential to find your brother. You must study, for only through education can you find a way forward. When Qian Shi Shui emerged, having cleaned herself, she wore a simple garment she had fashioned herself, plain, traditional attire of a peasant woman, lacking any innovative flair. Nevertheless, she captivated all. Shi Jinhua entered the room and produced a scarf. This belonged to my mother. It's new, I couldn't bear to burn it. She once laughed, saying such a lovely scarf should be saved for her daughter-in-law. Handing it to Qian Shi Shui, who struggled to figure out how to wear it, Shi Jinhua felt exasperated. This wretched woman, surely she should know how to do this. Don't move, you foolish girl. Qian Shi Shui, unusually compliant, sat still long enough for Shi Jinhua to finally secure the scarf in place. Oh dear, brother Jinhua, you truly are clumsy. This looks dreadful. Li Jiajia, having watched from the doorway for some time, could no longer contain herself. Let me help. Watch closely. In mere moments, Li Jiajia had expertly arranged the scarf. Sister-in-law, you look beautiful, even if it resembles a rag. Sister-in-law, my mother sent me to ask if you were selling the wild boar meat. I'm sure many villagers would be interested. Just as she finished speaking, village chief Lu entered, seeing everyone standing outside. Shi Shui, are you selling the wild boar meat? Many in the village have asked me to inquire. Of course, we can't possibly eat it all, Shi Jinhua replied. What do you think, Huazai? Scholars need to maintain their dignity. Indeed, we have more than enough, and with the heat, it won't last long. After receiving a confirmation, village chief Lu went to summon a few men from the village to assist with processing the wild boar meat. Shi Jinhua knew Qian Shi Shui favored fatty pork and ribs, so she instructed that a generous portion be set aside, while the remainder could be sold. The village had long been aware that such large wild boar meat was rare. Adult wild boar meat lacked any foul odor. It was a coveted delicacy, despite its cost, and people feared arriving too late to secure their share. Shi Jiaojiao had also heard of it and wished to join, but the memory of being unceremoniously ejected from the door by Qian Shi Shui lingered painfully, causing her to scoff at the long line from a distance. You hussy, one day you will weep most pitifully. Jealousy and resentment were laid bare. In the evening, Anwan came to help collect the money, hoping for Qian Shi Shui as assistance. But Shi Jinhua decided to confine Qian Shi Shui to her room under the pretense of letting her rest. In truth, she was envious. The unmarried men often stole glances at Qian Shi Shui, some even shyly lowering their heads. Qian Shi Shui, accustomed to solitude, had little skill in socializing and sometimes felt uneasy in crowded places, possibly even experiencing a touch of social anxiety. Awakening in the night, Qian Shi Shui found herself surrounded by darkness, uncertain of the hour. She contemplated raiding the kitchen for something to eat. Upon stepping outside, she noticed the dew had formed, indicating it must be very late. The kitchen light was still on. Approaching, she discovered the bookworm was still engrossed in his reading. You're awake. Come eat. I've kept it warm for you. He had prepared braised pork and rib soup. Why aren't you asleep? Don't you have school tomorrow? I feared you would wake up hungry, so I kept the fire going for you. Now hurry and eat. Qian Shi Shui, not one to be impolite, accepted the food. This is the money from selling the wild boar meat, 10 taels short, along with all our money in this box. Keep it safe. I may have a heavy study load when I return. The teacher may not allow me to come back. With only her in the house, a natural sense of worry arose. Remember to lock the doors and windows at night. If anything happens, seek Anwan. She then recalled Qian Shi Shui's capabilities, suddenly realizing that she seemed impervious to ordinary troubles. If anything urgent arises, go to the academy for me. Do not venture into the deep mountains again. This woman is too restless. Once the grain arrives and taxes are settled, selling a portion will provide some funds. Do not engage in dangerous pursuits. Returning to studies, there will be time to transcribe books at the bookstore. Compared to other families, the Shi family already leads a relatively comfortable life. Shi Jinhua shyly suggested, if you truly have nothing to do, could you perhaps make me a few more garments and shoes? The ones I buy are far too expensive. We should save money where we can. Well, I have enough to make clothes. We all share our lives together and help one another. Chapter 21. The original owner's hairpin is reclaimed, though Shi Jinhua's beauty incited envy among women. It was her academic prowess that stirred even greater jealousy. The notion of having a photographic memory was beyond her. She simply had a quick mind. However, before Qian Shi Shui, she felt utterly stymied. At dawn, Shi Jinhua prepared breakfast, taking a corn flatbread for her journey. Upon arriving at the academy, she was fortunate enough to be the first to arrive as the gates opened. Good morning, Uncle Fu. As the first to arrive, she encountered Uncle Fu, the gatekeeper, and politely greeted him. Ah, Shi Shusheng, good morning. Have you eaten? Arriving so early, you are quite diligent. Uncle Fu remarked, bowing slightly in return. I had breakfast before coming, she replied. Mr. Zhao Yun instructed me to inform you that after lunch, he wishes to see you. Recalling the anticipation of the Academy's teachers for Shi Shushan, who was their beacon of hope for the upcoming scholar examination in September, she felt a mixture of pride and responsibility. Thank you, Uncle Fu. In her heart, she mused. Unsurprisingly, it seemed she might not return home. It was already late July. The harvest at home would soon commence. While Shi Jinhua buried herself in her studies at the academy, Qian Shishui, oblivious to her earnestness, ventured into town. The town was vast. No wonder the county office was located there. It resembled a city. Qian Shishui took her beautifully embroidered purse to the shop, where the owner, upon seeing it, refused to let her leave. Sister Qian, look, you are far too talented for such small items. I have a large screen that needs embroidery, and I have yet to find a suitable embroideress. Look at this. The owner gestured to a screen towering before them. If you embroider this, it will fetch at least this much. He made an okay gesture. Seeing Qian Shishui remain unfazed, the owner grew anxious. I'm not deceiving you. If you think 300 is too little, I can add another 50. This is a client's order. We'll only sell it for 400. And the remaining 50 will go towards materials. I want to earn a single cent. Qian Shishui was reluctant to embroider, but found herself with little to do lately. Stitching flowers felt like a waste of time. However, recalling Aunt One's words, our winters are particularly harsh. The snow falls relentlessly, and your house needs repairs. Otherwise, it might collapse under heavy snow, she pondered. With 1,000 in hand, she could not openly use the money. The Shi family had little funds, just a small household, making their grain appear plentiful. With enough to eat, Shi Jinhua sometimes transcribed books, earning small amounts here and there, despite lacking significant wealth. Sister, no, money sister. What do you think? We will provide all the materials. You just need to get to work. If it weren't for Face, the boss would have knelt before you. This screen has been sitting for half a year, and the task remains incomplete. Losing such a significant client is painful. It is as if losing an embroidery master is akin to losing one's own life. Fine. I will wrap it up for you now. Hurry and get it wrapped. I'm afraid this sister might have second thoughts. Money like water? A sudden female voice pierced through. Money turned instinctively, her eyes flashing with cold light. You're not dead? I thought you wouldn't survive. The woman before her was dressed exquisitely, her attire of fine fabric. Weakness had made her vulnerable, and in her semi-conscious state, she had not resisted the bullying. And now, she had the audacity to come to the embroidery house. Having married a farmer, her life was surprisingly vibrant. Seeing that Money was still dressed better than her, she felt a pang of jealousy, her tone sour as if she had consumed several barrels of vinegar. Money's sister, it's all wrapped up for you. Just bring it back whenever you're ready to showcase it. There's no rush. The boss, thinking they knew each other, refrained from saying more. Money cast a glance at the woman speaking, but chose to ignore her. She took the bundle from the boss's hands and walked out of the embroidery house. The woman, seemingly unwilling to be disregarded, called out, Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear? Hand over the money. Money recalled something, a vital token, a hairpin, had been snatched away by this very woman. The woman had taken it simply because she found it beautiful, while the original owner had been poisoned at that moment. Being soft-hearted, she had lost many ornaments to others. Ironically, this woman was flaunting that very hairpin today. Money glanced at the pin atop the woman's head, said nothing, and entered an alley. The boisterous woman followed, threatening her all the way. Seeing that Money had foolishly entered an empty alley, she felt a surge of excitement. Hand over the money. Zhang Kaiyan? Money inquired. So what if it's me? Do you think I'm afraid of you? A fallen phoenix is not as good as a chicken. Without further ado, Money took action. After Zhang Kaiyan's jaw was dislocated, she felt a wave of coldness wash over her back. And only when she realized she was drenched in cold sweat did she understand whether it was fear or pain. Zhang Kaiyan attempted to claw at Money's face, but Money seized her hand and swiftly broke it. As the pain surged, Zhang Kaiyan grasped the essence of fear. She couldn't speak or plead for mercy. Her eyes filled with terror. Money indifferently plucked the hairpin from Zhang Kaiyan's head and took out a handkerchief, meticulously cleaning the pin. Zhang Kaiyun, observing Money, trembled in fear. As a mere servant child, she had never encountered someone as cold and proud as Money. Her initial fear transformed into a plea for mercy, hoping Money would spare her. She wanted to flee, but her body remained resolutely immobilized. Throughout the ordeal, Money uttered but a single sentence, not even sparing a glance at her, tossing the handkerchief on the ground before turning to leave. Only when Money was out of sight did Zhang Kaiyun dare to move, and just then, a gust of wind swept through the alley. A pungent odor filled the air. Looking down, Zhang Kaiyun realized she had lost control and wet her pants. With a dislocated jaw and a broken hand, she fled in distress to find a doctor. Money, ever cautious and discreet, had only employed ordinary methods to dislocate Zhang Kaiyun's jaw today. Murder? Impossible. If she had intended to kill, she wouldn't have given up the 300 taels in the government office. Now, Money's unwavering goal was singular: to become a farmer. No one could disrupt her plans. In the days that followed, Money diligently worked on the screen at home, and this incident soon reached both Anta and Li Jiajia. With Lu Hua, the loudmouth matriarch of Li Jiajia, spreading the word, the entire village, young and old, became aware that Money was busy with embroidery. It would be difficult for such a woman not to prosper. Ah, if only my son had passed by the government office. What a daughter-in-law this would be, a veritable money tree. Clearly, naming her must be auspicious. Look at Money. Her name suggests wealth like flowing water. My heavens, how much fortune does that imply? It seems to be the case. In the future, when naming children, we must avoid names like Ergo, Ernyo, or Tai Dao, as they instantly evoke a sense of hardship. The discussions in the village about Money's actions soon evolved into a debate over naming conventions. Wang Xiaoling, upon hearing this, scoffed. A vixen, the more accomplished Money becomes, the more uncomfortable I feel. Chapter 22. During the harvest, Money seeks help from the village chief, whose wife has ideas. Jealousy breeds anger, and that describes Wang Xiaoling perfectly. With September approaching, Money shouldered her basket and headed to the fields to gather corn. The academy hadn't yet released students for the harvest season, leaving Money alone to pick the corn. Even with her hands and face protected, by the end of the day, her hands were predictably swollen. After contemplating for a while, she had no choice but to hire help. When she finally reached Village Chief Lu, she learned that Shi Jinhua had also planted rice. This revelation left Money dumbfounded. She had no knowledge of farming or harvesting, nor did she know where the Shi family's fields were located. Eventually, seeing Money's bewildered expression, Village Chief Lu tapped his smoking pipe. All right, siswi girl, don't concern yourself with it. During harvest time, families without land in the mountains come looking for work, moving from village to village. We call this walking the village. Considering that Money was the sole woman in her household, he felt a twinge of concern, fearing any unfavorable rumors might arise. However, upon recalling Money's tenacity, he felt that his worries were unfounded. We don't provide meals, but it's 25 won a day. Your family has a decent amount of land, at least 6 or 7 acres. So, Village Chief Lu began calculating. 6 acres would be 151, 7 acres 175 won. Money responded, Village Chief. The boy beside her laughed. Grandpa, you're so silly. At your age, you can't match Sister Siswi's cleverness. Village Chief Lu retorted. Is education still relevant at this age? Money observed the boy, around 5 or 6 years old, sporting a topknot and dressed in a child's belly banded shorts. Barefoot. I envy you. It must be so refreshing. This is my unaccomplished grandson, Lu Chaonan. The day he was born, his head faced south, hence the name. His nickname is Nan Nan. Recently, hearing the village women discuss names, he suddenly felt that his grandson's name might not be quite right. Nan Nan? Lu Chaonan? Lu Chaonan? Isn't that a path leading south to hardship? This thought troubled him, and he stared at his grandson in silence. Grandpa, why are you looking at me? Lu Chaonan, unaware of the trouble his name had caused, inquired. When Shi Xiao returns home, I must pay a visit to find someone educated to rename him. Eldest, come out. Village Chief Lu called out loudly. A sturdy and honest-looking man emerged from the backyard. Father, Money sister. Village Chief Lu introduced. This is my eldest son, Lu Jiang. If you trust him, he can help you find work and oversee things. I finished working on my land yesterday, so I'm free for the next few days. Lu Jiang, Money said, taking out 661 from her purse. This is too much. Just pay half as a deposit and settle the rest upon completion. Lu Jiang pushed back. Village chief, Lu interjected, just take it. She is the only woman in her family. It's inconvenient for her to deal with the men coming to seek work. Lu Jiang, realizing, felt a bit embarrassed and rubbed the back of his head. I had thought that far ahead. Upon receiving the money, Lu Jiang assured her, don't worry. Money sister, I'll make sure to oversee the work properly. Village chief Lu's expression conveyed his disdain. If you could think like that. I'd laugh myself awake in my dreams. He felt burdened, unsure who would be suitable for the job. When Money left the village chief's house, village chief Lu called Lu Jiang into the main room. Father. In his hand, he held the money, the most he had ever possessed since his birth. Lu Jiang's wife, Zhang Hongying, began plotting the moment she saw Money hand over money to her husband. Village chief Lu tapped the table lightly. Lu Jiang promptly set down what he was holding and obediently stood aside, awaiting his father's admonishment. Sigh. Chief Lu reflected inwardly, pondering whether his sternness had inadvertently shaped his son into a man devoid of initiative and simple-minded. You know, our village has produced only one scholar, right? Chief Lu inquired. Lu Jiang quickly affirmed, yes, father. As September's Huazi was about to take the stage, you must have heard the murmurs in town. If a scholar emerges from our village, it would be a great honor. Do you understand what having a scholar means for the villagers? Chief Lu asked again. Lu Jiang, unsure, replied, I don't know. But I do know that in the neighboring village, the presence of a scholar has made everyone there quite boastful. This remark left Chief Lu momentarily speechless. If it weren't for his age, he would have wished to strive a few more years to ensure he had more sons. Alas, he resigned himself to the reality that having even one scholar from their village could bring only benefits, not detriments. With the Shijiao family now having funds, you must manage things carefully to avoid any gossip. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. If you do not wholeheartedly protect Huazi's reputation, I shall drive your family out. Father, who would dare to provoke Qianmei? Are you perhaps worrying excessively? Chief Lu snorted. The jealousy of women is far more formidable than the fists of men. The village's young girl harbors feelings for Shi Jinhua. Of that he was certain. Moreover, keep a tight rein on your wife. If she dares to mishandle the wages, I will send her back to her mother's house. He regretted having acquiesced to his son's request to marry such a scheming and lazy woman. Father, my wife is not that kind of person. She's quite good, Lu Jiang protested. Chief Lu retorted, when I am gone, you may do as you please. Until then, should you provoke me, you shall know my wrath. If I didn't have only one son, I would prefer not to see this family at all. He glared at Lu Jiang. Do you hear me? Lu Jiang thought to himself that his father indeed enjoyed making a fuss. I understand, father. He sighed and left. As Lu Jiang stepped into the room, he was abruptly seized by his wife, Zhang Hongying, who had been waiting for him. What are you doing? It's broad daylight. Are you losing your mind? Zhang Hongying glared at Lu Jiang. What are you thinking? It's daytime. Who wants to do anything? She twisted his arm playfully. Ouch, that hurts. Lu Jiang winced. His wife's strength was formidable. You know it hurts. Now tell me, did the Shijiao family assign you to supervise the workers? Did they pay you? Zhang Hongying asked. Lu Jiang assumed it was casual conversation and replied with a nonchalance. It had been a tiring day. Seeing Lu Jiang lying on the bed, Zhang Hongying sat beside him. This is a tremendous opportunity. She shook him excitedly. What opportunity? What good can supervising workers do? We are all from the same village. Lu Jiang rolled his eyes at her. The workers earn 25 won a day. If you negotiate for 23 won, you can pocket an extra 2 won daily from each. Isn't that a tremendous opportunity? Supervision isn't even exhausting. She mused, her heart filled with joy. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang sat up abruptly, staring at Zhang Hongying in disbelief. Are you trying to dig your own grave? Zhang Hongying interpreted his reaction as excitement. Isn't it a tremendous opportunity? After a few days, that could add up to quite a sum. At that moment, Lu Jiang admired his father. His wife was genuinely reckless. What good? If you want to dig your own grave, go ahead. But let me remind you, This household is under my parents' authority now. Keep your thoughts to yourself. If you provoke trouble, I can't save you." With that, a surge of frustration ignited within him, and he grabbed his clothes and stormed out. Upon exiting, he encountered his mother returning from washing clothes. It struck him that ever since Zhang Hongying gave birth to Lu Chaonan, she had neglected her duties as a daughter-in-law. Chapter 23. Chief Lu orders his daughter-in-law to return to her family, seeing his son storm out in anger. Chief Lu's wife, Meng Tsuiping, known affectionately in the village as Aunt Meng, entered the house. What is wrong with the eldest? Why is he so furious? Chief Lu noticed his wife's hair had grayed considerably from washing clothes by the river and felt a surge of irritation. "Don't worry about it. If you wash clothes tomorrow, I'll be angry if I see you doing so again." At that moment, Zhang Hongying entered. "Mother, it's almost noon. Why isn't the food ready? You've been washing clothes all morning." This inquiry only served to exacerbate Chief Lu's anger. "Lu Chaonan, call your father." He bellowed at his grandson, who was playing with a dog in the yard. Lu Chaonan quickly ran to find his father, realizing his grandfather was upset. When Lu Chaonan found Lu Jiang, he saw him discussing matters with the workers. "Father, quickly return. Grandpa is angry." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiang was perplexed about the cause of his father's anger, but nevertheless told the workers, "All right, we have an agreement. We'll meet at the village entrance tomorrow morning." The lead worker readily agreed, then it's settled. After bidding farewell to the workers, Lu Jiang embraced his son. "What is Grandpa so upset?" Lu Chaonan pondered before replying. Grandma returned from washing clothes, and when she came in, Mother asked her why lunch wasn't ready. Lu Chaonan couldn't understand why his mother was not as industrious as the mothers in other families. "What's the difference?" Lu Jiang inquired curiously. Lu Chaonan counted on his fingers. Other mothers are busy all day, washing clothes, cooking, sweeping, feeding pigs, and working in the fields. They even mend clothes for the family. They're always busy. After a moment, he added, "Grandma treats me very well." Hearing this, Lu Jiang felt a flush of embarrassment and hurried back home. Chief Lu had been a village chief for a lifetime, and when angered, he was quite intimidating. Zhang Hongying stood bewildered, unsure of what had provoked his anger. "Father." Lu Jiang entered with his head bowed. Chief Lu hurled a bowl from the table at Lu Jiang, striking him squarely on the forehead, causing blood to flow. Zhang Hongying and the elder woman gasped in shock. "What are you doing, old man? Why such force?" "Child's father, are you all right? Let me see." They were bewildered by Chief Lu's sudden outburst. Lu Jiang quickly knelt. "Father." Zhang Hongying pulled Lu Jiang aside. "Child's father, why are you kneeling? You did nothing wrong. Get up." Lu Jiang shrugged off his wife's hand, too afraid to move. "Father, what has made you so angry? Is it worth treating your son this way?" Zhang Hongying was furious. Chief Lu ignored her, declaring that he would send her back to her family and that if she did not change her ways, they would have to separate. Upon hearing the word separation, Zhang Hongying was taken aback. "Everything in this house belongs to me. What do you mean by separation? There is only one son. Why separate?" "Shut your mouth." Lu Jiang snapped at Zhang Hongying. "Father, I will take my wife back to her family now." With that, he took Zhang Hongying and began to pack her belongings. Zhang Hongying, now frightened, protested, "Child's father, why must I return to my family? I haven't done anything wrong." Lu Jiang looked at Zhang Hongying, recalling how diligent she had been when they first married. Since her pregnancy, his mother had permitted her to stay at home, and after giving birth to a son, she seemed to consider herself invaluable. Now that their child was 6 or 7 years old, she still did nothing. "You will go back home and see what your sister-in-law does all day. Then think about what you accomplish. Hurry up. Don't provoke your father's anger." Lu Jiang urged Zhang Hongying as he pulled her out the door. Zhang Hongying was at a loss for words. Unlike other families, her mother-in-law was gentle and forgiving, and they had been living harmoniously until now. "Every time I return to my maternal home, I become the object of envy among my sisters, which fills me with a sense of pride. The thought of being sent back evokes feelings of embarrassment. Dear husband, Jianggu, I admit my fault. Please do not send me back, will you? I will change, if that is acceptable. Alas, it is too late. I have not even prepared lunch. Is this not what my father referred to as courting disaster? I must hurry, lest I return too late. I secretly intend to frighten this woman." Zhang Hongying's family courtyard was filled with joy upon her return with her husband, Lu Jiang. Her mother was delighted and pulled Zhang Hongying close. Noticing Lu Jiang arriving with a bundle, she assumed he brought gifts and urged them to enter, saying, "Your father and the others are at home. And your elder sister and younger sister have also come. Once you arrive, the family is complete." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongying cast a pleading glance at Lu Jiang, but he ignored her. As the lively gathering in the house noticed the couple's arrival, they all stood to greet them. The three daughters, with the second one married to Lu Jiang, felt a sense of pride as Lu Jiang's father held the esteemed position of village head. "Welcome, second son-in-law. Have a seat. Dinner will be served soon." Zhang Hongying's father gestured toward the stool. Seeing everyone gathered, Lu Jiang felt a pang of sadness, remembering his own elderly parents. "Father, I shall not sit. I have matters to attend to. My father asked me to return Xiao Nan to her family to learn how to be a proper daughter-in-law." "What do you mean by that?" Zhang Hongying's elder brother appeared displeased. Lu Jiang's expression turned cold as he replied, "Your daughter became pregnant shortly after marrying into my family. And now you know how old Xiao Nan is. She has not lifted a finger in household duties since her pregnancy." The Zhang family stared at Zhang Hongying in shock. One of them muttered, "If she were my daughter-in-law, I would have divorced her long ago." Zhang Hongying, feeling embarrassed under the scrutiny of her family, could not utter a word. Her mother grabbed a broom and began to scold her. "You have brought shame upon yourself. This is reckless behavior." The room was in chaos, and Lu Jiang could not be bothered to look. The Zhang family felt too awkward to insist that Lu Jiang stay for dinner, while the eldest sister-in-law stood by, secretly delighted. The second daughter-in-law seemed to be the most carefree of the three sisters. Unbeknownst to them, Qian Shui had sought help from the village head, which led to the unraveling of long-standing issues within the village head's family. At that moment, she was still pondering how to acquire fruit tree saplings and realized that repairing the house was far more pressing than any fruit trees. She began to focus on completing the screen. Meanwhile, Wang Xiaoling, tasked with keeping an eye on Qian Shui, found it impossible to tarnish her reputation. Initially, she had thought that Qian Shui was the only woman working alongside the men in the village. But she had not anticipated the village head as son and the elderly woman who seemed to cling to Qian Shui. Wang Xiaoling had never witnessed Qian Shui interacting with the village men, which infuriated her to the point of developing blisters on her lips. Dr. Wang advised her to stay hydrated as the weather could easily provoke internal heat. "I'll prepare some medicine for you to brew and drink," he said. What could Wang Xiaoling say? She could only comply, waiting for the next opportunity to ruin Qian Shui's reputation. Chapter 24. A scorching summer, watermelons. In gossip as September approached, the heat intensified. In the village, someone had begun selling watermelons from an ox cart, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Upon hearing from Aunt Wan that there were vendors under the large banyan tree at the village entrance, Qian Shui decided to join her and take a look. Aunt Wan, a typical peasant woman, had sun-kissed skin and wore neat and clean clothes, speaking in a loud and cheerful manner as she pulled Qian Shui along to the village entrance, where a significant crowd had already gathered. "We're late," she exclaimed, squeezing through the throng. Qian Shui, unfamiliar with selecting watermelons, observed others tapping and knocking on them. Though she lacked knowledge, she recognized that each watermelon produced a distinct sound when struck. "Why are you just standing there? Choose quickly," Aunt Wan urged while busy selecting watermelons. Qian Shui felt that all the watermelons appeared similar, differing only in size. "Sister-in-law, I don't know how to choose," she replied. Aunt Wan, astonished, said, "What is this? Here, take this one. How many do you want?" "3. They can be placed in the basket, which can be lowered into the well. They taste better than being chilled." "All right, I'll select 2 more for you." She then turned to join the others in picking. The vendor, noticing Qian Shui purchasing 3 large watermelons, said, "Young lady, use this basket to carry your watermelons back. It's broken, so you don't need to return it." "Okay." While Qian Shui bought 3 watermelons, most others only bought 1, with some refraining from purchasing altogether. On their way back, they spotted Lu Jiang and Zhang Hongying ahead. "See that? Our lives as women are not meant for comfort," Aunt Wan commented. having long disapproved of Zhang Hongying's laziness and lack of respect for her mother-in-law. Qian Shui looked puzzled. When Zhang Hongying first married into our village, she was so diligent that we privately remarked how fortunate the old village head was to have found such a good daughter-in-law. Lowering her voice, Aunt Wan continued, but who would have guessed that once she became pregnant, her mother-in-law pampered her to the point that she could do nothing but rest. Now, look at how thin she has become. Aunt Wan, holding the watermelons, added, you know she gave birth to a son, and suddenly she was hailed as the village's heroine. For years, she shamelessly took advantage of her position, and despite others' complaints, it was all in vain. The old village head is too occupied to notice. Listening to Aunt Wan's gossip, Qian Shui found it quite entertaining. Well, the old village head finally lost patience and sent Lu Jiang to return her to her family, suggesting she learn how to be a proper daughter-in-law from her mother. As they walked, Aunt Wan shared her thoughts. Sometimes, I envy you, Qian. You have no in-laws to manage you, and no sisters-in-law to complicate your life. You live however you wish. That is indeed enviable, Qian Shui replied. But our rural customs value having many children, and with a larger family comes more conflict, yet generally, people wouldn't dare to bully you. True, Aunt Wan agreed. Most fights involve those trying to take advantage of others. So, I've come to realize that every situation has its pros and cons. It ultimately depends on how we women choose to navigate our lives. As they continued their journey, Qian Shui absorbed the latest village gossip. Meanwhile, back at her mother-in-law's house, Zhang Hongying had transformed into a docile and obedient figure, taking on household chores and washing clothes. There was a noticeable change. But how long would it last? On this bright, sunny day, Shi Jinhua had yet to return home. However, Uncle Chun, who was driving the ox cart, brought word back. Chin girl, is anyone home? After dropping off the ox cart, Uncle Chin stood at the door with a watermelon and a pouch of money that Shi Jinhua had sent. Qian Shui was busy making shoes for Shi Jinhua when she heard his voice. Upon opening the door, she was pleasantly surprised to see him. Chin, is that you? Yes, Qian girl, this is from Shi Xiaozi. He asked me to bring it back to you. He handed over the pouch and watermelon. He also mentioned that he will be leaving for Yangzhou in 2 days for an examination that will last 3 days. He will likely return in about 10 days. He asked if you have finished his clothes and shoes. Having not seen Shi Jinhua for nearly 2 months, Qian Shui was uncertain about the examination process in this era. Uncle Chun, let me get his clothes and shoes for you. Grateful for the skill she had inherited in embroidery and sewing, Qian Shui realized that otherwise, she would have had to purchase them. When she returned, she held a bundle in one hand and half a watermelon in the other. Uncle Chun, let us share this watermelon. Qian Shui, lacking the art of eloquence, simply handed him half of it. Uncle Chun looked at her and said, this is just a simple matter. You don't need to give me half a watermelon. Take it back with you. Normal individuals can comprehend such pleasantries. However, unfortunately, Qian Shui did not grasp the nuance and, with her forthright demeanor, directly thrust the gift into the other's arms before turning to enter her home, leaving Chun both momentarily bewildered. This child, after much contemplation, he struggled to articulate his thoughts accurately. Aunt Wan had been watching for a while and could not help but burst into laughter. I remarked to Brother Chun, just accept it. This girl Shui truly cannot comprehend niceties. It certainly seemed to be the case. Chun Bo, clutching his burden and a watermelon, reflected on how this girl fundamentally lacked the social skills to engage with others. When she offers her gratitude, it is genuinely heartfelt. Though she is reserved and somewhat aloof, she possesses discernment regarding right and wrong, is quite resolute, and her courage is not to be underestimated. Most men cannot compare. Last time, after hearing about the watermelon from the village chief's family, Qian Shui, once the harvest was complete, contemplated planting soybeans. As Anton mentioned, it was time to begin. Relying on Qian Shui for farming was out of the question. She simply could not manage it. With no other option, she had to hire someone to plow and plant the soybeans. After previously troubling the old village chief's family, she was hesitant to approach them again, fearing that Zhang Hongying might stir up familial discord. Thus, she sought Aunt Wan's assistance, expressing her concerns. Aunt Wan replied, your considerations are valid. The old village chief and his wife are reputable, yet their daughter-in-law is quite unruly. Generally, we avoid troubling the old village chief, firstly, due to his age and the risk of his failing health. And secondly, she glanced around cautiously before whispering, his daughter-in-law has a habit of secretly accepting gifts. Zhang Hongying holds a disdainful view of Shi Shui, believing that everyone in the village is aware of one another's circumstances. Over time, people have grown reluctant to visit the old village chief's home. Does the old village chief not know? Shi Shui pondered. How naive I have been. Can one manage a single encounter when countless others arise? If you do not bring a gift, she will regard you as a beggar. Eventually, who would tolerate such indignity? Anton emerged from the kitchen, interjecting, Zhang Hongying relies on her status as the old village chief's daughter-in-law. Had she been anyone else, she would have been scolded long ago. Chapter 25. Shi Shui pays respects to the ancestors of the Shi family. Ultimately, Shi Shui compensated Aunt Wan's eldest son, Li Kuei, enlisting him to find villagers who were either free or seeking to earn money to assist with the planting. Li Kuei's name is not without merit. He is robust and bears a bushy beard with eyes that resemble copper. Particularly when angered, he possesses a formidable presence. The Wan family thrives in harmony largely due to Li Kuei, for when roused, he acknowledges no one save his parents. He is strong, straightforward, and a notable figure both within and beyond the village. The old village chief once wished for Li Kuei to succeed him, yet he flatly declined, leaving the old chief with a look of despair upon each encounter. Li Kuei's voice boomed as he exited his home, calling, Sister Qian, I have gathered the workers for you. When shall we commence? Following him, Annan cautioned, lower your voice, do not frighten the girl. Hey, I would rather not be in the company of you women. Speaking requires restraint. Li Kuei had interacted with Shi Shui a couple of times and found her presence enigmatic, akin to encountering a master. Were he not of age, he would have insisted she take him on as a disciple. What is wrong with our women? I shall return home shortly and tell my mother how you look down upon us. Aunt N, having spent considerable time with Li Kuei, understood him well. Oh dear, what was I just said? It seems I spoke nothing at all. Men admitting defeat is not shameful. My dear, did you hear what I said? Ha ha ha, their laughter startled the birds in the trees of Shi Shui's courtyard. Having heard the commotion, Shi Shui stood with her purse, waiting for Li Kuei and Annan's sister. Do not mind him. My husband has a naturally loud voice. Shi Shui attempted to smile, but found her lips stiff, as if encased in steel, and ultimately abandoned the effort, recognizing that the pursuit of a smile was a futile endeavor. It is quite all right, sister. Seated in the courtyard, Aunt N, aware of Shi Shui's reticence, inquired, have you prepared the seeds? What do you plan to plant them? Shi Shui pushed her purse towards Aunt N, saying, you decide. I cannot. This sentiment was undeniably true, and Shi Shui's expression remained unchanged. Is the boy sure preparing for exams these days? When I returned from town, I heard that the scholar examination is set to commence on September 26th, Li Kuei remarked. Shi Shui, since she had forgotten about it, Aunt N observed Shi Shui and sighed. You truly are absent-minded. Others would be restless, unable to eat or sleep well. They would also need to burn incense daily, praying for their ancestors' blessings and for divine protection. Yet you seem to have forgotten the examination date entirely. The elders say that women with big hearts are blessed. Surely, Huazai will grant you the title of scholaress lady. We have secured the wages. You need not concern yourself with the farming. We shall ensure it is done neatly and efficiently. Indeed, sister, you would not comprehend it anyway. After Li Kuei and Anton departed, Shi Shui pondered what she ought to do. She recalled Aunt One's words about Shi Jinhua, needing to pay respects to her in-laws and inform them, seeking their blessings. Shi Shui thought, even in death, one must worry about their offspring. Holding 3 incense sticks, Shi Shui faced the ancestral altar, struggling for an extended period to utter a single word. As the incense burned low, her lips began to ache, yet despite this, she could not muster a fitting expression. You may proceed as you see fit. At last, her hands numbed, she managed to articulate this phrase. The ancestors of the Shur family. Are descendants truly so difficult to please nowadays? Is it the placement of the altar that is misaligned? At that moment, Shur Jinhua meticulously inspected her writing instruments and provisions for the examinations, which would span 3 days, preparing food accordingly. She laid out the garments she intended to wear the following day, scrutinizing them once more before retiring to bed. Her thoughts wandered to, I have not returned to the village in over 2 months. I wonder if she is managing alone at home, whether she is weary, and if she has enough money. If at this moment Qian Shi Shui were aware of Shur Jinhua's thoughts, she would surely exclaim, Navi, as dawn broke. The instructor Zhao, responsible for leading the students, began urging them to rise. Shur Jinhua, get up quickly, tidy yourself. We must depart for the exam. Yes, Mr. Zhao. Shur Jinhua had already awakened, double-checking her belongings, and only after ensuring everything was in order did she proceed with her morning routine. As the innkeeper delivered breakfast, she suddenly lost her appetite, coincidentally as a cat leapt through the window. The cat, gaunt and emaciated, evoked her sympathy. You may have my meal. Saying this, she poured the food onto the ground for the cat, watching it eat with delight. Just as the cat finished, Mr. Zhao called for assembly from the hallway. Taking a deep breath, Shur Jinhua exhaled forcefully, feeling significantly more at ease. I am coming. With her scholar's basket slung over her shoulder and her attire adjusted, she opened the door to step outside. The innkeeper, arriving to clear the dishes, chuckled upon seeing the bowl cleaned to perfection. Country bumpkin at the examination venue. Candidates lined up for inspection. In an adjacent small room, it was Shur Jinhua's turn. She placed all her belongings aside and entered the opposite room. Remember, you must not utter a word. The examiner sternly warned. Failure to comply will result in disqualification. Shur Jinhua bowed respectfully and turned to enter the opposite room. Inside were 3 staff members, wielding a ruler, their expressions stern and serious. One of them began to undress. Thus, Shur Jinhua found herself stripped bare, akin to a newborn infant, while her entire being was examined. Should any part of her body appear particularly lengthy, well, one would have to comply with the examiner's request to examine thoroughly. Otherwise, how would one account for hidden answers? The staff had long since grown desensitized, yet many candidates still found themselves blushing furiously. If Qian Shi Shui were aware of such regulations, she would certainly have remarked, impressive. However, Shur Jinhua remained unfazed as she donned her attire and nonchalantly walked out. Shy, impossible, except when facing the formidable Qian Shi Shui. Everything else was merely a drizzle. Behind Shur Jinhua was Zhao Qimin, who exchanged a knowing glance with her as they brushed past one another. Unfortunately, due to examination regulations, candidates were prohibited from making eye contact during inspections. Shur Jinhua did not notice Zhao Qimin's expression. She shouldered her bag, took her number, and proceeded directly into the examination hall. Each candidate was assigned a separate room, and upon finding her designated spot, Shur Jinhua sighed in relief. Thankfully, it was not situated in front of the restroom. Otherwise, she might have fainted. At that moment, Zhao Qimin had a look of disbelief as he beheld his own examination position. The restroom, right across from his room. Just then, a candidate passed by and entered the restroom. The sound of the door slamming indicating that this unfortunate soul was not only anxious, but also constipated. Zhao Qimin's mind was filled with an array of expletives. When the warning bell rang, all candidates stood as the chief examiner announced the examination rules. Chapter 26, The Examination Routine. After the examiner concluded reading the rules, the staff shouted, "Sit." All candidates promptly took their seats. Following this, the sealed examination papers were inspected and signed by the examiners before being demonstrated to ensure that the papers were indeed intact. After half an hour of demonstrations, the examiners opened the papers in front of all candidates, and staff members began distributing them in pairs. When all candidates received their papers, the chief examiner rang the bell and commanded begin. After that, aside from the occasional cough, silence enveloped the room. No plants or trees adorned the examination hall to prevent any interference from insects or birds. Of course, if the weather turned inclement, there was nothing to be done but lament one's ill fortune. Once the chief examiner announced the start, No further instructions were given to the candidates. They could answer questions, eat, or sleep at their desks. However, if one needed to use the restroom, they had to raise their hand. At that moment, Shi Jinhua, having skipped breakfast, was not in a hurry to answer questions. She first consumed some rations, took a sip of water, and then nestled under her blanket for a nap. The examiner observed that while some candidates appeared excited upon receiving their papers, others wore expressions of despair, and some looked utterly bewildered. None, however, mirrored Shi Jinhua's indifference as she ate and then slept. After a rejuvenating slumber, Shi Jinhua sat up, raised her hand, and requested to use the restroom. Unfortunately, upon exiting, she encountered Zhao Qimin. As Shi Jinhua began to answer her questions, many candidates were already running low on energy. In stark contrast, Shi Jinhua wrote with fervor, her pen moving tirelessly well into the night. Feeling a slight fatigue in her hand, she pondered whether to sleep instead. The next day, while everyone else rose, Shi Jinhua continued to slumber, snoring and grinding her teeth. The examiner wished to cast her out, while the other candidates, disturbed by her noise, felt an urge to lash out. Ultimately, Shi Jinhua was roused from her sleep by her own hunger. When the other candidates saw her sit up, they collectively sighed in relief. This torment was unbearable. She ate her rations, drank water, used the restroom, glanced at Zhao Qimin, and then resumed answering questions. After another brief nap, she repeated the cycle. Rise, drink water, use the restroom, look at Zhao Qimin, and answer questions. She finally succumbed to sleep late into the night, only to be met with complaints from the examiner and fellow candidates due to her incessant snoring. However, this torture was something they had to endure. On the third and final day of examinations, Shi Jinhua awoke for the last time, drank water, used the restroom, glanced at Zhao Qimin, and answered questions. As most candidates put down their pens, Shi Jinhua also finally set hers aside. When the warning bell tolled, the chief examiner shouted, "Stop writing. Stand up." All candidates rose, awaiting the staff to collect their papers. Once the papers were gathered, they were sealed in front of all staff and demonstrated once more before being officially placed in a box. When the chief examiner departed, the atmosphere in the examination hall erupted. Some candidates fainted. Those exiting the restroom witnessed a fellow candidate collapse and immediately shouted for assistance. The staff, having grown accustomed to such occurrences, promptly brought a stretcher, lifting the fainted candidate with ease. This particular candidate was remarkably resilient, having held on until the end of the exam before succumbing. As they passed by Shi Jinhua, she noted the unfortunate sight, but quickly focused on gathering her belongings, eager to return to the inn for some rest. Upon exiting the examination hall, she noticed a crowd gathered outside, all craning their necks to look inside. One person, who was evidently waiting for her, waved excitedly. Shi Jinhua cast a glance. It was highly unlikely that anyone was truly waiting for her. She hurried back to the inn, where Zhao Fuzi had prepared hot water and food for the candidates. Upon their return, he did not inquire about their performance, but instead directed them to wash up, eat, and rest. Zhao Qimin returned to the inn the following afternoon. During his absence, Zhao Fuzi had checked on him and, finding everything well, returned home. The examination results would be announced 3 days later. During this time, candidates would sleep for a day and night, spending the remaining 2 days comparing answers. Zhao Qimin approached the innkeeper, puzzled as to why he had experienced no issues. The innkeeper was equally bewildered, responding, "Sir, I delivered the food as you requested. When I collected the dishes, they were cleaner than if a dog had licked them." Meanwhile, the thoroughly exhausted cat retorted, "You are the dog. Your entire family are dogs." With a huff, Zhao Qimin left. The innkeeper scoffed. If such a person were to become an official, it would be the common folk who suffer. He felt the weight of 5 taels of silver in his pocket and smiled contentedly. Having caused no harm and still profiting, such a stroke of luck was rare. As Zhao Qimin emerged, he spotted Shi Jinhua exiting her room and greeted her from a distance. "Shi Xiong, I hope you're resting well." Shi Jinhua found Zhao Qimin's smile somewhat lewd, but replied, "Zhao Xiong, where have you been?" Zhao Qimin had long since sent his thoughts about Shi Jinhua's ancestors to the winds. "Just out for a stroll. It's a rare opportunity," he replied casually as they sat together. Sure, Xiong. I trust your performance was satisfactory. Have you compared answers? Zhao Qimin asked, his words tinged with a hint of malice. Sure, Jinhua felt puzzled. Zhao Qimin had never been particularly close to her. This was a matter of differing perspectives. She dared not make assumptions. Zhao Xiong, you must have performed well, too. Unbeknownst to her, the classmate sitting across from her had given her a purgative before the exam. There is no need for false modesty. With your capabilities, you should have no trouble. You are aware of my position. It may simply come down to luck. I gave you a purgative to induce diarrhea, yet you didn't suffer. Instead, I've been plagued by the stench for 3 days. Zhao Qimin thought to himself, fuming. I've had nothing but thoughts of expletives swirling in my mind. It felt as though he could sense that familiar odor everywhere, making him nauseous with every meal. As he looked at Shi Jinhua, he excused himself. I have matters to attend to. Please excuse me. Frustrated, he hurried away, lest he feel inclined to resort to violence. Just then, another candidate approached. Shi Xiong, what are you looking at? Shi Jinhua turned to see Wang Qingchu, a fellow student from the same academy. Wang Xiong, please sit. I was observing Zhao Qimin. He spoke to me as if he was gritting his teeth. Ah, he is likely just upset. Let us compare answers, Wang Qingchu replied. Meanwhile, Zhao Qimin was inwardly seething. How infuriating. Shi Jinhua did not dwell on it, knowing that in Zhao Qimin's eyes, she was merely a low-born scholar, unworthy of companionship. On the day the results were to be announced, Shi Jinhua packed her belongings, eager to return home as soon as the results were released. The thought of returning home excited her more than the announcement itself. Early in the morning, then opened its doors wide. The hall was filled with scholars engaged in animated discussions, yet their ears remained attuned to the sound around them. When the sound of the gong echoed through the air, a profound silence enveloped the entire hall. The official at the inn's entrance boisterously announced, "Congratulations to Master Zhao Qimin for ranking 215th among the successful candidates." Overwhelmed by joy, Zhao Qimin found himself lost in the echo of the official's words. Those around him clasped their hands in congratulations, exclaiming, "Bravo, Scholar Zhao! Such splendid news! Even if it's the last position, perhaps there are a few sympathy points included." Zhao Qimin lamented, the last-ranked scholar. How infuriating! Master Zhao quickly approached the official, expressing gratitude for their hard work and offering tea. Not at all. Such matters come with a reward. It is hardly strenuous. Chapter 27. The Sound of Gongs and Drums. The melody of Suona after bidding farewell to the officials. Master Zhao turned to see Zhao Qimin's face contorted in despair. He patted his shoulder, encouraging him. Do not lose heart. Consider the others who failed. Do they cease to live? Reflect for a moment. What you have achieved is rare. Most in your position would not have completed the examination. Such determination is commendable. Zhao Qimin replied, "Thank you, but please refrain from discussing examinations." Another group of officials arrived, again showering hollow congratulations. Yang Yuan from Anzhou has ranked 3rd. Master Zhao waited in vain for the name of Shi Jinhua, then turned to the students, instructing them to prepare their belongings for the journey home. Zhao Qimin thought to himself, with only 2 spots left, Shi Jinhua's chances seemed slim, bringing him a sense of balance. Shi Jinhua had not intended to wait either. If he did not pass, he would simply try again next time. Previously, the academy had deemed his entry into the top 10 a certainty, but the examination hall is akin to a battlefield, ever-changing. Shi Jinhua from Mingda Academy has achieved the highest rank. By the time the official arrived, Master Zhao had already set off with his students. Seeing no one emerge for a considerable time, the official called out, Shi Jinhua from Mingda Academy has achieved the highest rank. The innkeeper responded, "He must have left just a short while ago." The official wondered why he had departed without waiting. Perhaps Shi Jinhua, being modest, assumed he had not succeeded and left early. At this moment, Shi Jinhua and Zhao Qimin, along with several other scholars, were sharing carriage. "Brother Shi, do not be disheartened. There is always next year to try again. Look, even those who succeeded bear their own pressures." Despite his elation, Zhao Qimin could not suppress a smile. "Next year, I must prepare for the provincial examination." The others in the carriage grumbled. How infuriating. Is it illegal to strike someone? This year, Mingda Academy had 7 successful candidates out of 12 who participated, a commendable achievement. Yet it was unfortunate that Shi Jinhua did not pass. To whom much is given, much is expected, they joked, referring to Zhao Qimin. Among them, Li Hua, who had succeeded, became a sycophant to Zhao Qimin. Frustrated, Zhao Qimin tossed aside his book, resigned to his fate. Alas, being too exceptional can also be a burden. The others looked at him with disdain as he and Li Hua conversed, one eagerly flattering while the other reveled in his own superiority. "Wait, stop," someone shouted as they heard the approaching hoofbeats of a horse. Curiosity piqued among the students. Would they encounter bandits? Li Hua, frightened, inched closer to his companions. The man, dismayed by Li Hua's fawning demeanor, pushed him away, exclaiming, "What is this?" Two grown men so close together. Master Zhao recognized the approaching official and immediately halted the carriage. "Are you calling us, sir? I am Master Zhao from Mingda Academy. And these are the students who have just taken the examination." "Yes, indeed. You left rather early. We arrived at the inn, and you'd already been gone for quite some time." One of the officials dismounted his horse. Master Zhao, puzzled, wondered if there had been an issue with the examination. The students disembarked, looking at the officials with curiosity. "Mingda Academy is gaining renown. Congratulations," the official said with a smile as he presented the congratulatory notice. Master Zhao's mind raced. Could it be that Shi Jinhua had passed? Overcome with excitement, he exclaimed, "What do I do? I feel like running naked. Oh, what a peculiar desire. Indeed, our student Shi Jinhua has topped the ranks. Here is the congratulatory notice." Other notices should have been dispatched to various offices yesterday. Master Zhao, somewhat incoherent with joy, exclaimed, "Wonderful, splendid, marvelous." He turned to search for Shi Jinhua, momentarily dazed by elation, until a classmate nearby exclaimed, "Master, Shi Jinhua is over here." "Ah, splendide." He laughed heartily. The other students teased, "Master, could you perhaps vary your expressions?" Lost in his joy, Master Zhao forgot to reward the officials, grinning foolishly as if he might drool. "Congratulations, Shi Jinhua. Here is your congratulatory notice." The official handed the notice to Shi Jinhua. "Thank you, esteemed sirs. Please accept this token of appreciation." He fumbled to produce 5 taels of silver, pausing momentarily, thinking he had prepared this money for a failure. Handing over the money from his pocket caused him a pang of regret. Yet once extended, it felt improper to withdraw it. The official, grinning broadly, accepted the token, reveling in the joy of the moment. Once the official departed, Shi Jinhua felt a sudden heaviness settle upon him. "Oh dear, my heart aches. 5 taels of silver." Master Zhao continued to float in his joy. Upon noticing Zhao Qimin's discontent, he wondered what had transpired. A fellow student remarked, "Scholar Zhao is busy preparing for next year's provincial examination." The others burst into laughter. "Ha!" Master Zhao pondered. "Have these students formed such close bonds without my knowledge?" As they resumed their journey, Shi Jinhua no longer shared a carriage with Zhao Qimin, but instead rode with Master Zhao, who enthusiastically engaged him in academic discussions. 3 days later, at the county office in Damiantown, an official asked, "Sir, shall we announce this year's list of successful scholars?" The magistrate rolled his eyes. "Why announce it? Save it for the new year." "You're exhausting me with such trivialities." The official, undeterred, cheerfully replied, "But it highlights your significance. Without your guidance, we are lost. Get out, you bunch of old bachelors, always finding ways to keep yourselves busy." The official assigned tasks to the clerks, who in turn directed the bailiffs. The bailiffs, in turn, jubilantly set off for Shandong village with gongs, drums, and Swana music to spread the news. As for the other districts, let others handle it. Everyone clamored to deliver the news of the top candidate. In Shandong village, Qian Zishui gazed at the sprouting yellow beans in the fields, envisioning a harvest of several hundred pounds. He spared no plot of land, ensuring every inch was utilized, for a farmer's livelihood depends on the land. With a hoe in hand, he surveyed the fields, feeling a sense of accomplishment. Just as he reveled in his contentment, a loud voice called out, "Qian Mei." Li Kuei strained his voice to shout, sending Qian Zishui into a startled frenzy. "Is humanity doomed?" Li Kuei dashed forward, kicking up dust like a modern-day construction truck. Come back quickly. We VE1. We VE1. Ignoring Qian Zishui's bemusement, he tugged him along. Only after a few steps did he realize, oh dear, too excited. He quickly released his grip, adding, your family's sure Jinhua has passed. He gave a thumbs up. Qian Zishui remained indifferent. What is so exciting about passing? He is not the top scholar. Such thoughts were unique to Qian Zishui, whose struggles with communication could have led to misunderstandings had he voiced them. Chapter 28. The ancestors of a Sure family would not be able to contain their excitement. Qian Zishui pondered for a moment, realizing that she must engage with Li Kuei. Otherwise, he might think her tranquility was abnormal. First? Qian Zishui inquired. Indeed, first. Quite impressive. As she spoke, she nearly danced with excitement. Our village now boasts a scholar. Let's see who dares to mock us in the future. Finally, she felt a sense of relief. First place. Could the scholars from their neighboring village compare to theirs? How remarkable! After much contemplation on how to express her exhilaration, Qian Zishui could only muster a rather trivial remark. Come on, the official is at your home. You're not there, but currently seated in mine. We're just waiting for you to return and receive the joyous news. As they approached the village entrance, they spotted Aunt One squatting beneath the great banyan tree, resembling a Tibetan mastiff from a distance. Mother, why are you at the village entrance? Li Kuei hurried over to ask. Aunt One shot an exasperated glance at her eldest son, Qian Yadu. Have you prepared the congratulatory money? No. How much have you prepared? I'm not sure. Huh. I knew you weren't taking this seriously. She continued, this is what I gathered with the old village chief. I contributed 2 taels, and the village chief contributed 3. Take this and deliver it to the official. Aunt One handed the pouch to Qian Zishui, who thought, this is quite a windfall. If Sure Jinhua knew, he would have given away 5 taels. Sure Jinhua exclaimed, don't hold me back. I haven't earned a penny this year. I need to reclaim my losses. You troublesome woman. My heart aches. My head hurts, and my hands are in agony. Just as Qian Zishui opened the door, Aunt One arrived with the official, followed by a long line of villagers eager to witness the commotion. Upon seeing Qian Zishui, the official thought, this scholar's wife is truly extraordinary. She stands apart from the rest. Congratulations, scholar's wife. Sure Xiaocai has achieved first place, and we have come to deliver the good news. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, accompanied by the blaring of Suona horns. And someone had prepared firecrackers that erupted with a bang, shaking the entire Dongshan village. Hard work, congratulatory money. Qian Zishui thought, is this too brief? Will they think I'm arrogant? At that moment, the old village chief stepped forward, saying, Your Excellency, you've worked hard. Please accept this tea and congratulatory money. Bask in the joy. The official did not ponder much, merely attributing Qian Zishui's demeanor to her overwhelming happiness. The old village chief remarked, You are quite right. Qian Zishui replied with a chuckle. Once the official departed, the villagers fully unleashed their exuberance. Our village has produced a scholar. Indeed, the Wang family from the neighboring village has a scholar. They might flaunt it. Yes, our village has the first place. Who knows? Perhaps there will be a Jiren in the future, maybe even a top scholar. Laughter erupted from everyone, filled with joy. However, Wang Shaoling took these words to heart. A top scholar's wife? How impressive. If a mere scholar is so esteemed now, what will it be like when she becomes a Jiren's wife? She will be in a league of her own, as she observed Qian Zishui surrounded by admirers. Jealousy welled up in her eyes. At that moment, her good friend Feng Yuding approached. Shaoling, there you are. I've been searching for you. She glanced at the crowd encircling Qian Zishui and remarked, I never expected she would become the scholar's wife. How imposing. Upon hearing this, Wang Shaoling retorted, What is so imposing about it? If she becomes a Jiren's wife, my brother says that means she can hold an official position, thus becoming an official's wife. Isn't that something? Feng Yuding replied, Even if it's just a minor official, that still holds significance. A village chief is already quite something. Who knows if she has that kind of fortune? With that, she turned and walked away. Feng Yuding was unfazed, glancing at the departing Wang Shaoling before turning back toward the crowd. Scholar's wife, shall we host a banquet in celebration? We can all help. The crowd eagerly inquired. The Wang family from the neighboring village hosted a banquet before. The old village chief turned to Qian Si Shui, who affirmed, "Yes, let us hold one." Seeing Qian Si Shui's icy demeanor, the old village chief waved his hand, saying, "All right, just say the word, and I will handle the rest. We will prepare the banquet once the scholar returns. At that time, each household should send someone to assist." The old village chief insisted, "You must offer assistance too." "Scholar, how impressive." "Qian Jia, if you need any help, just let me know, and I'll gather my sisters to assist." Feng Yuting finally managed to squeeze her way to Qian Si Shui. Though Qian Si Shui was unaccustomed to such attention, she could not shake them off, replying only with a curt thank you. Feng Yuting, wanting to take Qian Si Shui's hand, found herself thwarted as Qian Si Shui retreated behind Wan. Thus, Feng Yuting ended up grasping at empty air. Yet, this did not dampen her enthusiasm for Qian Si Shui. Eventually, under the old village chief's insistence, the curious villagers gradually dispersed. Before leaving, Wan instructed Qian Si Shui to place the congratulatory notice on the ancestral altar of the Shi family, lighting incense to report the good news to their ancestors. Upon hearing this, Qian Si Shui thought, what a tedious ritual. Once the crowd had cleared, she placed the notice on the altar and lit 3 sticks of incense. This time, she was straightforward and decisive. As the smoke began to rise, she swiftly inserted the incense into the burner, stating coldly, "I've passed," and turned to leave. The Shi family ancestors were left in stunned silence. Not long after, Qian Si Shui returned, casting a frosty gaze at the wooden tablets. She stood there for a considerable time, scrutinizing each tablet, and finally concluded, "Can you comprehend?" Her tone was frigid, sounding almost disdainful. The Shi family ancestors muttered, "How I wish to borrow another 500 years from heaven. I promise to study diligently." Then they added, "I will eliminate this unfilial daughter-in-law." Oh, how infuriating. The next day, Qian Si Shui waited in the village, delivering the newly crafted screen to the scholar's residence. With fewer people in town that day, she was the only one venturing out. As she passed through the neighboring village, a lively scene unfolded around her. Chickens and ducks in cages, children cradled in their mother's arms, and the sound of laughter from the bustling bullock cart. Wearing her veil, Qian Si Shui felt somewhat overwhelmed by the vibrant life surrounding her. When she received her payment, she began to search for laborers in the market. They were preparing to renovate their home, which was quite spacious, nestled against the mountains and beside the water, an obvious feng shui treasure. After wandering about, she found that each person treated her as a woman to be easily taken advantage of, demanding exorbitant prices that made her teeth itch with frustration. "Sister Qian, what brings you to town?" Just then, Li Kuei, who had separated from his brothers, spotted Qian Si Shui around a corner. "I'm looking for workers. None of them are suitable. What kind of workers are you searching for? Tell me, and I'll see if I know anyone. I know this area well. I could navigate it with my eyes closed." "For house renovations?" Li Kuei replied. "You can't just find workers on the street for that. Trust me, I can recommend someone. Renovations are typically handled by skilled foremen who bring along several workers. If you look here, you'll only find casual laborers, and they are easy to deceive. Trust." Qian Si Shui believed in Wan and naturally trusted Li Kuei. "Then let's not repair your house. We should tear it down and rebuild it. That old house holds no value for repair." After a moment of thought, Qian Si Shui asked, "How much will it cost?" "Hey!" Li Kuei can now understand Qian Si Shui's words. Chapter 29, An Unexpected Encounter with a Dagger. As sharp as a knife, Li Kuei contemplated for a moment. "That depends on how you want to build it. What materials will you use? The size matters. You'll need to discuss that directly with the foreman." Qian Si Shui mused. "Indeed, each profession has its expertise. I should take you to meet the foreman. His surname is Su. He is quite reputable in our area and works diligently, although his fees are a bit higher than others." "That's fine," Li Kuei replied as he led the way. They passed through an alley and stopped a house whose door had just been opened. "Is Master Su at home?" Li Kuei inquired with a boisterous greeting. Startled, a hen preparing to lay eggs retracted its egg in fright. The hen thought, "What a barbaric human. Oh dear, my bottom aches. I'm here, come in." A middle-aged woman emerged. "Is this the sister-in-law?" We're looking for Master Su to build a house. Recognizing the potential business, she hurriedly offered a warm welcome, moving stools and pouring water. Where are you from? What size house do you plan to build? Master Su appeared with a smoking pipe. Li Kuei, Qian Si Shui. Well, these two fools don't even know how big they want it. Li Kuei remained silent, uncertain about the dimensions, while Qian Si Shui was utterly clueless. They exchanged glances, waiting for the other to speak. Master Su quickly discerned that neither had any sense. Wife, bring out the house plans. He then turned to Li Kuei. I have design drawings, different styles. Take a look and decide. Qian Si Shui remarked, how thoughtful. Li Kuei added, whether it's expensive or useful. Both were seeing design drawings for the first time, their eyes wide with amazement. The roof is a roof, and the walls are walls. Look at this window. It even has patterns. This was akin to an uncultured man suddenly encountering a beautiful woman and exclaiming, look at that woman over there. Her neck is a neck, her backside is a backside, and her chest is a chest. And those long legs. Incredible. Yet, a cultured gentleman would say, a graceful lady is a worthy match for a gentleman, or in 1,000 years, there will be no one like her. A sight to behold. A rogue would simply exclaim, wow, so beautiful, I like it. Currently, Li Kuei belonged to the former category. Qian Si Shui asked, is that a compliment or an insult? Master Su, used to such exchanges, waited for the two to make a decision. Ultimately, after Li Kuei's exclamation, he asked, which one do you choose, Miss Qian? It then dawned on Master Su that the commotion was about this woman wanting to build a house. This one, 2 rooms, neither too big nor too small, exquisite and practical. I think this one is good. Just the two of you, no need for something too large. We can discuss it further when the children grow up. Li Kuei also concurred that Qian Si Shui's choice was wise. What materials will you use? Master Su put away the other designs and focused on the one Qian Si Shui selected. Good materials. A house is for living long-term, and repairing one is too troublesome. The total cost for all materials is 250 taels, firm price, Master Su stated. Li Kuei gasped, 250? You're the one who is foolish. Your whole family is foolish, replied Qian Si Shui. Master Su, not insisting, offered a half package for 180. Noticing Qian Si Shui's silence, he added, if you don't have that much, we can manage with materials from the village for just over 90 taels. Full package. Doors, windows, courtyard, corridor. Everything essential for a family will be clearly arranged. The owner only needs to purchase furniture and daily necessities to move in. After Master Su's explanation, Qian Si Shui thought that while 250 sounded harsh, it wasn't too expensive. You can arrange for a supervisor to follow us throughout the process. But a prepayment of 200 taels is necessary. With the remainder paid upon inspection, he continued. Li Kuei remarked, building houses is quite profitable. Qian Si Shui muzed. People in ancient times were truly clever. Sister Qian, if it's too much, then forget it. That's rather expensive. My mother likely only has about 100 taels saved up over decades of frugality. How much can the Sure family have? Qian Si Shui took out the day's earnings, placing 4 silver ingots and 1 50-tael piece on the small table. Li Kuei's eyes widened. This is truly a 50-tael ingot. He picked it up, examining it closely, marveling at something he had never seen before. Satisfied, he finally set it down. Qian Si Shui looked at Li Kuei, excited but with a clear mind. Master Su wasted no time, pulling out a contract for both parties to sign. Upon seeing Qian Si Shui's writing, Master Su was surprised. Her elegant script indicated she had been well educated. Your handwriting is beautiful, Mississippi. The characters were more exquisite than those of professional scribes who wrote letters in the streets. Qian Si Shui then handed Li Kuei 5 taels for supervision. Li Kuei jumped up, refusing. You've already spent so much on the house. Keep this money. Huazai needs it more than I do. He pushed the money back into Qian Si Shui's hands. In our village, when we help build houses, we don't ask for payment. You help me now, and later, I'll help you. Taking your money would be like undermining my reputation in the village. Qian Si Shui, not adept at handling such situations, stared at Li Kuei. Sister, I mean it, don't worry. I'll do a good job supervising. Just keep the money. When are we starting? Have you chosen a date? Master Su inquired. Li Kuei quickly replied, Not yet. We'll wait until the sister's man returns to decide. I'll notify you when the time comes. It will be within a few days. All right. We will only wait for you for 5 days. If you're not here in 5 days, I will take other clients' houses, and you'll have to wait. Li Kui retorted. Is it true that even Master Su is so arrogant now? After leaving Master Su's house, Su Tian, Master Su's eldest son, accompanied Li Kuei to purchase materials. Parting ways with Qian Si Shui outside, Qian Si Shui wandered aimlessly through the streets, passing a bun shop and buying a bun. While eating, she passed a fruit shop and bought pears, apples, and grapes. As she continued down the street, she came across a blacksmith shop and decided to take a look. Inside were various farming tools and kitchen knives. After browsing for a while without finding what she wanted, she turned to leave and noticed a dusty dagger in the corner. Miss, do you want this knife? The blacksmith asked, pulling out the neglected dagger. This small knife, I want to hide it from you, has been unsold for years. It's the first one I forged when I started. I can't bear to melt it down, so I've kept it. You can have it for 2 taels of silver. Upon hearing the price, Qian Si Shui exclaimed, That's quite expensive. A kitchen knife costs just a few hundred won. Too expensive? The blacksmith waved at the kitchen knife beside him. With a snap, the knife broke in two. This can cut through iron like mud. That's why I can't bear to melt it down, the blacksmith proudly declared about the dagger. I'll take it. Qian Si Shui responded decisively, handing over the money in one hand and receiving the item in the other. The blacksmith even gifted her a set of protective sheaths for the dagger. As she looked at the dagger wrapped in its sheath, she thought to herself, the ancient people truly had remarkable business acumen. Acquiring a dagger brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Arriving at the city gate, she boarded a bullock cart to return to her village. After a moment of contemplation, she thought that the stingy man would likely return tomorrow or the day after. Checking her pockets, she felt secure with money in hand. That night, Qian Si Shui seemed to hear a knock at the door and, thinking it was just her imagination, turned over and fell back asleep. Shi Jinhua, helpless, glanced at her and thought, forget it. I'll just go around the main door and enter through the fence. Suddenly, she was spotted by Anin, who was up for the night. However, it was too dark for her to see clearly, only recognizing a male figure. This was alarming. The Shi household had only Qian Si Shui at home. Ant and grew anxious, having completely forgotten about Qian Si Shui's fierce demeanor. Chapter 30. The Fear of Sudden Silence. Startled, Anton trembled as she approached Li Kuei's door. Eldest brother, oh eldest brother. Her voice quivered. Mother? Li Kuei, awakened by her unusual tone, quickly jumped up, forgetting to put on his shoes. What is wrong, mother? Seeing her leaning against the wall, trembling all over, he broke out in a cold sweat. Quick, call your father and your 2 brothers to rescue Qian girl. I think a man has broken into her house. What is happening? Don't worry. I'm going right now. He roused the other 3 men in the house, grabbing kitchen knives and hose as they headed out. What a coincidence. Li Kui exclaimed, noticing Shi Jinhua's clothes snagged on the fence. With no choice, Shi Jinhua had to turn her back to Li Kuei and struggle with her caught clothing. From Li Kuei's perspective, all he could see was this thief struggling to undress. Brother, this person is too bold. We haven't even entered the room yet, and he's already so anxious to undress. I must teach him a lesson. Shi Jinhua noticed that his clothes were becoming increasingly constricting. As night fell, he approached his doorstep, thinking he could finally enter, only to have the torch extinguished by the wind. In a moment of uncertainty, he accidentally let his belt slip, causing his trousers to fall as well. In a panic, Shi Jinhua struggled to pull up his pants while also trying to unbutton his shirt. This man is truly shameless, he exclaimed. I will pass by on the left, and when I shout, you all light the torches immediately. I want to see which reckless thief dares to create havoc in our village. Be careful. We don't want anyone to get hurt. The Li family, watching the thief's retreating figure, was resolute in their intent to make the intruder regret it. How audacious thief! Li Kuei exclaimed, launching a powerful kick that sent the man flying into the courtyard. The sound of tearing fabric echoed, followed by a cry of dismay as the thief landed sprawled on the ground. Shi Jinhua was bewildered. What has happened? Capture the thief. Li's father, having lost his shoes in the rush, urged his sons to hurry. Catch the thief. Someone come quickly. At the sound of his voice, the villagers emerged with kitchen knives in hand. The elderly village head, though slow due to his age, rushed out without even putting on his shoes, while Lu Jiang had already grabbed a sickle from under the eaves. As the villagers ran, they shouted, "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" Dr. Wang, hearing the commotion, joined his son, while the women at home were filled with anxiety. They dared not sleep, knowing their men were out chasing a thief. Meanwhile, the thief lay face down on the ground, having been knocked down by Li Kuei. After months of diligent study, Shi Jinhua had lost considerable weight. In Li Kuei's eyes, the thief appeared despicably scrawny. What a pitiful sight, he thought, nudging the thief with his foot, finding him still breathing. What now? Li's father inquired. Li Kuei kicked him again, rendering him unconscious. At that moment, everyone had gathered. Qian Shui stirred awake as Li Kuei shouted. The complexity of ancient clothing made it difficult to dress quickly, and by the time they figured it out, Aunt One had arrived. She paid no attention to the thief, instead clutching Qian Shui and lamenting, "If anything happens to you, how will I explain it to Huazai when he returns?" Qian Shui felt Aunt One's trembling body and sought to comfort her. Meanwhile, the village head fumed. "This is utterly brazen." Many women had gathered around the Shi family's courtyard, including Wang Xiaoling and Li Jiejia. Li Jiejia had come out of concern for Qian Shui, while Wang Xiaoling was merely curious. Everyone knew that Jinhua's family had only one person at home, who knew what the man was after in the dead of night. The village head, filled with rage, admonished. "After all the trouble we've gone through to have a scholar in our village, is this girl truly so foolish?" Wang Xiaoling interjected. "Annie, you can't blame her. Who knows how this man came here? Perhaps Qian Shui called him." Widow Lu stood behind Wang Xiaoling, casting a scornful glance. "Do you think everyone has the same thoughts as you? Always fretting over another woman's husband?" Anyang scoffed. "Your scent could be detected from 10 miles away." Anyang cared little about who Widow Lu was. She retaliated fiercely against anyone who dared to tarnish Qian Shui's reputation. "Don't meddle in matters that don't concern you. Am I wrong? Why would this thief choose her home? Look at his clothing. It's all loose." Widow Lu pointed at the unconscious thief on the ground, her frustration evident. "You, woman, haven't you seen anything, and yet you chatter on. Are you asking for a beating?" Li Kuei glared at her. "The thief didn't sneak into your home. Are you uncomfortable because he didn't to kill with words to expose faults? This is what people like Li Kuei do." The thief had not yet entered the courtyard. His clothes had snagged on the fence, and it was Li Kuei's foot that sent him crashing in. Li's father explained to the crowd, "And what about his trousers?" Widow Lu persisted. "Everyone here saw it. With so many women around, how do they not see the pants? Do you understand what that implies?" Li Bai mischievously smiled at Widow Lu. "Because I'm clever," she retorted proudly. "No." Li Bai leaned against the door, arms crossed, observing her. The joy of men was often so simple and crude. The married women did not blush, while the unmarried ones lowered their heads in embarrassment. Even those who were not shy felt compelled to look down. Otherwise, they might be mistaken for experienced women. "Ah, the thief is waking up," Anyang yelped, jumping onto Li Kuei's back. Li Kuei, being straightforward, kicked the thief again, rendering him unconscious once more. The others stared at him in disbelief. Is he foolish? How could he kick him out again with so many of us surrounding him? Just when he woke up, he received another kick. Aunt Wan was the first to react, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? You kicked him unconscious again?" She slapped Li Kuei in frustration. "What do we do now?" Li Kuei innocently asked. "Turn him over and see if anyone recognizes him." The village head sighed deeply, having lost all hope in Li Kuei. Li Kuei hoisted the thief like a chick, presenting him to the crowd. "Who knows this thief? I will make trouble for his parents. Why is he out stealing at this hour?" The atmosphere grew tense. Everyone felt frozen, unsure if they should leave or stay. In that moment, the 31st chapter unfolded. The man who knew how to charm was the most fortunate. As Li Kuei turned the thief in front of each villager, they all recoiled in shock. When he faced the village head, the elder's lips trembled, his hands involuntarily reaching out to take the thief. Li Kuei, distracted by the crowd, did not notice the thief's face. Hey, what are you doing? Old man, I'm just holding him for you. Don't worry, he won to escape. He blocked the village head's hands. Finally, he wanted to see what this scoundrel looked like. Suddenly, the thief's identity hit him like a thunderclap, causing Li Kuei to drop him in shock. Oh my heavens! The village head gasped, rushing to help Shi Jinhua. Our village's scholar, our hope. He shook Shi Jinhua, tried to revive him, while everyone else held their breath, watching intently. I'll take over. You just watch. Dr. Wang hurried in. All right, you take care. He carefully examined Shi Jinhua, checking his pulse and eyelids, and then took out his silver needles. After a few quick pricks, Shi Jinhua awakened, exhausted but unharmed. He fine? The village head inquired. Yes, just exhausted. A few days of rest will do wonders, Dr. Wang reassured him. At that moment, Li Kuei sheepishly scratched his nose. How embarrassing. Shi Jinhua, still dazed, opened his eyes to see the crowd surrounding him in confusion. Wake up. Let us get you inside, Li's father urged, rushing to assist. With a princess carry, he lifted Shi Jinhua and took him into the house. Shi Jinhua. Upon hearing that Shi Jinhua had regained consciousness, many quietly slipped away. A jest, perhaps. But what if the scholar fully awakens and bears a grudge? Shi Jinhua awoke, feeling some pain in his body and a fog in his mind. Antoine brought water to clean his hands and face, asking with concern, My child, why did you return so late? It is so unsafe. Young people truly have great courage. Aren't you afraid of wolves lurking at night? I have not returned home in a long time and only arrived at the academy at dusk. I was eager to come back and asked Uncle Fu, the gatekeeper, for a torch to hurry home. Little did I know, arriving home was the least safe part. Almost mistaken for a thief in the pitch black. The old village chief, observing the scrapes on Shi Jinhua's face, thought to himself, he must not be left with scars. Xiao Wang, have your eldest son run an errand. He must not be left with scars. A scar would mean a lifetime as a scholar, unable to sit for the examinations again. Dr. Wang, seeing that the young man was awake and seemed well, stepped out to find his eldest son, Wang Jianfei. Li Kuei stood awkwardly beside Shi Jinhua, saying, Huazai, I did not see clearly when I kicked you. Rest assured, if you need anything in these recent days, I will cover the medical expenses. Shi Jinhua glanced at Li Kuei, pondering. You and my elder brother are of the same age and neighbors, always looking out for me. Can I not retaliate? But alas, it hurts. No need, Kuei Ge, I will be fine in a few days. The others instructed Shi Jinhua to rest well, promising to return the next day to see him, and they all departed to sleep. The Shi household fell silent, and Shi Jinhua noticed that Qian Si Shui had vanished. The room had been crowded moments ago, yet now it was empty. Where could she have gone? Could she have gone to sleep? He thought, feeling dejected, heartbroken, and unhappy. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and in walked Qian Si Shui, holding a large bowl of noodles. You did not go to sleep? She asked. I thought I was the fool. As she placed the noodles before Shi Jinhua, he looked at the bowl and then at his hands, feeling aggrieved. My hands are injured. I cannot hold chopsticks. Qian Si Shui sighed inwardly, thinking how this frugal man now seemed to be acting like a child. She decided not to argue with him and urged him to eat quickly and then rest. As Shi Jinhua ate the noodles she fed him, his heart swirled with pink bubbles. Though Qian Si Shui maintained a cold expression, he found her remarkably beautiful. People assumed the two were sharing a room, and they directly placed Shi Jinhua on the bed where Qian Si Shui slept. After finishing the noodles, Shi Jinhua covered himself with her blanket, suddenly enveloped in a pink aura. The scent of that woman was everywhere, filling him with joy. However, he soon fell asleep. By the time Qian Si Shui entered, Shi Jinhua was already fast asleep, lying in an orderly manner. Qian Si Shui thought to herself, he does possess a handsome appearance. Ultimately, she found her way to the foot of the bed to sleep, and upon waking, it was a new day. During Shi Jinhua's recovery over the next few days, his family remained attentive. When Li Kuei came to discuss matters, Shi Jinhua learned that they were building a house, and, crucially, the payment had already been made, along with a signed contract with a master craftsman. Where did she get the money for this? Has that woman gone back to the mountains? Li Kui inquired. Your sister-in-law said she earned it by embroidering a screen. You must quickly find someone to choose a date, he reminded. Who should I consult? Sure, Jinhua was puzzled. You should ask my mother. She knows best. Wait a moment, I'll call her. He turned to leave, and Qian Sishui entered, holding Sure Jinhua's clothes. Put these on. You've been lying down for 3 days over such minor injuries. It is truly unbearable to watch. Sure Jinhua actually felt quite comfortable, but he wanted to linger and have Qian Sishui serve him tea and water. In the future, could you let me know in advance what you plan to do? He felt as though he was living off her kindness. Qian Sishui had no intention of responding, but she nodded. In her heart, she thought, if I were to discuss this with you, the opportunity would have long passed. Huazai, I heard from the elder brother that you want to find someone to pick a date. I will have your Kuei Gu go to Taohua village to invite the blind man, Li. When Aunt Wan entered, Sure Jinhua had just emerged. The blind man? How can a blind person read the feng shui? Sure Jinhua was momentarily bewildered. Was the world truly this absurd? Indeed, many nearby seek him out. Quite a number of families in town consult him. He has some ability that serves as common folks well. Aunt Wan was outside helping Qian Sishui organize herbs. He is blind? Sure Jinhua sought confirmation. Hey, what are you thinking? How can a blind man read feng shui? Aunt Wan looked at Sure Jinhua as if he were foolish. Has studying made you daft? Why do they call him blindly? If he weren't blind, what would he be called? He is partially blind. I was injured by a firecracker when he was young, rendering him blind. Thus, everyone simply calls him blindly. Convenient, right? You can ask anyone how to get to Blindly's house, and no one would be unaware. Aunt Wan enjoyed watching Sure Jinhua, appreciating his refined demeanor. Unlike her own sons, who were rough and loud. At that moment, a girl named Feng Yuding appeared at the gate, carrying a basket and gazing intently at Sure Jinhua, who was speaking in the courtyard. Chapter 32. Feng Yuding, a stumbling block on the path to success. Feng Yuding, beaming with joy, approached Aunt Qian Sishui, saying, I have come to bring some vegetables from home for Sister Qian. And one, sometimes straightforward, exclaimed, What vegetables? We have plenty at home. You silly girl. You shouldn't have gone to such trouble. She went to take the basket. Oh my, these vegetables are well grown, so fresh and tender, just like you. She placed them directly into Qian Sishui's kitchen. Aunt Wan thought to herself, that miserly woman from the Feng family would be devastated if she knew her daughter had brought the freshest vegetables here. Humph. Stingy? Your daughter brought them herself. The Feng family was also one that valued appearances, knowing they sent vegetables to Sure Jinhua's family. Feng's wife would find it hard to take back. Aunt Wan was seeking a chance for revenge. If Qian Sishui were aware, she would surely say, Aunties, you truly know how to have fun. I am in awe. Feng Yuding felt a sense of inferiority standing next to Qian Sishui, as if she were looking up to a figure of authority. Sister Qian, do you understand what it feels like to be a big shot? Ah, Feng girl. Here's your basket of vegetables. I thought I heard your mother calling for you just now. Listen carefully, would you? Feng Yuding replied. It seems my mother is indeed looking for me. Aunt, Sister Qian, Brother Jinhua, I must take my leave now. I will come again when I have time. With the basket in hand, she walked away, constantly reflecting on whether her clothes were neat or if she had made any mistakes in her speech. That girl clearly did not seem to be a good person. Aunt Wan pulled Qian Sishui away, shooting a glare at Sure Jinhua as they left. Sure Jinhua thought, what an inexplicable attack. How innocent the first am. Hey, where have you been? There is so much to do at home. Do you wish to exhaust your mother? Feng Yuding's mother, Yang Xiaoxin, pinched her daughter. After pinching, she spun her around 360 degrees, exclaiming, You have been wandering about all day. You are not a child anymore. You need to tidy up and come with me this afternoon to meet someone. Feng Yuding winced at the pinch, but did not utter a word, her expression unchanged. However, upon hearing meet someone, she forcefully shook off Yang Xiaoxin's hand. I will not go. Why should I marry someone I do not know? Not going? You will be 16 during the new year. If you do not go, do you wish to remain a spinster? Is that permissible? Yang Xiaoxin, feeling upset after being brushed off, huffed. Although I usually take the initiative, it is for your own good. Look at your cousin from your grandmother's side. She sold 4 taels of silver, and her suitor was a man with a severed hand. I am diligently seeking a suitable match for you, so do not be ungrateful. If you push me too far, I might just learn from your aunt. Feng Yuding, aware of her cousin's situation, felt troubled but was also wary of Yang Xiaoxin's impulsive temperament. Mother, I do not wish to marry so early, Feng Yuding pleaded. Yang Xiaoxin cast a dismissive glance. You are my daughter. Do you think I am unaware of your thoughts? Forget about that boy from the Sure family. He has a wife. If he didn't, I could easily procure him for you. After all, he's a scholar. You agreed to this initially, and now I could have been the scholar's wife. Huh, what was in the past is past. The present is different. He has a family now, so give up on that. This girl must be out of her mind. Hurry back and tidy up. We are leaving soon. Mother, I won't go. Oh, really? Feng Yueing wore a pained expression, trailing behind Yang Xiaoxin. What are you carrying that basket for? She casually inquired. Nothing. Let us just keep calm for the time being. In the afternoon, after Yang Xiaoxin took Feng Yuding to look at some properties, she instructed, I will fetch some vegetables from the field. You stay home and prepare the meal. Upon arriving at the field, Yang Xiaoxin noticed that the vegetable stalks had diminished, leaving only the thin and aged ones, which ignited her anger. Who has stolen from my garden? Whoever did, so will suffer from a stomachache. She yelled while inspecting the garden. Some onlookers, having heard enough, remarked, Stop cursing. I saw Yuding picking them earlier today. Yang Xiaoxin, her face flushed with rage, nearly bit her tongue at this revelation. Without even entering the house, she stormed in and seized Feng Yuding by the ear. Where did you take the vegetable stalks? Oh, you picked them, and you didn't mention it. You made me scold for so long. Mother, please let go. My ear is going to fall off. It hurts. Let go, and I will tell you, Feng Yuding pleaded. You say, and I will see how you justify this. Feng Yuding's eyes darted around. I took them to Sister Qian's house. Qian, like in money. Yang Xiaoxin asked for clarification. In our village, she is the only one with the surname Qian. Who else could it be? Why did you take them to her? To have her give you a man? Yang Xiaoxin scrutinized Feng Yuding. She knew her daughter well enough to understand that if Shi Jinhua had any sense, he wouldn't even glance at Feng Yueing. Brother Jinhua has passed the scholar's exam, and since the village sent gifts, I thought we should send some vegetable stalks since we hadn't sent anything. Yang Xiaoxin felt a pang in her heart, unwilling to eat them herself. They can send gifts, but that doesn't concern me. You must get them back. Mother, how can I get them back? It's just a little vegetable stalk. Feng Yuding retorted loudly. Even a little stalk is something I grew. If you want to go, I will. Feng Yuding grasped her mother's hand, nearly in tears. Please, if you cause a scene, father will be angry. Yang Xiaoxin shook off Feng Yuding's grip. Your father is not home right now. What? Who isn't home? What are you two doing, pulling and tugging at each other? A man entered the house, carrying a hoe, small and lean, covered in dirt. Feng Yuding knew that only her father could reign in her mother. Everyone in the village is sending gifts to Brother Shi. We didn't so I took some vegetable stalks. As she spoke, she wiped away non-existent tears. Mother insists on getting them back, and I pulled her away, but she is determined. Feng Yuding also grew angry, shaking off her mother's hand. Mother, going to Shi's house to retrieve them is too embarrassing. It's just a handful of stalks. She stood sulking in the corner, puffed up like a frog. If you dare go, I will send you back to your family. The Feng family cannot afford such disgrace. They only accepted your family's offerings to give you face. The man from a Feng family placed his hoe down. Don't overstep. Offending the scholar is like offending the village chief. Then don't bother. Yang Xiaoxin mumbled, her head lowered. When she looked up again, she warned Feng Yuding, if you ever sneak our belongings out again, I will throw you out. My mother is a stumbling block on my path to success. What should I do? I'm so anxious and angry. The matter of Yang Xiaoxin's cursing in the field had already reached Aunt One's ears. But she had no time for gossip now. Blindly returned with Li Kuei. Chapter 33. Scholar Shi bursting with wealth when blindly and Li Kuei appeared outside the Shi family's gate. Blindly began to observe his surroundings with one eye. Having one eye makes a difference. Everything seems to possess an air of mystery, Li Kuei remarked. A remarkable individual like Blind Li should be appreciated. Mother, I brought him, Li Kuei announced as he stepped over the threshold, finding only Shi Jinhua standing in the yard like a fool. Scholar, Blind Li has come to find you. Li Kuei, mimicking a performer, raised his voice and awkwardly bowed to Shi Jinhua. Could you act a bit more normally? This is painfully awkward to witness. Shi Jinhua retorted. When Aunt Wan and Qian Shui walked in behind, they caught sight of Li Kuei's antics. Oh, he is just trying to amuse him. This boy isn't entertaining at all. He was much more fun as a child. Just tease him. And he'd react like a hen with its feathers ruffled. Shi Jinhua retorted. You're the hen. Your whole family is a flock of hens. Aunt Wan replied. Blindly, this is the newly minted scholar from our village, fresher than freshly steamed buns. Make sure to take a good look. It will be worth your while. If he becomes a top scholar, you can boast about it. Blindly took a few steps back from Li Kuei. He was wary of Li Kuei's affinity for clapping himself on the shoulder when excited. If he did it again, he might struggle to eat his meal later. Scholar Shi blindly greeted with a bow. I'm at a loss. Shi Jinhua thought, what should I call him? Blindly. That seems disrespectful. How should I address him? Regardless, he resolved not to call him blindly. He was a scholar after all. Scholar, please this way. I apologize for the inconvenience. Shi Jinhua said. Blindly responded. These scholars are so timid. Please give me the birth dates of the husband and wife. As blindly wandered about, he inquired. Shi Jinhua did not even consider asking Qian Shui to fetch them, as she was not involved in such matters. He did all the household chores. Even when he lay in bed, he would not allow her to move. Did he care for Qian Shui? He was more concerned about the items she might damage while tidying up. He was worried about the holes in the clothes she washed. Qian Shui looked quite innocent, wondering how she was supposed to wash clothes now without a washing machine. What do you expect? You can't just beat them with a stick. It would ruin them. Shi Jinhua regarded Qian Shui with a disappointed expression. What use are you? As a woman, you can't do anything but waste money. Oh no. When you're sewing or doing embroidery, you act like a woman. Otherwise, you're like a hunter from the mountains. As he walked, Shi Jinhua mused, I guess I'm resigned to my fate. When blindly received the birth dates from Shi Jinhua and Qian Shui, he went around the entire foundation again, his fingers moving quite adeptly, which left Li Kuei and Aunt Wan with expressions of admiration. Mother, blindly is quite skilled. Li Kui remarca, but seeing blindly. Look at him. He only has one eye, yet he can squint it. Can't you squint? Do you lack common sense? Aunt Wan looked at her son as if he were a fool. Li Kuei, in an earnest attempt to convey his inability to squint, strained his facial muscles vigorously. Mother, I truly cannot squint. Startled, his mother exclaimed, have you been paralyzed? When did you discover that you could not squint? She pondered this question herself, with a sorrowful gaze. Li Kuei replied, I've always been like this. How can you not know your own child's condition? Woe is me. He lamented. Upon hearing this, his mother slapped him, declaring, how can I not know? I was merely feigning ignorance. Nearby, Qian Shui interjected, you truly are oblivious. Li Kuei retorted, reason does not reside in loudness. Shi Jinhua remarked, an explanation is merely a disguise. Even if I do not know, I must pretend to, his mother asserted. Blindly, overwhelmed by the noise, muttered to himself, this is unbearable. My heart is weary. Shi Shiokai noted, the foundation is sound, but your house's entrance needs to be repositioned. Eager to depart, Li Kuei thought, which direction shall I choose? He longed for a brief respite from his mother. To the southwest, where the mountains do not obstruct the view, and I shall return when the house is built. He realized that explaining this would be futile, and it would be wiser to make multiple trips. Mr. Li, when shall we commence construction? Shi Jinhua followed blindly. Standing still, blindly surveyed the sky and ground, occasionally tapping his foot. It's the 6th day of the month. If we miss this year, it will be lost. He waved a compass in his hand. Hey, blindly, when I escort you home, I shall inform Master Su in town. He said he would wait for only 5 days. How many days have passed? Li Kuei had forgotten this matter, which was impossible to overlook, especially after having defeated the newly appointed top scholar. It had been far too exhilarating, leading to his momentary lapse in memory. Ultimately, blindly accompanied Li Kuei as they departed, while Shi Jinhua, unable to remain, took a hoe and went to inspect the soybeans. Qian Shui, finding himself alone at home, pondered for a moment before heading into the mountains with a basket on his back. By the time Shi Jinhua returned, the sun had already begun to set. Approaching his doorstep, he spotted the old village chief, along with Li Kuei's mother and father, Li Baoquan, sitting on a stone bench outside their home. The three gazed at Shi Jinhua from afar, their eyes gleaming like wolves that had just spotted a tender lamb. Under their hungry gaze, Shi Jinhua felt his steps grow heavier. "You hurry up," his mother bellowed. A strong premonition gripped Shi Jinhua, suggesting he might need to spend more money. This feeling was so intense that he suspected his extravagant mother had concocted another scheme. "Mother, old village chief, Uncle Li," he greeted, feeling a pang in his heart while maintaining a calm facade. "Why should I come third?" Li Baoquan Gom Lai. "I would not mention the old village chief, but to be outdone by my own wife is simply unacceptable. A man must always rank above women." His mother shot him a sideways glance. "Li Baoquan," she sighed. "In truth, the pride of manhood is not as significant as it seems. Previously, I said we would host a feast upon your return. But after you were injured, now that you have recovered, we must discuss how to proceed with the banquet." Qian, Yao had already consented. "Should we serve 8 large bowls or 6? Li's father inquired. Shi Jinhua thought to himself, this extravagant woman aims to reach the heavens. He wanted to suggest 6 large bowls, even contemplating if they could forego the feast altogether. But the expressions of the three before him conveyed a clear warning. "If you dare speak, you shall be doomed." His lips trembled for an extended moment before he finally stammered, eight large bowls." His heart ached as if it were bleeding, exacerbating the already precarious financial state of his family. "Oh, dear child, it is only reasonable to serve 8 large bowls. Otherwise, we shall be looked down upon by those from other villages." The old village chief expressed his satisfaction. "Rest assured, the villagers will assist. Last time we hosted a banquet, Qian Yao gifted me 5 taels of silver, which is sufficient. Tomorrow, I shall send old Yang to town with his ox cart to buy provisions." As he organized the arrangements, upon mentioning the 5 taels, Shi Jinhua felt as if he had been struck in the chest. The last time the joyous news arrived, Qian Yao had rewarded the officials with 5 taels, so we agreed to use all of it for purchasing meat and vegetables tomorrow, while the villagers will bring an additional 2 baskets of other supplies. This will be ample. Shi Jinhua could no longer hear what was being said. He was reminded that he had also given 5 taels to the officials. Alas, his mind was overwhelmed with thoughts of 3 separate 5-tael amounts flashing before him. After what felt like an eternity, he finally pulled himself back from the whirlwind of silver. He felt as though he had been robbed and simply murmured, "You all handle it. I am at a loss." In the eyes of the 3 elderly individuals, this child must be suffering due to his ignorance, lamenting his lack of parents. In that moment, all 3 regarded Shi Jinhua with tender expressions. "Do not worry, we are here for you." His mother reflected on how different things would be if his parents were still alive. 15 taels. Shi Jinhua exclaimed. "Holy saints, this burden may take a while to overcome." Observing from a distance, Qian Sishui could see Shi Jinhua's furrowed brow and immediately understood. That wretched man is once again mourning his lost silver. For every time he spends money, he wears that same forlorn expression. The audacity. Chapter 34. At the banquet, Wang Jiasun firmly rejects Shi Jinhua upon hearing Qian Sishui's footsteps. Shi Jinhua turned to see her carrying a heavy basket of herbs, her face glistening with sweat. "Why are you carrying such a heavy load?" he asked, helping her remove the basket and carrying it inside. The 3 elderly individuals at the door mused. "You, who can carry over 200 pounds of wild boar, consider her burden heavy?" Initially concerned about the silver, Shi Jinhua quickly forgot his grievances upon seeing Qian Sishui drenched in sweat. "These 2 have yet to share a room," his mother lamented. The old village chief wondered why. Does Qian Sishui look down upon Shi's family? Li Baoquan Juke. In his mother's eyes, the old man's laughter seemed rather lecherous. "What are you laughing at? You find it amusing? I have always thought how foolish the eldest is, entirely taking after that old man." The old village chief, too, was puzzled. What is there to laugh about? Li Baoquan regarded the 2 before him with disdain. "These 2? To share a room? They can wait." He spoke with utmost certainty. The old village chief and his mother in unison demanded, "Why?" Li Baoquan tapped the ash from his cigarette, gazing upwards as if he had seen through the complexities of the world. "My dear lady," he said, "my hands itch." "Old village chief, speak up." He playfully kicked Li Bao Quan down. "Stop pretending to be profound. Stop acting like a saint." Li Bao Quan, getting up and rubbing his sore backside, protested. "Look, Huazai is like a young girl." He turned red as soon as he sees Qian Si Shui, unable to think straight. He cast a furtive glance at the two across from him, seeing the old village chief and his mother's murderous glares. He thought he would surely perish. He hastily added, "You all witnessed it. The boy is shy and knows nothing of love or social niceties. Clearly a result of having no guidance throughout his life. You tell me, one is shy, the other oblivious. How can you expect them to share a room? What a joke. This must be consensual. Do you think they're mere livestock? Oomph. Even a breeding boar knows how to court a sow. Look at them. Do they understand? Moreover, even if Huazai has the heart, he lacks the strength. What can a weak scholar accomplish? He'd be bested by Qian Si Shui before he even makes a move. Do you believe it?" At that moment, both the old village chief and his mother recalled the scene from when Qian Si Shui had carried the wild boar. Their minds filled with images of Qian Si Shui strutting proudly, and Shi Jinhua being unceremoniously tossed out of the room by her. Alas, the old village chief sighed. A scholar is utterly useless. Even securing a wife is a monumental task. The disparity in strength makes this endeavor seem like an eternity. The following morning, the household buzzed with activity, filled with people coming and going. Under normal circumstances, Qian Si Shui would be responsible for hosting and accommodating the guests. But today, she merely stood there like a fool. In the kitchen, she was of no assistance, and greeting guests was beyond her expertise. In her eloquence, she often leaves her words precious and few, rendering her meanings elusive to the ordinary person, creating a sense of dissonance. Ultimately, it is Shi Jinhua who, with deftness and grace, takes Qian Shi Shui's hand and stand at the entrance to welcome guests. Upon their arrival, one might exclaim, "Goodness!" One radiates warmth like a gentle spring breeze, while the other evokes the chill of a frigid winter. It seems one beckons, "Come, enjoy the feast at my home," while the other dares, "Try your luck if you dare." This dichotomy perplexes the guests, leaving them in a quandary about whether to indulge heartily, modestly, or abstain altogether. The old village chief, unable to bear the tension, interjects, advising them to tone down their intimidating demeanor lest they frighten the guests away. Eventually, Shi Jinhua devises a plan, requesting Qian Shi Shui to record the gifts. "Surely, working with your head down will suffice?" To which Qian Shi Shui complies, settling at the registration table and diligently writing. The comedic twist unfolds. Guests who had arrived animated and lively now find themselves subdued, lining up in silence, hesitant to utter a word. The atmosphere feels less like a celebratory gathering and more akin to a somber procession before the gates of the underworld. The old village chief, puzzled by the sudden hush, steps outside only to be met with a scene that stifles laughter, yet he feels it inappropriate to chuckle. Li Ergu timidly presents his gift of 8 cabbages, thinking, "I have never felt this fearful even when paying my taxes." Observing Qian Shi Shui's meticulous handwriting, he muses to himself about the beauty of her script. Zhao Qimin, offering an inkstone, is met with Qian Shi Shui's blank stare, having forgotten who he was. Yet upon recognizing him, Shi Jinhua wonders if Zhao Qimin has had a change of heart. Meanwhile, Zhao Qimin casts a furtive glance at Qian Shi Shui, though she remains focused on her task. Her head bowed. "Is it permissible?" Zhao Qimin inquires. Watch my lips say scram." Shi Jinhua's expression remains jovial, as he greets Zhao Qimin with warmth. "Congratulations on your uninvited arrival. Please do not take offense." With a smile, Shi Jinhua expresses his delight at Zhao Qimin's presence, beckoning him inside. Zhao Qimin responds with a chuckle. "Indeed. Let us not leave until we are thoroughly inebriated." Following this exchange, the lively atmosphere shifts as the little chubby fellow, Wang Jiaqin, bursts into the scene, contrasting sharply with the earlier tension. As Qian Shi Shui briefly raises her gaze, she wonders who this person might be, drawing a blank on his name. With a cheerful demeanor, Wang Jiaqin introduces himself. "Master, I am Wang Jiaqin." Qian Shui resumes her task of registering gifts, seemingly devoid of any frivolous chatter, resembling an emotionless recording machine. Yet, Wang Jiaqin's audacity shines through as he insists on presenting his gift personally, disregarding the need for registration. Master, my gift requires no documentation. It's all about beauty and skincare, something every woman would adore. Shi Jinhua, observing Wang Jiaqin's antics, realizes he must prepare for confrontation as the little chubby fellow appears to be eyeing his wife. With a sense of duty, Shi Jinhua steps forth, filled with resolve. Wang Jiaqin, upon spotting Shi Jinhua, excitedly approaches, oblivious to the tension. Those unacquainted with the situation might find the scene rather endearing, but Shi Jinhua stands frozen in disbelief. Master, what has you so worked up? Are you overly excited? Shi Jinhua retorts, excited? Nonsense. Wang Jiaqin, with a hint of mischief, insists. I called you master. You are the master's spouse. Thus, you are my master's wife. Shi Jinhua, taken aback, questions Wang Jiaqin's sanity. You must be mistaken. I am male, and the term master's wife does not apply here. As the conversation unfolds, Wang Jiaqin remains steadfast in his insistence on decorum, refusing to refer to Shi Jinhua in any other manner. Shi Jinhua, feeling cornered, offers an apology, acknowledging his superficiality. Yet internally, he grapples with the absurdity of the situation. But I am male. The little chubby fellow, unyielding, declares, I must maintain respect for my teachers. I cannot make such a basic error. Shi Jinhua, exasperated, responds, I appreciate your adherence to etiquette. The air thickens with tension and amusement, as Shi Jinhua finds himself in a comedic whirlwind. Amidst the festivities, Shi Jinhua strives to evade further interaction with Wang Jiaqin, who incessantly calls him master's wife, creating an illusion of maternal responsibility. With Wang Jiaqin present, the banquet never lacks vibrancy. Guests approach Qian Shui, extending their congratulations, only for Wang Jiaqin to interject, congratulations. My master's guests are my guests. Please enjoy. The guests, charmed by Wang Jiaqin's playful demeanor, find themselves increasingly drawn to the merriment. Ah, Madam Scholar, you look splendid today. Keep an eye on your husband. We wouldn't want him to be whisked away without you noticing, remarks Widow Yao, observing Shi Jinhua's interactions with the local maidens. Wang Jiaqin, having grown up around women, cannot fathom why anyone would need to compete for the affection of such a beauty as Qian Shui. My master is far too exquisite to require such scrutiny, he exclaims, dismissing Widow Yao's attempts to provoke jealousy. Observing her carefully curated appearance, Wang Jiaqin is oblivious to her widowhood, further fueling his disdain. Madam Yao, what brings you here? The banquet is about to commence, calls out a voice from behind, prompting Wang Jiaqin to remark in surprise, is that truly a widow? His observation is met with Shi Jinhua's internal groans, lamenting the absurdity of the situation. As the evening unfolds, Shi Jinhua endeavors to maintain decorum amidst the chaos, while Wang Jiaqin's antics ensure that the festivities remain lively, leaving an indelible impression on all in attendance. Wang Yang expressed curiosity about the young master, questioning whether she was a maiden. Wang Jiaxuan contemplated striking Wang Yang, pondering whether such matters could be mentioned before their master. Upon turning his gaze, he was met with the master's equally inquisitive expression. The chubby boy immediately stood at attention, declaring, Master, I am undoubtedly a virtuous gentleman with impeccable morals. The servant, Wang Yang, promptly concurred, Indeed, dear master, my young master has no concubines, solely attended by me and a 70-year-old nanny. Although the nanny often failed to hear what the young master said, the conversation continued. Qian Shui, intrigued, inquired how the chubby boy determined a woman's status. Wang Jiaxuan blushed profusely, fidgeting awkwardly. Wang Yang internally scorned his young master, noting the abundance of romantic illustrations throughout the house, as well as more provocative images. While he displayed a thick skin at home, he was now shy. Well, master, I was merely speaking casually, he laughed, hastily seeking a way to escape the conversation. Truly, who could have anticipated such a predicament? Oh dear, how embarrassing. Young Master Wang Yang, with a teacher for a day, one is a father for life. How dare you speak so to the master? Wang Jiaxuan, feeling the weight of the moment, realized the master was unsteady on his feet. What happened to the professional decorum of a servant? Wang Yang retorted, I am equally curious. Qianji Shui observed Wang Jiaxuan's bashfulness akin to a young maiden. So, the master is quite lewd, he remarked, describing how a woman's waist becomes particularly supple and her hips notably curvaceous, leading to an involuntary sway in her walk. Gesturing a half-circle with his hand. At this moment, Wang Yang found himself overwhelmed, as if struck by lightning. The realization of his young master's predicament struck him fiercely. Wang Jiaxuan exclaimed, "Damn it! This servant is deliberately leading me astray." He kicked at Wang Yang, who deftly jumped aside, exclaiming, "Huh? You missed." Qian Zhishui remarked. Ancient people are indeed eager learners. The conversation meandered until Wang Jiaxuan's playful banter finally concluded the awkward topic. After the feast, noticing the kitchen had plenty of leftovers, Shi Jinhua knew Qian Zhishui would not consume them, so she hurriedly instructed Aunt Wan to send a bowl back with each family. Consequently, the Shi family gained even more favor in the village, as they not only dined but also shared. Shi Jinhua lamented, "I did not wish to send anything. Yet our household is sparse." Thanks to the banquet at the Shi family, Wang Jiaxuan successfully found his way to Shi Jinhua's home. From that day forth, the sound of the chubby boy became a frequent presence in the Shi household. "I do not require a disciple," Qian Zhishui thought. "This person is truly bothersome." To which Wang Jiaxuan insisted, "I do not need your approval. I only care for my own desires." Each encounter brought Wang Jiaxuan closer to the brink of exasperation. One day, Master Su arrived with a proper construction crew, complete with a cook who brought utensils and provisions daily, relieving Shi Jinhua and Qian Zhishui of any burden. Master Su oversaw the digging of foundations and the assembly of thatched huts, not departing until the structure was completed. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhua and Qian Zhishui busied themselves packing their belongings, eager to commence the labor. At this juncture, the chubby boy's usefulness emerged, bringing 5 servants who completed their tasks in a single hour. With nothing to occupy his time, Qian Zhishui prepared to venture into the mountains, only for Wang Jiaxuan to insist on joining. Qian Zhishui hesitated, knowing that if he went, his servants would follow, complicating matters. Since meeting Qian Zhishui, Wang Jiaxuan's innate intelligence had awakened. "Master, let me go alone. I hope to learn a few skills." "But young master, if you do not allow us to accompany you and something were to happen, how would you cope?" Wang Jiaxuan argued. "When I am with my master, nothing could possibly go awry. Enough of this hesitation. I am leaving. You all can assist with the labor." No one could deter him from pursuing his desire to learn from his master. Chapter 36. The thrills of the deep woods this time. In an effort to teach the chubby boy a lesson and deter future entanglements, Qian Zhishui chose the steepest mountain path. The poor chubby boy, sweating and gasping, struggled to see his feet, hindered by his weight. Qian Zhishui, agile and sprightly, easily leaped over higher obstacles. Meanwhile, Wang Jiaxuan, with a girth reminiscent of a pig at feeding time, found himself unable to ascend. As he saw Qian Zhishui's figure nearly disappear, tears welled in his eyes. He hurriedly rolled over and began to run, his ample flesh jiggling in a lively manner. As Qian Zhishui ventured deeper into the mountains, paths grew scarce, and he sought a suitable place to pause. "Master," Wang Jiaxuan lamented, utterly exhausted, his body protesting against any further movement. "If we continue, we shall part ways." Noticing Wang Jiaxuan's perseverance, Qian Zhishui decided to halt. "We cannot proceed endlessly. I cannot abandon him in the depths of the forest." Observing Wang Jiaxuan's shape, Qian Zhishui furrowed his brow. "Master, I do not desire this physique either, yet it remains unchanged. I am equally distressed by my appearance. In fights, I lack any impressive skills beyond threatening. I shall crush you beneath me." Shi Jinhua held no concerns about the time Wang Jiaxuan spent with Qian Zhishui, confident in his naive nature, akin to a child yet to grow up. At that moment, Wang Jiaxuan scurried to Qian Zhishui's side, offering water. "Master, please teach me martial arts. I promise not to bring you shame. He acted like an eager pup, wagging his tail. Get down, Qian Shui commanded, pressing Wang Jiaxuan down. Master, I hear footsteps. The deep woods were not a place for the faint-hearted. Wang Jiaxuan's eyes widened in alarm as he felt a surge of adrenaline. A group of 10 men, speaking an incomprehensible language, emerged from beneath a large rock. 5 of them carrying a captive who resembled a wild man, yet towered around 2 meters in height. Is that a giant? Qian Shui wondered. In ancient times, would that not be considered a monster? Suddenly, the giant, who had been with eyes closed, opened them to meet Qian Shui's gaze, roaring ferociously. The 5 men holding him were thrown aside, their bindings severed. The remaining 5 men quickly encircled the giant, drawing weapons. One produced a small vial, applying its contents to the arrows. Master, they are using a tranquilizer. They intend to capture the giant for sale, like a monkey in a circus. In an instant, one of the men stumbled before Qian Shui and Wang Jiaxuan. The latter, slower in thought than action, hurled a rock at the intruder, striking him with brutal force. Well done. Witnessing a Han person, the assailants' hostility surged. They exchanged hurried words and drew their blades towards Wang Jiaxuan. He, akin to an enraged pufferfish, raised his stone to strike. Ouch! I missed. The assailants sneered, grinning wickedly as they advanced. As one swung a sword, Qian Shui pulled Wang Jiaxuan aside, narrowly avoiding the blow. Ouch! Frustrated, the assailant attempted another strike. Upon noticing the presence of women, the men exchanged glances, their eyes glinting with desire. Kill the fat one. Spare the girl. One exclaimed. Agreed. Whoever kills the fat one first gets a chance. Qian Shui understood their intentions, but paid them no mind. In her eyes, there were already corpses. She did not engage in brawls. Her strikes were lethal. When the first assailant brandished his sword before her, she swiftly plunged a dagger into his heart, ending his life before he could comprehend his demise. The remaining 2 retreated in fear, recognizing her ferocity. Wang Jiaxuan, seizing a fallen sword, charged at the remaining assailants. They recognized Qian Shui and realized their doom was imminent. Amidst Wang Jiaxuan's frantic, indiscriminate swings, the remaining 8 men met their end at the hands of Qian Shui. Why were there 8 people? Hey! Wang Fatty was still competing in presence with a man. Both wielded large machetes, shouting loudly, yet neither dared to advance, as if the first to step forward would meet their demise. Qian Shui wiped his dagger clean on a corpse, frowning at the giant tugging at his clothing. It hadn't struck him until now, but upon closer inspection, he realized this fellow was a woman. Qian Shui gazed at the muscular, childlike giantess who stood tall, making him feel rather embarrassed as he barely reached her navel. The man facing Wang Fatty, upon noticing Qian Shui approaching, cast a terrified glare in his direction, his legs trembling. Since death was inevitable, he thought it better to take his own life than to fall to another's hand. With that in mind, he brought the machete to his throat. In that instant, blood sprayed onto Wang Fatty's face. Wang Fatty wiped his face and scoffed, thinking, competing with me in presence? I have never lost. In his heart, he believed his opponent had frightened himself to death. Qian Shui, seeing Wang Fatty dare to kill, regarded him with a newfound scrutiny. His master noticed the people around Qian Shui. Wang Fatty exclaimed, "What the hell? Is this a giant?" From a distance, he hadn't seen clearly, but now, up close, even as a man, he felt a pang of inferiority as he barely reached her waist. He thought, I'm still growing. But how could I ever grow this tall? What on earth has she eaten? My heavens! Is she a monster? Master, come here. Wang Fatty pulled Qian Shui over. This can't be a monster, can it? Out here in the deep mountains, she resembles a wild person. When the giantess noticed someone trying to take her companion, she became agitated, roaring at Wang Fatty before lifting him effortlessly. Where am I? Who am I? Why are my feet off the ground? He looked up to find himself face to face with the giantess. Ah, master, help! At that moment, Wang Fatty dangled in the air like a round lantern. Qian Shui only wished to flee from this place. Otherwise, they might attract wild beasts. Let us go. The giantess cast a puzzled glance at Qian Shui. then set Wang Fatty down and followed. Wang Fatty, panting and clutching his chest, exclaimed, "Oh dear, you nearly scare me to death." The giantess, with her long legs, effortlessly lifted Qian Shishui onto a large rock. "Wow, such strength!" Wang Fatty called out, "Don't forget about me." The giantess glanced at Wang Fatty, indifferent. Wang Fatty, struggling like a wild boar climbing a tree, slipped down the rock repeatedly but could not ascend. After watching for a long while, as Wang Fatty's clothes became mere rags, the giantess finally took pity and helped him up. Wang Fatty, feeling surprisingly comfortable being carried, chuckled, "No need to put me down. This feels great. At least I'm not tired. Who cares about dignity? What is dignity? Do I even have any?" With a dismissive wave of his hand, he declared no. Chapter 37. Upon seeing Hua, Shi Jinhua heard the sound of silver coins clinking. Along the way, Qian Shishui walked ahead, the giantess trailing behind, carrying Wang Fatty. Wang Fatty had fully acclimated to the sensation of being lifted. "Hua, lift me higher. I think I see some wild grapes," he shouted, drooling uncontrollably at the sight of the trees above. The giantess could not converse like a normal person, so when Wang Fatty asked her name, she simply replied, "Hua." "Hua? Where is your home?" he inquired. "Hua," she responded again. "How old are you, Hua?" "Hua," came a reply. "Where do you come from, Hua?" "Uwa." "What did you eat to grow so big, Hua?" "Hua." Wang Fatty, feeling utterly defeated, exclaimed, "Damn you, Hua." Qian Shishui, observing the rapport between Hua and Wang Fatty, contemplated returning, "But what about Hua? I've completely overwhelmed her. How can you tell we get along?" Wang Fatty lamented. They hadn't spotted any prey, only a basket of herbs, and the sun was setting. "Hua, we need to go home. You should return too." Wang Fatty adjusted his clothing, realizing there was little to fix, just scraps. "Home?" Hua didn't understand. "What is home?" "I have a cave." To Wang Fatty, who noticed Hua's clothing made of tiger skin, it occurred to him, it must take 4 or 5 tigers to make that. Hua thought for a moment and concluded, "Then it's just the cave." "Is a cave home?" "You, a girl, calling yourself Hua, aren't you foolish? You should be called Huanyo." As Qian Shishui walked ahead, Hua followed closely, regardless of Wang Fatty's comments. "Smells good." Hua bent down to sniff Qian Shishui, looking quite foolish. "Master, run. This creature wants to eat us." With no choice, Qian Shishui urged, "We must leave before nightfall." Wang Fatty felt helpless, thinking that bringing Hua back would terrify the villagers. But leaving her here alone felt wrong. "Master, perhaps we should take her back? It would be cruel to leave Hua alone in the dark." With a heavy heart, Qian Shishui turned to descend the mountain. They could not kill without reason, especially with Wang Fatty around. As darkness fell, Shi Jinhua grew anxious, realizing Qian Shishui had not returned home. "This woman is driving me mad. It's dangerous in the mountains at night." She took a torch and, along with the family's servants, ventured into the mountains to search. "Young master, little young master." Wang Yang was in tears, fearing for the young master's safety. Shi Jinhua quickened her pace, her anxiety mounting until she heard a loud shout. "What the hell? I'm not dead yet. Stop bothering me." Wang Fatty roared from the mountainside. "Young master, my dear young master, you're scaring me to death." Upon hearing his voice, Shi Jinhua raced up the slope. From afar, she spotted Qian Shishui carrying herbs, her eyes reddening with anger. "Have you grown bold? Ah, not yet back home at this hour?" The servants hurriedly took the basket from Qian Shishui, surrounding Wang Fatty with concern. "What will I do if something happens to you?" The stars had emerged, and only now had they returned, causing her to feel frantic. She hugged Qian Shishui tightly. "In the future, can you return before dinner? If you're not here, I'd be tempted to smack you." Qian Shishui, startled by the sudden embrace, forgot to react, feeling the pounding of Shi Jinhua's heart against her own, stirring a tempest within her. "Ah, a monster!" Hua emerged from the shadows, causing the servants to tumble in shock. Shi Jinhua stared wide-eyed at Hua, taken aback by her enormous size. "This is too big." Her thoughts became disjointed as she questioned why Hua was gazing at her. Alarm bells rang in her mind as she instinctively shielded her wife behind her, asking, "What do you want?" Shi Jinhua raised her head, her neck slightly sore. Hua! Hua! Wang Fatty exclaimed. Damn these words, Hua! This is Hua, the giantess we encountered in the mountains, and she insists on following us. We must hurry down the mountain. My legs are trembling. Young master, how can she be so tall? Is she even marriageable? If you ask me, who should I ask? It was clear Hua was a wild child. As night fell, they entered the village, where everyone was home, and no one noticed Hua. The next morning, the construction crew stared in astonishment at the giantess trailing behind Qian Shishui, their mouths agape, forgetting to eat. A monster. She is definitely a monster. Master Su smacked a fellow worker, saying, Quit being so surprised. She is just tall. The man, looking at the giantess Hua, muttered, This is outrageous. Hua, seeing so many people, felt fear and clung to Qian Shishui, not daring to stray a step. After Shijinhua discovered that Hua was a woman, aside from having an opinion about her being overly possessive of money, he felt indifferent towards her. However, when he heard Wang Pengzi mention Hua's extraordinary strength, he began to entertain thoughts of her. He reasoned, I'm often away from home, leaving only money to flow like water, and, with such a capable person around, I feel a sense of security. Yet, this notion, though appealing, was overshadowed by the sight of the bucket in Hua. Shijinhua was overwhelmed. She could eat so much. All that food equated to money. He fixated on Hua's mouth, and his imagination spiraled into visions of himself being consumed by her, ultimately falling prey to her appetite. Grasping his hair in despair, he gazed at Hua, exclaiming to the heavens, What a curse! What shall I do with such an insatiable eater? After much contemplation, he resolved to seek out Wang Pengzi, for he simply could not afford to keep her. Otherwise, his heart would bleed daily, burdened by the sound of money slipping away every time he saw her. Suddenly, a voice erupted from the construction site across the street, marveling at the sight of Hua effortlessly lifting a beam that required the strength of 4 or 5 adult men. Su Shifu, witnessing this, felt a thrill of excitement, imagining the speed at which they could build if she were on his team. However, upon recalling Hua's eating habits, he thought better of it. At that moment, Li Kuei's eyes bulged with astonishment, recognizing her as a remarkable talent. Sister, your strength is incredible, he exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. Money to flow like water reminisced about how tall Hua appeared even when squatting in the thatched hut, and thus suggested to Su Shifu that they should prepare a separate room for her. Upon hearing this, Shijinhua suggested raising the kitchen door. Money to flow like water contemplated this and had no objections. After all, Hua couldn't remain utterly helpless. Shijinhua pondered finding Wang Pengzi to devise a plan, hoping he could procure a skilled cook to teach Hua. Let her prepare her own meals, he thought, but I shall be the first to object to letting money to flow like water cook. Meanwhile, Wang Pengzi, lounging on a chaise and munching grapes, felt a sudden chill run down his spine. Wang Yang, who was massaging his feet, noticed his master shudder. Young master, do you need to relieve yourself? What's the relation between my shivering and needing to urinate? Wang Pengzi retorted, his round face flushed and his small hands plump. I'm done eating. I need to lose weight. My lord, that's called good fortune. Wang Yang quickly replied. Do you want this good fortune? Humph. Many in the capital mock me in private. I am but a servant. How can I have such fortune? At that moment, Granny Jiang entered with a bowl of pig's trotter soup, trembling as she walked, making Wang Pengzi fear that she might spill it. Yet, miraculously, not a drop was lost as she approached him. Wang Yang remarked, Young master, do you think Granny Jiang possesses martial arts? She never spills the soup. Granny Jiang, at 70, was hard of hearing but saw Wang Pengzi's cheerful demeanor and said, Drink up. It's hot and delicious. Peanut pig's trotter soup. Granny, I need to lose weight. Why not make papaya with milk instead? I'm man, wailing. I'm not in confinement. What's wrong with pig's trotters? They're not fatty. They're just chewy. You say you need to lose weight. Wang Yang shouted into Granny Jiang's ear. Do you think I'm fat? Let go. Chapter 38. Shijinhua's solution only exacerbated his despair. Wang Pengzi pointed at his belly, tugging at his triple chin. I have too much meat. I need to lose weight. Do you understand now? Granny Jiang grasped Wang Pengzi's hand. Young master, you need to shed some pounds? Wang Pengzi was utterly resigned, feeling like a lifeless wooden doll, drooling and weeping as he gnawed on the pig's trotter and sipped the soup. I've said nothing. Don't cry, little master. Granny Jiang has all the delicious food for you. No one can take it away. Granny Jiang tenderly wiped his tears. Who would dare take it? You can have it all. Woe is me, I'm so exhausted. Suddenly, a figure dashed in from outside. Lai Gui, come quickly. It's the master. Wang Pongzi transformed his sorrow into appetite, turning to look at the newcomer. Young master, Shi Jinhua is waiting for you at the gate. Mother is here. What should I respond? Wang Pongzi inquired, puzzled. You agreed, so we dared to let her in. Wang Yang, hearing this, quietly retreated a few steps, internally counting 1, 2, 3. Are you trying to kill yourself? That's mother. With that, he grabbed Ligo. Why don't you just ascend to the heavens? How dare you let your son stand at the gate? You brat, my father is in the capital. To hell with you, young master. Wang Pongzi cast Ligo aside and hurriedly exited the room. Granny Jiang, noticing the unfinished pig's trotter on the table, hastily picked it up and followed after him. Little ancestor, you haven't finished. Why the hurry? As Wang Jiaqin hurried down the stairs, he turned to see. Great. This old lady is relentless. If she trips, it could be the end. Fine, I'll eat. You are my ancestor, he exclaimed, taking the pig's trotter and munching as he walked. Young master, come back early tonight. I made black-bone chicken soup for you. Wang Jiaqin thought. Granny Jiang was undeniably a stumbling block on his weight loss journey, always cooking dishes suitable for women in confinement. When Shi Jinhua saw Wang Jiaqin, he found Wang Pongzi with greasy lips devouring the pig's trotter. Looking at his corpulent figure, he understood that this indulgence was entirely a result of his own doing. Mother, you came to see me? From now on, feel free to enter as if it were your own home. He attempted to pull Shi Jinhua closer, but was deftly avoided. This garment was crafted by my wife. I have matters to discuss with you. Following Wang Jiaqin into the courtyard, Shi Jinhua marveled at the pavilion and flowing waters, noticing the absence of any people along the path. Mother, what matters do you seek me for? Shi Jinhua, biting her cheek, admonished, do not call me mother. What shall I call you then? Wang Pongzi finally finished the pig's trotter, and his servant presented him with Lewin melon slices. As long as it's not mother, I'm fine. After much deliberation, Wang Pongzi could not determine what to call her, sipping his tea and deciding to address her as master spouse. Shi Jinhua gazed at Wang Jiaqin as if he were an oddity. This man's mind is not like others. Whatever works. I concede. At least it sounds better than mother. I sought you out to devise a plan for someone to teach Hua how to wash clothes, cook, and tidy the house. Otherwise, I truly cannot afford to keep her. This is essential. Hua is like a wild child, utterly ignorant. It will be troublesome if she embarrassed her master when out in public. An embarrassment for the master equates to an embarrassment for me. I will find you a granny. Wang Jiaqin grinned. Let Granny Jiang handle it. One who cannot speak, and one who cannot hear. The combination will be amusing. Let me tell you, this Granny Jiang is quite formidable. She was my grandmother's wet nurse and later accompanied my mother as a dowry, raising me. Would you say I'm showing you respect? Primarily, with Granny Jiang away, he could finally lose weight. A twofold benefit. Shi Jinhua sought to ascertain whether Granny Jiang's age aligned with her expectations of longevity. Wang Pongzi waved his hand dismissively. It's not a problem. She is quite young, in good health with strong teeth. She moves quickly, though her hearing is a bit poor. Shi Jinhua scrutinized Wang Jiaqin, who chuckled awkwardly, trying to mask his embarrassment at being 70. Instantly, Shi Jinhua stood up to take her leave. Having one mentally deficient Hua at home was already a source of anxiety. Another 70-year-old granny. Is it because she has too much money, or does she think Dr. Wang is her own father? Oh dear, master, her husband, there is no need to rush. Nothing in this world is absolute. Wang Yang stretched out his arms to block the path, while Wang Pongzi hung onto Shi Jinhua. Shi Jinhua remarked, aren't you aware of your own weight? Seeing Shi Jinhua's face reddening, Wang Yang thought the master might soon be a widow. Young master, please get up. Wang Pongzi released Shi Jinhua. Say, what are you in such a hurry for? How about this? For as long as your granny stays with your family, I'll supply them with grain, 50 jin a day, no more. Shi Jinhua, who had been resolute, exclaimed, why didn't you say so earlier? You had me all flustered. He then returned to his seat. Where's your granny? She should come home with me right away. I can't wait. Tiger Boy eats too much. Just wait here. I'll fetch your granny. As Wang Pengzi spoke, he turned to leave. No need to fetch her. She is already outside the second gate. You might as well ask Sister Xinyue to hurry and pack her things. Do I need to tell you that? Wang Pengzi shot a glare at Wang Yang, urging Xinyue to take good care of their granny. What is this? You're bringing a maid too? 50 jin of rice a day, isn't enough. And now a maid? Sure, Jinhua was unwilling. This deal is a loss. Come on, your granny is 70. She doesn't need anyone to attend to her during the day. And who will look after her at night? Moreover, the maid wouldn't require you to pay for her. Just then, Granny trembled as she approached the archway, shakily descending the steps. Sure, Jinhua was exasperated. Was there even a point in refusing now? 50 jin a day of rice isn't easy to come by. Granny finally caught up with her young master, her murky eyes sparkling. Young master, watching Granny waddle over, Sure Jinhua felt anxious. What she fell? That would mark the end of this elderly woman's life. Wang Yang, seasoned in such matters, had already taken out paper and pen to jot down what he wanted to discuss with Granny. When she arrived, he handed the paper to her with both hands. Granny took the paper, searching for light to read it. Seeing this, Sure Jinhua said, I have matters to attend to. No need to trouble you. I'll take my leave. Such behavior is unbecoming. Wang Pengzi had long anticipated Sure Jinhua's stinginess. Oh, just sit. Granny might not even agree. Why the rush? Come, have some tea. No sooner had Wang Pengzi finished speaking than Granny said, I agree. I want to see what that enormous girl is like. Elder, there's no need to force yourself. You can decline. Sure Jinhua bowed and clasped his hands, thinking to himself, really, you don't have to agree. I'm afraid. Granny handed the paper back to Wang Yang and turned to Sure Jinhua, leaning in to hear better, implying, speak up, I can't hear. Sure Jinhua looked at Wang Pengzi in confusion. Is this what you meant by having a little hearing loss? This isn't just a little. She can't hear at all. It's all about guessing from lip movements. On the way back to Dongshan village, Sure Jinhua glanced at Granny and the maid in the carriage, along with Wang Pengzi, whose entire being radiated freedom, and felt as though the sky in his world had suddenly turned pitch black, ready to unleash a storm. Chapter 39. Reflection. Why do spendthrifts earn money faster than I do? Upon arriving at his doorstep, Sure Jinhua noticed a crowd gathered, pointing and whispering. Look at that tall woman. How rare. Indeed, seeing one in a lifetime is worth boasting about forever. Such strength. Could she be a monster that eats people? Eat people? Would you eat if offered? Look, she doesn't leave the scholar's wife's side. Why does she only follow the scholar's wife? How should I know? Maybe she thinks the scholar's wife is impressive. Tiger Boy is quite formidable, a weapon in Master Su's hands, hitting the target precisely. What was planned to take 7 days was arranged in 1 day. But he eats too much. Oh, if only he ate less, he wouldn't have such strength. Li Kuei, following Tiger Boy, chattered incessantly like firecrackers, always prattling on. If it weren't for Nyang understanding her man, one might think Li Kuei had feelings for Tiger Boy. Qianshi Shui was also busy participating in the construction design. Though there were blueprints, some details still required her approval. At that moment, Qianshi Shui held a blueprint for a toilet, thinking to herself that she would never take on flashy projects. She preferred to remain an unassuming speck of dust, living quietly. Dig here. Qianshi Shui pointed at the blueprint for Tiger Boy. Tiger Boy comprehended. Then she drew a large circle and indicated it with a single word. Master Su exclaimed, Is your mouth made of gold? Could you say a few more words? His heart was weary. Tiger Boy swung his shovel, digging a massive hole as if playing with a mole. Soon, Master Su's team began laying bricks and digging ditches, ensuring that waste would flow out. Observing the large pit, Master Su thought it wouldn't fill up under normal circumstances. Can your family produce that much waste? The bottom wasn't bricked, so whatever came out would just sink into the soil, becoming fertilizer. Dig a ditch to let it flow to the pit at the foot of the backyard. Then your family will have fertilizer. After thinking for a moment, he realized there weren't enough people in her family to utilize it. Qianshi Shui wasn't keen on discussing the cycle of grains. Tiger Boy, noticing Qianshi Shui S frown, picked Master Su up and set him down 10 steps away from her. Why do I feel like a toy in Tiger Boy's hands? Look, look. Oh my. He lifted him so easily. Exactly. How terrifying. Who would dare bully her now? The onlookers erupted in discussion. Granny, is she even human? Xinyue, the maid, stood frozen. Granny was astonished. This is a strong man. Sure, Jinhua, seeing Granny, realized that the house they were building had not been considered well by the young man, and this place might not suit her, implying, you should hurry back. Granny, being older and capricious, asked, are you used to it? Looking at Tiger Boy, she replied, of course I'm used to it. I've never seen anything like this before. I'm a bit surprised. Let us go. This house will be finished in a few days. Sure, Jinhua. Wang Pengzi, all jovial and plump, passed by Shi Jinhua. At this moment, he just wanted to take Qian Shishui and leave far away from these people, for they were too dangerous, not murderers, but with a mindset and physique that drained wealth. Granny approached Tiger Boy, waving her dry hand. Bend down, let me see. Wang Pengzi interjected, Granny, she doesn't understand human speech. She only knows a few words. Granny looked at Wang Pengzi in confusion. Young master, do you speak human language? Wang Pengzi was caught off guard and bit his tongue. Ouch, my tongue hurts. To live well, one must stay away from grannies. He turned to find his master. Shi Jinhua gazed at the construction on the foundation and suddenly realized what this woman had done. Why was she earning money faster than he could? Just look at the materials. Even an outsider could tell they were of good quality. Spendthrift. It could have sufficed to live casually. Yet she went for something so splendid. Ah, Huazi, you've struck gold. Qian girl is truly capable. A single screen has built this house. The elderly lady envied her, lamenting that she was too old and had no daughter. Otherwise, she would have knelt to beg Qian girl to be her apprentice. Evening lady, I once thought like that as well. Li Kuei. Hey, what a coincidence. I thought the same. How large is the screen? Shi Jinhua asked in astonishment. It must be enormous. As tall as you are and just as wide. While gesturing, she exclaimed, you have no idea. When it was embroidered, we all witnessed its beauty. It could indeed be considered a family heirloom. The excitement in her voice was palpable. The embroidery was truly miraculous. From the front, it appeared one way, from the back. It transformed into another, and from the side, it even resembled characters. Don't you think Qian Yatu is remarkable? That must have taken a lot of effort. Sure, Jinhua blurted out, that woman clearly doesn't seem virtuous. Indeed, during that period, we frequently saw Qian Yatu rubbing her eyes. Evening lady assisted the cook in preparing meals for the workers, her hands never slowing down as she picked vegetables. Hearing this, Shi Jinhua silently observed Qian Zishui, this lawful wife, who perpetually exuded an icy demeanor. Even the blazing sun seemed incapable of melting her, only accentuating her coldness. While everyone else was fast asleep at night, Shi Jinhua toiled away, transcribing books to earn money. Presently, the government bestowed 2 taels of silver and 10 caddies of rice monthly to scholars. And now, with money in hand, he could pay the deposit at the bookstore to borrow books for transcription. Each time, he would only pause to rest when the night had deepened and the dew had thickened. As the Shi family home gradually began to take shape, the villagers gazed upon it with envy. Others could only covet from afar, harboring no other ambitions. Yet Shi Jiaojiao and some other young ladies had different thoughts. Shi Jiaojiao mused, with so much wealth, why not share some with me? The family division has left my life quite strained. The young ladies pondered. If only we could move in ourselves, how perfect it would be if Qian Zishui were to suddenly perish. Households with daughters sighed, lamenting. If only they had acted sooner. At least they could have been relatives of scholar. As for these musings, Shi Jinhua remained oblivious, for he was preoccupied with the 3 taels of silver earned from his transcription work. He wondered why his pace of earning money could not match that of the extravagant women. At that moment, Hu Shiya happened to pass by, spotting Shi Jinhua from a distance. Shi Jinhua had already gained some notoriety. Nearly everyone in town recognized him. How could they not? He was the top scholar, a promising prospect. Shi Shiokai, Shi Shiokai. Hu Shiya waved from afar with the warmth of a long-lost lover. However, upon turning to see the source of the voice, Shi Jinhua was met with Hu Shiya's gaze. Instinctively, He tightened his grip on his wallet, pretended not to hear, and maintained a casual stride, hastily departing. Fearing Hushurya might catch up, his pace quickened. Now, encountering Hushurya felt akin to watching his wallet diminish. It was a reflex. To keep his wallet intact, he had to escape quickly at the sound of the master's call. Hushurya, still waving his hand, wondered why Shiokai was walking faster and faster. Did he not hear my call? Jinhua, no. I heard you, master. Perhaps Shiokai is in a hurry and didn't he notice you? Jinhua, no. I noticed you, but I wish to remain unnoticed. It should be so. I just want to inquire whether that girl survived. She should be alive. The people around him were at a loss for an answer to this query. Jinhua walked an entire street clutching his wallet before stopping, intentionally glancing back, relieved to see no one following. Chapter 40. Yao Xinxin advises the original wife, Qian Zishui. Jinhua felt his life began from the 5 when Hushurya had once demanded. Thus, he developed an instinctive aversion to Hushurya. When Jinhua reached the entrance of Mingda Academy, he encountered the daughter of Master Zhao, Zhao Yunxin. At that moment, Zhao Yunxin was engaged in a trivial dispute with Zhao Qimin, who was clearly being dismissive. Yet, Zhao Yunxin remained as enthusiastic as ever. Just as Jinhua intended to enter through the back door, Zhao Qimin sighed in relief upon seeing Shi. This Miss Zhao was a person he could neither offend nor tolerate. You say your surname is Zhao, and so do I. With such shared surnames, if you like me, others might think my character flawed. Marriage between those with the same surname is absolutely forbidden. The issue is that I'm not particularly fond of you, Miss Zhao. Alas, exceptional individuals attract trouble wherever they go. Their brilliance is almost a curse. Jinhua pretended not to hear, turning to leave. Miss Zhao, I have matters to attend to. Farewell. Leaving Zhao Yunxin behind, he hastily pursued his path. Xiong, why do you walk so swiftly? Is there something urgent? Jinhua, yes. I wish to avoid seeing you. Oh, there is indeed something urgent. I must review the materials for class. So please don't follow me. What a coincidence. I have the same urgency. Let us go together, Xiong. She stepped ahead, urging Jinhua. Hurry up. Jinhua retorted, I do not wish to quicken my pace. Oh, just come along, please, Zhao Xiong. Oh dear, how hypocritical scholars can be. The maid of Zhao Yunxin remarked as she observed the retreating figures. Miss, look at how Zhao Gongzi is running as if chased by a dog. Zhao Yunxin's maid furrowed her brow in displeasure. Zhao Yunxin snapped. If you have nothing to say, then be silent. You are the dog. Your entire family is a pack of dogs. The maid was irked. After all, Zhao Gongzi was indeed fleeing as if pursued by a dog. Was that wrong? Ugh, being a servant is no easy task. Zhao Yunxin watched Zhao Qimin depart. A wave of melancholy washing over her. She could clearly sense his disinterest. Yes, you are not mistaken. Watching Jinhua's figure vanish, she found herself at a loss, only able to leave the academy with her maid. Nowadays, young ladies are so forward. Since they have come to the academy, Fubo promptly closed the gate. For Master Zhao was indeed a decent man. Jinhua had initially thought that entering the academy would cause Zhao Qimin to leave, yet unexpectedly, Zhao Qimin followed closely behind. They were in the same class. It appeared he could not go anywhere. This fellow was eyeing my wife, thinking I was unaware. Jinhua regarded Zhao Qimin as an adversary, while Zhao Qimin viewed Jinhua as a creditor. Both wore smiles on their faces, but their hearts were filled with disdain. Wang Pongzi was in the next class, truly living up to the moniker of the neighbor, Old Wang. Despite failing the scholar's examination, he continued to muddle through, his thoughts occupied with Qian Zishui, his master. Watching the scene unfold, Qian Zishui found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate her feelings. The old woman, unable to hear, gestured to Hua for clarification, but Hua could not comprehend, expressing himself with all his might. The maid, anxious, scratched her head, glancing at Su Shifu and Li Kuei beside her, along with the reticent yet cold Qian Zishui, especially when she witnessed Hua lifting the old woman repeatedly. Qian Zishui's heart momentarily halted. What if she were to lose her life here? What would happen? As Wang Pongzi departed, he advised Qian Zishui, Master, the old woman is ill. Who knows how long she will live? Let her be happy while she can. Do not worry. I will ensure your safety. Qian Zishui had taken lives before, but never that of a 70-year-old elderly person, nor had she ever harmed someone like Hua, who had mental challenges. Reflecting on the people she had harmed, the ill-fated Yao widow, Yao Xin, sashayed in. Although the widow felt some trepidation towards Qian Zishui, the thought of being married off to a butcher with children was utterly unwelcome. What a joke. Any woman who could set her sights on Shi Jinhua was undoubtedly the head of the beauty association. Yao widow had come specifically because Shi Jinhua was absent, and upon entering, she found Qian Zishui standing coldly outside the thatched hut. Qian Meizi, are you here? Have you eaten? The widow inquired familiarly. I have eaten. Qian Zishui bore no prejudice against widows. After all, a widow's work could be seen as a form of freelancing. Are you still managing in this rural life? Why are you so concerned about me? Qian Zishui looked at Yao widow, puzzled. Yao widow smiled, concealing her awkwardness. Someone like you should not be living in the countryside. Have you never considered leaving to find your family? The implication being, you should leave Shi Jinhua quickly. Do not linger. Not all. Qian Zishui didn't even spare Yao widow a glance. Was this woman out of her mind? The widow had no idea that Qian Zishui, being such a straightforward person, did not grasp the subtleties of veiled conversation. To engage with a straightforward woman like Qian Zishui, one must assertively express, I am hungry, let us dine together, rather than inquiring if she is hungry when one desires to eat. If posed this way, she may simply retort, I am not hungry. What then shall you do? When discussing romance with Qian Zishui, her demeanor in conflict reveals her true nature. Elegance is a foreign concept to her. The widow Yao, stifled by Qian Zishui's dismissive response, pondered how one could remain unperturbed. As a young woman, venturing outside is fraught with challenges. Let us depart swiftly from Shi Jinhua, she urged, yet it seemed nothing was truly difficult, primarily due to the lack of impediments from inconsiderate men. The widow Yao pressed further. But are you not concerned for your family? Surely they must miss you. Upon hearing the mention of family, Qian Zishui's expression darkened. Do you wish to perish? She questioned, incredulous at the widow's audacity. Madam, your coy demeanor is lost on Miss Qian. Xin Yue observed this exchange, initially believing the widow had merely come to visit, but soon realized she intended to persuade Miss Qian to leave Shi Xiucai. Having lived in the grand residence, Xin Yue had encountered many types of women, yet never had she seen a widow attempt to counsel the rightful wife to depart. This is unprecedented, she mused. The widow Yao was taken aback by the emergence of another woman, whose grace was undeniable. Who is she to you? She questioned, recognizing the potential threat. You come here to counsel someone to leave, yet are oblivious to my identity? She retorted. The widow was confident. But how could she possibly think Shi Xiucai would be interested in her? What folly! You must be deluded, she scoffed, her pride wounded by the insinuation that widows should be deemed inferior. I'm not ashamed of my status, she declared. Yet she alone had the audacity to intrude and suggest the original wife step aside. You must be delusional. Shi Xiucai's worth is apparent to anyone with eyes. Yao, feeling belittled, exclaimed, this is an affront. You dare challenge me? She felt a pang of shame standing before Qian Zishui, whose beauty was undeniable. You claim to be lovely, but I am merely striving to improve myself. Xin Yue, incensed by the widow's arrogance, decided to take matters into her own hands. Tiger, come forth. In her mind, Xin Yue believed that summoning Tiger would be the most effective solution. Chapter 41. The widow Yao is stuck in the trees suddenly. The widow Yao felt a coolness envelop her as the sun's heat diminished. She realized she was standing in the shade. As she looked up, her limited thoughts were jolted by the sight of Tiger. Xin Yue made a motion as if to toss him. Tiger, noticing Miss Qian's icy glance at the widow, raised his hand and gave a gentle push, sending her flying over Li Kuei's head. Li Kuei, taken aback, locked eyes with the airborne widow, who was frozen in shock. Just then, the village elder ambled toward the Shi residence, intent on checking the progress of the house while puffing on his pipe, completely at ease. Suddenly, something caught his eye as it soared from the estate. Rubbing his eyes, he thought, what is this? Am I seeing things? In folklore, It is said that before an elder's time is up, they often witness the unimaginable. The old man braced himself for his impending fate while gazing nostalgically at familiar scenery. Just then, a shriek pierced the air, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. Whipping around, he beheld a woman ensnared in the great banyan tree outside the Sure residence, wriggling in desperation. The elder, dazed, remarked, "Just moments ago, there was no one here." At that moment, Li Kuei dashed toward the tree. "What are you running for?" The elder called after him. Li Kuei reached the tree and asked Sister Yao, "Are you all right?" "Brother Li Kuei," she replied, looking pitiful after the shock wore off. The elder squinted up at the widow, incredulous. "What on earth possessed you to climb a tree? Are you trying to relive your youth? Hurry down before you frighten me to death." "I am stuck," she confessed, anxious about the impending crowd. "You must descend as you climbed." Li Kuei explained that she had been thrown from the courtyard by Tiger. He tossed her effortlessly. The elder chuckled at the amusing spectacle. "This is quite the play." Li Kuei, confused, asked, "What is happening?" Just then, the elder's wife emerged, curious about the commotion. "What happened?" "Just a little incident with Sister Yao," Li Kuei replied. "How did she end up in a tree?" His wife inquired, perplexed. "She was thrown by Tiger." Li Kuei reiterated, perplexed by the widow's predicament. "Can someone please help me down before we continue this conversation?" Yao pleaded. The elder sighed deeply, crouching to calm himself. As the crowd began to gather, Yao grew increasingly anxious. "Could someone help me down? I'm stuck." "Why did Tiger throw you?" The elder's wife pressed. Yao, feeling vulnerable, faced Li Kuei's knowing gaze. "You see, she cannot admit her predicament," he thought. Xinyue, finally stepping forward, smirked at the widow. "You had no qualms about your actions. Yet now you fear judgment?" "I simply wish for a chance at happiness," Yao protested weakly. "Your desire for happiness does not grant you the right to interfere in another's life," Xinyue retorted. Li Kuei, feeling sympathy for Yao, thought to himself, "Why did you provoke such trouble? Sure Xiaocai is now the elder's treasure. How shameful to seek the rightful wife's position." The elder, noticing the commotion, instructed, "Gather a few people to assist her down and escort her home. I shall check on her mother-in-law." Li Kuei reluctantly called for help, and after some effort, they managed to free the widow from the tree's grasp. The following day, whispers circulated in the village that widow Yao was to remarry on the first day of the next month, and her new in-laws had prepared a dowry. This led many to regard the mother-in-law as a kind-hearted individual, treating widow Yao as if she were her own daughter. The actions of the old village chief made the young women, filled with budding emotions, cautious in their demeanor. Meanwhile, widow Yao sat alone in her room, staring blankly at the wall. Aunt Ing brought her meals and, upon glancing at her, felt compelled to speak despite her initial reluctance. After all, they had shared a life together. She lamented the plight of women, who often live their lives without the chance to choose their own paths. How many women could claim the fortune of finding a partner who would not abuse or torment them? Noticing a flicker of interest in her daughter-in-law's eyes when she mentioned Huazai, Aunt Ing recalled how she had watched him grow up. She understood that it was only natural to be drawn to someone handsome, yet cautioned her daughter-in-law to recognize her own circumstances. Even if Huazai excelled academically and might one day achieve great success, how could a widow like her hope to aspire to him? Huazai represented the hopes and aspirations of the villagers, and the old village chief would not tolerate any blemish on his reputation. Seeing her daughter-in-law remain silent with tears welling in her eyes, Aunt Ing continued, "Just look at yourself, and then at Huazai's wife. If you were a man, who would you choose?" Having said all that needed to be said, she felt helpless in the face of her daughter-in-law's unspoken turmoil, knowing that the wedding was only days away. "Mother, isn't elder sister eating?" Summerflower, Aunt Ying's daughter, anxiously peered into the room. "Leave it be. Go eat your meal," Aunt Ing replied, feeling weary herself. "Why must you fixate on Huazai of all people? Regardless of whether he looks your way, the village chief would never allow it." Summerflower's mind wandered to the gentle, peach blossom eyes of Shi Jinhua as she lowered her head, silently eating. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhua and several other students, who should have been studying in town, found themselves imprisoned on Phoenix Mountain. Wang Fatty, filled with exasperation, lamented the presence of these pretentious individuals. Why must they suggest a trip to Cold Mountain Temple for inspiration? And look where it has led us, straight into the hands of bandits. I wonder if Wang Yang managed to escape. At that moment, Wang Yang was desperately fleeing while the bandits pursued him. Don't run, you scoundrel, the bandits shouted. Wang Yang, don't you dare chase. Neither side appeared willing to relent. If you don't pursue, we won't run. Only a fool wouldn't run. The bandit leader, noticing 2 of his men missing, turned back, exclaiming, what fools! If he doesn't return to report, how will we collect our bounty? Ugh, such a lack of brains. Just a bunch of bandits. Bring that one back and exchange him for silver. Time waits for no one. If he doesn't come willingly, kill him. Wang Yang ducked as arrows whizzed past, embedding themselves in the trees ahead. He reached for one, but found it just out of reach. He tried jumping, but his fingers barely grazed the arrow. Looking back, he saw the bandits were not closing in on him, so he clung to the tree in desperation. Exhausted from running, he slipped down, feeling weak. The struggle against the tree was akin to battling a bear. After a while, the bandits grew weary and squatted in a row, resting their chins on their hands as they watched. Boss, if we leave, this kid will likely miss his chance, one ventured. Indeed. Your words about time, waiting for no one have me questioning if this kid is playing us, though I have no proof. The bandit leader, frustrated, raised his large knife. Spitting on the ground, you go help him get it down. With that, Wang Yang took off, fearing the bandit leader might change his mind. Let us see what those pretentious fools are up to. Reading makes one a heartless traitor. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhua and the others found themselves carelessly tossed into a cage, surrounded by snarling dogs that watched them with hungry eyes. Boss, look at this kid. He has quite the catch. His family can't afford a ransom, so we might as well sell him at the brothel for a good price. Two-eyed, squatting in front of Shi Jinhua, examined him closely. Boss, are we being a bit hasty? Should we really be doing this? The steward and strategist, Li Yuan, fanned herself while observing the captives. Is this not a path to self-destruction? Should we prepare to flee? We harm not to kill. What is there to fear? The authorities won't find us here in the mountains. On Phoenix Mountain, we are kings. The bandit leader, Zhang Tian, reveled in their advantage. Suddenly, hey, look, the pretty boy is waking up. Shi Jinhua, groggy and disoriented, looked around, confusion clouding his vision. Where am I? Who are you? He shook his head, trying to clear his thoughts. He remembered Zhao Qimin and the others convincing him to join their trip to Coal Mountain Temple. Though initially hesitant, Wang Fatty's claims about the power of the temple's charms had piqued his interest, leading him to join. Wang Fatty, having awakened earlier but feigning unconsciousness, quickly joined in the act. Master, we've been captured, he exclaimed. Can't you see this iron cage? The others are out cold. I feel like livestock in here. Wang Fatty glared at the bandits outside. You're wasting your efforts. They've already drugged you. How despicably crafty of you to use sleeping gas. Wang Fatty seethed. Big Fatty, remember who we are? We are bandits. Two-Eyed stared at him in disbelief. Talking about integrity to bandits is like a courtesan claiming she sells talent, but not her body. How naive. You can't sell talent without selling your body. How can you afford to create such a thick fog? It's like being lost in a storm. How much did it cost to produce this much smoke? Are these bandits completely out of their minds? Do you not fear suffocating us? Even if you don't, can you see where we are when you come looking for us? Such low intelligence for bandits. Wang Fatty glanced at the bandit leader, Zhang Tian. You, despicable scoundrel. He stammered, but before he could finish his sentence, he collapsed into Shi Jinhua's arms. Looking down at Wang Fatty, Shi Jinhua then turned to the bandits. What do you want? You want money, but we have none to offer. My family still needs me. If you refuse to pay, look behind you. Two-Eyed pointed toward the cliff. Time waits for no one. It would be difficult to survive that fall. Upon hearing the mention of money, Shi Jinhua protested. That's impossible. My family is frugal, saving every coin for my education. Where'd I find money? Two-Eyed, sensing the truth in Shi Jinhua's words, turned to the boss. What now? He claims he has no money. Are you foolish? Just because he says he has none means he truly has none? Does he not have family? Forget it. Is being good-looking such a big deal? The ones I disdain the most are those who are both beautiful and educated. Bah, Li Yuan. The leader is nothing but a blatant embodiment of jealousy. You all I haven't finished speaking. Shi Jinhua thought to himself. So talkative. Zhang Tianyi knocked Shi Jinhua unconscious with a slap, and he would never admit that his jealousy upon seeing Shi Jinhua's appearance was the reason for his action. Wang Yang had narrowly escaped misfortune by dismounting the carriage early due to an urgent need before entering the rice mill. As he stepped out, he discovered the carriage stuck in a pit. Initially intending to assist, he suddenly noticed smoke rising, realizing that something might be amiss. After all, what could cause smoke in the mountains on a clear morning? He quickly hid away and witnessed 4 bandits counting 1, 2, 3 as they lifted their young master and tossed him into a cage. The hefty Wang Fatty banged his head against the iron door, jolting awake just in time to see Wang Yang hiding behind a large tree. Their eyes met, and Wang Fatty mouthed the words master, but soon succumbed to the effects of a drug and fainted again. Wang Yang wiped away a tear and turned to flee, his commotion drawing the attention of the 2 men, Xia and Lan Wei, who were wrapping things up. Thus began the chase, with Wang Yang arriving at the Shi residence only after dark, his shoes lost and clothes tattered, appearing like a beggar. Why didn't Wang Yang return home to seek help for his young master? Because both he and Wang Fatty understood that if the guards learned of it, Wang Fatty's demise would be imminent, and they could easily pin the blame on the bandits. The illegitimate son born of the concubine at home would then have nothing to worry about. They would not dare to kill him openly, but if an opportunity arose, they would not wish for his survival. Xinyue, a maid, went out to fetch water, preparing to accompany the matron in sleep. She was startled when a ragged beggar suddenly appeared at the door. Who is it, coming out to scare people at this hour? Xinyue, it's me, Wang Yang. Exhausted, Wang Yang collapsed to the ground. Wang Yang, after recovering from her fright, Xinyue rushed over to help him up. What happened? Why do you look like this? Wang Yang, who usually accompanied his young master with dignity, now resembled a beggar. Don't ask. Quickly help me inside. I need to find Miss Qian. Oh, wait for me. After several attempts to lift him, she turned around and called for Hua. Hua, come here, pointing to where Qian Shishue was sleeping. Hua had learned to say master, and in her mind, master equated to Qian Shishue. Hua effortlessly carried Wang Yang towards Qian Shishue's sleeping area. Being carried, Wang Yang recalled his young master's words. As a man, don't argue with a woman, especially not with Hua. Madam Shi, have you gone to bed? Xinyue softly inquired from outside the wooden door. After a moment, the door creaked open. Qian Shishue, upon seeing Hua carrying a person, scrutinized closely and realized it was Wang Yang. What trouble have you gotten into? Being carried by Hua? Miss Qian, I finally see you. He burst into tears, releasing his pent-up fear. The lords in the capital couldn't protect the young master, not even providing a single guard. What a pitiful sight, a man crying like this. Old Master Shi, along with the young master and several scholars, have been captured by bandits on Phoenix Mountain. Report to the authorities, Qian Shishue replied. We cannot report to the authorities. Wang Yang and Xinyue protested in unison. Why not report? What else should we do? The bandits said if we report, they will kill him. Oh, right. Here's a letter from the bandits. When Wang Yang handed the letter to Qian Shishue, he froze. Oh, what do we do? This letter has been soaked in sweat. Xia, he did it on purpose, but I have no direct evidence. Wang Yang looked at Qian Shishue with teary eyes. Qian Shishue frowned at the letter, now a muddled mess, illegible. Xinyue was furious and punched Wang Yang. If something happens to the young master, you can expect to be skin alive. How could you fail to protect something so important? Chapter 43. The Rescue of Shi Jinhua. Qian Shishue handed the letter back to Wang Yang and glanced at him. Wang Yang took it, thinking it's over. Now the young master knows, I'll be in deep trouble. Xinyue anxiously inquired, Madam Shi, what shall we do now? If something happens to the young master, the capital will truly be turned upside down. What did they say? Qian Shishue remained calm. Seeing Xinyue drenched in sweat, she urged, quickly tell me. The bandits said they would ransom the young master, but time is of the essence. They didn't say much else. So this letter indicates the time and place. But we can't decipher it now. What to do? Xinyue fretted, pacing anxiously. Should I return to ask again? Wang Yang cautiously suggested. You know the bandits are on Phoenix Mountain, but that mountain is vast. Do you know the exact location? Xinyue scornfully questioned. Wang Yang let us eat. Hien Shishui directet Wang Yang. Upon hearing this, his eyes reddened, though his disheveled appearance concealed it. Can we prepare horses? Qian Shishui inquired. Wang Yang quickly responded, yes. I'll prepare them right away. Eat first. Don't faint halfway and delay my plans. Wang Yang thought to himself. Miss Qian, with her icy demeanor, truly has a kind heart. Only through interactions can one understand people. Ha, you really have a vivid imagination. I'm just afraid you'll drag me down. Xinyue hurried to the kitchen to reheat the unfinished meal, and Wang Yang, not picky, devoured it ravenously. Carrying the lantern prepared by Xinyue, he headed to a nearby village. Upon returning, he had acquired 3 horses. Qian Shishui, adorned in a black robe with golden embroidery and cloud patterns at the cuffs, stood in the dark night like a formidable weapon. Miss Qian, Wang Yang dismounted and stood before her. Xinyue, holding the lantern, anxiously watched Qian Shishui. Hua looked at the large horse, and the horse stared back at her, both exchanging glances until the horse broke into a grin. What's all this noise? At this hour, Wang Yang smacked the horse on the head. The horse lowered its proud head, sulking, refusing to swish its tail. The horse thought, this silly girl made me laugh. Lead the way. Qian Shishui mounted the horse, only to realize it was a war horse, but she didn't ask further, unaware of such distinctions. Common folk know nothing of war horses. Hua also climbed atop the horse, feeling quite important, even as the horse resisted. The horse thought, this girl is a bit heavy. Oblivious to her own weight, Hua excitedly followed Qian Shishui as they sped along. In the darkness, Wang Yang carried a lantern and ran swiftly, startling children awake who struggled to hold back their bladders all night. In truth, a lantern was unnecessary. The moon was bright enough for those with good vision to see the path. Still, Wang Yang believed the lantern bolstered his courage. After running for a while, Qian Shishui discovered that the ancient night was an entirely different world, filled with howls of wolves and silence, so profound that one could easily hear another's breath. Upon reaching the foot of Phoenix Mountain, a man awaited them. Heizi. Wang Yang extinguished the lantern and dismounted. Miss Qian, we've arrived. Let us not take the horses any further. He then addressed Heizi. Keep an eye on the horses. Listen carefully. If we save the young master, I'll signal. If we don't, I'll also signal 1 long and 2 short, 2 short and 1 long. Heizi nodded, tying the horses to a tree as he watched Qian Shishui and the others vanish into the night. As they ventured further up the mountain, the path grew steeper. Wang Yang envied how effortlessly Qian Shishui navigated through obstacles. As he attempted to leap over like Qian Shishui, he ultimately found himself ensnared by the rocks. Hua cast a disdainful glance, promptly hoisting him up and following in Qian Shishui's footsteps. At night, locating the bandit hideout was remarkably easy. Why, you may ask? Because the earth lay shrouded in darkness, with only a lantern illuminating the mountain. It was a trivial task to arrive at the entrance of the bandit lair. Wang Yang had walked this far, utterly in awe of the bandits. Was it sheer madness or unbridled confidence? Although the narrow path was easily defensible, what did it mean to have just one person on guard? It required no intellect. The sentry was soon terrified into submission by Hua. One could hardly blame the bandit for his cowardice. In the dead of night, encountering a grinning giant woman could frighten anyone. What if she were a marauder? She could crush you with a single blow, not to mention the possibility of other inappropriate occurrences. It would be akin to a toothpick plunging into a fish pond. No chance of recovery. Miss Qian, how do we enter? This bandit hideout seemed understaffed. Wait. Qian Shishui found a stone to sit upon, gazing into the boundless darkness. Wang Yang, upon hearing this, slumped to the ground, tilting his head to observe the stars above. Hua appeared accustomed to the nocturnal environment, squatting beside Qian Shishui. Qian Shishui pondered. Why was this foolish man wasting his time learning the arts of scholars instead of studying diligently? Exhausted, Wang Yang fell asleep and began to snore, only to be silenced by a sharp slap from Hua. He was too scared to even call out. Glancing skyward, he noticed the stars had diminished, prompting Qian Shishui to rise. You two wait here. I'll signal to open the door. All right. Be cautious, Miss Qian. Wang Yang understood Qian Shishui's intent. She vanished into the woods, and Hua tried to follow, only to be restrained by Wang Yang. Wait, Wang Yang, fearing Hua's lack of comprehension, pointed at the entrance. Qian Shishui stood atop a tree, observing the guards, noting the scant personnel, but an abundance of guard dogs, presenting a dilemma. These dogs were far more formidable than mere humans. Scaling the wall, she descended like a leaf, swiftly dispatching the guard dog, concealing its body in the underbrush. She quickly melted into the shadows, biding her time for another strike. Just as a dog was about to bark, she deftly severed its throat. The entire process lasted but a fleeting moment. The two guards had their jaws dislocated and limbs rendered immobile. They could neither move nor speak. Helplessly witnessing Qian Shishui eliminate the dogs one by one with precision and ferocity. Why not simply knock us out? One might wonder. It was far too cruel to be forced to watch comrades fall. Their hearts raced, their eyes were keen, and their minds were alert. Yet they were immobilized and silenced. What use were their hearts, minds, and eyes if only for torment? The agony of flesh rendered their adversaries' malevolence even more palpable. How they loathed this predicament. Yet they were powerless. When Qian Shishui discovered the cages containing Shi Jinhua and the others, she was taken aback to find Wang Pengzi sprawled out, snoring blissfully. What audacity! She tossed a rabbit, startling the dog that lay on the ground. Upon spotting the movement, the dog sprang up, eager to bite. Huh, a moving rabbit? The wolf, skeptical, lunged forward but failed to catch its prey. How infuriating! Was it toying with the wolf? With bared teeth, it charged at the target. What pain! Upon seeing Qian Shishui clad in black, the wolf thought, how careless. Wang Pengzi, upon seeing Qian Shishui, excitedly sat up, only to collapse back down again. Master, they administer tranquilizers and sleeping pills every 2 hours. Wang Pengzi lamented his hunger. You haven't eaten? Everyone else is like dead pigs. How could I wake? I secretly vomited it out, but couldn't team manage the tranquilizers. Qian Shishui glanced at Shi Jinhua, sighing inwardly at how this foolish man maintained his composure even in dire straits. What now, master? Qian Shishui felt helpless. They were immobile. What could she do? Master, did Hua come with you? Yes. What if we have Hua tie us up and carry us away? Qian Shishui assessed the situation, apart from Wang Pengzi, who was somewhat hefty. The other 5 were of average build. Disappearing into the night, Hua soon returned with vines. With bare hands, he effortlessly split the iron cage in half and arranged the individuals neatly atop the vines, akin to stacking firewood. Wait, not like this. Wang Pengzi protested, but Hua, not comprehending, simply reoriented the bundle. With a forceful tug, the 6 individuals were bound together tightly. Hua, with great effort, hoisted the bundle onto his shoulder, striding confidently through the bandit hideout. Zhang Tian, having drunk too much that night, awoke needing to relieve himself. With loose trousers, he stepped outside, squinting in the darkness to prepare for his task. Suddenly, he spotted a colossal figure moving, and his eyes widened in surprise, as neither anticipated encountering another person in the shadows. Oh dear, this startled Zhang Tian, who could no longer control himself, resulting in an awkward stream. Hua observed Zhang Tian's expression and hands, then glanced at a certain spot before calmly fixing his gaze on Zhang Tian. In his mind, he pondered. This creature resembled none he had encountered before, neither monkey nor tiger, nor any other animal he had seen. All comparisons led him to a singular conclusion. Humans are unlike animals. Qian Shishui appeared suddenly behind Hua, causing Zhang Tian to forget his trousers entirely. Come, Zhang Tian exclaimed, if you have the courage, let me shout. Qian Shishui felt a wave of depression wash over her. Were ancient bandits truly this confident, or was the government merely inept? Suddenly, the entire bandit hideout was illuminated, casting light across the mountainside. The sound of approaching footsteps could be heard, and upon turning, he saw astonishingly, Wang Yang had been captured and was being used as a hostage. Li Yuan, radiating authority, approached Qian Shishui with her subordinates. Boss. Upon seeing their leader down at Qian Shishui's feet, the bandits believed him dead. No, all of them assumed their leader had perished, regarding Qian Shishui as an avenger. Li Yuan, believing Zhang Tian to be dead, was momentarily at a loss for her feelings. As she gazed at Qian Shishui, Hua emerged from the shadows, prompting all the bandits to instinctively take a step back, exclaiming in unison, "Is this something a normal person can do?" Wang Pengzi, facing away from the crowd, felt anxious, sensing the increasing number of adversaries. Hua, turn me around so I face them. With one possessing a questionable intellect and the other being a reticent individual, he knew, if he remained silent, the ensuing scene would surely be catastrophic. If a fight broke out, he would be bound and unable to evade. What difference was there from being a dead pig? Hua, not comprehending, simply found Wang Pengzi too noisy and desired to face him towards himself to subdue him. Thus, Hua lifted the bundle of people, inadvertently shifting Wang Pengzi's position until he found himself facing Hua. Wait, are you foolish? It's not the time to be fainting, Wang Pengzi thought, but he chose not to argue with the simpleton. Oh dear, you fat fool are playing tricks on us. Erxia, seeing Wang Pengzi still conscious, immediately felt displeased, for he had personally administered the sedatives. TCH, with that intellect, not to brag, but I could defeat you without even trying. The intelligence here surpasses that of the tiger boy by only a hair. You have slain our leader. You must pay with your lives. The disheveled one, wielding a cleaver, weeps uncontrollably. Yes, accompanying in death. A chorus of voices erupted. I'd accompany your grandmother's leg. Bah, if it weren't for the distance, I'd have spat water to drown you all. Do you believe it? Who dares to ambush me, Zhang? At that moment, Zhang Tian, lying on the ground, was roused by a kick from Qian Shishui. She pursed her lips, coldly gazing at him. Zhang Tian, meeting the young lady's eyes, trembled in fear. Upon seeing Tiger Boy again, his face flushed red. In his heart, he lamented, "Woe is me. I am no longer pure. That big oaf has seen me in my entirety. Woe is me. I cannot go on. What do you intend to do? You may take me away." As he spoke, he cautiously retreated, trying to reach his own group. Yet, the money must remain. We seek wealth without taking lives. Just 5 more steps to return to my team. His heart raced with excitement, making his feet feel unsteady. Almost there. 1 step. Almost there. Just 1 more step. And I shall arrive. Crack. Ah. It feels as though my knee has shattered. Ah. The pain made him cry out uncontrollably. You. Why are you running? Are you foolish? Do you think we will let you pass? Although Wang Pengzi was bound, his incessantly irritating mouth found a reason to annoy others. Zhang Tian looked at Qian Shishui. This woman. No nonsense. Her strikes are indeed fierce. Qian Shishui took a few steps forward, causing the bandits to retreat in terror. Ouch. Be gentle. Gentle, it hurts. Zhang Tian was astonished. How could such a small girl possess such strength? Tiger Boy, toss him into the tree. Let us see who dares to approach. A gentleman avenges his grudge. 10 years is not too late. I, fat master, shall repay my debts at the first opportunity. Tiger Boy hoisted the man, lifted Zhang Tian with a flick of his arm, and in one swift motion, he was airborne, lodged within the tree branches. The bandits. It was all rather sudden. You cannot escape. Archers abound. Might as well have a proper discussion. The strategist, Li Yuan, waved his fan in the early hours, feigning piety while addressing Qian Shishui. If Li Kuei were here, he would certainly bellow, "You, for heaven's sake, share a name with our village matron. You haven't even changed your surname." Upon hearing this, one might mistake you for a woman. As the morning sun peeked over the mountain, it was exceptionally beautiful. These bandits, usually indulging in slumber after a hearty meal, had never noticed how enchanting the scenery was at dawn. For a moment, both factions were entranced. Wang Pengzi, stuck in the tree branch, was utterly despondent. For heaven's sake, have you forgotten what you are? What are you doing harmoniously watching the sunrise together? Why? Strike them with thunder, obliterate this bunch of fools. No, let me be struck dead instead. Out of sight, out of mind. What's that sound? Li Yuan jumped in shock, coming back to reality from the beauty. It seems like a bear, the disheveled one shouted, appearing quite anxious, and it sounded like it was heading our way. The second fool panicked, unsure what to do. Strategist Li? Climb the tree. Damn, The ground feels as though it is trembling. Forget about the money. Qian Shui suddenly interjected. When life is at stake, what good is money? We shall catch you again next time. Such harmonious words. One might think it's merely a neighbor borrowing something. Huh? Qian Shui sneered, as if they were just waiting to be caught. Tiger Boy. Qian Shui called to him, taking a step back. Tiger Boy tossed a furry creature to the second fool. Instinctively, he reached out to catch it. It was soft and warm. What is this? As he lifted it to take a look, time froze for the second fool. What are you looking at? What time is it? Hurry up and climb the tree. The disheveled one yanked the second fool. Damn your granddad. You lot are merciless. Whoa, what's wrong? Why cry for no reason? The disheveled one took the object from the second fool's hands. Ah, a bear cub. How despicable and shameless. Saying this, he tossed it to the second fool, who, in fear, threw it away again. If the cub dies, we shall all perish. Wang Pengzi shouted loudly. By this time, the second fool had already tossed it away. Upon hearing Wang Pengzi's words, a nearby brother caught it and, in panic, threw it back. The mother bear came running, seeing her cub tossed around by humans, and her fury ignited. The trembling bandits. Do you think we're tossing your cub around? The bear, seeing is believing, hearing is deceiving. Cunning humans. Ah, don't give it to me. I didn't steal your cub. The bear lunged at the second fool, who again tossed the cub away. The bear chased after its cub, while Li Yuanyuan struggled with the tree, his legs trembling. Unable to climb. Suddenly, he felt a heaviness on his head. Upon touching it, he discovered it was soft and furry. At that moment, Zhang Tian's tragic cry echoed. Run, strategist. Li Yuanyuan, a scholar, could hardly run swiftly. Within moments, he was caught by the bear's claws, his clothes in tatters, scratches marring his fair skin. The beleaguered bandit strategist clumsily clutched the bear cub and ran, his mind fixated on one thought. The cub must not die. Because the mother bear was pursuing Li Yuanyuan, the rest were granted a moment to breathe and rest. They slumped to the ground, watching strategist Li Yuanyuan flee for his life. Is your strategist foolish? Wang Pengzi asked the bandits beneath the tree. Our strategist is no fool. The glance is conveyed. Dare you say our strategist is foolish, and we shall immediately end you? If you're so bold, speak. Not a fool, not a fool. Yet he is in this predicament, still clutching a bear cub. Doesn't he realize why the mother bear is chasing him? Wang Pengzi observed that all that remained of Li Yuanyuan's upper garment was a strip of cloth hanging around his neck. Below, his pants were barely adequate, flapping wildly as he ran, revealing key parts. Huh, your strategist has gone to extremes, yet he is not a fool? Is he perhaps addicted to such a thrill? Or does he find the morning air particularly refreshing and invigorating? The bandits collectively turned their attention to their strategist, instinctively tightening their pants. We do not wish to be forced to expose ourselves in the beautiful dawn. Meanwhile, the desperately fleeing strategist, Li Yuanyuan, crushed. Chapter 45. The first business encounter, unfamiliarity. Li Yuanyuan could no longer run. He was on the verge of blood vomiting, having been struck by the bear several times. Onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, instinctively tightening their bodies. Unable to continue, he cried for help. Zhang Tian looked down at his little brothers. Each appeared rather unfazed. Not a single one considered rescuing Li Yuanyuan. Although he was the strategist, he was still a brother. He must be saved. Are you foolish? Just toss the cub away. This intelligence is concerning. Perhaps it's time to consider a new strategist. No, what if it dies? Li Yuanyuan's feet were blistered. He sighed deeply, considering it better to say nothing. Can't you toss it to the other brothers? How did this fool ascend to the position of strategist? I told you, your strategist's mind is in disarray, yet you refuse to believe. Wang Pengzi chuckled at the bandits below. Meanwhile, Qian Shui and Tiger Boy had already climbed atop a large rock, enjoying breakfast. Tiger Boy had foraged for wild fruits and caught a couple of wild chickens. Qian Shui efficiently prepared the meal, while Wang Yang leisurely tended to the fire. Below, chaos ensued as they fled, while those caught in the tree branches watched the spectacle. The unconscious scholars still slept, while those atop the large rock enjoyed their rustic feast. Ah, what a harmonious and splendid morning. Everything was so vibrant. The air was filled with the essence of life. As the aroma of roasted chicken wafted through the air, everyone's stomachs gurgled, reminding their master, "It's time to eat." "Mother, I can't run anymore." The thought crossed my mind. If death comes, so be it. Exhaustion is not worth it. Chaos erupted once again. I noticed that the cubs were making unusual noises. Zhang Tian looked down at his underlings, who were devoid of any semblance of dignity, and expressed his confusion. Wang Fatty's stomach growled, yet it did not hinder his gleeful disposition. Of course, he was hungry and craved his mother's milk. Moreover, the mother bear was injured, invisible in the shadows of the dark fur. At this moment, the mother bear must have reached her limit. But why should I inform you of this? Seeing the mother bear becoming increasingly irritable, Zhang Tian pondered. Why not return the cubs to her? Why run about aimlessly? The thought of his own idea nearly plunged him into despair. "Hey, so you are merely 20 bandits? After all this commotion, I just realized you number less than 100. Wang Fatty almost burst out laughing at the thought of 20 people attempting to establish themselves as bandits. Were you all lacking in wit or simply overly confident? Zhang Tian thought to himself. I want to put an end to this insufferable Fatty. You wish to be bandits, then be bandits, yet you resort to kidnapping? With your level of intelligence, whom do you think you could possibly abduct? Zhang Tian declared. I have tolerated you for long enough. This is our first venture, which implies we lack experience. With time, we shall become adept. This has nothing to do with our intellect. Oh, so it is your maiden attempt at banditry? I suspected as much. This area had been devoid of bandits until now. Yet look at your underlings, each one behaving like a monkey. Brains are a blessing, but it seems you are bereft of them. Zhang Tian threatened. I could easily end your existence. Do you believe me? Were it not for the fact that the Fatty had tossed a bundle of men too high, he would have ordered his brothers to throw the cubs atop that pile. Money, like water, was abundant, and Wang Yang, ever servile, was dutifully attending to the needs of the two esteemed contributors. Qian Shi Shui leaped down from the rock, followed closely by Hua. Wang Yang, upon witnessing this, was tempted to jump as well, but was slightly intimidated and decided to slide down instead. With a few swift movements, Hua managed to subdue the mother bear. The men present. Women are indeed tigers. This saying holds true. Zhang Tian mused. Is it not said that women are innately kind, lovely, gentle, and overflowing with compassion? Why then, does this foolish girl strike the bear as if it were merely a rat? She doesn't even blink. Are women truly this terrifying nowadays? What happened to the sweethearts we once knew? Oh, what a gaze! Hua is ridding the world of a menace. Do you not realize? Do not be ungrateful. People often pass by the foot of this mountain, and there are villages nearby. Who could possibly slay such a bear? You 20 men are so frightened you nearly wet yourselves. If you kill the mother bear, the cubs shall starve and perish in the mountains. Where is your compassion? How can you slay a mother bear? Bears are so endearing. How could you kill one? Boss, this bear has already taken many lives. Villagers entering the mountains have sometimes found no bodies, and when they do, they see it was a bear and dare not approach. Li Yuan had already collapsed to the ground. A bear that has tasted human blood cannot be spared. It will become addicted and eventually crave human flesh. As Qian Shi Shui and the others reached the foot of the mountain, Zi mentioned that there were bears in the mountains that had claimed several lives, cautioning them to be careful. This sparked an idea in Qian Shi Shui's mind, who was familiar with the mountains, as adept at finding animals as one would be at locating their belongings. If they took the cubs away, the bear could deal with the bandits. However, he did not anticipate the cubs being so small. One by one, the bound individuals began to wake, groggily surveying their surroundings. Where am I? The surroundings were filled with trees, sunlight streaming down, and their bodies felt numb. Help! Be quiet. You're being unbearable. Wang Fatty, carrying Zhang Ming on his back, shouted, nearly scaring Zhang Tian into submission. I'm in mourning. Are you howling for spring? Hua releases quickly. I can't hold it any longer. Wang Fatty shouted at Hua, You Wang Yang, hurry up. I'm about to burst. Are you here to rescue us? I suspect they came solely for the bear. Oh dear, I completely forgot about you, my lord. I must be punished. Oh no, enraptured by the bear. I lost sight of our mission. If you don't want to die, let me down first, or I shall perish from holding it in. Wang Yang quickly pulled Hua over, pointing at the bundle of people in the trees. Hua raised both hands, effortlessly bringing the individuals down. Upon seeing Hua, Zhang Tian was reminded of his own disgraceful predicament. Sister, could you also lower me? The bandit leader's inaugural venture had already gone awry. Shi Jinhua remained unconscious for quite some time, while Qian Shi Shui frowned at Zhang Tian, giving off an air of, if you do not provide me with an explanation, I shall ensure your demise. Zhang Tian felt a shiver run down his spine, recalling that he had knocked him out in the dead of night and had his subordinates administer some medicine. His confidence waned. Damn it, I am a bandit. Though my first expedition may end in failure, I shall not be mistaken. I'm a bandit, with the professional integrity of a bandit. I can never allow hostages to feel comfortable. After being liberated, Wang Fatty gazed up at Zhang Tian. You should abandon this banditry. You are not cut out for it. Just as Qian Shi Shui swung her blade down, Zhang Tian fell straight to the ground as Wang Fatty finished speaking. It hurts, boss. Are you all right? Li Yuan attempted to rise, but quickly realized she was not dressed suitably to be in public. She hastily curled back into herself. Could someone lend me a piece of clothing? I feel as exposed as a plucked chicken. How embarrassing. Chapter 46. Shi Jinhua trembles and elegantly faints. Fatty Wang approached and kicked Zhang Tian. Antidote? Zhang Tian nearly cried out in pain. Once I recover, I shall make you pay for this. Where could one possibly find an antidote for such a poison? Are you truly so dim-witted? What can we do now? With no antidote, are you not afraid of my master dealing with you? The effects of the drug will wear off eventually. Xia covered his face, bloodied and mangled. Approaching. What are you doing? You startle me. Suddenly confronted with this situation, Wang Fatty nearly wet himself. Boss, let me tell you. Xia leaned closer to Zhang Tian, whispering in his ear, causing him to squirm with discomfort. He instinctively wanted to burst into laughter, but the gravity of the moment made him suppress it, only managing to stifle a chuckle. Speak louder. Stay away from me. You're being ridiculous. Xia glanced at Zhang Tian and declared, Boss, I propose we surrender and follow that girl in black. Looking at her face, she seems fortunate. Perhaps by following her, we might ascend to greatness. Are you a quack? You can read faces? Why don't you ascend to the heavens instead? You could stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. What a delusion. Am I the kind of man who submits easily? You underestimate me. Xia felt he could not communicate with Zhang Tian, so he moved closer to Qian Shi Shui. Sister, I would like to discuss something with you. Sister? Who do you think you are? Fatty Wang was incensed. You call me master and refer to her as sister, yet I am still shorter than you? Xia, having been kicked by Fatty Wang, remained undeterred and pressed on toward Qian Shi Shui. Sister, look at us. We are young and strong, excellent workers. This is our first time as bandits. And we lack experience, but we are young. If you let us follow you, you will not regret it. Xia, leveraging the last remnants of his charm, spoke fluently. To the others, it appeared as though Xia was merely trying to woo the young lady, yet they all wisely chose to remain silent. Do not try to deceive my master. She is innocent and naive. Another kick was aimed at Xia, but this time he dodged. Qian Shi Shui surveyed this group of defeated men, thinking to herself, do you wish for me to assist you in finding brides? Not a chance. In the minds of all the men present, the imagery that emerged was that of a cunning wolf attempting to deceive a naive rabbit. Our numbers grant us strength. The key is our intellect. If you are indeed overconfident, Qian Shi Shui's mind flickered with an idea to cultivate fruit trees on barren land. He then raised his head, looking intently at Xia. Hey, miss, please don't gaze at me like that. It makes me feel bashful. He sighed, all right, but you must heed my words, or else your fate will be dire. If you refuse, I'll turn you into fertilizer. A chill ran down Xia's spine. Why do I suddenly feel less exhilarated? Without further contemplation, Xia hurriedly rallied his comrades. Quickly pack your belongings. We must become upstanding citizens. In an instant, everyone dispersed. Help me grab a piece of clothing. Pack my things as well. Aren't you the man who seldom yields? Wang Yang cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Tian. Zhang Tian chuckled. What can you do to me? when Zhao Qimin awoke. He happened to see Qian Sishui before him, grinning foolishly as if still trapped in a dream. He mumbled something and closed his eyes again, prompting Wang Yang to question whether Zhao truly realized he had been abducted. Everyone brandished large sabers and lined up in an orderly fashion. Erxia had not forgotten the guards whose joints had been dislocated by Qian Sishui. They lay on stretchers, hastily carried along. The pace was brisk. Qian Sishui, feeling helpless, could only assist the two guards in resetting their joints. Just as he was busy, Shi Jinhua gradually awakened. Hearing the snapping sounds, he squinted and, upon spotting Qian Sishui, excitedly sprang up, only to plop back down onto the ground. "Oh, I can move." The two stood, took a few steps, and shared their joy with their companions. "What brings you here? This place is perilous." Shi Jinhua anxiously grasped Qian Sishui's delicate hand. The bandits exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. "Who is truly in danger here? We feel compelled to clarify the facts." "It's fine. They cannot harm me. But this rascal seems to have lost weight." Zhao Qimin, aware that the couple was lawfully bonded, found their hand-holding entirely normal. Yet he was reluctant to witness it firsthand. "Brother Shi, let us descend the mountain." "Yes, let us return. I'm afraid if we linger, chaos will ensue at the academy. Staying out at night is against the rules." They had grown indifferent to the bandits. With barely a remnant of fear, disoriented, they woke to see the disheveled bandits. No, the reformed bandits. Wang Pengzi, noticing Shi Jinhua had awakened, hurried over to squat before him. "Master, these bandits wish to come to your home and farm with you. Are you not pleased? Excited?" Before he could finish, Shi Jinhua, trembling with excitement, pointed shakily at Erxia, then at Qian Sishui. His lips quivered. Oh dear, don't get too worked up." Before he could finish, Shi Jinhua fainted, his thoughts racing. What a wasteful woman. He did not even have time to voice his complaint before he succumbed to unconsciousness. In truth, there was no need for such an enthusiastic welcome. "We are fine. Being law-abiding citizens is quite commendable." After donning their clothes, Li Yuanyuan, appearing quite dapper, chimed in. "Shi Jinhua, I did not intend to welcome you, truly. You need not become law-abiding citizens. That is perfectly fine." Shi Jinhua regained consciousness after Wang Pengzi pinched him fiercely. Staring vacantly at the azure sky, he became entranced until Hua appeared abruptly overhead. Blocking his view of the sky, the sun, and the faint glimmer of his mood, Hua's limited intellect was concerning, especially with the added chaos of a group of reformed bandits at home. This life is unbearable. And once again, he fainted dramatically. Qian Sishui observed this man, startled, pondering. Has he lost his mind? Shi Jinhua, realizing Qian Sishui's thoughts, gritted his teeth and declared, "I've been possessed. I'm under your spell." Wang Yang, having organized the cleanup of the bandit hideout, approached Qian Sishui. "Miss Qian, all is ready. We may descend the mountain." Qian Sishui glanced at the man in her arms and tossed him to Hua. Hua slung him onto his back and began to carry him away. Initially intending to bear him on his shoulders, he faltered under Qian Sishui's gaze. "Young master, why has Shi Xiaozai fainted again? Is the bandit's medicine really that potent?" Wang Pengzi looked at Shi Jinhua, sprawled like a dead pig. "If it were you, you would have fainted too." Wang Pengzi, relishing the moment, hurried after them. Chapter 47. Magistrate Hu. My damnable kindness. Qian Sishui, carrying the bear cub, strode ahead, followed by a group of men wielding large knives. A few of them worked together to carry the mother bear down the mountain, while Zhang Tian lay on a stretcher. The reformed bandits bore bruises and scrapes. Had they not changed their clothes while packing, they likely wouldn't have been allowed into town. Their journey attracted countless onlookers. And upon spotting this, Erxia hurried after Qian Sishui. "Miss, should we seize this opportunity and find a place to sell the bear? Bear meat is quite valuable, especially among the wealthy who relish bear paws." Qian Sishui pondered, considering that with the crowd, they could auction by parts. "Wait for me. I will arrange everything properly." Erxia mingled among his brothers to discuss, leaving a few to watch over the bear, while the others headed east and south to promote the sale. Why not the west or north? Because the wealthy do not reside there. Erxia, having procured a gong from somewhere, began to pound it while shouting, "At the city gate plaza today, we have captured a bear. Those who wish to taste bear meat, come early. The highest bidder wins." The entire town buzzed with excitement, and upon hearing the commotion, the officials rushed out to see what was happening. As townsfolk flocked in one direction, a constable seized a civilian. "Why are you running? Is there an insurrection brewing? Do not hold me back. If I am late, I will miss it. Let go." The constable huffed. "You think you're something special?" As Ushuria strolled leisurely through the alley, preparing to go to work, he heard Sia's voice. "Bear? Wow. I must not miss such an occurrence." He hastily tucked his long gown into his belt and sprinted. The constables scratched their heads in confusion, witnessing Ushuria dashing away. They promptly grabbed him. "Why are you running too? Shouldn't he be signaling to us? While others may run, you, a constable, should remain behind." "Hey, Lu Haodong, at the city gate plaza, they're selling bears. Everyone wants to see, even if they cannot afford to buy. They wish to see what a bear looks like." He shook off Lu Haodong's grip. "Tell the magistrate, I'm taking half a day off. I must hurry, or I will lose my spot." Lu Haodong pondered. "Wait a moment. Something feels off." He turned back towards the office, where he ran into Qin, who was leading a group out. Everyone has rushed to the city gate plaza. Qin Ming, upon hearing this, grew concerned. "Is there trouble in the city? What's going on?" His blade was already itching for action. "They say someone has captured a bear and is auctioning it off. Everyone has gone to see. Even Ushuria has rushed out. There is no time to even enter the office." "Qin, can't you finish a sentence in one breath? I'm becoming feverishly excited." "Boss, we should go too. We have never seen a bear. Plus, we can keep an eye on things to prevent any stampedes." Upon hearing this, Qin glanced at his brothers, each one's eyes sparkling with anticipation. "All right, maintaining order is our duty. We shall not deny our own desire to witness the brave soul who captured that bear." The officials of the yamen had all departed. It was only when the county magistrate, Hu Yuanin, found himself alone in the study that he realized the yamen was eerily quiet. Perplexed, he wondered when a yamen was ever devoid of the usual commotion caused by a group of rowdy bachelors. What momentous incident had occurred today? He grasped his official hat and rushed out, certain that something significant must have transpired without anyone notifying him. In his frantic dash, he collided with a clerk who unexpectedly emerged from around a corner, and both tumbled to the ground, limbs akimbo. "Ouch! Who lacks the foresight to watch where they're going?" Hu Yuanin exclaimed, shielding his eyes while pointing at the clerk. The clerk, Li Song, rubbed his backside and complained, "Why are you running, my lord? That hurt terribly. Why do you think I ran? If you hadn't dashed out, I wouldn't have collided with you." Hu Yuanin retorted, wincing as he examined his eye. "Does it look swollen? I feel like my vision has diminished." Li Song quickly checked and gasped. "Indeed, it is swollen, purple, and alarming. My lord, shall I fetch the coroner?" he suggested. The yamen was too impoverished to afford a doctor, so minor ailments were typically handled by the coroner. Hu Yuanin, upon feeling his own eye, confirmed the swelling and noted a slight dizziness. "What is happening? There isn't a soul in the yamen. Someone must explain this situation. Assist me to my feet. We must find out what has occurred. Oh no, my official hat. My lord, it's dirty now. It may not be wearable again." "Very well. Hang on a branch. We shall deal with it later." Day after day, there was never a moment of peace. Emerging into the street, Hu Yuanin shielded his injured eye with one hand and peered into the world with the other. Where had everyone gone? The streets were deserted, and the shops were shuttered. A chill ran down his spine. Had he awakened to find the borders breached? Just then, he spotted an elderly woman, trembling as she leaned on her cane. Passing by him. What a commotion. Is she unwell? He pondered. "Madam, do you know where everyone has gone?" Li Song halted the old woman to inquire. She straightened up, exclaiming, "Oh, they've all gone to the city square by the city gate. I was just about to head there myself." Hu Yuanin replied, "At your pace. By the time you reach the city square, it will be dark. What is the purpose of their gathering?" he asked as he assisted her along. "Word is, someone has captured a bear, and they are preparing to auction it off. The townsfolk are eager to see it, having never laid eyes on such a creature. Oh dear, what a false alarm." No wonder, Hu Yuanin reflected, recalling the recent report from the village chief about a bear sighting near Phoenix Mountain, which he had initially deemed dubious. Li Song recollected the same report and concluded, that must be the bear they captured. The old woman, excited, hurried ahead, while Hu Yuanin, though handsome and well-dressed, was perceived by those unfamiliar with him as a mere dandy. However, if his eye were functioning properly, he might have made a different impression. At that moment, his appearance suggested he had just been scolded by a jealous husband for climbing over a woman's wall. Upon hearing about the bear, the two men felt compelled to investigate. As they had never tasted bear meat, they sprinted off, causing the old woman's trembling hands to shake her cane. Hu Yuanin looked back and cursed his own kindness inwardly, then turned to carry the old woman along. At her speed, they would arrive at the city square only to find it deserted. By the time they reached the city square, it was already crowded to the brim. How we get in? They wondered, astonished by the throngs. The wealthy had even set up chairs and brought snacks. Who do we ask? Having circled the crowd with his companions, they found it impossible to enter. Eventually, they made their way to the outer wall. Are you sure this is the way in? One asked. Yes, I've done it many times before, came the confident reply as he led them to a small hole. Quickly, it will start soon. Can you fit through? After squeezing through, the first one called out, What on earth? Are you out of your mind? Do you not know your own size? You rushed in ahead of us. Help me, cried the stuck one, his rear end wedged tight. Push harder, one urged, gritting his teeth. The first one, hearing this, pushed with all his might. Those outside pushed as well, but the stuck one cried out in pain as he was shoved back and forth. Why can't we move? They asked in unison. Are you still human? I have no brothers like you. The trapped one lamented. Can you not push in one direction? I'm all flesh here. Pull me out. Did I not make myself clear? Just push. Is it my fault? Observing the commotion from his stretcher, Zhang Tian silently closed his eyes, pondering how such intelligence could lead to their downfall. Ultimately, they failed to extricate the trapped one from the wall. With a resigned sigh, they pulled him out, causing him to yelp in pain as the last push was a forceful kick. They disregarded him, instructing him to return to the square while they made their way inside. Arriving at the courtyard, they found that all the scholars had already been sent back. The newcomers gazed at the empty space, exclaiming, We want to go back. There's no need to escort us. Everyone is at the bear auction. Placed beside Zhang Tian, Shi Jinhua thought that if they covered him with a white cloth, it would not be out of place. Li Yuanyuan, nervously walking to the center of the square with a gong in hand, felt the sweat on his palms as he faced the sea of spectators. There was no turning back now, especially with Qian Si Shui's icy gaze upon him. It was clear. You mess this up, you choose your fate. Startled, Li Yuanyuan struck the gong, and the crowd gradually quieted. Today, my brothers and I risked our lives to bring down this bear. Upon hearing this, the crowd gazed at the battered figures of the two men beside the defeated bear, and a wave of sympathy washed over them. They are risking their lives for the public good. True heroes. Suddenly, Zhang Tian felt an itch on his back and shifted, prompting gasps from the crowd. Is he coming back to life? Shi Jinhua chuckled. Though it was arduous, we have contributed to society. All of us are injured, so we have decided to sell the bear to cover our medical expenses. He discreetly glanced at the two sprawled figures on the platform, subtly wiping away tears that were absent. The onlookers, unaware of the truth, could only speculate based on his gestures and assumed the two on the platform were beyond saving. As the crowd's emotions surged, San Peng, somewhat dim-witted, misinterpreted Li Yuanyuan's words and, seeing the glance at the still Zhang Tian, cried out, I need to save my elder brother. I have money. In the eyes of the simpleton, the leader seemed doomed. At that moment, the crowd's emotions were completely stirred, driven by the desire to rid the community of evil. The notion of exchanging bear meat for money to save lives appeared tragically absurd. My family runs a coffin business, and I generously donated 2 coffins for the 2 gentlemen on stage. How noble! The second fool grabbed a handful of his own hair, while the onlookers expressed their confusion. However, the third fool was no longer foolish today. He approached Zhang Tian and squatted beside the leader, announcing that the coffin shop owner would donate coffins. Zhang Tian, furious, attempted to seize the third fool, but found himself too weak to lift his hand after a previous fall. The crowd speculated that this gentleman must be overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of being buried. Qian Si Shui stood resolutely between the second fool and the stage. Observing the bewildered expressions on stage and the solemn faces below, a look of exasperation on his own. This delightful misunderstanding arrived just in time. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now commence bidding, starting with the head of the bear. Do not dawdle. The man is near death. The crowd quieted down, as most would not consume a bear's head unless expertly prepared. The opening bid for the bear's head was 5 taels. An elderly man rose to offer 5.5 taels. Everyone recognized him as the chef from Rui restaurant. I bid 6 taels, shouted the chef from Chunfeng building. 7 taels, declared a determined voice, as these two restaurants were fierce competitors. 8 taels, who isn't a valuable gem. 9 taels, I cannot lose today with so many witnesses. 15 taels, let us play for high stakes. If you have the guts, keep bidding. If not, you're cowards. 20 taels, I'm on the brink of the grave. Am I afraid of you too? Oh, so you disregard our Chunfeng building? 25 taels, keep up, or I'll hold you in contempt. The two chefs from Rui and Ingbin restaurants, realizing the Chunfeng chef's intentions, rolled up their sleeves, spat into their palms, and aggressively confronted him. The crowd formed a circle, cheering them on, as no one intervened. Meanwhile, Li Yuanyuan rushed to Qian Sishui's side, exclaiming, "We have no knives. How will we sever the bear's head?" The second fool impatiently pushed her away, questioning why she needed a good knife, and pointed at Hua. Li Yuanyuan smacked her forehead. "I forgot." As the battle below intensified, Li Yuanyuan hurriedly struck the gong, declaring, 25 taels once, 25 taels twice, 25 taels thrice. Sold! The crowd's fervor subsided, and the battered old chef climbed onto the stage to claim the bear's head. Suddenly, Hua stood up, causing the crowd to instinctively step back, collectively gasping in awe. With a swift motion, Hua severed the bear's head cleanly, startling timid children into closing their eyes. The chef, now holding the bear's head, was met with laughter from the crowd. This absurd scene was undeniably humorous, as the individuals on stage ran into the crowd with the bear's head. The bidding for the bear's paws commenced, starting at 150 taels. The wealthy patrons prepared themselves, knowing that a bear paw was a rare delicacy even sought after by emperors, and gifting one would certainly elevate their status. 150 taels. I bid 140 taels, announced the plump landlord Zhang, standing up. The starting price is 150 taels. The crowd chuckled at his eagerness. I bid 170 taels, he exclaimed, his robust hand waving, releasing an aura of wealth. I offer 200 taels, Li Yuanwei interjected politely. Let us keep bidding. The highest bidder wins. I bid 300 taels. A young assistant waved a stick adorned with red cloth, causing confusion among those in front. Noticing someone competing with him, Li Yuanwei offered 320 taels. Will you concede? The stick-bearer finally revealed himself, standing atop another's shoulders, waving a red flag. Li Yuanwei, my family matriarch has instructed me to bring home a bear paw. I bid 350 taels. No one shall outbid me, declared the landlord Zhang, showing his dominance. I offer 500 taels, shouted the stick-bearer, declaring the highest bid. The crowd fell silent, and Li Yuanyuan's hands trembled with excitement, her gongs clanging awkwardly. The second fool quickly took over, announcing 500 taels once, 500 taels twice, 500 taels thrice. Sold. Next, it was Hua's turn to perform the same swift execution, causing the audience to tense up. Subsequently, for bear paws sold for 3,000 taels, totaling over 5,000 taels when combined with other parts. Watching this, Qin and his subordinates felt invigorated, contemplating resigning to hunt bear bandits in the mountains. By the time Hu Yuanan squeezed in, only a bear's rear remained, which he stared at with disbelief. Where's the bear? Why is there only a pool of blood left? It's all sold out, but we have a bear's rear. Would you like it? The second fool offered the bear's backside to Hu Yuanan. What would I do with a bear's rear? Just then, Qian Sishui turned to leave, and Hu Yuanan caught a glimpse and felt a sense of familiarity but could not place it. Would you like the rear, my lord? The second fool, noticing the magistrate gazing at Qian Sishui, turned the bear's rear towards Hu Yuanan's face. Ah, officials are always seeking to harm beautiful women. In an instant, Hu Yuanan nearly succumbed to the bear's backside, retching violently. The onlookers jumped back in unison, exclaiming, What a surprise attack. Chapter 49. Listen to my cunning defense, or rather, hear my deceitful argument, as Qian Sishui departed the village. No one was aware that he had returned with a throng of men, each bruised and battered, two of whom were being carried. The old village chief, upon seeing the unconscious Shi Jinhua, nearly fainted from shock. "Please don't panic." The child merely fainted. Aunt and hurriedly reassured him, for the village could not afford to lose its elderly chief. The chief, in his solitude, chose to smoke his pipe and calm his nerves, glancing at the circle of men who, despite their concealed knives, were clearly fools. The foolishness of the third fool was painfully evident. The outsiders could easily discern his oversized blade. What purpose did it serve to conceal it? Were they afraid the blade would catch a chill or harm the wind? Such a lack of intelligence was concerning. "Chief, we are over 20 strong, now accompanying Miss Qian back. Here are our travel permits." Li Yuanyuan elegantly presented a bundle of documents to the village chief. Qian Sishui glanced at the evidence provided by Li Yuanyuan, perplexed. Is a travel permit required for bandits? Li Yuanyuan felt embarrassed. Bandits are still people, aren't they? They weren't born bandits. The chief felt elated, as the increase in labor would benefit the village. If only those large cleavers were not in sight, it would have been utterly perfect. The smoke gun tapped against the soles of his shoes. Where do all these people reside? He took Li Yuanyuan's road guide and began to peruse it. How much would it cost to build houses at the foot of the southern mountain? Qian Sishui had already set his sights on that plot of land and the mountains behind it. Not expensive, just 5 taels will suffice. But where will you spend the night? Surely, you cannot sleep under the open sky? With so many people, oh dear, my head aches. Qian Sishui glanced at the unfinished house, unperturbed, and sought out the foreman, Li Kuei. "Brother Li, find someone to construct thatch huts. Here, that's the money. If there are any issues, consult Li Yuanyuan." Li Kuei took the silver, utterly baffled, gazing at Qian Sishui. When did this money girl become so close to sister-in-law Shi Jiaojiao and Li Yuanyuan? He hadn't heard any whispers. Could it be that women's friendships are so discreet? "Greetings, Brother Li. I am Li Yuanyuan." "Oh my." Li Kuei flushed, struggling to speak after a long pause. "You a man? What sort of name is that? Li Yuanyuan? Why not call yourself Li Widow?" He burst into laughter. Indeed, the visual contrast of the burly yet scholarly Li Yuanyuan and sister-in-law Shi Jiaojiao was striking. "Li Yuanyuan. Is this my fault?" Li Kuei's laughter left him blushing, cursing the name that his grandfather had bestowed upon him. "If it were up to me, I would change it to something more formidable." Well, Brother Yuanyuan," he said, somewhat unaccustomed to the name, always envisioning in front of him the Brother Yuanyuan, who arrived in our village as one of us. No need for formality. We shall now discuss how to erect the thatched huts. Let us first ensure the brothers have a place to rest. Li Yuanyuan glanced at Qian Sishui, who nodded subtly, before turning to follow Li Kuei. A group of men settled down, placing their belongings in a line, awaiting Li Yuanyuan to assign tasks. Li Yuanyuan felt that since Zhang Tian was injured, he must rally the spirits of the brothers, ensuring that their morale remained high. Thus, he stood atop the thatched roof and delivered an impassioned speech to inspire them. "We follow Miss Qian. Henceforth, we are the Qian family gang. All brothers here are ambitious individuals. We must not be daunted by the challenges before us." The crowd below gazed up at the fervent speaker. "Difficulties are but temporary. We must be strong. We must be strong." He extended his arms, fists clenched, shouting with vigor, "We must be strong." Naturally, the crowd echoed back, raising their hands and shouting in unison, "Strong, strong, strong." The fervor ignited within them. And Li Yuanyuan too was swept up in the fervent spirit. "We must be strong. We must be strong." The crowd instinctively completed the phrase, transforming it into a resounding declaration of "we must be strong." The fervent cries filled the air, startling the old village chief, who collapsed to the ground. This bunch of knife-wielding rascals. Li Yuanyuan was the first to regain composure, weakly retracting his hand. He glanced at the wide-eyed villagers, then at the passionately shouting brothers. A cold sweat trickled down his brow. "I wonder if it's too late to hide now?" The villagers' eyes bulged, and just then, Shi Jinhua awakened. Hearing the uproar outside, she clung to Qian Sishui in fright. Have the Hu people invaded the village? Shi Jinhua, scrambled to her feet. Her mind racing. The world is changing too swiftly. I can barely keep up, having just been captured by bandits. Now I must endure the ravages of the Who people. The Who people. This is a burden we cannot bear. Quickly, let us hide. If I shout, you must run, understood? Her beautiful wife, if captured. The consequences would be dire. As sure, Jinhua stepped outside. He beheld Erxia and the brothers still vigorously chanting, "We must be strong. We must be strong." Li Yuanyuan descended from the thatched roof with great difficulty, approaching Erxia and fervently tugging at his clothing. Erxia, emerging from his fervent emotions, glanced at the strategist Li Yuanyuan. The synchronized shouts of the brothers echoed in his ears, and a single thought consumed him. Damn it, it's over. There is no explaining this. He hastily sought to quell the brothers' emotions, raising his hand and forming a fist, shouting cease. The village's young maidens, wives, and elderly women scattered in all directions. It was too perilous. They needed to distance themselves. Li Kuei's eyes widened as he gripped the hoe tightly, watching the elderly matron shuffle past. "You should not have to run, my lady," he called out loudly. What a coincidence. The elderly matron heard him. "I am frightened. I have lived a virtuous life. I cannot afford to tarnish my reputation now." Li Kuei saw the matron trembling and desperately try to move. He wanted to assure her of her safety, but the words caught in his throat, for she was straining so hard to move. Although a turtle might crawl faster than her, her determination to protect her virtue was commendable. The old village chief, still bewildered, struggled to grasp where the issue had arisen. Sure Jinhua observed the scene before him, momentarily frozen in place. Qian Shui emerged behind, hands clasped behind his back, casting a piercing gaze at Li Yuanyuan. This sent shivers down Li Yuanyuan's spine. This girl was not one to trifle with. Zhang Tian, with a barely functioning right hand, fiercely grasped his hair, slamming his head against the bed. Heavens, why must I be brothers with them? With such intellect, they could annihilate themselves. Qian Shui approached Erxia and the others, silent, but surveying them with a chilling glare that sent shudders down their spines. "Miss, we were too impassioned," Li Yuanyuan awkwardly offered, shouting those two words so publicly. Though the meanings differ, who could blame the phonetic resemblance? This has spiraled into a great misunderstanding. We truly did not intend to imply anything untoward. We simply... Oh dear, can everyone hear my defense? Oh no, I meant to say explanation. I assure you, I can clarify this. Li Yuanyuan, on the verge of tears, implored. I truly can explain. Please, you must believe me. Chapter 50. Wealth unveiled brings calamity. Li Yuanyuan crouched before the old village chief like a dutiful daughter-in-law. I said it was a slip of the tongue. Do you believe me? Internally panicking, the old village chief took a deep drag from his pipe, the smoke lingering in the air. With sincere gravity, he replied, "I understand your youthful vigor. I can empathize. However, in all my years, I have never encountered such brazen pursuit." Li Yuanyuan, a slip of the tongue. Do you believe me? The old village chief rose, brushing off the dust from his garments. I believe you, but as for the village's young maidens, wives, and elderly women, I cannot say. This concerns their own honor. Turning, the old village chief noticed sure Jinhua had awakened, feeling a pang of sympathy for him. A mere scholar, unable to secure his own wife, yet surrounded by such fierce and distinctive individuals. Huazai, you must come to terms with this. Life is not so lengthy. Just endure it, for I have come to understand. Miss Qian, capable of both ruin and prosperity, what will ultimately transpire? We can only take it one step at a time. The old village chief departed, leaving Qian Shui to observe the three foolish ones huddled in the corner, trembling. You go and beat the drum in the village to explain the misunderstanding. Qian Shui feared that these reformed bandits might stir trouble. If he did not clarify, the village women might be too frightened to step outside. I will go now. The three foolish ones darted outside, seizing the gong that Erxia had snatched during the bear trade. The sound of footsteps echoed as they rushed towards the village. At that moment, in a certain residence within the town, the bearded man spoke. Boss, we have verified the information. Those men sold over 5,000 taels. Is the news reliable? 5,000 taels is neither too much nor too little. Absolutely reliable. One of our brothers was present at the scene. If you don't believe me, you can inquire yourself. Almost no one in the town is unaware. The man, who was deep in thought while fiddling with a ring on his finger, had a face covered in a thick beard, radiating a fierce aura. Naturally, I trust you. What are your thoughts? He continued to toy with the ring, allowing others to see his eyes and expression clearly. Boss, I think we should take advantage of their weakness while they're vulnerable. They have suffered heavy losses from the bear hunt and now have money. They will surely let their guard down. We should strike directly at night. He gestured with a hand across his throat. Are you not afraid of alarming the authorities? The man with his head bowed asked casually. Boss, this isn't our first time. Following the old rules, we can pin the blame on the Who people. It's a surefire profit. The man speaking had a mustache, and his eyes darted around like a rat. His name was Mouse, a name whose true origin was unknown and irrelevant to anyone. The bearded man known as Lei Xiaobao, whose name starkly contrasted with his ferocious demeanor, was notorious for his brutality, volatility, and capriciousness, with countless lives resting on his hands. His only passion was to admire beautiful women and indulge in their company, but he would never keep one. This, too, was a profitable venture. If he fancied someone, he would resolve the matter immediately. Thus, many women he set his sights on often resorted to drastic measures. Unfortunately, his ruthless methods and meticulous planning left the authorities powerless to contend with him. Over time, he evolved into one of the two local tyrants. The other, known as Hussein Yi, was somewhat principled and thus earned the title of Third Master, due to being the third in his family. Hussein Yi was no saint either. His only redeeming quality was that he didn't force himself on women. If he did, he would pay, and if they resisted, he would not insist. In Hussein Yi's words, women, once the lights are out, are all the same. The difference lies in their skills and the sounds they make. When encountering spirited women, Hussein Yi often felt at a disadvantage, sensing that they were the ones dominating the encounter rather than the other way around. And he had to pay for it. After experiencing this a couple of times, he decided to only pursue more demure women. Hussein Yi looked down on Lei Xiaobao, to the extent of openly expressing disdain upon meeting. Lei Xiaobao reciprocated the contempt, viewing Hussein Yi as a hypocrite. They had engaged in covert conflicts several times, but both had emerged without a clear victory. Boss, my men have reported that they are also preparing to go. He made a gesture across his neck. Mouse took a sip of tea and surveyed the surroundings. We must arrive before they do. If we delay, we may lose the opportunity, or worse. The money might be squandered by that group. The implication was clear. If they arrived late, others would seize the chance. After all, everyone had seen the two men lying there, barely clinging to life. Thus, they needed to act swiftly. Make the arrangements. Let us strike tonight at the hour of the rat, and do it elegantly. If the HUs are also interested, I will not let them take it all. Meanwhile, in the village, the Shi family, aided by Li Yuan and Su Shifu's construction team, along with Li Kuei gathering villagers for help, managed to erect a row of straw huts before darkness fell. A large communal sleeping area was established, appearing quite impressive. After a long day, everyone had their fill and collapsed into a deep sleep. Qian Sishui emerged from her bath, while Shi Jinhua was still reading under the lamp. The two, having been forced to share a straw hut after their old house was demolished to silence outsiders, found themselves in close quarters. I'll do it, Shi Jinhua offered, taking the towel from Qian Sishui's hands and gently drying her hair from behind. Shi Jinhua was wary of Qian Sishui's impatience, recalling a past incident where she had secretly cut her hair, nearly causing a fit of rage. What are you doing cutting your hair? She snapped. What is wrong with you? Are you determined to make things difficult for yourself? To her surprise, the seemingly cold-hearted woman replied, It's too long. It's uncomfortable. Qian Sishui truly despised the long hair of ancient women. Her hair was thick and dark, and washing it left her fatigued. Just as she was about to snip it, Shi Jinhua snatched the scissors away. After drying it partially, she sat beside Qian Sishui, fanning her hair with one hand while holding a book in the other. Under the lamp, Qian Sishui counted the silver coins from selling bear skins, with a round bear cub at her feet. As night deepened, everyone was asleep, leaving only a dog wide awake by the fire. At the village entrance, two groups approached, unaware of each other's arrival. One came from the west, and the other from the east. They ultimately collided beneath the village's grand banyan tree, exchanging fierce glares. Lake Xiaobao. We arrived first this time, implying that the others could leave. Humph, each to their own capabilities. Dreaming of monopolizing? Not a chance. Oh, do you think I, Sanyi, fear this reckless man? Ha, whether you fear it or not, you know in your heart the truth. San Yi retorted mockingly. His subordinates could hardly contain their frustration at the insolence displayed by the other side. This blatant disregard was intolerable. San Yi immediately unsheathed his axe, and the opposing side drew their swords without fear. At the northern slope of the village, Hu Yuanon led a group of constables. Sir, it seems our predictions are accurate. Qinan lay beside Hu Yuanon, blowing bubbles. Making such a grand show while earning over 5,000 in this impoverished place where even birds fear starvation is no small feat. We know they are behind this. But without evidence, what can be done? This time, let us see how they escape. Sir, it appears they are about to clash. This could be troublesome. If they truly fight, it will alarm the villagers. Those who hunted bears today are no saints either. Can we see this while they remain oblivious? Hu Yuanon lay back, gazing at the pitch-black sky, especially that familiar silhouette. Where had he seen it before? Below, the two groups were charged with tension, yet neither made a move. Their banter as relentless as the village womeness. The atmosphere was thick with potential violence. Chapter 51, The Time for Slaughter. Below, the two factions held their breath, whispering fervent insults at each other's ancestors. If ancestors had spirits, they would likely have been furious enough to incite a brawl. As the figures on the hillside fell asleep, Qinan, with no choice, continued to stay alert, eyes wide open, keeping watch over the scene below. At this rate, they would not reach a conclusion through mere quarrels. If they did not act soon, dawn would break. San Yi stepped forward, contemplating the situation, ready to act. Lei Xiaobao acknowledged the reasoning. Since the opportunity was presented, it would be foolish not to seize it. Fine, let us split it evenly, Lei Xiaobao declared. San Yi, in a grand gesture, readily agreed. But in their hearts, they each harbored thoughts of, I will surely take advantage of this. While they appeared to reach a consensus, the next steps were already in motion. The subordinates, having scouted the area, led the way. Qinan shook Hu Yuanon awake, sir. It's time to move. Hu Yuanon opened his eyes, the darkness enveloping him. If successful, both sides would seek to betray each other. They would wait for that moment before striking, aiming to capture them all. Sir, what about those inside? We can't just watch them die. Who lives and who dies is yet to be determined. If they're to be killed, then there is nothing we can do. In the pursuit of grand endeavors, one must not be encumbered by trivial details. The vision should not be myopic, for the loss of a few lives is but a minor consequence. Qinan mused, truly, he is the progeny of a wealthy family. Such a callous disposition is something ordinary folk like us could scarcely aspire to emulate. After being treated by Dr. Wang, Zhang Tian lay motionless like a mummy at the edge of the communal sleeping area by the window. The pain kept him awake, while his brothers around him ground their teeth, snored, and mumbled in their dreams, cursing one another as mothers. All of this he could endure, for they were brothers after all. The sole source of his ire was the rotund figure of San Pang, who lay with his back turned, occasionally releasing a series of noxious flatulence. Its stench was unbearable. Poor Zhang Tian could scarcely move, stifling his anger as he glared at the back of San Pang's head. Thinking, if I could move, I would make San Pang experience the torment I am enduring tonight. As he held his breath, nearing his limit, his face flushed and neck thickened, he resisted the urge to exhale. Just when he believed the foul air had dissipated and he could breathe freely, San Pang unleashed a melodious, yet lingering flatulent sound. Zhang Tian's eyes nearly sparkled with rage. Just as he thought the ordeal was over, a thunderous blast followed, thoroughly tormenting him to the point of tears. His sobs were soft yet mournful. Startled, the shadowy figure near the window instinctively recoiled. What in the world? These people are quite audacious. As he backed away, he collided with his brother behind him, exchanging questioning glances. What is happening? Why is there suppressed crying? One asked. With the other, holding his weapon under his arm, nodding knowingly. A moment later, their expressions shifted to one of understanding, as they thought, so this is internal strife? One of them retrieved a long bamboo pole he had prepared earlier and poked through the paper covering the window. Coincidentally, Zhang Tian caught sight of this through his tear-filled eyes, watching as the other gently tore open the window paper. Moments later, a section of bamboo, as thick as an adult's wrist, was thrust through. Having once been a bandit, Zhang Tian immediately comprehended the intention behind this action. With great effort, he inched away from San Pang, enduring the pain as he struggled closer to him. While he wrestled against his discomfort, he observed the bamboo pole, which had just begun to emit wisps of smoke. With a swift motion, he pressed his foot down over the opening, causing the smoke to return to the mouth of the one outside. What a surprise! The individual immediately rolled their eyes and collapsed. Those nearby swiftly caught the falling figure, their faces painted with disdain. Unable even to blow smoke properly, yet they inhaled it instead. Foolish. After dragging the unconscious person away, another stepped forward, taking a deep breath as if to stoke a fire, readying themselves for their turn. They leaned forward, buttocks raised, and steadied their stance. With a mighty exhale, another fell. The onlookers were momentarily dumbfounded, questioning who this newcomer was. Could they be an undercover agent sent by the enemy? Having wasted smoke twice, they were now at a loss for what to do. After some deliberation, they unanimously decided to send the experienced rat, a cunning individual skilled in numerous unsavory arts. Entrusted with this critical task, Rat advanced, bearing the hopes of both factions. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian, now closer to San Pang, found that while his hands had grown still, his fingers still possessed some mobility. With great effort, he began to poke San Pang's ample rear. San Pang stirred slightly, but did not awaken. Zhang Tian, growing anxious and sweating profusely, pinched the outer thigh of San Pang. With that, San Pang rolled over onto his back, and Zhang Tian, filled with urgency, pointed towards the window with his foot. San Pang, upon glancing up, was shocked to see an intruder daring to rob them in the night. He quickly silenced the sleepy one beside him and beckoned the others to wake up, pointing at the window and the sleeping brothers. As they roused one another outside, Rat had also begun his mission. San Pang found a sheepskin bag, and, as the first wisp of white smoke appeared, he swiftly covered the bamboo opening with it. Once Rat retracted the bamboo, he tightened the bag's opening, clutching a pouch of smoke while hiding behind the door. Armed with a large knife, he prepared to strike, ready to disguise the act as an attack by outsiders. Did I curse your ancestors? The outside assailants praised Rat for his efforts and eager for glory. He was the first to push the door open. Hearing no movement, he motioned for the others to enter stealthily, causing a gust that extinguished the lone lamp. They began hacking at the bed covers, confident they would only encounter those hiding beneath or behind the bed. In the ensuing chaos, those hidden beneath the bed seized the opportunity to strike at the feet of their assailants, unleashing a cacophony of screams. Zhang Tian leapt from the bed, hastily donning his clothes, brandishing a dagger as he charged out. The row of houses where Zhang Tian was located suffered no casualties, but the row led by Hu San Yi encountered dire consequences. An unfortunate encounter with a restless Dai led to a severe stabbing at Hu San Yi's hands, leaving the victim in a critical condition. Realizing the element of surprise was lost, Hu San Yi resolved to charge in and attack before the enemy could recover. The commotion roused the villagers who, terrified, hid in their homes. In the Shi family's residence, aside from the inconspicuous couple, all others fell victim to the smoke. As Lei Xiaobao recognized their cover was blown, he decided to set fire to 2 rows of thatched houses. In an instant, the sky was illuminated by flames as Zhang Tian rushed into the enemy's encirclement, rescuing the captured. With his lethal blows, Zhang Tian struck fear into the hearts of his foes, dispatching them with ruthless efficiency. Amidst the chaos, Shi Jinhua emerged to find Zhang Tian splattered with blood. Overcome with fear, she faltered, yet as she beheld the raging flames and the sight of Zhang Tian saving another, she rushed into the inferno to rescue the wounded. Meanwhile, Dai urged his younger brother, "I must go save lives. Should I perish, You must care for this household. And Liang wept bitterly, but did not deter her husband, watching as he dashed out with a knife. Upon reaching the Sure household, Zhang Tian appeared to have succumbed to the thrill of battle. Hu Sanyi, upon first laying eyes on him, felt a surge of infatuation, pondering, once this is over, I must possess her. The village elder, wielding a knife, led a group of men towards the fray, while County Magistrate Hu Yuan observed the scene from a hillside, thoroughly entertained, especially by Zhang Tian's merciless strikes, each one lethal. There was no hesitation in her movements. This woman was a fearsome force, unlike any ordinary girl. Chapter 52. My lady, allow me to explain. Hu Sanyi found himself engaged in a fierce duel with Zhang Tian, enduring 5 exchanges. On the 6th, he was struck in the femoral artery. Seeking to eliminate all witnesses, he gazed upon his fallen comrades at Zhang Tian's feet, dragging his injured leg as he demanded, "Do you wish to spare us?" Zhang Tian stood resolute, her hair billowing in the night wind, flames dancing around her as blood spattered across her pale visage. With a cold, indifferent gaze, she replied, "Have you ever considered letting us go?" With that, death followed as she drove her dagger cleanly into his brow. As Shi Jinhua encountered Qian Si Shui, who was carrying a person, he was so startled that he fell to the ground. A voice in his mind warned him, "Your wife has killed someone. She is killed as easily as one would slaughter chicken." How terrifying! Upon hearing the noise, Qian Si Shui turned her cold gaze towards Shi Jinhua. Terrified, he instinctively recoiled, but then he remembered that she was his wife. Suppressing his fear, he stood up, though panic caused him to stumble twice as he hurriedly approached Qian Si Shui, checking if she was injured. Her clothes were stained red, almost entirely. Qian Si Shui observed how Shi Jinhua, despite his evident fear, continued to draw closer. A complex emotion stirred within her. Why doesn't he say anything? With so much blood, it must hurt terribly? "It's not mine," she replied, pulling Shi Jinhua up. "Take the injured away." With that, she turned to assess the situation at Zhang Tian's side. Shi Jinhua, trembling, grasped Qian Si Shui's arm, urging her not to be reckless and to avoid injury. Their family savings were dwindling, and with the villagers wounded and their thatched house burned, the costs would be immense. With a heavy heart, he watched her rush towards Zhang Tian. Gritting his teeth, he dashed into the battlefield to rescue the last person. At that moment, the old village chief and his men arrived, witnessing Li Kuei tending to the wounded. The men of the village had never encountered such a scene. Limbs were strewn about, and the blood from the corpses was still warm. Fearful, they trembled, and upon seeing Shi Jinhua's burnt clothing as he struggled to save lives, the old village chief bellowed, "Save the injured. Stay away from Qian Si Shui. We cannot create chaos for her. Our priority is to rescue the wounded." "Where is Dr. Wang?" he inquired. Coming. My father is here." Dr. Wang arrived, carried by his son. As they left, Wang Shaoling had adamantly refused to let him go, secretly wishing for Qian Si Shui to perish at the hands of the bandits. However, her brother had cast him down, leaving him to watch helplessly as the two disappeared into the night. "Quickly save him, look at this one." The old village chief pointed to the gravely injured Adai, who was sputtering blood, convulsing, his face pale, and his gaze distant. While they were preoccupied with rescue efforts, Qian Si Shui suddenly joined Zhang Tian's group. The situation rapidly deteriorated, and Lei Xiaobao, sensing danger, pushed his underlings forward and turned to flee, thinking, "I can live to seek revenge another day." Qian Si Shui would not allow him to escape. In the eyes of a killer, cleanliness in death is paramount. There is no elegance in survival. Thus, as Lei Xiaobao attempted to flee, Qian Si Shui set her sights on him. "Sir, have we engaged? It seems that both factions are nearly annihilated," Qin remarked, astonished by Qian Si Shui's ferocity, unable to fathom such brutal slaughter. "Surround them and execute Lei Xiaobao and Husan's men on the spot." He made a motion across his neck. "Sir, is this not a bit hasty? Should we not take them back for questioning? These two are notorious. Executing them on the spot will avert any accountability from above. We can claim they were killed in a conflict over business with the Hu people." Hu Yuanin had already devised a strategy, leaving Qin, a martial man, utterly impressed. "The Hu people, what do they have to do with us?" Han people are truly insidious. Qin and ignited torches, encircling the entire scene, resolutely following superior orders. Those who survived were to be dealt with, leaving none alive. Qian Shui pursued for a distance and saw Lei Xiaobao limping but still moving swiftly. She kicked a stone, striking his ankle. He collapsed immediately, turning to see Qian Shui approaching and desperately attempting to rise. "Spare me. I promise to avoid you if I see you again." Seeing that escape was impossible, Qian Shui slowed her pace. "I can give you money. How much do you want? Just don't kill me." Lei Xiaobao, terrified, began to back away, thinking, "Why is this woman so unresponsive? I really have money. I can give it to you. Please don't kill me." Fear gripped him as he frantically searched his person for cash. "Please don't kill me. I beg you. I'll do anything you ask." Lei Xiaobao prostrated himself before Qian Shui, realizing her ruthlessness in killing. This time, he feared for his life. As he saw her shoes before him, he pleaded, "Please, don't kill me." But his hand tightened around his knife. Suddenly, he lunged, aiming the blade at her. Qian Shui deftly sidestepped, the blade grazing her nose. With a swift half-turn, she positioned herself behind Lei Xiaobao, delivering a precise and lethal stab to the back of his head. With wide eyes, he touched the spot on his neck, disbelief washing over him as he gazed at Qian Shui before collapsing lifelessly. Qian Shui kicked his body aside and collected his valuables, placing them upon herself, then noticed his finger ring and took it without hesitation. Lei Xiaobao was dead. "You won't spare him either?" Shi Jinhua, momentarily distracted by the sudden appearance of the old village chief and officers, searched frantically for Qian Shui, fearing she had perished in the flames. "What are you doing?" Xia, in terror, clutched Shi Jinhua's waist. "You can't go in there. There's no one left. Let go. My wife might be inside." Shi Jinhua protested, but Xia clung tightly, exclaiming, "There's no one. Not a soul." Xia, holding on fiercely, marveled at Shi Jinhua's unexpected strength. "But where is my wife? Where did she go?" Sha rushed over, bloodied, scolding, "What chaos are you bringing? Come back now." He hoisted Shi Jinhua and fled. Shi Jinhua, eyes wide with fear, stared at the raging inferno. "Let go. I want to go in. I'll look elsewhere." Xia solemnly assured him, "I swear, there's no one inside. The girl must have pursued their leader." Yet Shi Jinhua remained unconvinced, racing around in search of her. After Qin and his men had dealt with the aftermath, the corpses were piled high. The old village chief harbored some grievances towards the county magistrate's arrival. But as a village chief, his voice was insignificant. The magistrate appeared prepared, and since he had not intervened to help, he viewed the lives of Shi Jinhua and his companions with indifference. Shi Jinhua, consumed by worry, wished he had eyes all over his body. "Wife, where are you? You're the one I exchanged 5 coins for. I owe a debt to bring you back. Where are you?" Having seen no sign of her, he stumbled, falling to the ground. Spotting a large knife, he picked it up and rose, continuing his search as darkness enveloped him. "Are you looking for me?" Qian Shui suddenly appeared behind him. A smile curved her lips, amused at Shi Jinhua's frantic demeanor with the knife. It was somewhat endearing. Upon hearing her voice, he spun around, recognizing her, and dropped the knife in relief. He rushed forward, enveloping her in a tight embrace. "Wife, I was so scared. What will I do if I can't find you?" Qian Shui. "Wife, a fire has destroyed so much. How much will it cost to replace it all? My heart aches." Qian Shui's expression darkened, exasperated by the foolishness of her husband, though she had longed to comfort him with words of reassurance. She found herself at a loss. Upon realizing the situation, the man, having relaxed, began to feel remorse over the money. He forcefully pulled Shi Jinhua away from him, retrieved his purse, and tossed it to her before turning to leave. The bewildered Shi Jinhua gazed at the purse in her hands, questioning if she had said something wrong. In a fluster, she extended her hand, pleading for an explanation. Meanwhile, Qian Shui thought to herself, how audacious of this miserly man. Chapter 53. The banner flutters. The Qian clan rises. When Qian Shui returned, bloodied from battle, the men who had come to assist with the village elder instinctively recoiled upon seeing her. The image of her murderous demeanor lingered in their minds. They had previously thought the Shi family merely possessed boldness and strength, never imagining that a woman could be so ruthless in killing. The aged village elder, having long since come to terms with life and death, addressed Qian Shishui upon her return. "This is the county magistrate," he stated, quickly falling silent, harboring deep resentment toward the magistrate's actions. Qian Shishui cast a glance at Hu Yuanin, nodded slightly, and turned to leave. Hu Yuanin watched as she gracefully departed, pondering the numerous opening lines he had prepared for their encounter. Shi Jinhua rushed over, believing that he had failed to find Qian Shishui. She seized the scholar's arm and exclaimed, "The magistrate has arrived." As members of the bandit faction, they were naturally averse to dealing with the authorities. Upon confirming the magistrate's identity, Shi Jinhua acknowledged, "Indeed, it is the magistrate. The esteemed scholar Shi Jinhua, I presume? Quite impressive," the magistrate remarked, his eyes sparkling with a smile as he looked at her. "We received word and hastened here, albeit a touch late, causing you considerable loss." As he spoke, he continued to gaze at Shi Jinhua with an amiable smile. Qin En, standing beside the magistrate, internally scoffed at the bureaucratic platitudes. "Ah, this scholar has quite the way with words," he thought. "It is my duty to serve the people, and their well-being is of utmost importance." Qian Shishui, feeling a tug at her heartstrings, was struck by the sight of the elderly village elder kneeling before the magistrate. She felt a wave of bitterness wash over her. "Scholar Shi, so devoted to your studies, you may not grasp the intricacies of management. Perhaps it would be best to entrust this matter to Qian Shishui," the village elder cautiously suggested, recognizing that only she could maintain order. The magistrate, pleased with the suggestion, contemplated the implications of giving the assets of the local ruffians to Shi Jinhua. Upon hearing the elder's words, Shi Jinhua lowered her gaze, feeling a pang of sorrow. "That stings, old man," she thought. She attempted to interject, "Esteemed magistrate," but he interrupted, "No need for concern. I shall take my leave. Elder, I trust you will manage the scene. We shall transport the bodies back." The constables were already prepared to retrieve the corpses. Observing their readiness, Shi Jinhua realized the magistrate had been well prepared, merely spectating from a distance. Reflecting on this, she resolved not to let such an opportunity slip away. As the night fell, every household lit their lamps in response to the commotion. Aunt One arrived at the Shi residence, supported by the wife of Li Kuei. Upon seeing Shi Jinhua standing unharmed, she clasped her hands together in prayer, murmuring blessings. Following this battle, Qian Shishui firmly established her position as the dominant force. 3 days later, she sent Li Yuan to the county office to handle the transfer of assets, while she focused on redesigning their home. Master Su's construction team, rescued by Dr. Wang, appeared bewildered. The village elder, casually offering a few words, sent them on their way. Master Su participated in the design, but with so many people involved, the task proved challenging. Ultimately, the elder decided to secure a spacious area at the town's entrance for a new foundation. He marked a significant area on the crossroads without concern for others' perceptions of his favoritism. When Li Yuan returned, she excitedly approached Qian Shishui. "Miss, we have vital news regarding our business at the county office," she exclaimed, trembling with excitement. "The court has initiated border trade," she continued, producing a parchment map and pointing to their location. "We are merely 7 days' journey from the border, which is crucial for our trade. I've heard they possess a type of jade that is immensely popular in our realm." And then, Qian Shishui inquired, "We currently hold a storefront. It cannot remain vacant. With open trade, our town will become a pivotal checkpoint for travelers from the north and south. Our village will be essential for all passing trade. Is this information reliable?" Qian Shishui's interest was piqued. While agriculture was enjoyable, profit was essential, especially since the dog man lived frugally. "Absolutely reliable." When we left the office, Master Hu was drafting an announcement, so it will be public soon. "Very well," she said, handing over 1,000 taels to Li Yuan. Li Yuan stared in disbelief, wondering what the girl intended to do with such funds. "We'll purchase land along the official road, allowing Master Su to continue building the inn and shops. If the information proves false," she said, her expression growing cold, To be certain, I shall deliver a gift to master who it wants. Dear heavens, this girl can be quite intimidating. Until nightfall, Li Yuanyuan returned, smelling of perfume, having bathed and changed before seeking out Qian Shishui. Miss, it's confirmed. The announcement will be made in 7 days. Indeed, Qian Shishui replied. We must act swiftly. With such a policy in place, it will take at least 2 months for goods to reach us. Others will undoubtedly seize the opportunity, and we must be the first to act. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements first thing in the morning. Qian Shishui recognized the urgency. Her funds paled in comparison to those of wealthy merchants, and she had to seize this opportunity. Prepare the caravan, horses, wagons, and provisions, especially rice and corn. Bartering with goods will be more advantageous. Yes, I will handle everything. If funds fall short, I shall seek you out. It was no wonder the dogman was so miserly. Money was not easily spent. Meanwhile, he was likely in the academy, toiling away, barely keeping himself afloat. Upon contemplating the extravagant spending tendencies of the women at home, he resolved to earn a little extra pocket money for unforeseen circumstances. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that his wife was already planning to squander their resources abroad. Once he received accurate information, he decided to share the news with the old village chief without a thought of concealing his wealth. The old chief, upon hearing the news, understood that opportunities such as this were fleeting and swiftly convened a meeting with the villagers, informing them of the situation and leaving it to them to seize the opportunity. In a flurry of activity, Li Kuei anxiously gestured around his own fields near the official road. Upon noticing him, Anyang inquired, "What are you planning to do?" "The soybeans are just about to turn yellow." He replied, "I intend to establish a storefront here, close to Huazai's house." She scoffed, "What could you possibly do? A mere farmer attempting to engage in trade?" He retorted, "Women may have long hair but short-sightedness. I may not run a large enterprise, but can I not manage a small tea house? A bowl of tea for a few coins is surely better than toiling away in town." Disinterested in the women's chatter, he found more satisfaction in the straightforward nature of Qian Meizi. Since receiving the imperial edict, Hu Yuanin, the county magistrate, had become increasingly busy. This small locale suddenly transformed into a coveted prize, drawing numerous individuals eager to settle in the area. Consequently, the border town became lively, occasionally hosting a few foreign visitors. As the construction site buzzed with activity, Ah Dai lay motionless on the bed alongside Zhang Tian. Li Yuanyuan had prepared the merchant convoy and proudly raised a grand flag emblazoned with the character for wealth. She named the convoy Qian Family Gang. Upon hearing this, Qian Shishui remained indifferent, unconcerned with the name as long as it facilitated profit-making. Li Kei, almost stumbling over his own feet in his haste, finally located Qian Shishui at the construction site. "Sister, I wish to join you in trade," he declared, having pondered this for several days. Qian Shishui met his gaze, aware that while trading might be profitable, it also bore risks. Given that Li Kuei had both aging parents and young children to support, this endeavor seemed ill-suited for him. Chapter 54. "Sister, please take me along." Qian Shishui looked at Li Kuei with a mix of confusion and concern, understanding the weight of his familial responsibilities. He turned and dashed away with remarkable speed, his legs almost tangling in their motion. Left in a state of bewilderment, Qian Shishui pondered his sudden departure. Suddenly, Li Kuei's voice boomed, startling Qian Shishui and causing her tools to clatter to the ground. "Sister, I've brought my mother," he shouted. A flicker of fear crossed Qian Shishui's mind. Could one really engage in trade while bringing along their mother? "She wishes to speak with you," Li Kuei insisted, having set down his mother, who was clearly disoriented from the abrupt handling. The elder lady, her face flushed with indignation, exclaimed, "You ungrateful child! Are you trying to kill your poor mother?" Li Kuei, noticing her discomfort, inquired about her well-being. After some time, the elder lady regained her composure, only to be struck on the back by Li Kuei, causing her to gasp for breath once more. "Get lost," she admonished, contemplating how she might express her displeasure, if not for her ancestral ties. She kicked her eldest son lightly in frustration, exclaiming, "You foolish child." Turning to Qian Shishui, she continued, "My son desires to accompany you in trade. While I understand he has responsibilities, as a family, we fully support his ambitions. Sitting down on a nearby stone, the elder lady sighed heavily, overwhelmed by fatigue. Let him join you, even in a minor role. It will be beneficial for him to broaden his horizons. Qian Shui, recognizing the weight of the elder's words, felt reassured. With your blessing, I shall gladly accept him, she replied. At that moment, Li Yuan encountered Xiao Yuan at the village entrance. An awkward scene unfolded when the old village chief called out to Li Yuan from beneath the grand banyan tree, intending to summon the strong and sturdy Li Yuan. Coincidentally, one Li Yuan was heading out of the village while the other was entering, and both responded in unison. Ah? They stood face to face, exchanging glances, each feeling the tension of the situation. How awkward, the male Li Yuan remarked, while the female remained silent. Just then, Li Kuei rushed in, spotting his intended target. Big Yuan, he exclaimed, pulling her along. Sister has agreed to let me join in trade. Li Yuan, Parplexa, Gadia. Why do you call me Big Yuan? Ah, Xiao Yuan, the sister-in-law of Shi Jiao, is also named Li Yuan. Thus, you have naturally become Big Yuan. Fine, but I must insist you call me Sisterly henceforth, she instructed, feeling a shiver run down her spine at the title Big Yuan. All right, Sisterly it is. But why not Miss Li? Li Kuei asked, genuinely puzzled. Calling someone Miss implies a greater status, Li Yuan replied, glancing at Li Kuei, who seemed a bit out of sorts. If you have the ability, feel free to use it. Just know that in the Qian family gang, no one dares to use such terms. Who? Li Kuei inquired. Our second brother, Zhang Tian, she answered. The Dr. Wang's medicine is indeed remarkable. He was nearly able to rise from bed until he saw a lady and, in his excitement, called out Miss. Now he is back lying down again. Very well, I suppose sister, or rather, Miss, won't be taken too seriously, Li Yuan thought to herself. Under Li Yuan's guidance, the Qian family gang donned matching black and gold-trimmed attire, presenting a dapper appearance. Time waits for no one. Qian Shui, having entrusted village affairs to the old chief, prepared to embark on her journey the following morning. Zhang Tian, leaning on his cane and looking rather pitiful, watched as his brothers busily packed their belongings. I've heard there are many beauties beyond the borders. Let us see if the rumors hold any truth, he remarked, as the trio loaded their luggage onto the wagon. They passed by Zhang Tian. Get lost, he grumbled in response. The village had gathered to witness the group waiting by the horses, a sight that made many young women blush and their hearts race. Some brothers played to the crowd, only to be reprimanded by Xia for their foolishness. Show some respect for the ladies, or I'll deal with you. Qian Shui, donned in black, joined the throng, while Dinyang insisted she wear a scarf. I've heard from the elders that the winds beyond the borders can be fierce. This scarf and veil are made from the cloth you provided, she advised. The boisterous nature of the border dwellers did not faze Qian Shui, who was set to venture out with a group of men. Now able to understand some words, Hua grabbed Dinyang's bundle and slung it over his shoulder, tightening the straps. As the old lady began to shuffle away, Qian Shui approached her. My dear girl, here's a belt for your monthly cycle, and Dinyang said, handing it over. Qian Shui accepted it, placing it into her bundle. I must leave now. I fear what else she might pull out if I linger. Hua rushed out behind her, joyfully holding a bear cub and standing next to Zhang Tian. Upon seeing Qian Shui emerge, the crowd lined up, calling sister. Their voices echoed throughout the village. Old village chief is outside. Before he could finish, Dr. Wang suddenly rushed in, pulling his eldest son along. Qian girl, let my son accompany you. He has some knowledge of herbal medicine and could benefit from the experience. The medicinal herbs beyond the borders are exceedingly rare. Bringing him along to make an acquaintance, and hopefully returning with some, will be ideal. When Qian Shui saw the money, Wang Qinghua promptly gathered his belongings and medicine box. What more could he say? Having a mediocre doctor along was quite acceptable, and naturally, he would not intervene. Qian Shui mounted his horse with fluid grace, prompting admiration from the village youth. The air filled with an aura of rosy enchantment. With 20 carts of grain, 2 carts of luggage and provisions, a total of 28 people set forth grandly from Shandong village. The old village chief, accompanied by the anxious villagers, watched the caravan depart until the last horse's rear was out of sight before he turned back. Sister Shur is truly remarkable. I wish I could accompany her next time. Li Jieja gazed in admiration, believing a woman should aspire to be like Sister Shur. What is so commendable about it? A woman mingling with a group of men. HMPF. Shameless. Feng Yuding felt discomfort, but could not articulate the source of her unease. Ever since Sister Shur came to Jinhua Ji's home, life has been in constant flux. If it were you, would you possess such capability? No one should dare speak ill of one's savior. Yuding has not erred. She merely lacks shame. I must inform Jinhua Ge. Wang Xiaoling's disdain for Qian Zhishui surpassed that of anyone else. Li Jieja retorted, "You are merely envious. Jealous of Sister Shur's beauty. Envious that Jinhua Ge married her instead of one of you. They're already wed, yet these people still harbor such thoughts. You are the shameless ones, perpetually coveting another's man." After her outburst, she turned and fled, vowing never to befriend them again. Unbeknownst to Qian Zhishui, the village girls were engaged in heated exchanges, as the caravan had already taken to the official road. Chapter 55. The blade is cold, the sun is chilly. If you are unwilling, then let us fight. The caravan journeyed for 3 consecutive days, finally crossing into the borders of Dazhou after leaving Xinlan Pass. Miss, once we exit the borders, we must switch to camels, as the horse-drawn carts are unsuitable. Li Yuanyuan rode up and announced before Qian Zhishui. Camels? Qian Zhishui had garnered some understanding along the way. It resembled a postmodern Mongolian landscape. It was either boundless grasslands or endless deserts. Indeed, camels. We can hire a local caravan, leaving all our horses as collateral for the camels. For the sake of convenience, Qian Zhishui donned male attire, making it difficult to discern her gender. Those unfamiliar could only remark, Zhong Ji is a dashing young man, raising a cup while gazing at the azure sky, radiant as a jade tree swaying in the breeze. Or perhaps they would say, the surroundings are serene and refreshing. Qian Zhishui tightened the reins, spinning in place before setting off. Miss, in 2 more hours we shall reach Ukrainian City. Shall we rest there tonight or continue onward? Upon hearing this, Qian Zhishui recalled her limited funds. Lodging was not an option, so they could only camp outside the city, a distance of an hour away. Li Yuanyuan understood and promptly arranged for Ersia to lead 5 or 6 brothers ahead to find a campsite, while the others would continue into the city to procure supplies. When Ersia selected men, he directly overlooked San Peng, who was reluctant. Ersia, I wish to go too. I've lost weight these past 3 days. Originally, he had been losing weight, but now it was on the rise. What purpose would you serve? Do you not realize your weight? Do you wish to exhaust the horse? Before Ersia could respond, San Sha directly retorted. San Peng felt that if he wanted others to take him along, he needed to prove his worth. Thus, he revealed his trump card. Can you understand your language? Huh, as if you could understand. San Sha scoffed in response. Want to go? No chance. Underestimating him, San Peng declared, not only can I listen, but I can also speak. He wore a proud and somewhat arrogant expression. San Peng, you aren't an undercover Hu person, are you? Ersia stepped back, playfully engaging, but aware this was no jest about the nation. You overestimate me. A person like me as an undercover agent? The nation would fall instantly. Ersia, I was captured by Hu people as a laborer when I was young. I was so scared of hunger that when I escaped, I wanted to eat everything. After pondering for a moment, Ersia concluded that San Peng possessed a notably low intellect. If he remained silent, one might mistake him for a fool. All right, if you dare betray us, I will hunt you down to the ends of the earth. Upon hearing this, San Peng quickly assured, rest assured, I, San Peng, am yours in life and your ghost in death. Just as he prepared to mount, he was startled by the remark, causing him to lose his footing and tumble off the horse. Ersia, damn it, who did you learn this from? If it weren't for my self-control, I would have pissed myself. San Peng could not comprehend Ersia's agitation. Seeing that he nearly fell, he hurried to catch Ersia, who felt time had frozen. For at that moment, he was cradled in San Peng's arms, a situation he never anticipated. The other day, I went to the back mountain and saw someone on a date there. The man said something similar, Is there anything wrong with that? I'm also a man. I could say so too. The woman was quite pleased to hear it. He glanced at Xia in his arms. Why aren't you happy? The surrounding brothers erupted in laughter. Xia holding his belly, wiping tears from his eyes. Xia, why aren't you happy? Oh dear, that is hilarious. San Pang is quite the fool. Not at all. Look, Xia is so happy he has lost his expression. In the midst of laughter, Xia kicked San Pang, unleashing a flurry of playful punches. You damn it, I'll kill you. Woo, my dignity has been insulted. After the raucous commotion, they hurriedly resumed their journey. Qianji Shui paid no mind to the antics of the group. As long as no one lost their life, things were simple for men. After Xia and the others departed, Qianji Shui continued to lead the group. At this moment, another figure approached her closely. Stop. You cannot escape. Come back with us. Perhaps you may yet retain your life. I would rather die than accompany you. Sister, do not concern yourself with me. You must go. Exhausted from fleeing, she ceased her escape, closing her eyes to await death, hoping her assailants would act swiftly. We cannot give up. If we do, they will prevail. Have you forgotten how our father and mother died? The girl appeared to be around 13 or 14, holding the hand of a 6 or 7-year-old boy, both clad in tattered clothing. Sister, I can't run anymore. Ah, she cried, recalling their parents, her heart heavy with sorrow. Run. Surviving offers hope. The girl nearly dragged her brother along, the little boy too weary, almost surrendering his will to live. Sister, carry me. The boy clung to his sister's back, stifling his sobs as he watched the pursuers raise their bows. Sister, you must live well. He leaned his head affectionately against her shoulder. We must all be well. I promise to keep you safe. The girl's eyes were resolute, filled with an unmasked hatred. The boy watched as an arrow flew closer, the terror of death causing him to tremble. Do not be afraid, I will manage. The girl thought her brother feared being caught, even as her own fear loomed. Yes, I'm not afraid. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the air as the girl, too focused on running forward, failed to notice the approaching danger. When she finally realized the need to stop, it was too late. She tumbled down the slope, rolling like a wheel, landing directly before Li Yuanyuan, who was squatting to relieve herself. Startled, Li Yuanyuan immediately halted her business and hurriedly retreated. Ah, brother? Brother? The girl, oblivious to Li Yuanyuan's presence, scrambled up after the fall, desperately searching for her brother. Sister. In her heart, she thought, I'm not dead. Brother, are you all right? Upon seeing her brother's bruised face, her eyes welled with tears and pain. Li Yuanyuan came to her senses, stood up, and realized she had forgotten to pull up her trousers. Feeling a chill, she glanced down and quickly bent over to adjust her clothing. At that moment, an arrow shot through the air just as she was bending down. Li Yuanyuan widened her eyes in shock, turning to see the arrow embedded in a poplar tree. She had nearly met her end, her spirit still wandering. Her instincts had tightened her belt, without any weapons on hand. Oh, how could she forget? She was a scholar. Observing the despair in the eyes of the two children, she decided to perform a good deed. Quick, follow me. With that, she scooped up the little boy and grabbed the little girl, dashing away with reckless abandon. The group resting nearby saw a cloud of dust rising in the distance. Is it a tornado? One asked incredulously. Are you foolish? How could there be one here? What is that, then? It looks like Li the steward. Upon closer inspection, they were indeed surprised to see it was Li Yuanyuan, her trousers flapping wildly as she ran. What a wild spirit she has. Running to the latrine like she's being chased by a dog. They marveled. But wait, she was carrying one child and dragging another. What was happening here? After a moment, a voice called out, Stop! Don't run! The crowd chasing behind them kicked up dust as they rushed forward. Qianshi Shui heard the commotion and immediately turned his horse around, shouting, Be on guard. The crowd swiftly drew their machetes from the carts, their blades gleaming in the sunlight. Ready for a fight. The horses neighed, but were kept in check by Hua, standing firm. Chapter 56. Miss, that was quite the toss. When Li Yuanyuan saw her own people, tears nearly filled her eyes. Carrying the child and pulling the girl was exhausting. She feared that a sudden barrage could end her life. Miss, oh dear, I'm utterly spent. Li Yuanyuan plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. Li, how is it that you can be so convenient while also bringing forth two children? Are you some sort of illegitimate child? Get lost. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Li Yuanyuan retorted, her scholarly demeanor slipping away. The pursuers, seeing a group of strong men ahead, hesitated momentarily. The leader stepped forward to speak. You there? What is he saying? Li Kuei, standing close to Qian Shishui, asked perplexed. I have no idea. Who knows what they're saying? The pursuers, noticing the men armed with machetes, dared not advance recklessly. Speak in a language we understand. We can't comprehend your words. Li Kui Belovet. The opposing group appeared bewildered, but Li Kuei's fierce demeanor led them to believe he had issued a challenge they could not ignore. Thus, they knocked their arrows, aiming at Qian Shishui and his men. Seeing this, the Qian family gang could no longer hold back. They hadn't provoked anyone. Yet the enemy was intent on taking their lives. Can we tolerate this? Absolutely not. Clearly, the Qian family gang had no intention of being passive. Goodness, they're getting cocky now. Zhang Kuei brandished his machete, stepping forward with a kick. When I was a bandit, I failed, but now that we're on legitimate business. You dare act superior? With Zhang Kuei's action, both sides clashed, the close proximity rendering arrows less effective. Qian Shishui remained confidently astride his horse, while Hua stood firm. Amidst the chaos, a Human stealthily approached the siblings, but before he could strike, Hua lifted him effortlessly. The man was soon embedded in the ground, only his head visible. The siblings looked on in horror, astonished at the sight of someone literally planted into the earth. It was only when a man realized he felt no pain below his neck that he understood he had been unceremoniously buried alive by the hulking figure before him. The unfolding scene did not escape the notice of the battling Human. "We're no match for them," one exclaimed, turning to flee. Seeing the bandits attempting to retreat, Qian Shishui decided not to pursue. It would be a waste of time and energy. "Miss, do we not eradicate the roots of the problem?" Zhang Kuei wiped the blood from his blade on a corpse. "It's a waste of effort. Our goal is wealth." Wang Bandiao was busy tending to the wounded and, seeing their injuries were minor, felt relieved. "What do we do with these?" Li Kuei dragged the deceased's body to Qian Shishui. "Can't we show some respect for the dead? Burying them is a waste of time. I'll handle it." Wang Bandiao approached with a medicine box. Extracting a small vial, he sprinkled its contents over the corpse. Li Kuei took it and ran off. Ever since that night, I've learned a thing or two about these matters. I now view the dead as I would pig. The onlookers gathered around the deceased, eager to witness the miraculous properties of the potion. As Li Kuei poured the liquid over the body, smoke began to rise, and then it spontaneously ignited. The fire blazed without emitting a single wisp of smoke, filling the air with the scent of roasted meat. Zhang Kuei swallowed hard. "Oh, that smells delightful." The Human, buried in the ground, watched in terror, tears and snot streaming down his face. These people are ruthless, except for Qian Shishui and Hua. All members of the Qian family gang stared in disbelief as the corpse was reduced to ashes. A gust of wind blew, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. They mechanically turned to Wang Bandiao. It could be said that young Master Qian, in certain respects, is excessively protective. Those unrelated to him could be disposed of without a second thought. Yet he still expects her to come to their aid. The girl on her knees gazed up at young Master Qian. I do not wish to cause trouble. All I ask is for you to escort me and my brother to the Clanla tribe. You may ask for anything in return. What reason do I have to trust you? A mere girl, seeking to bargain while being pursued like a hunted wild boar?" Li Kuei thought this was unreasonable. How could someone so formidable be fleeing as if cornered by a wild boar in the village? "That is my maternal family. As long as you deliver us there, I will comply with any request. Miss, do not trust him. If a fight ensues, we will merely become filling for dumplings," Zhang Kuei remarked coolly, observing the two kneeling before him. People of power and status detest being seen in such a humiliating position. It tarnishes their image. To maintain their dignified facade, these individuals can easily condemn us to oblivion with mere words. Zhang Kuei's argument was so sound that I found myself speechless. Applause should be in order. The onlookers nodded along, engrossed as if they were hens pecking at grain, unanimously agreeing that wealthy and powerful families are the most unreliable. Li Yuanyuan, anxious after hearing this, dare not speak, her body twisting restlessly. Qian Shui inquired, "What say you?" Before her stood a burly man with a youthful face, squirming like a pretzel. How embarrassing. Finally, Li Yuan could speak, nearly suffocating herself in the process. "Sir, we happen to be passing through Clanla. It is merely a day's journey from here, which means we can arrive by nightfall at the earliest, or by midnight at the latest. What is there to discuss?" A man speaks in circles. "I wonder if you could take her and her brother along?" Qian Shui contemplated the dilemma. To refuse would portray her as heartless, yet agreeing could lead to unforeseen consequences, making her seem like a do-gooder. No matter how she handled it, leadership was exhausting. "You inform your brothers. Let us vote, with the minority yielding to the majority." Qian Shui suggested they decide amongst themselves, as this trouble was not hers alone. Li Yuan thought, this girl is quite astute. The way she deflected responsibility was masterful. The others, upon hearing this, suddenly became quite busy. Observing the scene, Li Yuan wore a look of exasperation. What was there to discuss? The answers were painfully obvious. Yet, she wished to struggle a bit longer. "Ah, big brother, support me a little. And I shall buy you a drink." "A bit busy. Do not block the way, move aside." "Ah, big brother is of no use." "Hutu, how about you? Are you busy too?" "Liga, you see, I'm tied up here." Watching Hutu busy himself tying himself up, indeed, Hutu seemed quite occupied. As she inquired, everyone was diligently engaged. Li Yuan, unable to contain her frustration, placed her hands on her hips before her brothers. "If you disagree, I shall reveal your secrets." "Do not jest. What secrets could we possibly have?" Zhang Kuei, near her, replied. Li Yuan, upon hearing this, thought, "This is a foolhardy endeavor. Fine. I shall grant you your wish." Leaning close to Zhang Kuei's ear, she whispered, "I know you hide money in your undergarments." As she spoke, she gestured towards a certain inappropriate area. "That money carries a distinctly masculine essence. Only those who use it would understand." Zhang Kuei instinctively tightened his grip on his undergarments. "You are formidable." Chapter 57. The Widow Wang Next Door. Seeing Zhang Kuei subdued, she walked with a commanding stride, reminiscent of a theatrical official. "Ada, I know you hid Xie's undergarments beneath his pillow. Tell me, what would happen if I informed him?" The crux being, Xie had worn those undergarments for half a month. "Oh, the scent. How do you know?" Ada was astonished. "There was no one around when I did it." "Do not concern yourself with how I know. Simply tell me your thoughts," she retorted playfully. "Oh, you wish to spar with me?" Li Yuan mimicked the official S-gate, approaching Niao Kong. "Niao Kong, I possess no secrets. Do not attempt to threaten me. I must remain composed." "Composed?" Li Yuan's laughter bore an irreverent quality, leaving one with an urge to retaliate. Particularly her mocking tone, which was hard to ignore. "The widow Wang from the neighboring village has long coveted you, yet you have been caught peering at her daughter, Chui Fun, bathing." "All right, cease your words. The widow Wang is 58. I am but 18, a blossoming flower, naturally inclined towards the younger." "Fine, no more of that." Niao Kong. "Who named you thus?" "It possesses more character than even I." Li Yuan. "I am truly impressed." "My father, what have I done to offend you?" Li Wenyang Lansa Skivart. "Do you not feel that each time I call you Niao Kong, it feels less like a name and more like a remedy for cattle? Much like the skin-cleansing products used by the maidens in Taohua residence. Do you not think so?" Niao Kong, skin cleanser, woman's cleanser, Niao Kong. Niao Kong remained an untainted man. Aside from his voyeuristic tendencies towards the widow Wang's daughter, he was a blank slate. "What is this skin cleanser?" Li Yuan smiled and said nothing, walking past Niao Kong. "It is a product the young ladies use for personal hygiene. Are you really that naive?" Zhang Kuei delivered a sharp slap to Niao Kong's nape. "You're something else. To have spied on a woman bathing." Li Yuan wished to continue her playful banter, but others did not grant her the opportunity. We agree. Please, do not say another word. Each revelation is more shocking than the last." Finally, Li Yuan relented, skipping joyfully to Qian Shui. She approached like a playful pup. "Miss," they all consented. "I did not coerce them." Qian Shui raised her gaze to all present, sending chills down the spines of the men. "We agree." They vowed never to trust Li Yuan again. She was a refined miscreant. Miss, look, they all consented, except for Li Kuei and Wang Bandiao. 2 others remained unresponsive. Everyone else raised their hands in agreement. Qian Shishui said nothing, leading the way with Hua. Li Yuanyan, recognizing this as tacit approval, hurriedly ushered the siblings onto the carriage. The 2 siblings looked at Li Yuan with gratitude, and, as they settled in, they embraced each other and drifted off to sleep. Li Yuan, witnessing this, let a deep sigh. Let us hope this is not the tale of the farmer and the snake. Otherwise, I shall become the villain. Zhang Kuei glanced back at Li Yuanyan, addressing Qian Shishui. Li Zongguan seems to be reminded of his siblings. When he was fleeing with his brother and sister, the 2 younger ones perished along the way. When our second leader encountered him, those 2 had already succumbed, yet he held on to them desperately. Why did he flee? Li Kuiret. He did not speak. We suspect it was due to the powerful figures in their locality having set their sights on his sister. The parents, to stall their pursuers, stayed behind, allowing Li Zongguan to escape with his siblings, yet tragically, they perished on the way. Was his sister beautiful? Li Kuei instinctively replied. Zhang Kuei, is that the crux of the matter? She is deceased, yet indeed, she was lovely. Zhang Kuei pondered for a moment, recognizing her beauty, lamenting the loss. Li Yuan observed the siblings asleep, placing food on the carriage before departing. She followed closely behind Qian Shishui, her demeanor cautious, as if she wished to speak, yet hesitated. Meanwhile, the newcomers to the city, Xia and his companions, were conversing. Xia, why do the women in this city wear so little? Their arms and legs are exposed, and that tiny waist looks quite enticing. Xia and his friends squatted by the roadside, watching the beautiful women pass by, exhibiting a remarkable level of lewdness. How would I know? Asked Sansha. Xia's eyes struggled to keep up with the voluptuous women, their movements captivating, adorned with large eyes, double eyelids, high noses, and wide mouths. They were tall, each glance more exhilarating than the last. The weather is sweltering, prompting scant clothing, yet it renders one susceptible to sunburn, hence they all don headscarves. Xia, what do you think about us purchasing a similar garment for the ladies? Sansha gazes at the vibrant and beautiful women before him. Do not say I did not warn you. If your skin itches, you may pursue it. The ladies will not spare you, and that scholar will be relentless in his pursuit. That scholar is hardly a magnanimous man. Well then, perhaps it is best to avoid provoking the ladies, for their strikes can be quite painful. Sansha recalls the money flowing like water, a dull ache coursing through him. San Pang is observing a beauty, lifting a child high and showering the little one with kisses, the child clad in open crotch pants. San Pang, filled with envy, muses, why is that child so adored? I have no idea. The others shake their heads. Who among us has not once been a child? Xia responds with a hint of boredom. Indeed, I believe we were quite charming in our youth. Sansha gazes enviously at the child being cradled by the beauty. Are you not charming now? San Pang turns to ask. Charming? We all possess charm. But do you know why no one finds us appealing now? Goodness, is there a reason for that? Why? Several stare at Sansha, inquiring. Because we lack something that children possess. Speak quickly. What are we missing? We too wish to be hoisted high by beauties for kisses. Woe is us. Sansha's eyes gleam with longing. We lack open crotch pants. It is precisely because our trousers are not designed as such that we are unloved. Upon hearing this, the others regard Sansha with expressions akin to constipation, their minds conjuring images of themselves parading in open crotch pants. Goodness, such a sight is blinding. Get lost. Are you not concerned that when the birds cannot find their way home, they might mistake your private parts for a nest? Are you foolish? Are you foolish? San Pang rises and begins to beat Sansha, exasperated by his lack of intelligence. The other 3, hearing the foolishness of these 2, silently shift their positions, maintaining a safe distance, lest the foolishness become contagious. Even the exotic beauties may induce a sense of visual fatigue, as they all bear a striking resemblance to one another, lacking the distinctive features found in Deqing Nation. Deqing boasts a variety of facial shapes and eye sizes, while the beauties here seem to emerge from a single mold, leading to a certain monotony upon prolonged observation. Quickly, we must not forget our purpose. Exia rises startet, having been so engrossed in gazing at the beauties that he forgot to attend to their tasks. Hastily, he retrieves the shopping list, and they load the cart until sunset before heading out of the city. Upon reaching their campsite, they appear as if they might devour one another, causing Ersia to retreat behind Qian Si Shui in fright. What are you doing? The sun has not yet set, and I have not delayed your meals. What time is it? Are you trying to starve us? Li Kuei squats, pointing at Ersia's nose. The sun has not yet dipped below the horizon. Why do you not wait for the moon to rise? Li Wan ratort angrily. Only then does Ersia realize the late hour, quickly lowering his head in apology. He briskly starts a fire and prepares rice for dinner. Meanwhile, the Hu people, repelled by the Qian family gang, find themselves encircled by the vast grasslands, wounded, and retreat into a large bundle. The leader, Akali, seated at the head, gazes at her subordinates as they enter and inquires, "How did it go?" The group exchanges glances before responding. "We encountered a band of Han people. Egu Liying and Jiamu Sijun were rescued by the opposing side." Useless. The woman's voice rises in fury as she hurls her milk tea cup at the face of one subordinate. "Get out." Her anger twists her features into a fearsome visage. Yet once she regains her composure, she appears radiant as a flower. With a dagger in hand, she elegantly slices the mutton before her, chewing it as if it were wax. Suddenly, a thought strikes her, and in a fit of rage, she destroys all the food before her. Shortly thereafter, a group of maidservants enters to clean the scene, meticulously tidying up in silence. Chapter 58. Gazing at the beauty under the lamp. The more one looks, the more beautiful she becomes to ensure her position's absolute safety. Akali sounds her flute. As the last note fades, the curtain is lifted, revealing a tall and robust Han man. Upon seeing Akali's alluring form illuminated by the light, he is struck by her beauty, a raw and compelling spectacle. The man strides forward, boldly approaching. As night falls on the grasslands, the moon hangs low, casting a cold, desolate light, with the howls of wolves echoing in the distance. Qianxi Shui reclines in the cart, while Hua insists on keeping watch outside. After indulging in too much soup at dinner, he rises to relieve himself and discovers that his watchful brother has fallen asleep. "Go rest. I will take over. When the fire dies, danger will ensue." Suddenly, flames begin to drift toward Ada's direction, causing him to become alert. Someone is encroaching. The direction of the flames shifts as they block the wind. This is what the lady warned about, prompting Ada to quickly rouse the others. The moonlight casts a seductive glow over the grasslands, and Ada extinguishes the fire at once. Everyone holds their breath, eyes sharp as wolves, scanning their surroundings. The Qian family gang encircles Li Kuei, Wang Bandiao, and the two siblings in the center. An owl flies overhead, landing on a white poplar tree, hooting ominously. In Qing, there's a saying, "Where the owl lands, death is sure to follow." The attackers, noticing that the previously illuminating fire has suddenly gone dark, realize they have been discovered. In the moonlight, shadows become visible, and only at close range can one discern faces. Close-quarters combat is the most direct and effective form of warfare. "Green Hao Tai, should we strike now?" A man emerges from Akali's chamber, his gaze fixed on the distance. "Kill them all." His powerful physique emanates an intense aura. Qian Si Shui sits atop the cart, observing figures rushing in from all directions. They are coming. When Green Hao Tai closes in, he realizes something is amiss, as the adversary shows no signs of preparing for battle, causing his heart to race. The Han people are notoriously despicable and cunning. "Retreat." He turns to flee. "Heh, you shall not escape." San Pang responds in Hu language. Green Hao Tai strains to focus on San Pang, recognizing the purity of his Hu dialect. He must be one of them. "You are who?" Green Hao Tai questions. "No." San Pang runs forth. "You cannot escape. Try moving and see." Upon hearing this, the others attempt to move, only to find themselves paralyzed. Green Hao Tai, however, remains formidable and continues to act freely. "Oh, this large fellow possesses quite the physique." Ersia is astonished by Green Hao Tai's strength. Just moments ago, Ban Jiao remarked that even a tiger would fall before him. Green Hao Tai fights his way through the crowd, only to be grappled by Hua, and they engage in a fierce struggle. Each punch lands with a resounding impact, and the onlookers wince at the sound, feeling the pain of the combatants. Release him. Qianxi Shui Manzuva. The others kill them. Qianxi Shui gestures to Li Kuei, instructing him to take the siblings aside and observe. Torches are lit, restoring illumination, revealing everything clearly to all. Aside from Wang Bandiao, the others swiftly eliminate their foes, dispatching them as easily as one would butcher a chicken. The two siblings watch in a daze, their souls momentarily detached. Li Yuan, feeling compassion for them, suggests they return to the cart, a final concession from the lady. The power of action speaks louder than words. After all, when intruding upon another's territory, ability is paramount, while all else is mere chatter. Once the corpses are cleared, everyone begins to recuperate, with Erxia leaning against Li Yuan. Li Zongguan, I feel as though this trade is far more thrilling than being a bandit. The ladies are ruthless and speak little. Wang Bandiao is wild. Li Kuei is fiercely loyal, and Hua is resolute. His brothers are all equally fierce. It is no wonder they once turned to banditry. By following the ladies, we shall not suffer losses in the future. Li Yuan smacks her lips, urging everyone to sleep. As the sun rises above the horizon, the grasslands awaken once more. Their spirits lifted, they finish their meal and set forth. After a day's journey, as the sun dipped below the horizon, they arrived at the Clanra tribe, a quintessential tribe teeming with cattle and sheep. They could still see riders galloping through the landscape. Qianxi Shui and his companions appeared atop the hill, mounted, gazing down at the tribal fortress below. A group of people, upon seeing a large sum of money, were so terrified that they scrambled onto their horses and fled down the mountain. A Jilin. They're Han people, they shouted as they rode. What a bunch of cowards. They must have wet their pants in fright. We are all quite distinguished looking. How do we scare them so? Li Kuei remarked, observing the fleeing children with an air of disbelief. Huh, I should put your portrait on the door for the new year to ward off evil spirits. Don't you know your own worth? You only know how to frighten children. That is your maternal family. You can return by yourselves. Do you expect someone to come pick you up? Li Yuan pointed towards the castle at the foot of the mountain. Uncle will come soon. Her younger brother, Jiamu Si Jun, finally managed to smile. Their uncle was the captain of the guards, and their mother was the tribe leader, so he would undoubtedly come to investigate the appearance of Han people. Agu Liang held her brother's hand, her gaze fixed on the mountain below. Shortly after, a group of horsemen galloped up from the valley. Uncle, Jiamu Si Jun called out, waving enthusiastically. The group, led by Qianxi Shui, remained motionless, as it was unnecessary to provoke misunderstandings. The leading man bent down and lifted Jiamu Si Jun onto his chest, halting before Qianxi Shui and his companions. May I ask what brings you to our tribe? Ah, you speak Chinese. Erxia, who had recently encountered a stranger, almost choked in frustration. Their communication had been like that of two mutes, nearly leading to a fight. I know a little, he replied. Uncle, woo-woo. Agu Liang dashed out of the crowd, prompting the man to dismount. Guam Liang, why are you with Han people? Uncle, it was young Master Qian and the others who saved me and my brother. Without them, we would have perished. I am a Jilin, and I extend my deepest gratitude to young Master Qian and his friends for their life-saving assistance. You're too kind, Qianxi Shui replied. Benefactors, please follow me. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask. We have no needs. We are traders bringing grain and other goods to exchange. We seek only a travel permit, Li Yuan interjected, gesturing towards the caravan of camels behind them. A Jilin, hearing this, became even more enthusiastic. Our tribe is the largest in the area, and everything you have is something we desire. Please, follow me, and I assure you that you will leave fully laden. As they entered the city with a Jilin, the crowd on the streets gazed curiously. Hey, look, foreigners have arrived. Look at that man. He is quite handsome. In the Central Plains, one mustn't praise a man's looks, or he might take offense. The onlookers pointed at Qian's group, while young women boldly scrutinized the men. Erxia, why do I feel like we are performing like monkeys in a circus? Well, there aren't any monkeys fatter than you. Except for Arcio. It was the first time most had seen women from another land. Wow, my eyes can't absorb enough. Zhang, look at that woman. Her waist is a waist, and her backside is a backside. It's quite thrilling. A group of conservative men found themselves in such an open society, torn between the desire to look and the fear of being caught. They stole glances, fearing they might bleed from their noses. These women are dressed far too scantily. Ade shamelessly exchanged flirtatious glances with the women watching the spectacle. You seem quite taken with the view, Li Yuan remarked to Ada. Haven't you ever seen women before? The girls in the brothel don't even compare to them. Li Yuan, like a ghost, appeared behind Niu Erkong. Erkong, are the women beautiful? Niu Erkong was captivated by the sight, comparing to Chui Fun, who is more beautiful. All women are beautiful, as long as they are in view. No, let me explain. I am a normal man, and men have those few preferences. Niu Erkong hurriedly explained, trying to justify himself. Yes, I understand, Li Yuan replied. Sang Kui, who had been silently observing, found the conversation awkward. Suddenly, a chill ran down his spine. Zhang, what is your view on women? Li Yuan shifted the focus. Zhang Kuei instinctively took a step back, saying, well, first I look at the backside. If it's nice, then I look at the face. The face isn't important. It's the figure that counts. Oh. The men listened intently, suddenly sharing a collective expression of enlightenment. Impressive. Respect. Amazing. The seasoned rogue Zhang Kuei was indeed different. The men began showering him with compliments. These conversations were kept quiet, fearful of the women overhearing. Li Kuei cautioned otherwise. If Hua Zai finds out, how will we take the ladies on long trips? After all, women are still women. Understood. Leading the way, Qianxi Shui muttered. Thank your ancestors. I shouldn't have heard. Chapter 59. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. The manager of the Qian family, Li, made it clear to a Jilin, we will not be staying at your home. We will rest at an inn. Li, understanding the nature of the Qian family, knew they were a bunch of rascals. To avoid embarrassing the Qian family, it was more suitable to lodge elsewhere. A Jilin, helpless, could only take them to the best inn, generously covering all expenses. The Qian family showed no reluctance. After all, this amount wouldn't even cover hiring a third-rate bodyguard. We have killed dozens for your nephew. Upon entering the room, Qianxi Shui found Li Yuan had everything arranged. He promptly stripped and sank into the bathtub, reflecting that it had been 7 or 8 days since they left. On this trip back, he wondered how much they could earn. Hua also wanted a bath, but alas, while he could get into the tub, he couldn't get out. He was stuck. That tub is too small. Water overflowed from the tub, dripping down into the room below, where diners were enjoying their meals. Just as one man was deeply engaged in his bowl, water began to drip directly into it. Initially, it dripped slowly, but then it formed a steady stream. The diner looked up at the ceiling, bewildered. He was in despair. He had just eaten hastily and now found a bone lodged in his throat. Curse his grandfather. Someone save me. Thus, chaos ensued above as the diners below continued slapping their backs. The three fools asked curiously, who knows? Given the force, Zhang Kuei is quite impressive. At that moment, Li Yuan felt that the object stuck inside her was about to emerge. She nudged Zhang Kuei with her elbow, urging him to hurry. Upon seeing her signal, Zhang Kuei recognized victory was near. With a few swift, forceful motions, the obstructing item suddenly shot out. Li Yuan exclaimed as the obstruction left her throat. A sense of relief washed over her. Outside the door, onlookers gasped, oh my heavens. What on earth? They were taken aback to discover it was stewardly. San Pang, oblivious to the unfolding drama, also wanted a glimpse but found no space. Let me see. After some shoving, no one offered him a spot. So he leaned over, attempting to peer over the others. Weighing over 200 pounds, he slipped and fell onto those beneath him. Suddenly, the door swung open, and a throng of people found themselves pinned to the ground by San Pang. Li Yuan and Zhang Kuei, startled, turned to look at the individuals sprawled on the floor. We just came to invite you all for a stroll. Please continue, they awkwardly encouraged. How embarrassing, someone murmured. Please go on, another urged. The group scrambled to exit, with San Pang joining them. Hey, Li Yuan, Sang Kui. What the heck is going on? San Pang rushed out. While Li Yuan and Zhang Kuei remained in a daze, puzzled by the situation. You all carry on, carry on. I forgot to shut the door. San Pang sprinted away, only to return, pushing the door open again. What are you all continuing with? Looking up, he was met with a wild scene. Close the door. Get away. My heart can't take it. Should I inform the lady? Li Kuei pondered this dilemma. Suddenly, Li Yuanyuan snapped back to reality as an enraged roar echoed from within. You reckless fool! How dare you insult me when I just saved your life? You ungrateful wretch! Li Yuanyuan, trembling with fury, pointed at Zhang Kuei. Why are you in such disarray? Beast! I swear, call me a beast again, and I'll show you what I'm capable of. Do you think I'm a pushover? I stand to relieve myself. Zhang Kuei retorted. Where are your clothes? I just came out of the bath when you arrived. I didn't have time to dress. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air, causing the arguing duo to freeze. The sound came from upstairs, where the lady was. Both rushed out, dashing towards the commotion. Qian Shui had heard it too. It was a noise from the neighboring room where Hua resided. Qian Shui instructed Hua to return his room for a bath, initially believing the boy was merely playing with water. Upon entering, he found the floor soaked and the bathtub in ruins. Hua, sulking, hid in a corner. Lady, Li Kuei, Zhang Kuei, and Li Yuanyuan rushed in with their companions. Qian Shui quickly turned to close the door, glancing at the others. What's this? A lonely retreat? Stay out. Qian Shui's icy voice echoed through the door. The innkeeper, alerted by the commotion, hurried over. What is happening? Oh, this troublesome mess. The innkeeper lamented, realizing the situation was dire. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Qian Shui. Lady, what happened? Nothing, she replied, glancing at the innkeeper. The innkeeper, realizing the floor was wet and the bathtub shattered, began to piece together the scenario. Innkeeper, this isn't fair. Our girl has build, and the bathtub. Could she even fit? Hua chimed in, I fitted in, but now I can't get out. The innkeeper suddenly had an epiphany, slapping his forehead. Oh dear, I completely forgot about her. He never encountered such a situation. There is no suitable bathtub available for her. Sighing, the others remained silent, knowing that Hua's presence was an anomaly. Just find someone to clean this up, he concluded. We'll have someone attend to it immediately. The innkeeper departed, leaving only a few brothers guarding the goods. Qian Shui surveyed the gathered company, stating that they would commence sourcing goods tomorrow, aiming to resolve matters within 3 days. If the market performed well, they could potentially return twice more. As Qian Shui had housing matters to consider. Understood, lady, the others nodded in agreement. If the market thrives, we can return 3 times ahead of others, Li Yuanyuan added. Indeed, the initial round is crucial, implying that without success at first, one must be cautious, as money had already been spent. The group felt the piercing gaze of Qian Shui, immediately standing at attention, tightening their stomachs, puffing out their chests, and bowing their heads to respond affirmatively. The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. At that moment, a messenger arrived, breathlessly announcing, Lady, Jilin has sent an invitation for you and your brothers to visit tomorrow evening. Standing below, Danjun hurried upstairs, not daring to delay. The reason was clear. Danjun had once served as the night watchman at Phoenix Mountain, and after witnessing Qian Shui's actions, he still felt a twinge of fear. Li Kuei accepted the invitation, handing it to Qian Shui. Are you going? Upon glancing at the invitation, Qian Shui replied, in someone else's territory, how can we refuse? We shall go. Let us arrange for contingencies to prevent any backlash. The free giant would likely soon take action. Rest assured, lady, I will speak with Jilin tomorrow morning, making it clear that we want to interfere in their matters. Let that fellow arrange for our protection. After all, we must tread carefully in another domain, she agreed. No trouble, please. Our aim is profit, not to attract unwarranted attention, especially concerning the matter of teasing young ladies. Qian Shui cast a glance at her subordinates, warning that anyone daring to cause trouble would be asking for a beating. Understood. The few present felt as though they had been stripped bare under her gaze. The lady's glare was truly terrifying. Chapter 60. This young master is a bargaining prodigy in the dead of night. The group of Xia wandered through the streets, enchanted by the exotic ambience. The bustling thoroughfare was alive with people, as the group savored every delectable local delicacy. Eventually, they could eat no more, clutching their bellies and leaning against one another, too afraid to speak loudly lest the food they had consumed make a swift return. A band of men, supporting one another, stumbled back to the inn. The night was eerily quiet. Suddenly, the moon hid behind the clouds, reluctant to reappear. Why? Haha. That night, in a comical display, the group fumbled about, truly embodying chaos and disorder. Wang Bandiao, roused from slumber, groggily found himself dragged to a chair. Wang Bandiao, check if we've been poisoned. With his eyes closed, Wang Bandiao resignedly placed his hand on the other S. It's just the local cuisine. I've overindulged. Not poisoned. Correct. What then? Just clean out. I want to sleep. Implying they should leave quickly, lest they disturb his rest. Wang Bandiao, oh no. Before he could finish, clutching his belly, he dashed outside with a speed that would leave even a rabid dog in the dust. The innkeeper, too, lost sleep to ensure quality service and uphold the inn's reputation. With tears in his eyes, he dispatched someone to procure a cart, ready to transport several barrels of liquid gold in the middle of the night. Every corner of the inn was lit with incense, and the innkeeper, ever considerate, added an abundance of lilies. The aroma was indescribable. This humiliation felt like a loss of face on foreign soil. Zhang Ke, utterly exhausted, slumped against the ground, while the others dared not utter a word, fearful that speaking would provoke an untimely eruption. The moon endured through the night, and at last, upon witnessing the sun, rejoiced with great exuberance. The workday had come to an end. It had been a grueling night indeed. The innkeeper shared this sentiment. Upon rising, apart from the brothers guarding the goods, only Li Yuanyuan and Wang Bandiao remained, while Qian Xixue and Hua were in their usual state. The others were utterly exhausted, and upon seeing the rice porridge in the morning, they fearfully pushed their bowls away. Helplessly, Wang Bandiao brewed a large pot of medicinal concoction. After each person had a bowl, they all collapsed to rest. In the end, only Hua was left to guard this group of feeble souls, while Qian Xixue took Li Yuanyuan and Wang Bandiao, along with Li Kuei, to venture out in search of market goods. Young ladies, we are determined to procure jade, medicinal herbs, fabrics, and horses. Among these, jade and herbs are our primary focus. Under the direction of the innkeeper, a local guide, Gigiana, was arranged to accompany them. Suddenly, a beautiful woman appeared, causing the three older men to timidly hide behind Qian Xixue. Although they boasted of their gallantry in private, they faltered in the presence of a woman. Qian Xixue glanced at the three. What a sight! Ultimately, he realized the beauty was gazing at him with tender eyes. Oh, what a lovely display, dear lady! To salvage their dignity, the three exchanged glances. This was the innkeeper's daughter, Gigiana. Just as Qian Xixue was adjusting to the shift from lady to master, he noticed the enchanting woman sending him flirtatious glances. Sigh. He sighed deeply within, wondering if it was too late to rid himself of these three men. Young master, you may call me Anna. Please follow me. The beautiful woman swayed her petite waist, her flowing hair dancing in the breeze, adorned with exquisite earrings. What are you staring at? Let us move, Li Kuei bellowed, abruptly awakening the two older men. I can understand your inexperience with women. With 1,000 years of being a bachelor, one can only desire so much. Seeing a youthful and radiant young lady was akin to a wolf spotting a delicate rabbit. Young master, there is a street to the south filled with raw stones, both from individual sellers and established vendors. Indeed, Qian Xixue ambled along the street with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of nonchalance. Miss Anna, how are jade transactions conducted here? Established shops require money, while individual sellers require food. The more Gigiana observed Qian Xixue, the more her heart fluttered. Standing next to such an aloof and extraordinarily handsome young man made her feel elevated in status. And how are the prices differentiated? Li Yuanyuan inquired further. I do not understand, as I have little experience. Gigiana replied candidly. Oh, that's fine. We shall inquire ourselves. Li Yuanyuan had not considered that this young lady could offer any insight. However, there is a stone gambling event today. You may want to take a look. We are not interested, Qian Xixue replied, as gambling stones were beyond his understanding, and the other three were no better off. They may have seen jade before, but they had likely never touched it. The five arrived at the jade market, surrounded by stones. None of them had any experience. To them, it was merely a collection of rocks. Qian Sixue thought to himself, how careless. He continually racked his brain, trying to assess his own intellect. Smell the fragrance of jade. He instructed Li Kuei to procure some dry tobacco to roll in paper, as Li Kuei's father was a smoker. I will accompany you. Jijiana offered with great attentiveness. Thank you very much. I feared I would struggle to find it, especially since I do not understand your language, Li Kuei replied, lowering his voice to avoid startling the young lady. I simply do not enjoy engaging with delicate women. Qian Sixue was still contemplating how to acquire good raw stones when he noticed individual sellers cutting open their raw stones to display by the roadside. You see, master, why do I perceive that their jade is not valuable? Li Yuanyuan remarked while touching the open jade, which varied in hues of green. Ah! She pointed excitedly at a piece of blood-red jade, her hands trembling in excitement. Do not expose us. We do not want them thinking we are novices. You might land yourself in trouble. Wang Bandiao, although lacking knowledge of jade, was well-versed in medicinal herbs. Li Yuanyuan quickly concealed her excitement, her demeanor slightly agitated as she walked with an unsteady gait. How does one exchange for this jade? Qian Sixue asked. Wang Bandiao and Li Yuanyuan were taken aback, thinking, young lady, when did you learn to speak such nonsense? They would bet their heads that she initially had no understanding of the language. Qian Sixue, uninterested in divulging his knowledge, had indeed spent last night studying the language. Arguing was futile, but basic communication was manageable. Otherwise, anyone could be a spy, without skill. Who will want you? When Qian Sixue posed this question, he left the vendor utterly stunned. My goodness, this man's command of the language is impressive. Hey, what do you mean by staring at my lady? Li Yuanyuan pointed at the vendor, who could only utter a universally understood phrase, unable to articulate more. The vendor sheepishly responded with, 10 pounds of grain. 10 pounds of grain? Qian Sixue felt a tinge of excitement. That wasn't expensive at all. Indeed, 10 pounds of grain. The vendor affirmed. Master, what peculiar language is he speaking? This piece of blood jade is valued at 10 pounds of grain, Qian Sixue elucidated. Li Yuanyuan Castunat. What on earth is this blood jade? This piece costs 10 pounds of grain? Wang Bandiao, upon hearing this, looked astonished at the blood jade on the ground. The vendor's visual shock was palpable. Is my jade overpriced? Or is there a flaw? Should I lower the price? Meanwhile, the three buyers thought, my heavens, this is too cheap. This raw stone, in Daqing, will at least start at 50,000, rarely seen, with such pure and vibrant crimson hues. How about we negotiate a lower price? As Li Yuanyuan began to speak, she realized the vendor could not comprehend her words. Well then, I shall remain silent, and let the lady stand behind me like a mute. I know all the individual sellers on this street. The prices won't vary much. The vendor thought, let me try to resist a little longer. Are you certain you know them all? Qian Sixue glanced down, ensuring the vendor could not see his eyes. I know most of them. The vendor's confidence wavered. Most of them? Qian Sixue locked eyes with the vendor, stating, the majority are familiar. The vendor was in mental turmoil. This man was far too difficult to deal with. Is this truly necessary for mere sustenance? How many do you know? Qian Sixue set the raw stone down. I can name them all. This time, the vendor was hesitant to speak freely. Is this how all merchants are? Qian Sixue pointed at the blood jade, inquiring about how much does the young master require. For a significant client like you, 5 pounds of grain, whatever you desire, is acceptable? Qian Sixue calculated in his mind. This trip was not in vain. This was too inexpensive. 8 pounds of grain for such a significant client. The vendor was caught in a dilemma. This man was haggling fiercely. I could take the raw stones from individual sellers. For such a significant client, whatever you desire, 6 pounds of grain for 20 pounds of raw stone. Master, are you bargaining or committing homicide? This is too ruthless, yet internally, we cannot consume these raw stones. Primarily, the Hu people do not carve, leading to cheaper raw stone prices. The Han people, however, have a deep appreciation for jade. The vendor was momentarily at a loss. unable to articulate his dilemma. Thus, £7 for £20. This is the greatest concession I can offer. £6 for £30. Upon hearing this, the vendor's inner self was sobbing in despair. Seeing the vendor's distress, Qian Sishue thought to himself, grain is not easy to cultivate, and even landlords have no surplus. Chapter 61. This accursed luck. The vendor's face displayed difficulty. Yet Qian Sishue remained unhurried. Take your time to ponder. I shall continue to browse. There was no need to fixate on a single individual to spend money and seek information. They could exchange the goods they required for grain. Qian Sishue contemplated for a moment, his mind racing, trying to devise a reliable method for distinguishing raw jade. In this region, jade was not particularly valuable. Laypersons typically dealt with pre-cut pieces, allowing for a clear view of the jade itself. Yet the possibility of counterfeit stones remained. Wang Bandiao interjected, affirming, you are correct. We can employ the water droplet method for verification. Inform the others that if a water droplet rests on the jade and forms a bead that does not disperse, it is deemed genuine. Anything else is to be rejected. Qian Sishue believed this method to be the most dependable at present. Recognizing jade by scent is untested. I dare not take the risk. The jade must possess sufficient translucency, and its color should be uniform. As Qian Sishue wandered through the marketplace, he inquired, Miss, should I return now to make arrangements? Li Yuan desired to make several more business trips to swiftly accumulate her dowry. With nothing pressing, she continued to accompany Wang Bandiao. Qian Sishue wore a pendant gifted by Shi Jinhua. Though inexpensive, it was exquisitely crafted. In the sunlight, it shimmered with a golden glow. Suddenly, a child babbling nonsense swiftly severed the pendant from Qian Sishue's waist and concealed it within his sleeve. The boy darted away. Hey, no movement. He ran harder. Still no movement. Turning around, he was struck with fear. You dare to steal from me? Qian Sishue lifted the child, making him meet his gaze. To Wang Bandiao, Qian Sishue appeared to be holding not a child, but rather a small puppy. The child flailed his arms, desperately protesting, I didn't steal. With a swift motion, Qian Sishue retrieved the pendant from the child. The thief exclaimed, not a Hu person. Wang Bandiao, observing the wind-displaced hair that obscured the child's face, was astonished to see a Han child. What are you doing here? This place is far from the borders of the Qing. Qian Sishue, uninterested in the child's origins, loosened his grip, allowing the thief to fall to the ground with a thud. The impact left the child in pain, glaring angrily at the handsome young gentleman before him. Qian Sishue deliberately stepped over the child and resumed his leisurely stroll along the street. Wang Bandiao, seeing Qian Sishue move on, followed suit, stepping over the child without hesitation. The prostrate thief, feeling insulted by the absence of physical punishment or moral admonishment, experienced a silent humiliation, one she would have preferred to endure through blows and scolding rather than this. As they continued their wandering, Wang Bandiao noted, Miss, what else with the sudden influx of women on the street? Each one is quite intimidating. It's as if we've entered a realm of women. Qian Sishue's gaze shifted, observing the heat of their surroundings. Essentially, people were merely seeking relief from the heat. It was not his place to intervene. Olhat, Wan Banziao Vilit. One dares to speak, while another dares to believe. Li Kuei, carrying a large pipe, pondered why he had to carry it. Upon discovering the tobacco, he remembered the girl's advice. Typically, he would casually smoke, but the girl had instructed him to roll it in paper. When he asked the shopkeeper for scrap paper, the shopkeeper had none, but offered couplets used by Han people during the New Year. Li Kuei agreed. Thus, he found himself on the street, shouldering a pipe taller than himself. Upon seeing this, Qian Sishue and Wang Bandiao exchanged amused glances. What can I say? Wang Bandiao remarked. Is this sufficient? Before Qian Sishue could respond, Wang Bandiao's mouth, which had only just closed, opened again. It's enough. Once lit, it could suffocate someone. How foolish, he added, noting that an adult woman's wrist-length pipe would be at least 4 meters long. Shi Jinhua would undoubtedly feel heartbroken upon hearing this. Indeed, I concur, Li Kuei, oblivious to the jest directed at him, merely felt flattered. Master, the stone gambling event is just ahead. As Qian Si Shui approached a crowd gathered around a large stone resembling a foam mountain, Li Kuei unknowingly lit his pipe, and wisps of smoke began to curl into the air. Ladies and gentlemen, today we present this stone weighing at least 1,300 taels. If it yields a valuable find, you shall all prosper. Our starting bid is 500 taels, with a tenfold return for the fortunate winner. Should none of you succeed, the funds and the stone will revert to me. Qian Si Shui and his companions were momentarily bewildered by the throng of spectators. Let the betting commence. The crowd surged forward, eager to place their wagers, inadvertently pushing Qian Si Shui and his companions on a stage, left exchanging bewildered glances with the host. The smoke from Li Kuei's pipe enveloped the stage, causing everyone to tear up, as if they were witnessing a ceremonial rite. Qian Si Shui observed the stone smoking and glanced at Wang Bandiao, who, in perfect harmony, placed the money he had brought onto the jade position. Almost everyone else placed their bets on the stone, believing it to be the most promising raw material. Open it! The crowd shouted with fervor, some wiping sweat from their brows in anticipation. The host summoned the cutter to the stage, and the atmosphere became eerily silent. The only sounds were the occasional flatulence. Reveal it. The audience strained their necks. No jade had emerged. Cut again. Wait. Still no jade. They were poised to win, observing the bewildered Han individuals who had wagered heavily. Seeing this, Qian Si Shui seized the cutter's knife, leaping to strike down upon the towering raw material, slicing it cleanly in half. Regrettably, he thought he should have brought Hua along. Li Kuei, pipe in hand, watched intently as Qian Si Shui worked. The entire crowd held its breath, fixated on the stone. With remarkable ease, Qian Si Shui unveiled the stone. What? How can this be? Impossible. Some in the crowd nearly soiled themselves, realizing they had lost everything. The Emperor's green. Such wretched luck. Wang Bandiao, in a state of excitement, nearly lost his wits, fearing he had squandered 1,000 taels. The onlookers were utterly stunned. This was indeed a remarkable find. Li Kuei, witnessing the commotion, turned and fled, while the crowd remained captivated. Such a massive piece was a rare sight. The host, witnessing Wang Bandiao's trembling hands, observed as he gathered everyone's money into his arms. The audience's eyes gleamed with envy. Ultimately, Wang Bandiao's belly resembled that of a woman 8 months pregnant. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, he struggled to tighten his belt. Master, you have triumphed. Indeed, Qian Si Shui regarded the raw stone, contemplating, was it truly this simple? This luck feels like a divine gift. Make way, make way. Li Kuei found it difficult to squeeze through the throng, and Hua, noticing, hoisted him onto his shoulder, clearing a path. The crowd was once again left in a daze, wondering who could possibly be so immense. Truly astonishing. Tiger Boy entered, and upon seeing money flowing like water, Li Kuei was promptly released and busied himself with Wang Bandiao, cutting the raw stones. The others merely observed. Upon spotting Tiger Boy, they raised the raw materials. Then they watched as Tiger Boy and his companions vanished around the corner. This surely cannot be human? Those with intentions were absolutely subdued by the presence of money and Tiger Boy. Did these two consume the strength of an ox? Chapter 62. The tofu grinding ram at the banquet after the sun had set. A long line formed at the inn's entrance, predominantly consisting of individual patrons. Ajilin personally came to greet the Qian family's entourage, only to find that it comprised of Qian Si Shui, Li Yuan, Wang Bandiao, and Li Kuei, leaving him utterly bewildered. The Han people are exceedingly polite. Tiger Boy remained behind to guard the goods, for he could not rest easy attending the banquet otherwise. Originally intending to escort the entire Qian family, upon reaching Ajilin's doorstep, only 4 individuals disembarked, and a gust of evening wind stirred, creating a slight whirlwind. It felt rather lonely. The siblings awaited outside the main entrance, and, upon the arrival of guests, Ajilin stepped forward and welcomed. Welcome, my most esteemed friends. This evening, Ajilin donned traditional attire, a unique silver-white ethnic outfit. Such courtesy. Li Yuan served as the diplomat among the 4. The other 3 were reluctant to engage with the elite. Agu Liang was exceedingly thrilled to meet her saviors. She reached out to grasp Qian Sishui's hand, but upon recalling his icy demeanor, she hesitated. Jiamu Jun was more forthright, rushing up to grasp Li Yuan's hand. During the season, Jilin's home was fragrant with fruits, particularly the grapes, which hung in pleasing clusters. Jilin guided Qian Sishui and the others towards the reception room. As they turned a corner, a young woman suddenly dashed out, laughing and frolicking, utterly oblivious to the incoming guests. Jilin walked beside Qian Sishui, engrossed in conversation with Li Yuan, and inadvertently stepped back a few paces. The young woman collided directly into Qian Gongzi's embrace, and due to inertia, she rebounded away. Instinctively, Qian Sishui reached out to catch her, intending to prevent her from falling, only to discover that she was as light as a feather. In a moment, she was pulled into his arms, her face flushed as she gazed up at Qian Sishui. Her heart raced. Oh, this feels like something stirring within me. Ajinaka, how dare you obstruct a distinguished guest? Ajina, flustered, apologized profusely. I did not see you. From Qian Sishui's perspective, he could still see her, the adorable fuzz on her fair skin, now looking rosy and pet-like. As a male figure, he naturally did not perceive her in that way. He coldly remarked, "It's nothing." The men accompanying the Qian family addressed him as Master Qian or Gongzi in front of outsiders, according to Li Yuan's instructions. This was the last stubbornness of Shi Jinhua, and they should not trouble the young lady. Moreover, Qian Gongzi's convenient attire and his towering hairstyle rendered him somewhat androgynous. Only after the group passed by Jia did they stand up, realizing they could no longer see the retreating figures around the corner. Who are these distinguished guests? A nearby servant, Yadi, replied. I heard they are the saviors of the cousin. They are Han people, Yadi reminded. Noticing his master's demeanor, he added, It seems springtime feelings are stirring. So I thought to remind you, they are Han people. What of it? I, like Han people. Let us go back and change clothes. With light steps, like joyous little birds, Jilin led Qian Sishui and the others into the hall, where guests were already seated in abundance. At the head table sat an elderly lady, appearing younger than the matriarch. This is my mother. She is 61 this year. Ajidan Busted. Li Yuan and the others clasped their fists and wished the elderly lady blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity that rivals the southern mountain. The elderly are always respected in any land. Suddenly, the appearance of Han people at the banquet piqued everyone's curiosity, and they turned to observe Qian Sishui and his companions. As the festivities commenced, with singing and dancing, Qian Sishui sat beside Jilin's mother. The elderly lady kept insisting he eat, and Qian Sishui, feeling helpless, slowly peeled grapes, wasting time. Does your country have grapes? Yes. Do the men in your country look as handsome as you? The elderly lady conveniently overlooked the other three beside Qian Sishui, each with distinct appearances. Do you have a wife? What do I need a wife for? I am the wife. No. Then how many people are there in your family? This question left Qian Sishui utterly exasperated. Li Kuei, overhearing, secretly remarked to Wang Bandiao. This elderly lady gazes at the young master as if she has suddenly regained her youth. It's quite infatuating. Damn, thinking of certain possibilities gives me the chills. Wealthy people truly know how to play. Do not speak recklessly. Older folks always ask such questions. If Hua Zai knew his wife was drawing attention, it could be quite distressing. Unbeknownst to Shi Jinhua, work hard to earn money, strive to provide for the family, ensure my wife spends less. Yet he never considered that his wife would attract suitors everywhere. As the banquet reached its climax, Jia took to the center with a group of dancers, elegantly swaying. Li Yuan watched, her eyes wide, thinking, the women here are truly beautiful, and they're so bold. Look at those outfits, they seem hardly there. The beauties on stage continually cast flirtatious glances toward Qian Gongzi. The young master is attracting attention again. Are these women blind? Li Kuei remarked to Wang Bandiao. Why do these pure men like us not attract the ladies? What is the reasoning? Wang Bandiao was too engrossed in wine to listen, lost in the revelry. The dancing maidens drew closer to the guests. exuding an ethereal charm and fragrance. The attendees gazed in fear at the few maidens on stage, for all were rendered immobile, devoid of strength. Qian Si Shui and his companions sat still, observing the unfolding scene. Suddenly, a woman emerged from the center of the stage. Her alluring figure unveiled as she removed her veil. Akali, you have some audacity to infiltrate the banquet. Jilin angrily pointed at the smug woman before him. Oh, you are almost my Lang Jun. Do you not wish for me? She taunted, leaning forward, flaunting her ample bosom in Jilin's face, then yanking Guli Ying forward and tossing her at his feet. Sister, the elderly lady swiftly seized Jiamu Si Jun, as the two of them, one elder, one youth, still had some strength. The elderly lady quickly surmised that there was a traitor among them. Who have you conspired with? She demanded of La Jidi Namu. Would you like to meet them? Akali looked at the subdued group. At that moment, a woman stepped forward. Though she was in her middle age, she exuded charm. It's you, Ram? La Yiti Namu exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, esteemed leader. Why? Akali chuckled, serpentine in her approach towards Ram. Ram thoroughly enjoyed it, teasingly giving Akali a playful pinch. Li Yuan and the others felt a wave of revulsion. Damn, this is too disgusting. Ram, let go of Akali. With a victorious stride, Ram approached Qian Si Shui, prompting another wave of disgust from Li Yuan and the others. What is this, a free-for-all? Qian Si Shui remained unmoved. Ram reached out to touch his frost-like cold face, but Qian Si Shui turned away. Hey, I wonder if the taste of Han people is equally delightful. Seeing Qian Si Shui evade her, she was not angered. After all, beautiful women tend to be proud. Do not be rude. La Jidi Namu hurled a bowl from the table at Ram. You old wretch. Ram glared at La Jidi Namu. Why do you have to point fingers at me now? On that day, I waited far too long. Do you know how your daughter met her demise? Ram laughed maniacally, tears streaming from her eyes, reveling in the delightful scent. The ambiguity in her gaze was evident to all. You pervert. Aglin shouted before being kicked to the ground. Pervert? No, I simply have an appreciation for beauty, like him, she said, pointing at Qian Si Shui and reaching for his shoulder. Stop it, Rajatina sternly commanded. Today I shall show you whether or not I am still the one who once wagged my tail for you. Rajatina, enraged, pressed a hand against her chest, pointing at her adversary. Li Kuei and others looked on in astonishment. Was this a struggle for power? Li Kuei, captivated, unconsciously took another sip of wine. Suddenly realizing, he quickly spat it out. Thinking, oh no, how careless. Chapter 63. The intricacies of the powerful from the moment Ram laid eyes on Qian Si Shui. An insatiable itch coursed through her veins. She craved unfettered freedom, even amidst the palpable tension in the air. The crowd was on the verge of tears, while the king, seemingly oblivious, continued to chatter incessantly. Yet who would notice? All eyes were fixated on Ram, extending her claws towards Qian Si Shui. Li Kuei and Li Yuan chose to shut their eyes, pondering, what a ruthless person, to dare touch a girl more ferocious than a mother tiger. Before Ram could even graze Qian Si Shui's garment, her wrist was severed cleanly, falling to the ground. Ram's scream jolted everyone back to reality. The severed hand twitched, blood pooling at Ram's feet. Li Kuei finally opened his eyes, gazing at the gruesome scene with newfound respect for Ram. Truly ruthless. Why provoke anyone, especially a beautiful person, who is bound to be dangerous? The sudden turn of events left everyone astonished. Seize him. Ram's face twisted in agony. 10 guards rushed in, drawing their curved blades towards Qian Si Shui. Oh dear, you're still drinking. Hurry, Li Kuei exclaimed, pulling Wang Bandiao up. Alas, my wine is spilled. Oh, it pains me so. Wang Bandiao, infuriated, waved at the approaching guards. Look, my medicine is superior to theirs. With remarkable speed, all 10 fell into a deep slumber, their snores echoing through the hall. The foreign onlookers gawked at Qian Si Shui and his companions, utterly shocked. What did you sprinkle? Ram glared at Wang Bandiao. It matters not. My people have already secured the perimeter. Ram staunched her bleeding, her eyes filled with loathing as she glared at Wang Bandiao. The battle is far from decided. You are overly confident, Rajatina scoffed, viewing Ram as naught but a jester. Humph. You have become my prisoner, yet still wish to flaunt your authority? I ought to enlighten you, my esteemed leader. With that, she forcefully kicked Agu Li-ying, watching as her granddaughter was sent crashing into a table. Agu Li-ying remained silent, blood trickling from her lips. You little wretch, just like your mother. A worthless creature. Ram, catching Agu Li-ying's disdainful gaze, was reminded of her deceased mother. Picking up the knife from the ground with her unharmed left hand, she approached Agu Li-ying. Stop, Ram. Aglin desperately attempted to rise, but lacked the strength. Li Kuei, noticing this, discreetly slipped a pill into Aglin's mouth. Aglin swallowed it whole, tears welling in his eyes. Wang Bandiao, truly deserving of the name? Why is the pill shaped like an egg? Are you afraid I might die too slowly, or that the enemy won't notice? His eyes bulged, struggling to swallow. Li Kuei watched in exasperation, cursing Aglin's foolishness. Can't you just take a small bite? I forgot to mention the pill is meant to be consumed in smaller portions. Aglin's suffering led those nearby to believe he had been poisoned. Aglin? Rajatina exclaimed anxiously. Aglin wished to assure her of his well-being, but the pill was too large and stuck in his throat. He can't die, can he? Li Kuei felt a pang of guilt. He'll be fine. As the onlookers were transfixed by Ram's impending attack on Agu Li-ying, Ram declared, I won't let you die too swiftly. I want you to suffer, just like your wanton mother, unable to seek life or death. Ram aimed her blade at Agu Li-ying's feet, madness gleaming in her eyes. Those of a timid disposition shut their eyes in fear. Agu Li-ying, fierce as a lone wolf, fixed her gaze on Ram. Do you know what your mother says about you? Ram hesitated momentarily. Just now, Agu Li-ying lunged forward, tackling Ram and severing her remaining usable hand. Your mother says you are as repugnant as a maggot in a sewer. The spectators were left in shock, unable to comprehend how a formidable figure had been so easily subdued. My mother is the one you killed? Ram writhed on the ground. And what of it? Who told her to be so heartless? I loved her since childhood, and if I cannot possess her, then I shall degrade her. Degrade? Agu Li-ying recalled her gentle mother, imagining her despair. She aimed both feet at Ram, who lost consciousness from the pain. Yet her opponent was unyielding, stripping Ram of her clothing and dragging her meticulously towards the fire. Ram awoke to searing pain, realization flooding over her. Fear gripped her entire being. The consequence of overconfidence stemmed from that Han. She pointed at Qian Si Shui, shouting, Kill him, kill him. I won't rest until he is dead. After a painfully long moment of silence, Ram looked in shock at Akali. Yes, just as you imagined, you have been used by me. Are you happy? Akali looked down at the prostrate Ram with a haughty demeanor. You wretch. Ram finally understood. She had been a mere tool for another's ambitions. I acknowledge my lowly status, Akali replied indifferently. Qian Si Shui and his companions observed quietly. This was a matter internal to them. Yet, they felt a tinge of awkwardness merely spectating, so they silently peeled grapes. At that moment, Jelen Houtai entered, a bloodied knife in hand. Upon seeing Qian Si Shui, he momentarily froze, but recalling that the man was now his prisoner, he felt a sense of relief. So, Jelen Houtai? Akali remarked with an air of superiority. You're the last piece missing. Before anyone could react, Jelen Houtai thrust his blade into Akali's abdomen. The shocking turn of events left all present dumbfounded. Zhang, momentarily stunned, was still exhilarated at witnessing Akali's fate. Haha, wretch, who would have thought you would meet such an end? Akali touched her abdomen, gazing at Jelen Houtai. Why, have I not treated you well? Why betray me? Your indiscriminate appetite revolts me. With that, she withdrew her weapon, staggering back to regain her footing. Heh, am I not entitled to be picky? Akali wept, tears staining her clothing. Everyone stood bewildered, watching the unfolding drama. Wasn't this a power grab? Why were they turning on each other? Were they concerned that no one would watch their performance if they didn't drug the audience? Li Kuei clutched his head, scratching furiously. What in the world is happening? Young master, what is going on? As the words had not yet escaped her lips, Akali lunged at Grimhada with a dagger in hand. No miracle unfolded. Akali was swiftly dispatched to the ground by Grimhada's powerful kick, landing at the feet of Li Kuei. Li Kuei, feeling quite innocent in this chaotic scene, observed the unfolding drama. At that moment, Jilin finally regained her mobility, a wave of fury surging within her. Tonight, I shall take a life. She nearly choked on her emotions. Grasping Ram by her hair, she prepared to strike. You wish to kill me? Akali inquired, her gaze fixed on Grimhada. You might as well choose to die yourself, Grimhada replied, uninterested in even casting a glance her way. Why? Why is he so heartless? Were the sweet nothings shared during our intimate moments mere fabrications? The betrayal cut deep, especially as she recalled their collusion in the demise of Gesang Zhuomayuan, Jilin's sister and the mother of Agiliying. How foolish I was, thinking I could replace her. The bitterness lies in the fact that his heart harbors another woman, and he has taken her to bed. How infuriating, how resentful. Yet, to whom could I voice my grievances? My sorrow surged like an unrelenting river as I raised the dagger to my own heart and struck. Young master, what is that woman saying? Liquire market. Unable to decipher her words, likening it to a silent film. Qian Shui, glancing at the grape skins in his hand without lifting his gaze, replied. She claims she was used by that man and feels unsatisfied. Li Yuanyuan Wang Bandiao, miss. You are quite bold. Li Kuei's expression twisted in disbelief. Is it customary for foreign women to be so straightforward? He scrutinized Akali, sensing her malevolent aura. In the next life, I hope never to encounter you again. Akali met her end by her own hand, refusing to perish at the hands of Grimhada. Grimhada stepped forward, placing his hand over his heart in a show of respect towards the chief of Rajatina. At that moment, Li Kuei and Wang Bandiao turned their astonished gazes toward the elderly woman beside Qian Shui. My goodness, she is the ultimate victor. Well done, Grimhada. You may now rest. Rajatina chuckled. Li Kuei and Wang Bandiao exchanged glances, bewildered by the complexity of the situation. You have my apologies for the spectacle. Rajatina patted Qian Shui on the shoulder. This young master is quite formidable. No wonder Agiliying warned against offending him. One word, and he could sever a hand. Such a person is not to be trifled with lightly. No need for formality. Elder, I see you are busy. We shall not intrude further. Li Yuanyuan responded respectfully. Very well, let Jilin escort you. Next time you visit, I assure you such incidents will not reoccur. Rajatina rose, and the others followed suit, the effects of the medicine beginning to wear off. After acknowledging Rajatina with a nod, Qian Shui turned and departed, having witnessed the entire upheaval. Without uttering a word, he embraced the reality of life and death with indifference. Chief, will letting them go stir any rumors? Someone inquired anxiously. Not at all. They have witnessed everything and paid it no mind, Rajatina replied, turning to leave. After a moment's thought, he added, should anyone provoke them, do not say I did not forewarn you. If they suffer misfortune, it is their own doing. The meaning was clear. Disregard the warnings at your peril, and do not drag others down with you. Chapter 64. The maiden beneath the eaves, Qian Shui, and his companions returned to the inn, collapsing into sleep. The effects of the wine were potent, and they slumbered until midday. Upon awakening, their heads were heavy, and they beheld the pile of goods in the inn's courtyard. Li Yuanyuan suddenly snapped to attention. Goodness, how shall we transport all this back? She rushed outside to find Xia and a few others busily engaged in work. Manager Li, the enthusiasm of these people is overwhelming. The influx of traders is increasing daily, she exclaimed. What are we to do? You continue with your tasks. I will seek out the maidens. Even other inns cannot accommodate such a surplus. How shall we manage the transportation? Miss, we have exceeded our limits. There is simply too much cargo. We may not be able to transport it all in one go. Li Yuanyuan burst into Qian Shishui's room, finding him dining while Hua gnawed on a roasted leg of lamb. Have we collected too much? Qian Shishui glanced at her, continuing his meal. Indeed, we have acquired an excess. I feared we would not gather enough on our arrival, yet now I worry about the surplus. We need a spacious location to establish our office, leaving a few people behind to continue receiving goods. Before any conflict arises, we must ensure our supply of raw materials is stable and secure our market position. Miss, are we not just dabbling? Why establish an office? Qian Shishui's eyes lifted, his focus sharp as he regarded Li Yuanyuan. There is no issue. merely a touch of astonishment. The pace of development is rapid, and I may not have fully grasped it yet. There is no issue. We must not relinquish profitable ventures. My current task is to make arrangements. Li Wenyuan bua respectfully. Very well. Arrange for the goods to be loaded onto carts. We shall return to Dongshan village at dawn. Understood. With so much cargo, even after loading, we will still have more to move. Suddenly, Li Yuanyuan became immensely busy, scarcely able to attend to her own needs. She consulted the innkeeper, who kindly led her toward the eastern part of the city. The location, just outside the eastern gate and along the main road, was ideal for a warehouse. Truly a businessman, thank you, she exclaimed, clasping the innkeeper's shoulder as they inspected properties together. The innkeeper quoted a rental rate of 10 taels per month for a 2-year lease. What a deposit. Abroad, a translator is essential. Even Sanpang is overwhelmed. Mastering a foreign language is of utmost importance. The deposit is 100. Not steep, but what if we breach the contract? The penalty is threefold. The innkeeper emphasized that both parties were equally bound. While preparations for the warehouse were underway, within the academy, a clandestine plot to escape unfolded, only to be thwarted by the passing Shi Jinhua. The kind-hearted Shi Jinhua discovered Wang Pengzi dangling from the wall. What are you doing? Oh, Master S. husband, please give me a push. I cannot ascend or descend, like a great bear hanging on the wall. What of Wang Yang? Shi Jinhua pondered how to assist Wang Pengzi in climbing over. As he scrambled outside, he called for help, but his own clumsiness left him sprawled on the ground, likely injured. The grinding of teeth conveyed Wang Pengzi's frustration toward Wang Yang. Shi Jinhua, resigned, approached the wall's base and pushed Wang Pengzi's feet with all his might. After much effort, Wang Pengzi's considerable bulk remained stubbornly stuck below. Coincidentally, Zhao Qimin and a group of scholars strolled by and spotted the scene. Oh dear, someone is skipping class, and it's the Academy's pet, Shi Jinhua. We cannot let this opportunity slip by. We must inform the masters of their pet's antics. Thus, someone stealthily sought out the disciplinary master, Wang Jiachen, an old scholar with a teaching staff always in hand. All students dreaded him, for he was known to be quite severe. Wang Master, hurry. Shi Jinhua is leading an escape from class. The messenger exclaimed, excitement bubbling over. Wang Master, upon hearing this, was incensed. To provoke a tiger's ire? This must not go unpunished. With his anger rising, he strode towards the wall, his nostrils flaring in fury at the sight of the struggling Wang Pengzi and the pushing Shi Jinhua. How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! He bellowed. As he approached, he shouted vehemently, You dare to skip class by climbing over the wall? Wang Taizhou. Wang Pengzi trembled in fear, overwhelmed by the terror of his impending punishment. With a surge of adrenaline, he kicked off Shi Jinhua's head, and as Wang Taizhou drew near, he rolled himself over the wall. Shi Jinhua stared at the vacant wall, suddenly feeling an emptiness within. He mechanically turned to face the furious Wang Master. Stuttering, he inquired, Student, do you hear me explaining? What about me? What student? What do you resemble as a student? Follow me. Master Wang showed no inclination to allow Shi Jinhua to speak. I've seen many students like you. Feeling quite aggrieved, Shi Jinhua trailed behind Master Wang. As they passed by Zhao Qimin and his group, one of them exclaimed, Oh, Master Shi, are you climbing over the wall? Ha ha ha. The crowd erupted into hearty laughter. Dr. Wang listened, feeling envious. This is the taste of youth. At that moment, Fat Wang, who had fallen on Wang Yang, plopped down on him, craning his neck to gaze at the wall. I wonder if Master S. husband is now bruised and battered? Lying on the ground, Wang Yang remarked, Young Master, I believe Master Shi will be fine. He is the beloved of the entire academy. You can't say for sure. Is Wang Tieshou's name just for show? He hits hard. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhua stood tall and serious, opening the door to Master Wang's office. After taking a step out and closing the door behind him, he walked step by step toward the dormitory. Once out of sight, he vigorously rubbed his behind. Wang Taizhou truly hit hard. The pain from the cane on his backside was unbearable. He could only stand and not sit, thinking of Fat Wang who had abandoned him. It infuriated him. Counting down the hours until the afternoon break, he thought, otherwise he would have to stand through class. Lost in thought, Shi Jinhua suddenly froze. Afternoon break? Why was Fat Wong skipping class? At that moment, both Fat Wong and Wang Yang realized this and exchanged glances. Afternoon break? They chorused. Damn it, I skipped class for nothing. Realizing this, they quickly got up and dashed away. Young master, we need to hide for a couple of days. No time for chatter, run. As the pain made her walk somewhat stiff, Shi Jinhua felt 1,000 frustrations racing through her mind. Yet, the scholar's upbringing compelled her to endure. Finally, the end of the day arrived, and recalling how long it had been since she had been home, she felt a surge of excitement. Exiting the academy's gates, she touched the 5 taels of silver she had earned and smiled foolishly, feeling carefree about her wife's potential overspending. Passing by a jewelry shop, she remembered the fleeting nature of money and the lack of decent adornments. Thus, suppressing her heartache, she stepped inside the shop with heavy feet. Upon emerging, she held a jade hairpin, unadorned and pristine, reflecting her cold demeanor. Spent another 3 taels. The anguish was suffocating. With a heavy heart, Shi Jinhua trudged down the street. The sky was overcast, and gusts of wind swirled around, as everyone rushed to find shelter. Looks like it's going to rain. Better pack up and head home, the street vendors reminded each other. Glancing up, Shi Jinhua confirmed the impending rain and hurried her pace. The faster she walked, the more her backside ached. She contemplated giving up, yet feared getting drenched. The thought of having to pay Dr. Wang again filled her with dread. Absolutely not. Painful as it was, she had to persevere and ran. Suddenly, thunder roared, and rain poured down without warning, leaving her no time to race home. She could only seek refuge under a nearby eave, waiting for the downpour to cease. As she dashed into the shelter, many others were also scrambling to escape the rain. At that moment, a young lady rushed in as well. Neither noticed the other, focused instead on shaking off the rain. When they finally looked at each other, they both averted their gazes in embarrassment. Shi Jinhua tried to distance herself from the unfamiliar girl, yet feared her backside would get wet from the wind. A moment of awkwardness ensued. The girl, delicate and graceful, held a basket of vegetables. With large, watery eyes and an air of scholarly elegance, she stole a glance at Shi Jinhua. Just that one glance made her cheeks flush, and she shyly lowered her head, thinking he is truly handsome. Upon noticing his scholarly attire, her heart fluttered even more, and she felt as if she were surrounded by pink bubbles. This is the essence of spring. Shi Jinhua was perplexed by the girl's gaze, wondering, who is this girl? Is she foolish? One moment shy, the next stealing glances, then pretending to lean closer. When Shi Jinhua saw the girl inching closer, she quickly shifted to create space. The girl, noticing his retreat, deliberately moved a little closer. If a rogue were in such a situation, he might say, "Miss, are you cold? Would you like me to shield you from the rain?" and take the opportunity to corner her against the wall. However, Shi Jinhua merely remarked, "Miss, have you taken a liking to my spot?" The girl thought he had finally made a move. "Oh, hearing that, I could almost kneel. You can have my spot. I'll move aside." Shi Jinhua slid against the wall, yielding his position to her. Was this scholar truly foolish from too much studying? This only proved that sometimes women long for men to be a little mischievous towards them, much like this young and elegant lady at that moment. Chapter 65. My father is the village head. Shi Jinhua glanced up at the sky, still shrouded in dark clouds. Water poured rapidly from the eaves, indicating that the rain would not cease anytime soon. I wonder what my wife is doing at home. Is the thatched cottage leaking? Young master. Although the girl had failed to attract his attention, she could not suppress her blooming romantic feelings. Shi Jinhua remained lost in thought, oblivious to her sweet, soft voice calling. Young master? The girl persisted. Is she giving up? No, she could not let such a promising young man slip away. Young master? She called again, her voice rising slightly. Shi Jinhua glanced around, then at the girl beside him. Is she calling me? Is there anyone else here? He thought. Is this scholar blind? Am I not beautiful? He noticed that aside from himself, the only others nearby were elderly folks. Does the girl have something to say? If so, hurry up. If not, stop calling. What is your name, young master? Upon hearing this, Shi Jinhua took a step back, recalling how master who had looked at him similarly. leading to considerable monetary loss. What does this girl want? Oomph, you think I'll fall for your tricks? Absolutely not. Seeing the girl retreat cautiously, he wondered if she thought he was some kind of monster. It's nothing, just that it's raining, and I can't leave for a while. I wanted to chat with you. Sure, Jinhua replied. Chat? What could we possibly discuss? Sorry, miss, but I'm not interested in chatting. You don't have to call me miss. My name is Chun Nan. You can just call me Nan. I already said I'm not interested in chatting. This girl is quite bothersome. Oh, Miss Chun. Men are often contradictory beings. What is your surname? Young master? Chun Nan casually continued the conversation. I'm surnamed Sure. As for my given name, I want to tell you, my wallet is more important. Sure, Gongzi. Is today a break? Chun Nan glanced at his student attire. Yes. How annoying. Why won't this rain stop? Where do you reside? Sure, Gongzi. I live in Shishan village. My father is the village head. May the rain persist for a while longer. Oh, please stop soon. Dark clouds. Move aside. Where do you live? Chun Nan, emboldened, gazed at Sure Jinhua. Surely, there would be no one as handsome as him in the world. Dongshan village. As the rain lightened, Sure Jinhua finally endured until it eased. At that moment, Uncle Wong from the village passed by with a bullock cart. Huazi, taking a break today? For the first time, Sure Jinhua found Uncle Wong's voice to be extraordinarily melodious. Uncle Wong, come, hop on. This rain isn't stopping anytime soon. Let us hurry home while it's light. Exactly what I was thinking. All right, thank you, Uncle Wong. Turning to Chun Nan, he said, Miss Chun, I must take my leave. As the rain fell lightly, Uncle Wong hurriedly draped a raincoat over Sure Jinhua. This was the village's treasure. She must not get drenched on her way home, for if the old village chief found out, he would surely make him pay dearly. Chun Nan rushed over as well. Uncle, I'm from Shishan village. Can you take me to the fork in the road? Upon hearing this, Sure Jinhua's heart raced. Was this girl being deliberate? My father is the village chief. I came to the city alone today, and now that it's raining, I can't go back. It seems the rain will not let up until nightfall. Sure Jinhua pondered. My father is the village chief. This statement feels laden with implications. Uncle Wong, however, set aside thoughts of the girl's father and considered her safety. It was too late for a young lady to be out alone. Then hop on. I have no spare raincoats. Sure Jinhua glanced at the raincoat she had just donned and sighed deeply. You can use mine. As a man, it wouldn't be right to let Uncle Wong part with his raincoat, especially at his age. What if he fell ill? How could she impose such a thing upon him? Well, it's comforting to know it's his raincoat I'm wearing. Sure Jinhua felt uneasy. I'm sorry you still followed me? No worries, I'm a man. A little rain won't hurt. It seems my backside is doomed. Huazai, use mine, Uncle Wong declared, preparing to undo his raincoat. But then he thought of the old village chief. He refrained from speaking further. After all, it would be quite the mess if the girl's father were to have a heart attack due to worry. No need, just hurry on, Sure Jinhua insisted. She was eager to avoid lingering with this young lady. All right, hold on tight. Okay. Sure Jinhua found it difficult to maintain her balance. The jolting of the ox cart was painful, yet she noticed the girl glancing at her from time to time, making her heart ache. Finally, they reached the fork in the road, and with the rain still pouring, she felt awkward asking the girl to remove the raincoat. You can return it another day, Uncle Wong said, then vanished into the storm. Chun Nan's eyes were filled with unspoken affection. This is the instinct of animals in spring. As Sure Jinhua stepped off the official road and approached the village entrance, she noticed houses lining the roadside, some with blue brick roofs, others thatched. The road had widened enough for 3 ox carts to pass. Have I really been away for just half a month? Is this Uncle Wong? Have we encountered a ghost wall? Nonsense. Aren't scholars supposed to dismiss such things? Then what explains this? The road was deserted in the rain, and Sure Jinhua no longer wished to listen to Uncle Wong. At this moment, he was desperate to return home. You've taken a wrong turn. But before Uncle Wong could finish, Sure Jinhua had already dashed away. Hey, this young man has great stamina. Sure Jinhua sprinted to his doorstep, stunned. His once familiar home had turned to rubble. Not even a bird in sight. My home is gone? His eyes widened in shock, taking a moment to process. Where's my wife? My wife is missing too. Where is she? I want to cry. What now? Huazai, why did you come here? He looked utterly lost, as if mourning the death of his parents. My wife is gone. My wife has left. Oh, what are you saying? When did this happen? How could I not know? Aunt Juan thought. If Qian Yat had disappeared, the eldest son should have returned. Why is no one home? My home is gone, and now she is missing too. I'm so miserable. Aunt Juan looked at the despondent Shi Jinhua, then glanced at the charred remains of the house. Oh, I see. Hey, what are you thinking? Your family moved to the edge of the village by the official road. Didn't you notice when you came in? What? Shi Jinhua was filled with confusion. Ah, no wonder. Qian Yata has been so busy, she probably forgot about you. That hurts, Aunt. Come, put on the raincoat. I'll take you there. Shi Jinhua accepted the raincoat, only to think. Do I still need this raincoat? No, I won't wear it. I'll be there soon, and I'm already soaked. My backside must look quite delightful by now. Aunt Juan looked at him and nodded. All right, let's go. Shi Jinhua followed Aunt Juan out of the village and arrived at a blue brick house. Just then, Xin Yue, the maid, opened the door. Sir Shi? Shi Jinhua was momentarily taken aback, staring at the door. The speed of these constructions was astonishing. They were already living in it. Oh dear, Shi Xiaozai. I forgot to have someone inform you. This struck Shi Jinhua like a bolt from the blue. He felt utterly forgotten as the head of the household. Come inside. The rain shows no signs of stopping. Thank you, but it feels like I'm not returning home. Upon entering, Shi Jinhua felt as if he had stepped into a dream. Master Su's craftsmanship was indeed commendable. The carvings on the windows and doors were lifelike, and the scent of wood enveloped him as he entered. Quickly wash up and change clothes. We can discuss any problems after you've eaten. Anyone urged him to hurry. Shi Jinhua turned and left mechanically. After a few steps, he turned back. Where do I wash up? This is my home, but I don't know where the bathing area is. Oh dear, I forgot this is your first time back. Zhang Tian. Aunt Juan called out loudly for someone to guide Shi Jinhua around. Zhang Tian, recently recovered and bored, strolled in. Coming. With a swagger, Zhang Tian entered. Shi Xiaozai. Follow me. Shi Jinhua thought to himself. A bandit can flaunt his flamboyance in my home? This is your room. The side room is for bathing. Wait here. I'll bring hot water. Upon entering the room, Shi Jinhua found it well equipped, with a pair of mandarin duck quilts on the bed. He remembered Qian Si Shui mentioning she wasn't accustomed to the calm, and now it was replaced with a bed. Opening the wardrobe, he saw his and her clothes together. She definitely didn't arrange this. That woman Wu Ti put her clothes in his room. Wondering where she could be at this rainy hour, he disregarded the thought of bathing and stepped outside, only to bump into Zhang Tian carrying water. Hey, Shi Xiaozai, where are you going? Where's she? Shi Jinhua looked around. You mean the girl? Zhang Tian poured the water into the tub, testing the temperature with care. Where has she gone? Not returning in this rain? If she catches a cold, that means expenses. Oh, the girl went with the merchant group to Hudi to sell grain. She left with the others on the 4th day of your studies. Zhang Tian, unaware of Shi Jinhua's petrified expression, continued, by the timing, she should be back in a few days. Upon hearing this, Shi Jinhua could only think of one thing. The prodigal woman has squandered her way abroad. The prodigal woman has squandered her way abroad. Thunderstruck, he felt his chest pocket tremble slightly, realizing that the money felt insufficient. Zhang Tian swiftly dealt with Shi Jinhua, leaving him thoroughly exposed. Although he appears slender, his physique possesses considerable substance. Young lady, you are fortunate, though it remains uncertain whether such luck will endure. When men are in each other's company, it seems the only comparison that can be made is that of physicality. Oh, upon closer inspection, the marks on his posterior are quite well defined. The force applied was expertly measured, each strike consistent in depth. Now, let's don a shirt to avoid having to remove trousers later for treatment. Dr. Wong arrived, accompanied by the old village chief, their shoes caked in dirt, which they discarded at the entrance before entering barefoot. Aunt Anne's heart raced at the sight. What happened? Why did he faint? The old chief inquired anxiously. Dr. Wong examined Shi's eyelids, opened his mouth, and pressed his tongue down, then quietly took his pulse. The old chief, watching this series of actions, felt a surge of frustration. Is he knowledgeable or not? Are there any other injuries? Dr. Wong lowered Shi Jinhua's hand and asked. Yes. His backside was hit hard, and it's swollen quite a bit, Zhang Tian replied, gesturing to illustrate the severity. It seems that the life of a scholar is not as easy as it appears. Who did this? I will make him pay, the old chief exclaimed, pulling out his smoking pipe, ready to confront the perpetrator. It must have been the tutor from the academy. Who else would strike a man's backside for no reason? Zhang Tian responded, lifting the blanket to reveal the clear lines and consistent force of the strikes. The old chief felt disinclined to speak further. He was caught in the rain, and the exposure may have caused a chill, leading to his sudden fainting. Once he awakens, if the fever persists, return to me. Who provoked him? What caused this? The old chief fixed his gaze on Zhang Tian, suspecting ill intentions. Zhang Tian, feeling confused under the scrutiny, stammered, I didn't say anything. I just brought him hot water, and then he fainted. Sure, Jinhua interjected. No, you did say something? It was you. Ask him when he wakes up. A young man fainting at the slightest provocation seems weak and incapable of self-care. Sure, Jinhua lamented. My sorrow is immense, yet you fail to see it. The old chief directed Dr. Wang to prescribe medication, insisting on personally overseeing Sure Jinhua's recovery before departing with the doctor. Upon exiting, he observed how the once familiar farmland had transformed into rows of houses, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. How many years can I still live? Dr. Wang, overhearing, remarked, What are you pondering, old sir? The most frightening thing is when an elder sighs. It often heralds misfortune at home. Our village needs someone of distinction, or else we shall be nothing but fodder for others in the future. Without a protector, this village faces dire straits. But we have you, don't we? What is there to fear? Oh, for heaven's sake! These words ignited the old chief's anger as he swung his hand at Dr. Wang, exclaiming, Are you all dead? I am nearing my end, and you still expect me to carry the burden. Do you possess no sense of duty? Are you not afraid of divine retribution? Dr. Wang could only dodge, too wary to flee in case the old man slipped. Yes, yes, we are helpless. We depend on you. What does your helplessness have to do with me? Am I to serve you until my last breath? Not a single qualified successor can be found. What future does this village hold? It is a congregation of useless individuals. After venting his frustration, he turned to leave, nearly slipping and falling in the process, which frightened Dr. Wang to the core. Sure Jinhua, still faint, dreamed of money flowing like water. In the distance, he saw his profligate wife shopping frantically, surrounded by a throng of people, each laden with goods. Money flowed freely from her hands as she laughed uproariously. Eventually, the funds depleted and hunger set in. The scene shifted to a group of ragged individuals begging, witnessing the once wealthy woman now emaciated. Panic-stricken, Sure Jinhua searched his person for silver, only to realize it was gone. Seeing his wife, now homeless and destitute on the streets, he broke into a cold sweat. What is this? Why am I sweating so profusely? The midwife touched his forehead and remarked, the doctor said it was due to a chill. Sweating after taking medicine is quite normal. Zhang Tian interjected, only to discover that the old lady was oblivious to his voice. After a moment's thought, he decided to check for leaks in the storeroom. Meanwhile, in his dream, Sure Jinhua saw the pitiful sight of his wife. At that moment, she was leisurely eating roasted duck while Tiger Boy shielded her from the glaring sun. Exia, standing nearby, fanned her, but she grew increasingly irritated. Having grown accustomed to solitude, she instinctively wished to strike those who encroached upon her space. You two leave, before I feel compelled to retaliate. Upon hearing this, Erxia suddenly lost his warmth, preferring to approach the girl, for proximity brought comfort. All right, I'm leaving. They tended to the horses well and set off, traversing the desert. Young lady, we should exit this desert before nightfall. San Xiao sprinted from the rear. Alerting Qian Sishui. Once we leave the desert, the path will ease and the climate will become more pleasant. All cloaked their faces in scarves to shield against the sandstorm, revealing only their eyes. Though tightly wrapped, the heat was oppressive, compelling them to hasten their pace. Finally, as dusk fell, they emerged from the desert. Li Yuan and San Pang stayed behind to collect goods. Of the 20 or so who set out, only 15 returned, while the rest continued to toil. Young lady, there is a water source ahead on the grassland. Let us camp here tonight and set out at dawn. Xia returned on horseback, reporting the situation. Qian Shui nodded and pressed on. Upon reaching the designated spot, they camped upstream while the horses rested downstream, drinking and grazing. During the night, they took turns keeping watch. Qian Shui, unable to sleep, allowed the night watch to rest while he guarded the fire. In the early hours, all remained tranquil until Xia awoke, noticing Qian Shui still vigilant, and promptly took over. Qian Shui glanced at the stars before burrowing into his blanket for some sleep. With the first light of dawn, Xia had the preparations ready for departure. Everyone felt particularly relaxed that morning, as home was now within reach. "Young lady, we shall cross the border by evening." Excitement filled their voices, for crossing the border meant they were close to home. "Indeed, I have grown weary of mutton." Niao Kong mounted his horse, and the others erupted in laughter, jesting. "Why didn't you mention this while gazing at the beauties? Have you tired of that?" The morning was especially lively as they journeyed on. By midday, they encountered mountains and greenery, a sight that brought familiarity and warmth. "Young lady, there is someone lying ahead," Niao Kong pointed out. Chapter 67. Encountering trouble, Xia dismounted and approached, turning the person over. "Oh, there's a child." As he bent down to lift the child, the unconscious individual, despite being in a stupor, clutched the swaddled baby tightly. Upon seeing this, Qian Shui also dismounted, looking down at the person on the ground. The man, no more than 20, was clad in black, holding a dagger in one hand while cradling the child in the other. The baby, with fair skin, appeared to be merely 2 or 3 months old. Though dressed in black, there was no visible blood, yet a faint metallic scent lingered in the air. "Look, the little one is moving." At that moment, the infant, hearing the noise, cried out, startling the unconscious man into wakefulness as he opened his eyes. Alarmed to find himself surrounded, he clutched the child tighter and sat up defensively, eyeing the group with suspicion. "Hey, what is your intention? We are merely trying to help, and yet you regard us with such hostility?" San Shao, displeased, remarked, "You have delayed our journey, and you still glare at Our Lady?" Seeing the man awake, Qian Shui lost interest in lingering. "Let us go. Leave him some food." With that, he mounted his horse. Niao Kong, upon hearing this, turned to search for sustenance. He placed the dry rations beside the man, stating, "There is nothing suitable for the child to eat. You should dissolve the dry food in water to feed him. Otherwise, holding him like that will surely lead to the child's demise." The man, observing that the group bore no ill intent, set down his dagger. Noticing the money banner fluttering atop the caravan, though unfamiliar with it, he deduced it to be a merchant convoy given the circumstances. As the procession passed by, the child in his arms let out a sudden wail. No amount of soothing seemed effective, and as the caravan continued to move, he pondered that with the child in tow, it was likely both would perish. Thus, he sought refuge. Recalling the first sight of the cold, black-clad man, he deliberated for a moment, then mustered his strength to follow the merchant train. After a lengthy pursuit, Xiao, trailing behind, observed the man stumble several times while still clutching the child, yet he persisted. The child's cries tore at the hearts of those who heard. Xiao rushed back, inquiring, "Hey, what do you intend to do? Are you planning to follow us? A sensible person can see that the man and child are a burden. Can you shelter me and the child? We are at our wits' end. For the child's sake, I must find a way to survive." It was evident that they viewed the man and child as troublesome. They were merely an ordinary merchant group, suggesting, "We cannot protect you. You and the child should leave promptly." Regrettably, the man remained obstinate, continuing his pursuit. Xiao, exasperated, muttered, "Damn it," and turned away to seek out Qian Shui. The girl noted that the man with the child was clearly a guardian from a wealthy family, a type that could spell trouble. "If things go awry, we may all be silenced," she exclaimed. "Prepare yourselves," shouted San Sha. Everyone braced for action, tightly binding their blades with cloth. Suddenly, a group of armed individuals charged towards Qian's gang. They halted directly opposite Qian Shui. "Hey, kid over there, have you seen a man holding a child?" Their arrogance suggested violence could erupt at any moment. This was a trained troop, while Qian's gang comprised ragtag fighters. "What if I have or Haven T?" Qian Shui met their gaze unwaveringly. "If you haven't seen him, Leave the goods behind. Regardless of the outcome, they sought to gain. Qian's gang realized. They intend to kill and rob us. More ruthless than bandits. Their only advantage lay in their ferocity. A band of desperate misfits that could have remained bandits had they not encountered Qian Shishui. Oh, is this a robbery in preparation? Xiao grinned, as his demeanor led others to perceive him as a master of subterfuge, with robbery being merely incidental. In that moment, the opposing force suddenly spotted the man within Qian's group. There, kill him. Leave no one alive. They drew their swords and charged at Qian's gang. What could Qian's group do? Fight back, lest they await death? The old adage remained. To capture the thief, one must first seize the leader. After Qian Shishui felled 5 adversaries, the attackers grew wary and shifted their focus onto him, intending to wear him down through sheer numbers. Wang Bandiao Pulet Liquiasite. Who was fuming? Why are you pulling me? You're just complicating matters. If I don't pull you, you'll lose your head. Li Kuei brandished his large axe, retreating incessantly. In a moment of distraction, he inadvertently stepped into the man's encirclement. Li Kuei glanced at Wang Bandiao in disbelief. Didn't you say we were the burden? What is happening? We'll soon be minced meat. The black-clad man had sustained several cuts, and upon seeing Li Kuei with Wang Bandiao, the fight intensified. Li Kuei, lacking skill, flailed his weapon wildly. Wang Bandiao, anxious, threw powder at the enemies. Now, strike. Li Kuei, in a panic, forgot everything and asked, "Where do I strike for a quick kill?" The head. The head. Quickly. In that moment, Li Kuei's world narrowed to the singular objective of severing heads with fervor. His ferocity was terrifying, causing attackers to evade him, though their strength waned. The man entrusted the child to Wang Bandiao, who instinctively caught the child, joining Li Kuei in the frenzied assault on their foes. It was Li Kuei's first experience of killing, and he did so in a brutal fashion, shouting loudly as he struck, akin to hacking at a pumpkin, with blood and brain matter splattering. Having lost the advantage, the black-clad man could only prioritize his survival. In contrast, Qian Shishui's method of killing was much more direct. His strikes were clean and decisive, each aimed at a fatal location. You were exceedingly ruthless, leaving no room for mercy. Qian Shishui, unperturbed, delivered a swift kick to the opponent's solar plexus. The adversary reacted quickly, blocking the blow with clasped hands but staggered back, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He thought, such cruelty must be dealt with today, or it will be even harder to confront in the future. Unbeknownst to him, Qian Shishui had no intention of allowing him to live. As their minds synchronized in intent, they engaged in a merciless brawl, with Qian Shishui gaining the upper hand due to his agility. After a swift spin, he utilized the enemy's momentum to step on the opponent's ankle, applying just enough pressure to force him to kneel on one leg. Now, Qian Shishui, seize not so fast. Let me finish, the man said helplessly as he sat up forcefully, leaning against the cart. You merchants come, kill us cleanly, and then run again? What? Are you just going to leave us for the new year? Do you only run commerce once? Will you never run again? Xiao, listen, what else? Leave it for the new year? You only run commerce once? Will you never run again? The man looked up, gazing at the sky, realizing this group possessed neither the strength nor the intellect to match their actions. Run. If not, how will you earn a living? Niao Kong, seizing Xiao's agitation, replied, if you run, you must establish a reputation for your caravan, instilling fear in others so they won't dare to covet your goods. The rest of the foolish group, encircling them, wore blank expressions. Though they did not comprehend the words, they still perceived a semblance of reason in what was being said. But how did that relate to killing them? Xiao shot a glare at Niao Kong, who was holding him back. You're meddling too much. If you stop me again, I'll take you down too. Do you even know who they are? Who are they? From the looks of it, they're nothing more than bandits. Ever heard of Liu family fort? The others shook their heads, indicating they had not. The man nearly fell into despair. These people are out here in the world, and they have not inquired about the matters of the road? How dare they carry flags to run a caravan? Are they foolish? Or just too naive? Heck, naivety equates to foolishness. It's just courting death. The entire influence of the Blue Lake Pass must bow before the Liu family fort. Xiao retorted, What does that have to do with us? San Sha, with an expression suggesting he understood, exclaimed, "Oh, I see. This sly fellow wants us to confront the Liu family fort. Take him down, Xiao." San Sha glared at the man, ready to chop him down at any moment. "What do you mean?" Xiao inquired. San Sha glared at the man. "He is not allowing us to kill these people, yet he is using them to establish authority, indirectly challenging the Liu family fort." Neo Kong nodded. "That makes sense. I almost fell for this scoundrel's trick. Indeed, the Liu family fort is so powerful. They surely value their reputation." The others began to contemplate how to eliminate this scheming man. The man suddenly realized, no matter how clever he was, his intellect was worthless in the face of such a group. They were nothing but ruffians of the streets, lacking any real skills. Their ideas were indeed agile. He chose silence, recognizing that his thoughts were somewhat out of touch with reality. This group, relying on brute force, would surely perish if they encountered someone from the Liu family fort. Why would the Liu family fort chase after you and this child? Wang Bondiao, holding the child, questioned, "Is it a child?" "It's just a ticking time bomb." The man glanced at the child, reluctant to speak, but he knew that without clarity, they might not save him and the child. "The one in your arms is the sole heir of the Liu family fort. Currently, the Liu family fort is in crisis, and I was tasked with escaping with the child. How the news leaked, I do not know. Had I not met you, I and the child might have perished here. You're giving your life for our girl, yet you're someone else's servant? Are you toying with our girl? I'll kill you." Li Kuei raised his knife, ready to strike. The man was bewildered. "Girl? What girl? Where's there a girl? Gunyang? Is her surname Gu? Which young master are you referring to?" Li Kuei remained silent, as did the others, all watching the man with great scrutiny, surrounded by men wielding large knives. It was clear they would not hesitate to chop him down if he uttered a word of dissent. "Once the Liu family fort resolves its internal issues and retrieves the child, I will not depart. What is said to be his is his." With an expression of defiance, he asserted, "You may question my character, but you cannot doubt my integrity." What is the difference?" Li Kuei responded skeptically. "That sounds nice. But what if the child's father cannot contend with them and dies? What will happen to this child? Raising a child consumes tremendous resources." Li Kuei, having 2 children himself, understood the burden of parenthood. Not a chance. Yet his tone was laced with uncertainty. "Forget it. Let us just kill him. He is of no use." San Sha grew impatient. "This fellow is nothing but trouble. I could teach you martial arts." The man resigned himself. "You see, aside from brute force, most of you possess no skills. I was once a shadow guard, transformed into a visible guard, and this is the outcome." The others found some merit in his words. "Yes, but we're all this old. Can we still learn in time?" Neo Kong disagreed. "Learning a bit is certainly better than being chopped down, right?" Wang Bondiao shook the child. "Your master allowed me to stay." "Then go find your master." Qian Shui, sitting in the cart, listened to the discussions outside. "Liu family fort?" Hua asked, looking at Qian Shui in confusion. "No one can hinder my desire to earn money freely. Miss, everything is settled. We should set off now. Otherwise, we'll not make it through the pass before nightfall." Li Kuei ran to the side of the cart, offering a reminder. Upon hearing this, Qian Shui stood and exited the cart, giving it to the injured. She preferred the freedom of riding. Hua followed the cart, climbing onto the cargo when tired. The men had long grown accustomed to her antics. They all understood that Hua was like a child of 4 or 5. Sometimes, when there was good food, they would save some for her, and if they found something amusing, they would share it with her, no matter how well they treated her. Her heart only belonged to the miss. No one else could enter her heart. The child could only be taken care of by Li Kuei, for he alone among the group had children. The others were all bachelors. At this moment in the Shi family, Shi Jinhua awoke, lying weakly on the bed, his gaze unfocused. Outside, the sky was clear, the moon shining bright, autumn harvest was nearing, and the night was filled with the sound of cicadas. I can't sleep. So annoying. When will that spendthrift girl return? She must be taught a lesson. Ugh, I can't win in a fight. It makes me so angry." After tossing and turning all night, he finally fell into a dazed sleep when the rooster crowed. Shi Jinhua fell ill, and word spread when Aunt Anne went to the river to wash clothes. Feng Yuding heard of it and, early in the morning, brought porridge to the Sher family's doorstep. Looking at the tall, heavy door and the green-tiled house, she thought, this is the place I should live. As she ascended the steps and raised her hand to knock, the door swung open from the inside. Adai stared at the girl who had appeared so early, feeling inexplicably puzzled. Why is this girl here so early? Gainga basket? Adai, having been assigned to guard the door due to severe injuries from the Husan incident, appeared dull-witted, yet he was quite astute. Miss, do you have business here? Don't the village girls need to wash clothes or cook in the morning? Feng Yuding noticed someone was already guarding the Sher family's door. To project an air of authority, she straightened her posture. I'm looking for Brother Jinhua. I heard he is ill, so I came to check on him. Adai thought to himself, oh, they know each other? From the same village. It's too early. Our young master has not yet risen. But it's not that early. The dew hasn't even dissipated yet. Chapter 69. A Sudden Loss of 38 Tails. Feng Yuding felt impatient, having slipped away from her family. Yes, I came early to see Brother Jinhua. I made him breakfast, hoping he eats it before it gets cold. Adai pondered for a moment, unsure of the girl's relationship with the Sher family, and did not want to offend her. Then you may come in. I'll check if our young master has awakened. That would be wonderful, thank you. Feng Yuding said, carrying her basket directly past Adai into the house. Upon entering, her eyes widened. The house was exquisitely beautiful, adorned with carvings everywhere. How much must this have cost? Imagining herself living here in the future, she felt even more at ease. Desiring to explore, yet apprehensive of being deemed impolite, I suggested, please wait here for a moment while I take a look around. Adai guided the guest into the main hall, offering them a seat as they waited. Shall I accompany you? I proposed, as it would provide me the chance to personally deliver something before departing, for I had matters to attend to at home and needed to return promptly. Adai interjected. That is inappropriate. The backyard is where the master rests, and it would not be suitable for outsiders to intrude there. The implication was clear. Have some dignity, young lady. Feng Yuding comprehended this. Yet how could she relent? With that scoundrel Qian Shishue absent, it was the perfect opportunity for her to seize the moment. It's perfectly fine. I grew up alongside Brother Jinhua, sharing the same village, akin to my own brother. Adai, feeling quite vexed, was still grappling with the dynamics between the young lady and the villagers, rendering him rather powerless in this situation. I apologize, but this is not convenient. Please wait. Adai's impatience was evident as he turned away without affording her a chance to respond. Feng Yuding, wishing to protest, found herself thwarted by his swift departure, leaving her in a fit of frustration as she stomped her foot. Yet, she could do nothing but wait in the main hall. At that moment, she began to observe her surroundings, noticing the grand armchair at the head of the table, exuding an air of stability and elegance, intricately carved and exuding opulence and depth. Glancing around to ensure no one was watching, she lifted her skirt and boldly seated herself in the chair, instantly feeling as if she were the mistress of the house. She imagined Brother Jinhua occupying another vacant seat beside her. How blissful! Adai rushed to Sher Jinhua's room, finding the door ajar and Sher Jinhua engrossed in a book. Young master, a young lady has come to see you. I have arranged for her to wait in the main hall. Sher Jinhua tilted his head in curiosity. Is she someone I know? I am unaware of any such acquaintance. Adai stared at him as if he were a fool. How would I know if you recognize other young ladies? Let's go see. It seemed an opportunity to stretch his legs and hasten his recovery from his ailment. Adai appeared hesitant, and if Sher Jinhua were not blind, he would discern the unspoken words hanging in the air. Speak plainly. A man should not be so indecisive. Adai replied, Young master, Our Lady is not at home. You must exercise caution. Otherwise, I fear you may find yourself in dire circumstances. Sher Jinhua looked bewildered. What have I done? The two entered the main hall, only to be taken aback by the sight of Feng Yuding seated in the prominent chair. Lost in her own reveries, she failed to notice their approach. Adai, incensed, exclaimed, What is the meaning of this? That chair is not for a guest to occupy. Our Lady has never sat there, nor has she formally warmed the room. Such a blatant display of rudeness, and she had not the decorum expected of a lady. I apologize. I merely found the chair appealing, Feng Yuding stammered. Adai retorted, Our lady and the young master have never occupied that seat. Who do you think you are? If I were not a reformed citizen, I would have thrown you out long ago. Brother Jinhua, I did not intend to offend. I simply thought the chair looked lovely, despite Adai's ire. Feng Yuding gazed at Shi Jinhua with a pitiable expression. Shi Jinhua, utterly perplexed, inquired, "Young lady, may I ask who you are? Do we know each other?" After a moment of thought, he added, "Have we met before?" Adai, realizing the absurdity of the situation, was taken aback. Feng Yuding's heart sank. "How could you not remember me? I am Feng Yuding from the Feng family. We played together as children. Have you forgotten?" It became evident that he had no recollection of her existence. "Have you come for something?" he queried, attempting to mask his disinterest. Although they were from the same village, it would be inappropriate to dismiss her outright. Feng Yuding, seizing the moment, brought forth a basket. "I heard you were unwell. I made some porridge for you this morning. Please have some while it's warm." Shi Jinhua was taken aback, pondering, "Is this young lady unwell? Why would she bring food to my home when I am already married?" He had not received such gestures during his bachelor days. "No, thank you, Miss Feng. I have matters to attend to. Please take it back. Please just eat a little. I went through the trouble of making it," she insisted, her eyes welling with tears. "If you refuse, it will be your loss, as it is my effort that has gone into this." "No need, Miss Feng. I have a family now, and for your sake, it is best to refrain from such gestures. I would not want my actions to tarnish your reputation." Feng Yuding thought to herself, "I am unafraid. Let him impact my reputation. It is the perfect pretext to wed him. Adai, have Zhang Tian dispose of that chair and replace it with a new one." Her heart ached. That chair was exquisite and must have cost a small fortune. With this thought, she glanced at the young lady before her, feeling a pang of regret. "Let Xin handle it. I shall return to my studies." Pained, she turned to Adai. "How much does that chair cost?" Adai pondered for a moment before confidently replying, 38 taels. "Enough." Shi Jinhua clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. 38 taels. For a chair? How could I allow a stranger to sit upon it? Adai observed Shi Jinhua's sorrowful demeanor, utterly perplexed. Meanwhile, Feng Yuding, feeling the heat of embarrassment and anger, resolved to have the chair replaced. Adai tidied up the basket, urging, "You should return now. I will not summon Sister Xnu, lest she berate you to the point of despair. I am sparing you, so leave swiftly." Feng Yuding, filled with indignation, clutched her basket and departed, her heart heavy with disdain for Qian Shishui. On her way home, she found a secluded spot to consume the porridge, fearing discovery by her family. As she stepped over the threshold, she was met with visitors. Her mother, Yang Xiaoxin, was entertaining guests, accompanied by a woman and a man, along with a matchmaker well known in the area. "This is my daughter, Yuding." The matchmaker, surnamed Zhang, stood eagerly upon seeing Feng Yuding, exclaiming, "Look at this girl. So radiant and spirited. She appears to be well suited for marriage." Feng Yuding lowered her head, aware that everyone interpreted her shyness as modesty. Yet, she alone knew that she had no desire to wed the man seated there. "Oh dear, this girl is shy." "It is natural for a young lady to feel this way," the older woman remarked, understandingly. "Let us not embarrass her further. If you continue, she may burst into tears." Another chimed in, guiding the matchmaker back to her seat. "Go check the kitchen to see if the meal is ready," she instructed before turning to Feng Yuding. With her mind elsewhere, Feng Yuding entered the kitchen, where she found her cousin assisting with the cooking. "Where have you been? Aunt called me early to help, and it's exhausting." "I just took a walk," Feng Yuding replied, her mind preoccupied with thoughts of how to prevent her mother from arranging her marriage. She yearned to marry Shi Jinhua. Once he was poor, her family had opposed it, but now that he was affluent, they should acquiesce, or so she hoped. She had entirely forgotten about Qian Shishui's wealth, fixating solely on Shi Jinhua as her means of escaping her mother's pressures. Her thoughts drifted to the new home of the Shi family and the gentle, refined brother Jinhua. Chapter 70. The Red Star of Fate, seeing Feng Yuding still sulking. One could not help but feel a mix of frustration and disappointment. A sharp admonition was warranted. Do not overestimate your worth. She may not even have an interest in you. This marriage is not yet settled, and everything is still uncertain. If it fails, it fails. Perhaps that is for the best. I refuse to marry a peasant. My heart is set on marrying brother Jinhua. Why can't you grasp my feelings? Let me be clear. Abandon any hopes you harbor. Compared to money, what do you have to offer? Does she desire you? You can hardly read, and your skills with a needle and thread are laughable. Such comparisons are but self-deprecation. One must find a match that complements one's worth. Feng Yuding felt an overwhelming sense of indignation, having endured humiliation at the Sure family earlier that morning. She could hardly comprehend why her own mother would subject her to such disdain. She is so virtuous. You should have her call you mother, she shouted at her own mother, Yang Xiaoxin, who was momentarily taken aback by her outburst. It was only when Feng Yuding stormed out that she realized the gravity of the situation, her frustration manifesting in frustrated slaps against her thigh. What are you so angry about? If the child is unwilling, then so be it, sighed Feng Laosan, Feng Yuding's father, as he watched his daughter flee. This is a splendid engagement. You'll regret it if you let it slip away. As her father, shouldn't you be concerned? If you don't care, then I shall wash my hands of it. Your worries are futile. It seems the prospective groom has no interest in our Yuding. Yang Xiaoxin responded. Oh, why must you be so troublesome? Such families are rare in the surrounding villages. Are they not? The family Feng Yuding was to be matched with was the Wang family from Xishan village, specifically Wang Datsai, a 17-year-old apprentice blacksmith, deemed a skilled laborer. After leaving the Feng household, matchmaker Zhang inquired of Wang Datsai about his impression of the girl he had just met. Wang Datsai, while accustomed to observing others, responded cautiously, Aunt Zhang, she did not seem to favor me. Her standards are high, and a person of my stature would not be appealing to her. How could that be? A young man like you is a rarity, not just in our village, but within 100 miles. Wang Datsai chuckled. I'm merely a blacksmith. The matchmaker, puzzled, wondered if perhaps he held reservations about the girl. Wang Datsai sighed. While she's indeed lovely, what would compel someone of her caliber to marry into poverty? With no other options, Zhang returned home feeling disheartened. At a nearby corner, Li Jiejia, burdened with heavy soybean branches, collided with her. Oh, I'm so sorry, Annie. I didn't see you there, she said, blushing as she struggled to lift the weight. As she helped Zhang gather the fallen soybean branches, Wang Datsai was immediately captivated by her radiant smile. Ah, you are from the Li family, named Jiejia? Zhang queried. Li Jiejia, taken aback, replied, I don't know you. Are you trying to trick me? Of course, dear. As a matchmaker, I know all the eligible young ladies and gentlemen within 100 miles. Have you been betrothed? Li Jiejia, noticing a stranger beside her, blushed and said, No, I'm still quite young. Ah, youth is a blessing. I shall ensure I find the finest suitor for you, she exclaimed. Auntie, I must return home now, Jiejia stammered, mortified. Very well, off you go. Zhang replied kindly as she watched her leave with the burden. Observing Li Jiejia's retreating figure, Wang Datsai remarked, What do you think of that girl? She seems hard-working and capable of managing a household. Moreover, she possesses an appealing appearance and a pure disposition, no doubt attracting many suitors. Upon hearing this, Wang Datsai felt a surge of urgency. Aunt Zhang, you must assist me. I seek a simple, down-to-earth girl, one without ulterior motives. Very well. But are you truly dismissing the phone girl? Zhang inquired. I am but an ordinary man, wishing only for a stable life. Valley girl, she is quite lovely, he admitted, his cheeks reddening. Zhang, recognizing the signs of infatuation, encouraged him to return home and discuss it with his family, while she would investigate the Li family's sentiments. Meanwhile, Feng Yuding remained lost in dreams of how sure Jinhua would take her as his bride. When Zhang approached the Li family to discuss potential matches, they were intrigued by the young man's background but refrained from making hasty decisions, promising to respond in 3 days. Zhang understood the need for contemplation and left them to ponder. Upon exiting, Li Jiejia expressed her concerns to her mother. Mother, I'm only 16. Isn't it too early for marriage? I don't wish to leave home yet. Her mother reassured her, It's not too early. I'll have your brother and father inquire further into the young man's family. In the meantime, the Qian family, having captured their enemies, managed to enter the city just as the gates were closing. A collective sigh of relief was released as they found an inn to accommodate their injured members. Qian Sixue pondered. With some wealth now, We must secure a suitable inn at the city's entrance to protect our goods. Otherwise, they may attract unwanted attention. That night, they remained vigilant, hesitant to stir trouble within their own territory. Before dawn, the Qian family prepared to depart, instructing everyone to look after one another. Rest well, my brothers. The 5 severely injured cannot continue traveling, Qian Erxiao emphasized. As arranged, they will recuperate at the inn under Wang Bandiao and Sansha's care. I am aware of my duties, he retorted. Make sure you attend to them properly. Qian Erxiao, feeling a bit anxious, was reassured by Wang Bandiao's medical skills and intellect. Rest assured, every one of them will return safely. Now go before day breaks. As they set off, Qian Erxiao couldn't help but think, one day, when I am strong, I shall stride boldly through the streets with my wares. Under the cloak of night, they camped at CNNV Peak, weary and restless, and continued their journey at first light, arriving at the Miao town. In just half a month, the town had transformed, bustling with new faces and shops. Most notably, a new establishment called Hongdangju had opened. Its name as bold and direct as the attire of the women within. Upon glimpsing the women above, Qian Erxiao felt a surge of excitement. These ladies are truly devoted, working hard even at dawn. The women, aware of the admiring gazes below, put forth their best efforts to present themselves alluringly, drawing the attention of the men passing by. As a normal man, encountering such a provocative scene early in the morning leaves one bewildered. Next time, there will be no need to sneak a glance at the widow's daughter from the neighboring village while she bathes. The young lady upstairs playfully beckons, "Big brother, come here. It's early. Let us indulge in a nap together." "Indeed, hurry up. The bed is still warm, dear sister." "Oh, don't be shy. We are all charming flowers, each capable of enchanting you." With a boldness that astonishes, one audaciously tosses a handkerchief, some landing on the head of a man, others fluttering to the ground, and one, by sheer misfortune, alighting upon the head of a horse belonging to the Qian family. The men affiliated with the Qian family suddenly feel a chill, their bodies devoid of any particular heat. How reckless to toss a handkerchief toward the lady. Qian Shishui glances back at the group of sluggish individuals, and with a mere look, the dawdlers grasp the urgency and hasten their pace. The young lady upstairs, noticing Qian Shishui's glance, beams with excitement. Such a handsome and aloof gentleman is one whom any woman would wish to captivate, especially those in such jovial establishments. "Sir, come upstairs. I don't want money. I'm so excited I could burst. If that fails, I could offer you money instead." Xia, observing this, glares at the woman above. Women are indeed creatures of sight. When relying on prowess, they value looks, yet when relying on looks, they seek sincerity. Bah! Women are deceivers. Qian Shishui ignores the descending handkerchiefs and quickens his pace, acknowledging that those who earn by skill are essential talents. Early in the morning, he encounters Hu Yuanin, who squats by the roadside, engrossed in a bowl of wide noodles. Upon raising his head, he exclaims, "Isn't that the wife of Shi Xiucai? It's been over half a month since I last saw her, and now the encounter is rather awkward considering we meet beneath the red lantern." Qian Shishui notices Hu Yuanin squatting down, but does not dwell on it, simply riding past. Hu Yuanin, feeling a surge of panic from a mere glance, stammers, "Hey, let me explain." "No, that is not right. Listen to me, I just think this noodle shop is quite good." His mind races faster than his tongue. With one hand holding the bowl and the other grasping Qian Shishui's horse's reins, he suddenly realizes, why am I explaining myself to a stranger? What now? Having already pulled on the reins, Xia, witnessing this, questions what on earth is going on. "Hu County Magistrate, good morning. What a coincidence. Have you just woken up?" He remarks with an ambiguous glance at the red lantern, a knowing expression that conveys, "You don't need to explain. We are all men here." Hu Yuanin's face flushes crimson as he follows Xia's gaze and sees the young lady upstairs waving and calling, "Oh, Hu County Magistrate, once you've eaten, come upstairs." The sisters are all waiting eagerly. Hu Yuanin mutters, "What the devil? You make it sound like I come here often?" Qian Shishui kicks the horse's belly, prompting it to move forward. Hu Yuanin, feeling embarrassed, must release the reins. "I just think your horse looks quite handsome," he remarks awkwardly, stepping aside. Ersia and his companions are left utterly baffled. Has this man been rendered foolish by his official status? He blocks the lady's horse, yet dares not speak to her. What a predicament! The young ladies upstairs, seeing everyone depart, are left with only the county magistrate, standing alone on the morning street like a statue, watching the procession of horses fade away. Who daren't? Still watching? They've all gone far away. Indeed, they won't turn back. You might as well come upstairs. The ladies will keep you company and offer you a drink. Upon hearing this, Huyuanan turns to glance back at the young ladies, feeling no anger, but rather a jovial smile emerges. Ah, early in the morning, I wish the ladies a prosperous start and abundant wealth. With that, he bids farewell, vowing never to return for those wide noodles again. This place seems to be his nemesis. After being away for over half a month, he returns only to encounter someone who makes his heart race. As Qian Shishui and his entourage arrive, the sun casting its glow upon the windows, they dismount near the Shi family gate. Ersia rushes to knock. Adai, brimming with energy, opens the door and exclaims, "Ersia, you're back." He then dashes inside, calling out, "The ladies have returned." The ladies have returned. Just as he intends to find Shi Jinhua, he unexpectedly encounters her around the corner. Who has returned? Shi Jinhua's heart races with a mix of anxiety, excitement, and anticipation, her tone noticeably lighter. "Oh, sir, no, I mean son-in-law. The ladies are back." At the gate, all exclaim in unison, calling Shi Jinhua's son-in-law to avoid a repeat of the phone Yuding incident, a constant reminder that Shi Jinhua is taken. To this, Shi Jinhua remains unfazed. He rushes out the door, followed closely by Adai, leading a long line of horse carts, certain that this time they will yield a bountiful harvest. As Shi Jinhua reaches the entrance, Qian Shishui has already dismounted and is handing his horse to Hua, preparing to step inside when Shi Jinhua suddenly grabs his arm. "Do you have enough money for your expenses? Have you eaten? Your hands have grown thin." Ever since he dreamt of Qian Shishui wandering the streets, he hasn't slept soundly. Upon feeling his hand suddenly gripped, Qian Shishui instinctively twists it behind his back, applying pressure to his wrist. Shi Jinhua winces, nearly crying out, "Oh, lady, let go. Don't break your son-in-law's hand. If the old village chief hears, he will hold you accountable." Seeing this, Zhang Tian quickly supports Shi Jinhua. Qian Shishui awkwardly touches his nose, feeling embarrassed. It was a reflex. After a moment's contemplation, realizing Shi Jinhua is indeed his partner, he decides to extend some courtesy and attempts to assist Shi Jinhua. Shi Jinhua, startled, almost leaps onto Zhang Tian's back, but is quickly subdued by reason. Internally, he chants, "My wife, my dear wife, I must endure." Finally relaxed, he anticipates Qian Shishui's aid. All right. But upon seeing Shi Jinhua startled, he retracts the hand he had extended. The onlookers are left pondering. This son-in-law acts like a wife, while the lady behaves like a gentleman. Their interactions have completely switched roles. It seems there will be much to observe in the future. It appears that only by transforming into a white lotus can the son-in-law contend with these ladies. A crowd of onlookers eagerly seized Shi Jinhua, insisting, "You cannot leave, son-in-law. Stewardly has stated that only you can comprehend this. You must register it." Ersia handed a stack of documents into Shi Jinhua's arms and continued, "The young lady is not fond of organizing these, yet they hold great significance. Once cataloged, they will be dispatched to the shops we acquired from Husan and his associates. If left unattended, our investments will yield no returns." Shi Jinhua, upon hearing this, felt helpless and was compelled to labor alongside the group. Qian Shishui, having completed his ablutions and changed into women's attire, strolled leisurely around the new residence. Hua, having been cleaned up by the maid Xinyue, followed closely behind Qian Shishui, taking careful steps. "Madam, Master Su's craftsmanship is truly exceptional. I heard from Zhang Tian that the shops in town have also commissioned him for renovations," he remarked. "Indeed, it is commendable. However, we lack water. It would be splendid if we could channel the spring from the back mountain," she replied. After surveying the surroundings, she ambled towards the storeroom and noticed Shi Jinhua diligently cataloging the medicinal herbs. "Once you finish registering these herbs, you ought to take a break and have a meal. I was planning to return to my beloved wife." Shi Jinhua exclaimed, feeling frustrated at the lack of romance among the group. As Qian Shui walked, she was greeted warmly by those busy with their tasks. Shi Jinhua, hearing this, felt excitement in his heart, thinking, "Are they here for me? How delightful! Young lady, may I borrow Hua for a moment? They are exhausted from moving," he requested. Qian Shui nodded, and Hua understood, promptly following the person who had come for him. Shi Jinhua observed, "Oh dear, it seems I am left alone with my beloved at last." Setting down his pen, he approached Qian Shui, noting her height, which only reached his shoulder. He touched the hairpin he had purchased, his eyes glimmering with affection. Overwhelmed with emotion, he struggled to articulate his feelings. Confused, Qian Shui gazed at this man, uncertain of his intentions. What is he trying to convey? She wondered. Shi Jinhua, filled with excitement, revealed the hairpin. "This is for you. It may be inexpensive, but at present, well, I do not possess much money. In the future, when I earn more, I shall buy you something of greater value." He feared she might refuse the gift. Qian Shui's gaze fixated on the hairpin, and after a moment of contemplation, she looked back at Shi Jinhua with curiosity, thinking, is he so hesitant in giving a gift? Just as Shi Jinhua was about to place the jade hairpin in her hair, Xia interrupted. "Where shall we place the remaining jade materials?" He lifted the covering cloth, revealing the brilliance of the jade beneath the sunlight. Shi Jinhua, holding the hairpin that resembled chopsticks, glanced at the pile of deep green jade and raised his hand, feeling conspicuously out of place. "Is it too late to retract my hand?" he thought, sneaking a glance at Qian Shui before quickly lowering his head, wishing the moment could simply vanish. Xia, oblivious to the tension, continued, "This batch of goods is impressive." Turning to inquire of Shi Jinhua, he was taken aback to see him holding a jade hairpin. "Ah, this hairpin appears to be a remnant. During my outing with the young lady, I learned a great deal. It is worth at most 501. He reached to take the hairpin for inspection. Qian Shui, quicker on the uptake, grasped the hairpin before Xia could touch it, tucking it into her hair. Shi Jinhua observed, feeling a mixture of helplessness and sweetness as she inserted it askew. He reached out to adjust it. "There, now it looks much better." Her eyes sparkled with affection. "I will prepare something even finer for you in the future." Feeling overwhelmed by the tenderness in his words, Qian Shui turned her head away, responding shyly, "Yes." Just as a romantic atmosphere began to blossom between them, a voice interrupted. "Excuse me, is young Master Shi here?" All heads turned in unison towards the entrance, where a charming young lady stood, smiling and holding a raincoat. "Ah, young Master Shi, you are indeed here. I came specifically to return your raincoat," she said cheerfully. The men, observing the young lady, exchanged glances, realizing, is he trying to woo another woman while our lady is absent? As Chen Nanan saw Shi Jinhua turn towards her, she exclaimed, "Oh, young Master Shi, you truly are here." The crowd watched her with skepticism, thinking, if only she could curb her shyness and stop stealing glances at him, perhaps we would believe it. "Miss Chen, that raincoat belongs to Wang Bo's family. You have mistaken the recipient," Shi Jinhua informed her. Chen Nanan thought to herself, "Am I unaware of who the raincoat belongs to? It is quite evident." Xia, with a grin, inquired, "Miss, do you fancy this young master?" Chen Nanan's face flushed crimson as she stole a glance at Shi Jinhua. "Young lady, are you blind?" Zhang Tian questioned incredulously. "How could you ask such a thing?" Niao Erkong reproached Zhang Tian, quickly forgetting that Zhang Tian had once been the leader. "You should have asked, 'Young lady, do you feel a bit frisky?'" Zhang Tian, bewildered, responded, "Why are you all directing your ire towards me? Are you friends of young Master Shi, or what? Do not concern yourself with our identities. It is unacceptable to pursue a man who is already committed," they replied. Chen Nanan, astonished, exclaimed, "He is committed?" Shi Jinhua instinctively reacted, "Why can't I be committed? This is quite painful." Chen Nanan clutched her chest. "Why did you not mention your commitment? What am I to do now?" Her expression reflected betrayal and abandonment. Shi Jinhua felt unjustly accused. "Why should I declare my situation? You never inquired. Wait, we do not even know each other." Chen Nanan's expression turned despondent, gazing hopelessly at her beloved. In the midst of this emotional turmoil, Xia observed Chen Nanan's despair and questioned, "Have you been deceived? Such a good young lady. So easily misled?" Others echoed, scrutinizing her with intrigue. "Please do not insult me. I am a respectable young woman," she protested. "Then why are you in such despair?" Zhang Tian queried, surveying her with suspicion. "You cannot have a commitment." Chen Nanan accused Shi Jinhua, pointing at him, her face contorted with disbelief. Why should he not? Zhang Tian thought, exasperated by the absurdity of the situation. Is this young lady not thinking clearly? He pondered, retreating to allow the protagonists to confront their predicament. Now that you are committed, what am I to do? Chen Nanan wailed, her cries echoing with heartbreak, as the onlookers exchanged glances, questioning, is she expecting? Are you? A bewildered Adai asked. Expecting what? Children. Whose? The young masteress. The revelation left Adai utterly dumbfounded. The others, upon hearing this, gasped indeed. They are even more scandalous than we imagined. Young master, is it true? Adai questioned in astonishment. Shi Jinhua felt his mind racing, overwhelmed by the chaos surrounding him. Did this group believe they had an infinite number of lives to toy with? Shi Jinhua glared at Adai, exuding a menacing aura that suggested, "Ask me one more question, and I shall make you regret it." Adai, sensing the tension, promptly fell silent and stood behind Qian Si Shui. "Miss Chun, our acquaintance is quite limited, and your behavior leaves me feeling exceedingly passive. My dear wife has only just begun to treat me kindly. It seems you cannot bear to see me happy. However, ever since I laid eyes on you, you have consumed my thoughts and dreams. I can neither eat nor sleep. All I desire is to see you. How can you remain so indifferent? It is utterly distressing. Yet, when you are absent, I can scarcely recall having met you." As he spoke, he pulled Qian Si Shui closer, exclaiming, "This is my beloved wife. Please, do not misunderstand." At last, Chen Nanan regarded Qian Si Shui directly. Upon a single glance, she felt a wave of shame wash over her. The beauty before her made her feel inferior, even compared to the maid who had opened the door moments ago. "I apologize for the intrusion," she murmured, wiping her tears as she fled in distress. Just moments ago, she had been a maid, yet now she felt like a mere girl of respectable standing, clinging to hope, only to find it dashed. Oh, how unfair life is. She abandoned her raincoat and refrained from looking at Shi Jinhua, leaving in a daze. Why did she leave? Is there no child? Why not stay for a meal? Shi Jinhua, now alone, anxiously turned to Qian Si Shui like a child caught in wrongdoing. "My dear, I truly do not know her. On a rainy day, I returned from the academy and encountered Wang Bo. He was originally going to lend me his raincoat, but she suddenly requested that he take her along." He stole a glance at Qian Si Shui's expression, then continued, "She took shelter with me under one roof and initiated the conversation. Later, when it began to rain, it would not have been proper for us two men to wear the raincoat while she, a young lady, stood in the rain. Wang Bo, being elderly, insisted that I lend her mine. He pondered the absurdity of such a situation, wishing he had opted to walk home that day instead." Qian Si Shui listened with a detached expression, revealing no emotional turmoil beneath her calm exterior. The most beautiful aspect is not the rainy day itself, but the shared shelter we found. A simple acknowledgement escaped her lips. Shi Jinhua awaited a response, only to discover that she had already turned away, leaving him to ponder why she was so different from the men in the village. Those with families would often engage in quarrels over mere glances at other women. Yet here, a single word sufficed. What did this signify? It indicated that she held no regard for him. This realization left Shi Jinhua in a state of panic, desperate to act, yet unsure of how. "Sir, the old village chief has arrived," a voice called from outside, rousing Shi Jinhua from his thoughts. Accompanying the village chief were several others. "Huazai, are you feeling better?" The village chief inquired anxiously upon seeing Shi Jinhua. "Much improved, but what brings you here? Please, come in and sit for a while." "No need. We are heading to Li Kuei's tea house next door to see how he is faring," the village chief replied. "Wang Dage, where's my brother? Why isn't he returned?" Wang Xiaoling's gaze was piercing as she focused intently on Shi Jinhua, wishing he could grasp her feelings. Hearing this, Wang Dafu turned to ask, "Indeed, everyone has returned. Why have I not seen my elder brother?" I haven't had the chance to inquire. Shi Jinhua replied, just as the three fools passed by with their goods. Three fools, you in together. Why hasn't my elder brother returned home yet? Wang Dafu interrupted, blocking their path. The three fools, upon hearing this, set down their load and approached. No need to worry. They may take 7 or 8 days to return. There was a minor incident on the road, but it has been resolved, and we left with the goods. That's a relief. Whether early or late doesn't matter. Wang Dafu said, leisurely returning to his tea. What is that crying sound? Is there a baby at your home? Shi Jinhua exclaimed in shock, turning to the three fools with a look that demanded an explanation. Sir, this is quite significant. Shall we discuss it back home? The three fools feared that revealing the existence of the baby might attract trouble from Lu Jiabao, leading to dire consequences for all involved. Just as Shi Jinhua was about to speak, he hurried home. Upon entering, he found an infant cradled in the arms of an elder woman. Where did this child come from? He asked, bewildered. The three fools exchanged glances, knowing they had to explain. Sir, we didn't intend to save the child. It was just that a baby so small was impossible to abandon. Shi Jinhua stood frozen, contemplating the child before him, the sole heir of Lu Jiabao, now in his home. He felt a pang of compassion, unable to cast the child away. What types of people are still missing from our household? Oh, we still lack a court official. Shi Jinhua gazed skyward, lost in thought. The three fools assumed he was in shock, considering he was merely a scholar with no means of defense. The pressure was indeed overwhelming. He pondered how a man with a wife might cope. If I had a wife like that, I would likely contemplate despair daily. Do not be disheartened, sir. Hasn't the lady found you a guard? And where is that guard? He asked Bedreddin, but he will arrive in a few days. This further deepened Shi Jinhua's sense of despair. How could a guard, half dead, fulfill his role? The expenses of maintaining such a household were mounting. Now, with an additional infant to care for. Sir, what troubles you? Shi Jinhua lifted his chin, gazing out the window. You cannot fathom the sorrow of a man with a family. He pondered how many books awaited his transcription at the town's bookshop, his heart silently clamoring for money. Money, money. There was no time to respond to the comments from esteemed readers. The author must roll up their sleeves and work earnestly. The author will take the time to read the comments and suggestions and express his gratitude for the generous support and recommendations. The author shall strive even harder to write. Believe in the existence of light. Chapter 74. Qianxi Shui decides to go to the imperial capital regardless of how loudly Shi Jinhua's heart screamed. He had to confront the reality of an ever-growing household. Qianxi Shui, the mistress of the house, delegated labor to Zhang Tian while leaving the strategizing to Shi Jinhua. Unperturbed, she wandered into the mountains with Hua, indifferent to the arrival of the infant. The addition of a baby did not disrupt the household. Rather, it was the sheer number of inhabitants that complicated matters. The baby was well fed, clothed, and peacefully sleeping. As time passed, half a month slipped away, and the soybean harvest was nearly complete. Upon ensuring the health of the little one, Shi Jinhua hurried back to the academy. Wang Bandiao had taken over his clerical duties, and come spring, Shi Jinhua would need to prepare for the provincial examinations. Time was of the essence, and the old village chief was growing anxious. Miss, after the onset of autumn, winter arrives swiftly here. We must prepare for the cold. Qianxi Shui pondered, momentarily distracted by Zhang Tian's words. The weather will turn cold quickly. As soon as the soybeans and peanuts are harvested, we'll notice the chill setting in. Indeed, send word to Li Yuan to procure a variety of furs. Are you planning to make garments? The rarer, the better. Understood. Do you have any other matters to attend to? Zhang Tian, now fully compliant with Qianxi Shui's directives, inquired. Select a few capable individuals, 10 will suffice. Where are we headed? To the imperial capital. Zhang Tian did not question her purpose, but immediately set about making arrangements. Qianxi Shui was reluctant to go to the imperial capital, yet found herself compelled to do so. In the afternoon, Zhang Tian informed Qianxi Shui that the arrangements had been made. Wang Bandiao, upon learning this, insisted on accompanying them. He was no longer content with the herbal resources in the mountains. In his own words, he declared, I must venture out to make a name for myself. Exia, overhearing this, quipped, Haven't you already become Wang Bandiao? What more fame do you seek? At this rate, you might lose even that. Enraged by the remark, Wang Bandiao stormed home to confront his father. They departed at midnight. Qian Shishui's gaze was colder than usual. Zhang Tian, perceiving this, thought to himself, she wishes to keep her intentions hidden. He immediately set about arranging their tasks, prioritizing the protection of Shi Jinhua. You must guard this place diligently. Without our family, both you and the young one are in peril. The implication was clear. If you perish, we all perish. Think carefully. I am Wei Zhong. Oh, Wei Zhong, how could you bear such a name? It shows a lack of respect for your health, particularly for your stomach. It's Wei, with the ghost radical. Wei Zhong bit his teeth in frustration, explaining, misunderstand me again, and I shall not hesitate to act. Exia, suddenly Enlichtinet, remarked, ah. So it's Wei Zhong with the ghost radical. You must remember what her second-in-command just said. Without the girl, both you and the young one are doomed. Furthermore, I am illiterate, and a ghost radical? Having a ghost nearby is hardly reassuring. This is your only refuge. For the time being, Liu family fort won't locate this place. Those fools probably believe someone has escaped the barriers, unaware that while one did flee, they returned upon encountering the elders. I understand, Wei Zhong replied, leaning against the wall to stand. Zhang Tian observed him and thought, in this state, it's a wonder if he can manage on his own before they return. At midnight, Qian Shishui donned black attire, her cloak billowing, and hat obscuring her features. To outsiders, only her smooth, pale chin and her lips, crimson yet devoid of curvature, resembling a mask, were visible, exuding an aura of coldness and detachment. 11 riders, holding torches, took a detour, avoiding the city and opting for a narrow path. Zhang Tian was well acquainted with the terrain, having once been a bandit leader. Familiarity was essential for survival. My lady, setting forth from Black Mountain Ridge. A swift horse will take us to the imperial capital in half a month. We cannot afford to tire the horses, so we must take shortcuts. He presented a map to Qian Shishui. She accepted it, glanced briefly, and the layout imprinted in her mind. Handing it back to Zhang Tian, she suggested, crossing the Wuqiao River will save time. Indeed, my lady, Zhang Tian replied, impressed by her swift comprehension. What extraordinary mind does she possess? Qian Shishui was resolute in reaching her destination swiftly, only to return with equal haste. Zhang Tian and the others refrained from questioning her motives for venturing to the capital. Accepting that life and death were inconsequential when following the lady, they would confront whatever came their way. After a journey of more than half a month, they finally arrived at the gates of the imperial capital under the cover of night. My lady, we must rest outside tonight. We can only enter at dawn. Zhang Tian informed her. Qian Shishui fixed her gaze on the city gate for an extended period before turning her horse around. The night passed quietly, and when the gates finally opened, Zhang Tian led the way, while Qian Shishui leisurely walked through, holding her horse. The group split into three, maintaining sight of one another at a short distance. My lady, what is our next destination? Qian Shishui squinted at the rising sun and replied, we wait for nightfall. The cover of darkness is most suitable for nefarious deeds. The others exchanged glances and sought lodgings at nearby inns. Qian Shishui shared a table with Xia and San Sha, indulging in a meal. The bustling hall was filled with gossip. Have you heard? Since the death of the Grand General, the Duke of the State is now under the charge of the Second Master. I say, that Second Master is quite fortunate. He has nothing to do, yet enjoys the spoils. Indeed, the old Duke is seldom seen now. Let me tell you, after glancing around, they leaned closer to whisper, the old Duke has been confined by the Second Master in a dungeon. The listeners expressed shock. No, that can't be true. The Duke is the emblem of the great Qing. How could that be possible? My maternal uncle's son serves at the Duke's residence and has delivered meals several times. You shouldn't speak carelessly. It could be dangerous. As they gestured around their necks, a silent understanding passed among them, leading to a collective decision to remain silent. Though their thoughts remained their own. Do you think the Emperor knows? They mused, wondering how such matters could escape his notice. Regrettably, it seemed he was preoccupied with his own affairs. Qian Shishui listened impassively, sipping her tea while absorbing the gossip. Look, The duke's estate is preparing for a marriage. Are they coming to fetch the bride or to deliver gifts? It appears they are sending a betrothal gift. Originally, it was meant for the Grand General's only daughter, but rumors had circulated that she eloped with a servant. Upon hearing this, Qian Shui contemplated and remarked to Xia, "Prepare more copper oil." Xia, upon hearing this, sprang up to fulfill her request. 10 people, 2 buckets each, that should suffice. As night fell, chapter 75. Have you ever considered releasing Qian Qingsheng? The streets remained brilliantly lit, and everyone felt a sense of security in the vibrant night. Qian Shui appeared alone at the duke's estate, wandering as if in her own garden, serene and unhurried. "Fool, do you still believe yourself to be the lofty young master? Eat." 2 servants forcefully shoved slop toward a powerless child on the bed. "Just like your shameless sister, both of you are worthless." The boy reacted violently, biting down on the hands restraining him. "Let me go. Feed me." He retaliated by striking the face of his captor. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and both servants turned to see a figure clad in black entering, their lips forming an unsettling smile. "Who are you?" they boldly inquired. Qian Shui slowly removed her hat, revealing an expressionless face. The boy, upon seeing her, leaped from the bed in excitement. "Ah, sister, why did you run away and come back?" "Oh, so it's the eloped young lady. What brings you back to us?" The 2 servants felt a wave of relief. It was only this timid and foolish young lady. If not for her beauty, who would care about her? Qian Shui approached the slop bucket, opened it, and forcefully collided the heads of the 2 servants together. They collapsed to the ground, terror-stricken at the sight of her, as if questioning, how could this happen? Without granting them a chance, Qian Shui swiftly dislocated their jaws. They were rendered speechless, becoming as limp as mechanical dolls in her grip. The sound of cracking bones echoing eerily in the silence. The boy, no more than 7 or 8, was emaciated little more than bones. Qian Shui lifted him, gauging his weight at no more than 30 pounds. "Sister, don't worry about me. Just escape. I cannot survive this." He began to weep bitterly. Qian Shui, her brow furrowed, found his cries unbearable. "Silence. Enough." The boy immediately fell quiet, realizing that this sister was different from the one in his memories. This sister was cold, terrifying. Qian Shui led him out of the room, where Zhang Tian rushed over. "My lady, all arrangements are complete. Wang Bandiao's medicine was not wasted. It has been disposed of in the cooking well." Xia approached with copper oil, startled to see the lady carrying a skeletal child. "Goodness, what happened to this child? How cruel. My lady has rescued the elderly, but there may be complications." Trapped in the basement, the 70-year-old man bore no healthy flesh upon his body. Qian Shui handed the child in his arms to Xia, instructing him to leave first and proceed according to plan. Xia cradled the child and departed with Wang Bandiao. Qian Shui strolled through the garden adorned with pavilions and corridors, the very place where the original owner had grown up. His mother had died young, and his father had suddenly passed away a year prior. The second house was the greatest beneficiary. Having been affected by Wang Bandiao's poison, they were rendered mute and powerless, slumped in weakness. Zhang Tian gathered everyone and unceremoniously dumped them in the main hall. Panic ensued as they beheld a group of armed guards, their blades glinting ominously. The guards, having not eaten, were all slain by Qian Shui. When the slain guards gazed in astonishment at Qian Shui, their eyes were forever frozen in shock. Zhang Tian piled the bodies together, drenching them all in a barrel of oil. Not a single girl was spared. Even the chickens and ducks in the kitchen were not exempt. Zhang Tian exhibited a natural talent for banditry, so ruthless that he even turned on his own. Qian Shui turned to face everyone as he sat down. Upon realizing it was Qian Shui, the people on the ground erupted with excitement. Qian Shui encountered the family of the second house, comprising 2 sons and 1 daughter. Each son had established his own family, and each child was nestled in their parents' embrace. He offered them the antidote. Zhang Tian directly dismembered the limbs of the second house's members, leaving them as useless as debris, save for their mouths. "What do you intend to do?" "I am your own second uncle." Qian Shui cast a sardonic glance at the agitated middle-aged man. Qian Anbei, the original owner's second uncle, and Qian Anong, the original owner's father. Eldest sister, you cannot do this. Spare the children. Let us adults handle it. They no longer harbor dreams of being spared themselves. Have you considered releasing Qian Qingsheng? The original owner's brother has been tortured beyond recognition. He deserves to die. If he lives, this Duke of the State will never belong to me. Qian Anbei fumed. Thus, there shall be no pleas for mercy. Eldest sister, please spare us. I will not marry Princeton. I will return all the betrothal gifts to you. Qian Shishui's cold laughter echoed, utterly merciless. He seized a torch from Ada's hand and ignited a nearby area. As the wind picked up, the flames danced wildly, igniting in an instant, causing the group to writhe in terror on the ground. What do you intend to do? Qian Anbei cried in fear. To kill you all, Qian Shishui replied with nonchalance. What benefit would killing us bring you? Revenge. You may slay us all, but spare the 4 children. Ah. Did you ever consider today's consequences when you murdered the unborn children of others? The original owner's mother had been schemed against by this family, resulting in a tragic birth that claimed 2 lives. Qian Shishui withdrew the torch, and a collective sigh of relief escaped the crowd. Young lady, clean up thoroughly. Indeed, there is wealth to be had. All were led through the underground passage. At that moment, fireworks erupted in the sky, and Zhang Tian and the others looked up. They exchanged glances and turned to leave, showing no intention to ignite the flames. The people on the ground, seeing that they were departing, released their breaths in relief. As long as they survived, the second house's members, witnessing Qian Shishui's departure, refrained from setting the fire. Qian Anbei seethed, I will remember this day. As all departed, those from his second house who could speak began to curse Qian Shishui. One day, I will make her kneel before me and bow. I will not forget today. One day, I shall take my revenge. The oppression is unbearable. The eldest son of the second house, a scholar, could only mutter repeatedly about the unbearable oppression. Just as the curses reached a fever pitch, several flaming arrows shot across the sky. No, this cannot be real. Everyone stared in horror at the descending fire arrows, unable to believe the extremity of Qian Shishui's actions. No, come back. I will tell you how your father died. Alas, no one answered. Qian Anbei suddenly slumped to the ground, gazing at his wives and children, tears streaming down his face. Father, I was wrong. Is this retribution? I was wrong. How did it come to this? It was utterly unforeseen. As a side note, only 2 chapters remain. I must wait a moment, for I have discovered that those 2 chapters contain no typographical errors. They will be uploaded by 8:30 at the latest. I shall rest for now. ZZZ. Romance Chapter 76. I did not mean to. Do you believe me? Watching the flames envelop him, consuming those around him bit by bit, until it finally reached him, he found himself unable to escape, forced to witness his own incineration. In the Duke of the State's residence, not a single soul was spared. When all beheld the raging inferno, it was too late. Tonight's wind was particularly favorable for arson, and those from the Dali Temple had also arrived. They inquired about the jurisdiction of the capital's security, only to receive a helpless response. This fire cannot be contained. The flames are too fierce, and the wind tonight only fuels its fury. The officials from the Dali Temple, witnessing the uncontrollable blaze, realized that no one could approach. What was once a bustling Duke of the State's residence now lay consumed by flames. Sir, rescue one person. Everyone was curious as to who this individual might be, certain they possessed valuable information. As they laid eyes on the rescued figure, gasps of shock filled the air. Is this a person? This is nothing but a skeleton. You are Qian Qingsheng, young Master Qian? An official from Dali Temple tentatively inquired, the figure before him deviating so drastically from his memories. Qian Qingsheng weakly confirmed, lacking the strength to utter more. The onlookers realized that such a person could not possibly have committed murder or arson. Sir, I encountered young Master Qian at the dilapidated wall in the southwest corner. He was struggling to crawl out. Upon hearing this, the attending officials deduced that he had been tormented by second Master Qian. Young Master Qian, did you see anyone enter? Qin Qingsheng gazed vacantly at the interrogator. I was locked in the farthest, dilapidated house. After witnessing the fire, I crawled out without encountering anyone. The implication being, I was locked away too far. Otherwise, I would have perished too. Observing Qin Qingsheng's clothing, it was evident that it had been severely worn from crawling. Take good care of young Master Qin. Yes. Qin Qingsheng gazed at the raging fire behind him, flames rising wildly in his eyes. He thought to himself, from now on, I have no home. Listening to his sister's arrangements, he must remain in plain sight to manage the family affairs. Qian Shui acted decisively, swiftly, and with certainty. Now, a group had successfully exited the Duke of the State's residence through the underground passage. The exit lay hidden within an inconspicuous thatched cottage, guarded by the old Duke of the State's personal bodyguard, now over 60 years of age. Mississippi, the elderly man greeted respectfully. Zhang Tian and the others exchanged nervous glances at Qian Shui. Young lady, please do not harm him. The old man did not mean it. Old man, just call me young lady. Never refer to me as miss. You are old, and I fear you may not withstand a beating. The old man, upon hearing this, thought to himself, the young lady must have been deeply hurt, hence her reluctance to be addressed as a miss. Alas, Qian Shui likely understood. She would surely respond with hurt. Should I perform a dance of the sorrowful maiden? Alas, young lady, the old master has stabilized. Dr. Wang says he will awaken shortly. Oh, what is this? Pressing it felt surprisingly smooth. Sinsha lightly pressed it. Oh no. The old man realized it was too late. No. A thunderous crash echoed from the underground passage, leaving the old man in stunned silence. The passage had collapsed. Sansha understood the gravity of the situation and quickly ran to stand behind Qian Shui. Old man, I did not mean it. You may not believe me, but I thought that round button looked quite appealing. You. At this point, he was so furious he could hardly express it. It is ruined. Lippy destroyed. It serves no purpose now, and it may lead others to discover it. It is better to obliterate it outright. A hoarse voice emerged from the bed, and upon hearing it, the old man turned around in excitement. Old master, how have you changed into this state? You resemble neither man nor ghost. A far cry from the person I remember. Human hearts are inscrutable. Yet why do you weep, old friend? Who dares to treat you thus? Without you, old master, where would this nation find its peace? Children are but burdens. The murky eyes of the old Duke suddenly sparkled at the sight of Wealth. Is that you, water girl? Wealth felt uneasy, contemplating, is it or isn't it? Ultimately, it all depends on oneself. Ah, Gonfater. Good, good. Is there a grandson? The old man, recalling his grandson, was overcome with excitement, wanting to rise. The others dared not speak, for the old Duke's gaze pierced through them. What? Is my grandson dead? Tears welled in the corners of his eyes. I have protected this land all my life, yet I could not ensure the safety of those closest to me. How sorrowful is a life filled with such grief. As he spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood in despair. Oh, what are you thinking, old sir? In the hearts of the common people, you are a great hero. Wang Bandiao hurriedly prepared a needle for him. Old master, the young master is alive, but he has been assigned by the young lady to handle the Qin family's affairs in the capital. Upon hearing this, the old Duke sighed in relief, secretly grateful for the heaven's kindness. Water Girl, noticing his emotional stabilization, declared, I burned down the Duke's residence. The old Duke stared blankly for a moment, his eyes vacant. Burn it, for even the sight of it is distressing. These are trifles. The old emperor is so cold-hearted that keeping them serves no purpose. I have burned everything inside, including your second son's family. The old Duke waved his hand dismissively, unbothered. Did the old man understand? Sansha, with his quick tongue, added, including everyone inside. The old Duke was left speechless. Over 500 people, all burned. The others gasped. A sharp slap struck Sansha's head as he scolded. Are you heartless? Huh. Why do you say that about me? Did I say something wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. You shouldn't have mentioned it. The old man might not handle it well and pass away. The very mention of death was taboo, for the old Duke had been tormented to the point of losing his humanity. The old Duke, with too much wealth, had joined the army at 15. His ancestors were military households, and in his generation, the family transformed, ultimately placing him in the position of duke. He had 2 sons. The elder inherited the family business, while the younger was naive and full of petty thoughts. It's better he's dead. Living holds little meaning. A creature capable of harming its kin is better off gone. Old man wise. Seeing this, Shah grew bolder. You have no idea how the third master has been tormented to a skeletal state. Oh, how pitiful. No one should endure such suffering, especially from their own kin. Wealth listened, deeply sighing, before closing his eyes and drifting off to sleep. Only then did Wang Bondiao remove the needle. Young lady, take good care of the old master. He may have only a few years left. Meaning, reaching 100 years is no longer possible. The old man's health is too severely compromised. Had we arrived half a month later, he would have passed. Water Girl felt discomfort at this, but refrained from voicing her opinion. Turning, she exited the thatched cottage. Gazing at the sun peeking over the horizon, standing at the entrance and looking down at the cliff below. Arrange for intelligence gathering. Strive to leave as swiftly as possible. Water Girl was unwilling to linger in this place of strife. Chapter 77. The blazing gossip fire Zhang Tian immediately set about arranging people to investigate the city. In truth, the young lady merely wished to know where the young master was. Water Girl also kept busy, changing into a new outfit, disguising herself, and meandering into the city with a vegetable basket. She arrived at a secluded dwelling, gazing up at the willow branches by the river. The warm breeze caressed her, and after a moment, she knocked on the door. Coming. A middle-aged man's voice called from within, and the footsteps approached, one light and one heavy. A crippled man opened the door to find a young lady standing outside. Young lady, what brings you here? Uncle Yin, it's me. Water Girl looked at the man before her, a kind elder from her memories. Due to his disability, he had been driven from the Duke's residence by Qianan Bei. Water Girl? The man excitedly poked Water Girl's cheek. So warm. His eyes glistened with tears. A man suppressed his sobs, lamenting. I'm sorry, I couldn't protect you. Dear master, it's nothing. Water Girl understood that he was being threatened by Qian Qingsheng with wealth. Come inside. Yin Xiangxi had followed Qian Anan through countless battles. But after injuring his leg, he had retired and been assigned by Qian Anan to do menial work at the Duke's residence while also caring for the 2 children. The Duke's residence had burned down, and the identity of the arsonist remained unknown. Yin Xiangxi motioned for Water Girl to sit down. She knew he was an exceptional carver, which is why she had risked her safety to seek him out. I did it. Water Girl's cold statement caught Yin Xiangxi off guard. The once timid girl had transformed into this indifferent woman. Good job. Is the young master and the old duke not gone? They are. Upon hearing this, he stood up in excitement. Good, they are alive. Overjoyed, he patted Water Girl on the head, exclaiming, You've become beautiful. What is the purpose of protecting this nation? How many valiant souls have been disheartened? Water Girl, feeling the pat on her head, momentarily struggled to contain her murderous intent. You girl, why do you? You look like you want to kill someone? Water Girl had long endured his touch. This is your last warning. Otherwise, I will break your arm. Okay, I want to touch you. I want to. If I do, I want to grow taller. Yin Xiangxi remembered how Water Girl always protested against having her head touched, claiming it would stun her growth. We must leave this place. Will you come, Uncle Yin? Water Girl did not wish to linger in this place. I'll go wherever you go. Thinking of his own feet, he felt a pang of sorrow. As he had no children of his own, in his heart, Water Girl and her brother were like his own. In half a month, we'll meet at the pavilion below Songshan. Half a month? That's too long. I'll go with you now. The house is rented, and I just need to pack a few clothes. Upon hearing this, Water Girl did not object. After all, such a great fire was not something ordinary people could orchestrate. No matter how they investigated, they would find nothing on these insignificant figures. Initially intending to buy some vegetables and go through the motions, she discovered Yin Xiangxi's residence was nearby. The 2 exited the house, only to encounter the landlord. Lun Yangzi, my niece is here to take me back to retire. She exclaimed with joy. Here is the key to your house. I won't be renting anymore. The landlord, plump and cheerful, smiled so widely that her eyes disappeared. Oh, how wonderful. You finally have a place to go. I always said that Qian Eri was no good. he would eventually face retribution. See, he was burned to ashes by some unknown hero. Yin Xiangxi lowered his head, sighing, feeling a profound sadness. The fire was set by my water girl, boasting about the arsonist in front of the killer. Why did it sound a bit amusing? Hold it in. Don't be sad. Everyone knows where you came from. It's only natural to have feelings. Have you heard? Young Master Qian Qingsheng survived. Yin Xiangxi looked at Lun Yangzi in astonishment. Really? Lun Yangzi swayed her round body, saying, Would I lie to you? It is said that on that fateful night, when the flames soared into the sky, young Master Qian Qingsheng was rescued, looking utterly disheveled. Who would have imagined that the usually composed Qian heir Yi could be such a person? If it weren't for Qian Si Shui knowing that Yin Xiangxi was already aware of the truth, he would have given him a perfect score for his performance. How could he be so inhumane? After all, that was his own nephew. It is truly heart-wrenching. Are we witnessing a human or a devil? Yin Xiangxi posed a question that left the other party bewildered. What should I know? Lun Yangzi, with a knowing expression, declared that Qian heir Yi was not of the Qian family's bloodline. Yin Xiangxi and Qian Si Shui exchanged glances, and Lun Yangzi, sensing their curiosity, could no longer contain her gossip. Qian heir Yi was taken in during a time of war by the old duke. Haven't you heard? Both men shook their heads, utterly confused. That is old news. Although Qian heir Yi is short and does not appear to age, look at his children and grandchildren. Qian Ye's son is merely 7 or 8 years old. What a difference. Do you understand? Again, they both shook their heads in uncertainty. At the very least, Qian heir Yi is 8 years older than Qian Yi. She emphasized the number 8 with her hands. How come we've never heard of this before? Lun Yangzi shrugged, dismissing their question. What is there to say? At the time, everyone envied Qian heir Ye's good fortune. It was not a significant matter, and few were aware. Yin Xiangxi, perplexed, inquired how she knew this. Lun Yangzi replied, Why would I deceive you? My mother-in-law worked in a household during that time. It did seem reasonable. Vin ed ye mariet yarliet, tan vin de ye. No one thought it strange, believing that scholars had the leisure to wed young. Qian Yi was stationed at the borders for years, lacking the time to settle down. If you don't believe it, what can be done? Everyone else is gone, and only young Master Qian Qingsheng remains, too young to comprehend. Upon hearing this, Yin Xiangxi sighed and said, We common folk struggle to get by ourselves. I must take my leave. Lun Yangzi, take care. Of course, do come again to rent a room. Certainly. Yin Xiangxi departed the alley with Qian Si Shui, unexpectedly finding that Yin Xiangxi's niece was rather attractive. He remarked as he pocketed the key and turned to shell some sunflower seeds, walking sturdily through the alley. As for the story, Chapter 78. Departing the imperial capital, Qian Si Shui and his companions trailed closely behind Qian Qingsheng, wary of approaching. Qian Qingsheng was flanked by skilled fighters arranged by the old emperor, who could only hope to transfer this hot potato to the military. As long as Qian Qingsheng did not perish on his watch, some would not allow the emperor to have his way. As long as Qian Qingsheng died, the military and the court would inevitably be at odds. Such an opportunity could not be squandered. Miss, someone's approaching, said Xia, drawing a dagger and peering down from behind a tree. Qian Si Shui observed that indeed, some could no longer wait. No need to intervene. They are no match for them. If they engage, it would be a death sentence. The sounds of clashing swords echoed below as they continued to observe. Why do these people not spare even child? Asked San Sha, struggling to comprehend the depths of the official's depravity. They are not sparing the child. They are targeting young Master Qingsheng. Zhang Tian focused intently on the fierce battle below. Why? San Sha was ready to explode with frustration at Zhang Tian's lack of clarity. Can't you speak plainly? Do you think I am foolish? I can't understand. Because he is the last living heir of the Duke of the State, Zhang Tian explained. Thus, he must die. The world of the powerful is indeed complex. San Sha felt helpless, realizing he could not overpower Zhang Laoda. What's so great about it? It's just ahead. Who doesn't he have one? Another wave of attackers approached. Are they planning to use a war of attrition? San Sha queried. Oh, you know such tactics? Replied Niu Erkong, patting San Sha on the head. Don't touch my head. Do you believe I won't take you down? Are these two fools? Are they worried that no one will notice them, or that the speed of silencing others is too slow? The cliff ahead was a strategic choice for their ambush. Miss, when will this end? The guard seemed nearly decimated, Xia observed. Only 1 or 2 remain. If we do not act soon, young Qian will be lost. Came the response. No rush. The battle below raged on, with Qian Qingsheng barely able to evade, suffering numerous wounds in the process. I cannot die. I must seek revenge. He knew that others were responsible for his parents' demise, having overheard a conversation. The memory of his father's gaze, as he fell, struck terror into his heart. His father had silently urged him not to cry, smiling as he closed his eyes in death. Revenge. Why has young master suddenly become so fierce? Someone wondered, as he had previously been hiding, but now sought an opportunity to counterattack. Miss, it is growing dark. If we do not act soon, it may become perilous. Yes. Qianxi Shui stood, observing the trembling figures beneath. Wait, these people are no match for those below. Qianxi Shui had deftly vanished before Zhang Tian and his companions. The lady is quite gallant. I did not expect her to be the eldest daughter of the Qin family. No wonder she possesses such skills. Zhang Tian and his companions chatted, but as darkness enveloped the scene, they could no longer discern the struggle below. Just as the mission seemed to be nearing completion, a figure clad in black suddenly appeared, ruthlessly dispatching several of their comrades and turning the tide of battle. Who are you? Qianxi Shui kicked the assailant, who stumbled back to regain his footing. Qianxi Shui remained silent, believing it childish to converse with the dead. Upon seeing his sister, Qian Qingsheng felt a surge of safety, though he also felt a pang of fear and helplessness. Kill her. At this command, the others quickly surrounded Qianxi Shui. In a panic, Qian Qingsheng retreated to the side of the last remaining guard. Uncle Zhang, how are you? He asked anxiously. Young master, I can only escort you this far, the guard replied, having been mortally wounded. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhang. Qian Qingsheng knelt beside him. You have nothing to apologize for. Heaven has forsaken our Deqing. With a final roar, he breathed his last, unable to close his eyes in acceptance. Uncle Zhang. Qian Qingsheng sat helplessly beside the corpse, watching his sister battle the enemy. In that moment, thoughts of his father flooded his mind. Qianxi Shui had sustained a wound to her arm, slowing her movements. Zhang, we must go down. Even if we die, we must die alongside the lady. Xia insisted, feeling unbearable sorrow at the sight of a child and a young woman fighting while a group of grown men merely watched. Very well, let us go. Yes, let us slay them. Damn it. Niao Erkong shouted that Hua was missing. We must hurry. He must have taken the opportunity to slip away while we were distracted. As night enveloped the sky, Tiger Hua descended into the fray, the darkness appearing as bright as day to his eyes. Upon reaching the battlefield, he was greeted by the pungent scent of blood emanating from Qianxi Shui. In a frenzy, he charged towards his adversary, who, upon seeing him, promptly kicked their opponent towards Tiger Hua. With a swift motion, Tiger Hua intercepted and cleaved the foe in two, devoid of any suffering, ending their life in an instant. The remaining two, sensing their impending doom, turned to flee but were met by a chaotic onslaught from their unrestrained opponent, who dispatched them with a flurry of strikes. There was no time for pleasantries as Zhang Tian urged the 3 fools to carry Qian Qingsheng away and make their escape, leaving the scene in silence. They hurried to the horses that had been prepared in advance. Qianxi Shui unfastened her cloak, wrapping it around Qian Qingsheng, securing his arms to staunch the bleeding before mounting her steed. Where shall we go, sister? Qian Qingsheng asked, now brimming with a sense of safety, unafraid in the darkness. Home. Let me carry you, dear girl. Your hands need care, Zhang Tian replied, filled with guilt upon hearing Qianxi Shui's orders. If they had descended earlier, perhaps she would not have been wounded. Indeed, the group swiftly vanished into the night. By midnight, a torrential rain fell from the heavens, washing away all traces of their passage. The old emperor, upon receiving the news in the early hours, became infuriated, hurling his teacup to the ground. Summon the crown prince, he commanded. The officials hurriedly complied, and the room was filled with kneeling figures. In an opulent study, another individual, equally enraged, shattered his teacup against the floor. Incompetent fools, Not a single child could be saved. All have perished, and the losses are devastating. A group of people knelt in despair around him. Investigate. Bring forth the living. Deliver the dead. Yes. A cadre of cloaked figures swiftly exited the study. Meanwhile, Qian Shui and her companions had already crossed the boundaries of the imperial capital. Will we return, sister? Qian Qingsheng inquired. That is up to you. You will not be following me. Do as you please. On this day, 2 updates were released. My esteemed readers, do not linger. In Chapter 79, a steely resolve to protect Qian Qingsheng, Qian Shui and Yin Xiangxi strolled casually through the streets, where discussions of the state Duke's household were rife. A great fire had left nothing behind. Qian Shui and Yin Xiangxi deliberately joined the throngs of citizens to witness the aftermath. The flames had illuminated the entire capital, visible even from the nearby villages. Who could possess such power, leaving no one unscathed? How was it accomplished? None could say, as the authorities had yet to investigate. Speculations swirled as people gathered around the scene, pointing and whispering. The old Duke and the Duke General are the pillars of our nation. Without them, war is surely imminent. A man voiced his concern. The onlookers suddenly realized that this devastating fire had consumed their guardians, leaving them vulnerable as lambs awaiting slaughter. The Duke General, who had lived for the people, had met an untimely and mysterious end. Meanwhile, Master Qin seamlessly inherited the entire Duke's estate without ever seeking justice for his brother's demise. Indeed, it is peculiar. The court had made no statements. Others, hearing this, distanced themselves from the speaker. Matters of the court were not for commoners to discuss. At that moment, officials with buckets hastened to extinguish the remnants of the fire. Sir, everything has turned to ash. There are no bones left. This will become a cold case, and the truth may never surface. Qian Shui remained unfazed, while Yin Xiangxi surveyed the devastation, filled with sorrow. The girl's actions were ruthless. If she were in her position, would she have eradicated Master Qian's household? Doing so would only expose herself. One fire could reduce everything to dust, erasing all evidence. With the Duke's household obliterated, it would not take long for the military to receive word. When that time came, would the court descend into chaos? Since the previous night, discussions had been rampant. Alas, a gathering of frail scholars deliberated, only to conclude that the Duke's presence was irreplaceable. Their immediate task was to uncover the true culprit, yet, based on the intelligence received, no leads emerged. The sole surviving witness was Master Qian Qingsheng. At this moment, he was surrounded by a throng of physicians. For the court, Qian Qingsheng must not perish. For the military, he must survive. The court required him to pacify the troops, while the army needed him to bolster morale. The soldiers were all officers raised under the old Duke. Even with a new generation, they were still loyal to Master Qian. Some were even sworn brothers, forming the backbone of the current military. The literati understood that when the soldiers fell, the nation would kneel. The old emperor, having surveyed Qian Qingsheng several times, was nearly unrecognizable upon seeing the skeletal figure before him. "Why do you not seek me?" he inquired, gently holding Qian Qingsheng's small hand. "Why not? At this age, what is there left to be concerned about?" The emperor reminisced about the late Duke in his youth, grappling with mixed emotions. The melancholy of a hero in decline was a sorrow he too experienced. The elderly gentleman appeared deceptively youthful. "I am over 60. If I recall correctly, you're 71 this year. Use every means to save him. Should I learn of anyone daring to oppose me now, I will eradicate their entire lineage." The room fell silent as everyone knelt, some hearts pounding in fear. Qian Shui had calculated the highest authority sentiments when deciding to keep Qian Qingsheng alive. In a corner, a trembling servant accidentally spilled porridge, splattering it onto the silver needles used by the physicians. The old emperor glanced over, causing the kneeling figures to collapse to the ground in terror. Their bodies trembled, drenched in sweat, as they lost control over their bladders. The physician nearby glanced at the silver needles on the table. Impudent. Realizing the emperor was present, he hastily knelt. "Your Majesty, the needles have darkened. The porridge is poisoned." Upon hearing this, The prostrated servant fainted. Well, well, well. The old emperor's face turned pale with rage. This is an attempt on my life. He clutched his chest, collapsing into his chair. Revive him. The fainted individual was roused by a physician's needle, and upon seeing the emperor, cried, "Your Majesty, spare me. My family is in captivity." He faltered, unable to continue, utterly broken. Investigate. The old emperor uttered a single command before closing his eyes to regulate his breathing. The others remained kneeling, too afraid to move or lift their heads. A heavy silence fell, each lost in thought. 2 hours later, a figure clad in black, exuding an aura akin to Qian Shui, entered. He presented the emperor with a dossier before quietly retreating to the side. Some physicians recognized him as a royal shadow guard. His presence signified grave matters. The emperor perused the documents, leaning against the soft couch, his gaze vacant. Execute them. He tossed the dossier into the brazier. It was impossible to discern his expression. The shadow guard received the command and turned to exit. Soon after, 2 guards entered, taking 2 physicians and 3 servants away. Your Majesty, this is a grave injustice. The physicians, drenched in sweat, realized their secrets had been exposed. The kneeling figures felt an acute sense of dread as the sounds of blades slicing through flesh and terrified screams echoed from outside. One woman cried out, "Your Majesty, I'm being falsely accused," watching as those around her fell one by one to the cold, unfeeling guards. It was evident that these merciless tools of execution showed no hesitation in their deadly task. Meanwhile, the prince's residence was suddenly besieged by the imperial guards, who realized their plot had been uncovered. In his study, he took his own life. On that day, all officials of the court lived in trepidation. In the depths of night, Qian Shui received the news that Qian Qingsheng had been granted a better opportunity for treatment. After a moment of contemplation, Qian Shui decided to arrange for half of the group to escort 3 individuals back home while the others would remain temporarily. His finger tapped rhythmically against the table as he gazed into the dark abyss of the night, lost in profound thought. The iron-fisted methods of the old emperor had effectively quelled the rebellious spirits of those who sought to incite chaos. Qian Qingsheng had been reborn. 2 weeks later, he stood before the former residence of the Duke of the Nation. Though he was not entirely like a typical person, he no longer bore the terrifying countenance he once had. Kneeling, he bowed 3 times, proclaiming that his parents and child would surely return. With tears wiped away, he clutched the secret letter given to him by the old emperor and vanished into the streets. Overnight, the Qian family disappeared from the imperial capital, leaving no trace despite the fervent inquiries of others. All the family's shops closed their doors in an instant. Many envious eyes watched. Yet the family preferred to remain shut rather than sell. What could anyone do about it? Meanwhile, certain envious individuals wielding power sought information from the palace through connections. When the old emperor learned of this, he swiftly demoted the offenders. Confused, they questioned how their status had diminished so suddenly. Upon investigation, it became clear a prodigal woman at home had foolishly attempted to manipulate the shops of the Duke of the Nation, drawing the ire of the palace. Furious, they returned home to vent their frustrations, spending nights in the chambers of their concubines, who boasted of their discomfort. Unbeknownst to this group, Qian Shui and his companions were in a hurry to return to the frontier. At the academy, Shi Jinhua was preparing to pack and return home, while Wang Pengzi hid behind a large pillar, secretly observing him. Rolling his eyes internally, Shi Jinhua thought, does this person have a distorted view of his own physique? That pillar does not conceal him at all. Wang Pengzi cautiously poked his head out and said, "Master, I wish to accompany you home. It has been a long time since I last saw my master." This sentiment struck Shi Jinhua as suffocating. He pondered, is this man, in his blatant masculinity, expressing his desire to see my wife? Do I not exist in his eyes? Wang Pengzi, bewildered, asked, "What did I say? Did I express myself poorly? I just want to see my master and learn martial arts. Isn't it good to be plump? What if I slim down and become attractive?" The simple-minded Wang Pengzi, oblivious to the implications, could not fathom why anyone would wish for him to visit their home. Since the incident where he had inadvertently caused trouble for Shi Jinhua, he found himself at a loss for words in his presence. Shi Jinhua, ignoring him, shouldered his book box, and exited the door. Could Wang Pengzi let him go? Certainly not. He followed closely behind, with Wang Yang driving the cart beside them. As they turned a corner, Shi Jinhua spotted Chen Nan and, in a panic, swiftly climbed into Wang Pengzi's cart. Oh dear, that frightened me. Wang Pengzi, perplexed by Shi Jinhua's sudden haste, queried, "What is going on?" Wang Pengzi opened the cart door and urged, "Hurry up," but found he could not pull him in. "What are you afraid of? It's just the street. What could possibly happen? If you have something to say, say it." He wore a facade of bravado. From a distance, Chen Nan spotted Shi Jinhua, thinking she had made a mistake, and hurried over, only to find no one there. Standing by the cart, she frowned and muttered, "Could it be that I was mistaken?" She then left, looking bewildered. Wang Pengzi, witnessing Shi Jinhua's anxious demeanor, suddenly sat up and maintained his distance, casting a scornful glance at him, reflecting, indeed, the learned are often devoid of feelings. "How could you betray my master?" Shi Jinhua, exasperated, asked Wang Pengzi, "Be honest. Are you hiding from that girl?" To which Shi Jinhua innocently replied, "Yes." "Is there a problem? Why are you hiding from her? Are you afraid of complications?" Wang Pengzi, with a face full of indignation, accused, "Are you not a scoundrel? You should be wary of my master." Shi Jinhua, stifled by Wang Pengzi's words, was taken aback. "That phrase is reserved for women. Where did you learn such things? This is an affront to the wise." Regardless of gender, the implication remained the same. He resolved to inform his master of Wang Pengzi's alleged infidelity. "How could you behave so disgracefully, lacking in virtue?" "I did not," he thought, trembling at the thought of Qian Shishui's deathly glare. "What is there to fear? You are the one lacking in virtue." Wang Pengzi would not let it go, insisting that a handsome man could do as he pleased. When did virtue become exclusive to women? Am I mistaken? Have I read too much and forgotten? Shi Jinhua felt unjustly accused and warned Wang Pengzi, "If you tell my wife, I will send the nanny back to you." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Pengzi thought, how foolish of me. No wonder the cunning of scholars runs deep. Upon arriving at home, Shi Jinhua sat in a stupor in the main hall, surrounded by a group of onlookers whose mouths hung open in shock. Were it not for his infuriatingly handsome face, they might have mistaken him for a fool. All that occupied Shi Jinhua's mind was the thought, the girl has gone to the capital. She has departed and will not return? He believed Qian Shishui had abandoned him, leaving him in despair. The weight of loss rendered his mind blank. His heart ached as the light of his beloved vanished, casting his world into darkness. Just then, the old village head entered and saw Shi Jinhua collapse. Wei Chong quickly lifted him, exclaiming, "This scholar is far too fragile." "What happened?" "Quickly, fetch a doctor." "Alas, will I lose my life? Are you all conspiring against me?" The old man lamented, aware that spring was not far off, and these people were challenging his authority. Agu had been left behind to guard the home due to his commendable scouting abilities, providing some comfort to the others. Heeding the village head's words, they hurriedly sought out Dr. Wang. Upon reaching Dr. Wang's residence, they found him in the courtyard sorting herbs. "Dr. Wang, hurry! My son-in-law has fainted again." Dr. Wang thought to himself, "Is this a man? He is more delicate than a woman." Wang Shaoling, seizing the opportunity, eagerly assisted her father in carrying the medicine box. By the time they arrived at the Shi household, Shi Jinhua had already been laid on the bed. Wang Pengzi cast a glance at him, internally scoffing, "Scholars are so pretentious." "What happened?" the village head inquired. "We're not sure. He just fainted out of nowhere," they replied. The village head, skeptical, pressed, "What were you discussing?" The maid, Xinhua, answered. She mentioned that the lady had gone out, and then nothing more. However, she omitted the destination of Qian Shishui. Shi Jinhua's sorrow transcended words, rendering him utterly heartbroken. The world had crumbled around him, and he was acutely aware that Qian Shishui was not an ordinary girl from a humble background. Upon returning, he might never see her again. "Jinhua Ge, what is wrong?" Wang Shaoling rushed in, collapsing onto Shi Jinhua as if mourning a deceased husband. The others were momentarily bewildered by Wang Shaoling's display. What was the meaning of this? Xinu, the maid, rolled her eyes internally at the women, seizing the opportunity to undermine others in the absence of their mistress. The audacity of wielding such a metaphorical pickaxe was quite impressive. Miss Wang, you are being excessive. My husband is not dead. What a lament you're making. Crying upon entry. What is the meaning of this? Agu thought to pull Wang Xiaoling away, but restrained himself, considering she was a woman. Miss Wang, please conduct yourself with decorum. Xianyu forcefully pulled Wang Xiaoling aside, casting a glance of disdain at her. Dr. Wang, could you please examine him? She said, stepping back to observe quietly. The old village chief was solely focused on Shi Jinhua, oblivious to the romantic entanglements of the younger generation. As for the side note, you cannot accuse the author of lacking proper evidence. Some foolish individuals may not comprehend it. In Chapter 81, no one could see someone suffering from heartbreak. Dr. Wang observed for a moment, then rose to prepare some medicine. Take this for 3 days. There is nothing serious. You are simply overwhelmed with sorrow. A few days of rest will suffice. What could have caused such distress? The old village chief inquired, with others equally puzzled. Fat Wang had already rushed off to see the wet nurse, entirely indifferent to Shi Jinhua's emotional turmoil. Wei Chong concealed himself, watching Wang Xiaoling's reactions and thinking of Qianxi Shui. This girl had clearly never faced the wrath of a formidable woman. Wang Xiaoling remained standing after her father had left. Miss Wang, do you have any further business? Agu asked, his impatience well hidden. I wish to stay and care for Jinhua Ge. You need not concern yourselves with me. This way, she could draw closer to the object of her affection, proving to him that she was superior to that wretched Qianxi Shui. Miss Wang, we do not require your assistance. Kindly return. We appreciate your good intentions. Agu spoke courteously, yet his expression conveyed an urgency. Hurry up and leave. I have matters to attend to. This is Jinhua Ji's home. What are you even doing here? Do you intend to usurp his authority? In Wang Xiaoling's eyes, they were all parasites, mere beggars seeking to benefit from the situation. Miss Wang, please exit. Agu's demeanor turned icy. Even the coldest of maidens had never spoken harshly to them. Who do you think you are? Zhang Tian interjected. Well, if the young lady chooses not to speak, then she shall resort to force. I will not leave. What will you do about it? This is the Shi family. The ones who should leave are you. She regarded Agu and Xianyu with contempt. At that moment, Wang Yang entered, sensing the tension in the room. What is happening here? Xianyu chuckled. Miss Wang claims she wishes to stay and care for the patient. Wang Yang, realizing the impropriety, stated, Miss Wang, you should return. It is unbecoming for an unmarried girl to serve a man with a family. Dr. Wang still has business in the village. Wang Xiaoling's face flushed with anger. You, a servant, dare to dictate to me. The audacity of a servant presuming to give orders was infuriating. Shi Jinhua stirred awake, staring blankly at the ceiling. Agu approached. How are you feeling, my lord? Nothing serious, just a heavy heart. Woe is me. Abandoned. My lord, in truth, the young lady is already on her way home. Before she could finish, Wang Xiaoling pushed her aside. Jinhua Ge, how are you feeling? Are you unwell? Her expression was filled with concern, and the onlookers could only feel a pang of jealousy. At that juncture, Fat Wang ambled in, munching on a pig's trotter, blissfully unaware of the tension. Others turned their gazes toward him, and he, assuming they were displeased with his indulgence, proclaimed, Let me clarify, this is not my desire. The wet nurse insisted I eat. If you wish to partake, you must serve yourselves. He cast a sidelong glance at the reclining Shi Jinhua, who was startled into awareness. Miss Wang, I'm feeling much better. Wang Xiaoling frowned. Why do you keep calling her Miss Wang? I have told you many times. You may call me Ling Er. She adopted a coy demeanor, prompting Shi Jinhua to shut his eyes in discomfort. Fat Wang mockingly echoed, Ling Er. Haha, how amusing. The others stifled their laughter, casting their eyes downward. What did you say, you fat oaf? Fat Wang, unperturbed, took a seat and regarded Wang Xiaoling. If you seek to undermine my master, you must first seek my approval. Wang Xiaoling, incensed, stamped her foot. Jinhua Ge, see how this fat oaf bullies me. Help me take revenge. Give him a taste of his own medicine. Shi Jinhua, exasperated, thought to shout at them. Can't you see? I have been forsaken. I am heartbroken. Am I not being obvious enough? Leave. Wang Xiaoling, emboldened, gleefully directed her ire at Fat Wang. Did you hear that, you fat oaf? Get out now. Hurry up. You just come here to mooch. Unfazed, Fat Wang stood. Oh dear, has the scholar abandoned his principles? Shi Jinhua recognized that the fat man was essentially threatening him. Everyone out. I just want some peace. Fat Wang, relishing his victory, sidled up to Wang Xiaoling. Did you not hear? You are being told to leave. He turned and departed, intent on inspecting the wet nurse's infant. With Fat Wang gone, the others followed suit. Agu, seeing Wang Xiaoling linger, said, Please, Miss Wang. Fuming, she glanced back at the closed-eyed Shi Jinhua, stamped her foot, and exited, unwilling to concede defeat. Once the door was shut, Shi Jinhua's eyes fluttered open. Now they were red and glistening. He thought to himself, though you are extravagant, you cannot simply depart without a word. Everything you wore was crafted by your own hands. A flicker of hope ignited within him. Perhaps she would return. But then he realized, no, she has gone to the capital. She might find someone far superior to me. Overwhelmed by this thought, he bolted upright, grasping a book, and attempted to focus on his reading. Suddenly, the door swung open, and he was startled, a tear lingering at the corner of his eye. Why can't I just try harder? He lamented. Ah, how difficult. Perhaps death would be easier. My lord, hurry, your grandfather has arrived. Shi Jinhua nearly fell to the ground in shock. What? This is surreal. My lord, what is the matter? Agu inquired. Perplexed. My grandfather has been dead for 20 years. Are you playing with fire, or do you think I am a scholar who cannot defend myself? Ah, the ancestors of the Shi family. Oh my, the grandson must be legitimate. How delightful. No, my lord, it's the young lady's grandfather who has arrived. The thought of the lady's grandfather startled Shi Jinhua, still reeling from the pain of abandonment. And now, this unexpected visitor? Is it truly so? I must ensure I am presentable. How do I look? Is my attire neat? My hair? Yes, quite tidy, she assured him. But my lord, do not change clothes. If you delay, it may worsen the situation. Agu had yet to speak, and upon seeing the young lady, Wang Pengzi's family stood frozen in fear. In the main hall, Qian Timur, after more than half a month's recuperation, appeared quite at ease. After a moment of stunned silence, Wang Pengzi cautiously inquired, Grandpa Qian, what brings you to this desolate place? Qian Timur was surprised to encounter a familiar face from the capital in such a remote location. His formidable presence compelled everyone in the room to stand up straight. Wang's young lad, it has been many years since we last met, yet you still bear such a prosperous visage. Wang Pengzi thought to himself, you could simply say I am fat. It's just a matter of having a generous heart and physique. How is your health, esteemed elder? The tension in the air was palpable. After all, this elder was known for his ruthlessness. Qian Timur had learned about Qian Sishui's arrival at the border and felt a surge of anger and guilt. How could a noble lady from the Duke of State's household be so humiliated by a treacherous wolf in sheep's clothing? At that moment, Shi Jinhua entered, just as Qian Timur was contemplating Qianbei. Upon seeing him, Qian Timur's expression shifted, realizing Shi Jinhua was indeed of average appearance. A mere scholar. Due to the issue concerning Qianbei, Qian Timur held a deep-seated disdain for learned men. Are you Shi Jinhua? He demanded. Shi Jinhua's heart raced. The elder's aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Yes, he replied. A dismissive hum from Qian Timur sent a chill through Shi Jinhua. I thank you for saving my granddaughter, he said, conveniently ignoring the fact that Shi Jinhua was his granddaughter's husband. Unsure how to respond, Shi Jinhua hesitated, thinking it inappropriate to say he had no intention of saving her. After a moment of contemplation, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and resolved, it is my fortune to have encountered such a lady. Though lacking confidence, he masked it well. Meanwhile, Yin Xiangxi mused that if the two continued this conversation, the old general would likely reprimand his son-in-law soon. Son-in-law, the elder is injured and should not remain seated for too long, he remarked, just as Wang Bandiao entered and spotted Shi Jinhua. Brother Wang, Shi Jinhua called out. They stood like obedient children, awaiting Qian Timur's admonishment. Grandpa, let me escort you to rest. Despite his fear and anxiety, Shi Jinhua found comfort in the presence of his elder and believed that his beloved would not abandon him. Yin Xiangxi squatted before Qian Timur, only to be kicked away. No need. I am not so feeble as to require assistance. In front of Shi Jinhua, Qian Taimur was determined to maintain his dignity, even if it meant enduring pain. As he attempted to rise, the pain was excruciating, and Wang Bandiao wanted to offer a reminder, but was silenced by Qian Taimur's glare. Shi Jinhua, perceiving the situation, rushed over. "Grandpa, allow me to take care of you." Ignoring Qian Taimur's protest, he lifted the elder onto his back and strode away. "Put me down. You are embarrassing me, you impudent scholar." "We shall arrive shortly, Grandpa," Shi Jinhua assured him as he quickened his pace. Upon reaching the room, he gently set Qian Taimur down and, under the elder's fierce gaze, stood quietly with his head bowed. Qian Taimur thought, though he may be a bit foolish, he has some discernment. After Wang Bandiao checked his pulse and made arrangements, he took his leave. Shi Jinhua hurriedly inquired, "Brother Wang, what ails Grandpa?" Wang Bandiao entered the apothecary, noting that it was midday and no one else was present. "It's not an illness, but an injury. With proper care, he may live a little longer." "For how long? Will my beloved be saddened by this news?" "Currently, perhaps 3 to 5 years. Beyond that, I cannot say." Hearing this, Shi Jinhua's eyes filled with worry. "Does she know?" "Yes, we delayed our return by half a month. Even the immortals could not intervene." "What happened?" Shi Jinhua asked, growing anxious. "Is there trouble?" Wang Bandiao glanced around to ensure no one was listening and leaned closer to Shi Jinhua. "Do you have any idea who he is?" Shi Jinhua looked at him incredulously. "If I knew, would I be asking you?" "I don't know either. Have you heard of Qian Taimur and Qian Anan?" Shi Jinhua nodded, having heard of them both, heroes of our nation. "The elder is Qian Taimur, and your father-in-law is Qian Anan." "What?" Shi Jinhua was astonished, unable to fathom such illustrious figures being so close. "However, your father-in-law is deceased. Now, only the elder and his sister remain in the Qian family." "And there is a brother?" Shi Jinhua exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, but his fate is uncertain." Wang Bandiao shared his concerns, for they were not merely facing bandits, but powerful aristocrats, the highest echelon of society. "Is there danger?" Shi Jinhua's anxiety deepened. He longed to find Qian Si Shui immediately. "What are you planning to do?" Wang Bandiao grasped Shi Jinhua's arm, urgently questioning. "I must see her. I need to find her. Anyone who can confront Qian Taimur is not an ordinary person." "What good will you do? You are just a scholar. You will only cause chaos." "Even if it is useless, let me go," Shi Jinhua insisted, brushing off Wang Bandiao's restraint. "Wait, let me prepare the medicine. I will accompany you." Wang Bandiao relented. "No, I can manage," Shi Jinhua replied. "You don't know which path they took." Wang Bandiao continued gathering herbs. "I'll meet you at the front gate," Shi Jinhua stated before rushing off to find Agu. Upon hearing this, Agu immediately organized a team. Wei Chong could not leave for the time being, as most were already dispatched. At that moment, the entrance to the Shi residence was bustling with people and horses. Shi Jinhua changed into a more masculine outfit, transforming from scholar into a dashing man. His hair was tied high, accentuating his features. Wang Pengzi, witnessing this, dashed out as well. "I'm going too," Wang Yang protested, not wishing for Wang Pengzi to take risks. "Get lost." Wang Pengzi kicked him aside and mounted his horse. But Shi Jinhua felt a twinge of embarrassment upon realizing he could not ride. Everyone was waiting for him on horseback, puzzled by his delay. Wang Pengzi slapped his forehead in sudden realization. "If Grandpa Qian finds out you cannot ride, you will be thoroughly ridiculed. The son-in-law of the Qian family cannot ride a horse. What a disgrace." Agu appeared quickly, advising, "Relax when you ride. Your body." He demonstrated, and Shi Jinhua, following suit, managed to mount. His heart raced. Just then, Feng Yuding passed by the Shi residence and caught sight of the gallant Shi Jinhua. Her heart completely captivated. "Go!" A throng of riders charged past her, stirring up clouds of dust. "Jinhua, brother," she called out, only to choke on the dust. By the time she looked again, they had vanished, leaving her to contemplate countless possibilities at the closed gates. Meanwhile, Qian Si Shui and her companions journeyed day and night, forced to pause due to Qian Qingxing's high fever. In the dilapidated temple, she lamented, "If only Wang Bandiao were here. This quack has given him medicine." yet his temperature remains unchanged. The doctor stepped back in fear. This child has long suffered from malnutrition. Even ordinary ailments can be grave for him. Can I be blamed for this? You truly care, but how can a child lack nutrition? The group was left speechless by the doctor's words. Miss, what shall we do now? If this fever continues, the child may become foolish. Bring the wine. Zhang Tian handed over his gourd. What should we do? Strip him of his clothing. They gathered around Qian Qingsheng as Qian Si Shui tended to him. Let me, she insisted. You should rest for a moment. Indeed, Qian Si Shui was exhausted. She handed Qian Qingsheng to Zhang Tian and sat down to close her eyes. The doctor, observing the group's demeanor, contemplated slipping away unnoticed. Upon seeing the situation, declared, It's not that I haven't warned you. If you dare to inform others that you've encountered us, before we have the chance to eliminate you, those who come to interrogate you will ensure your entire family is silenced. The physician, upon hearing this, was so frightened that his legs turned to jelly and he collapsed onto the ground. I'm merely a doctor, he stammered. Paid no heed to his status, insisting, What do you think you can say if you go out now? The doctor, trembling, replied, I only leave to make house calls. I have never seen any of you. Retorted, Should someone attempt to bribe you, know this, before you even feel the warmth of that money. Your entire family will be wiped out. Do you believe me? Those people are ruthless child traffickers. The doctor, upon hearing the term traffickers, immediately declared, I have never seen you. I take my leave. The onlookers were taken aback. Had recently returned from 2 distant trips, and it seemed his mind had grown too bold. As the night deepened, a few individuals kept vigil over the child, taking turns to rest. Finally, they managed to step back. Zhang Tian, nearly driven to madness by the pressure, reflected on the valor of the men from Daqing, who all revered the formidable General Qian. Presently, the Qian family had but one remaining scion, and everyone was aligned in their thoughts. Brother Tian, take a moment to rest. I will watch over things. All right, he sighed, utterly exhausted, feeling more drained than after a fierce battle. That night, apart from the watchman, the others fell into a deep slumber. The next morning, a girl remarked, We cannot leave. Rain is imminent. The sky darkened ominously, signaling an impending downpour. Yes, Qian Si Shui observed the weather outside and glanced at the still sleeping Qian Qingsheng. I will gather some firewood. We cannot predict how long this rain will last. Being trapped here could pose a problem. We have provisions for a few days, but the thought of being stranded is quite daunting. Qian Si Shui kept watch over Qian Qingsheng while the others scoured the dilapidated temple for firewood, hurriedly preparing before the rain began. Suddenly, a deafening crack of thunder echoed as lightning sliced through the sky. 10 men, armed with swords, appeared outside the crumbling temple. The rain fell in torrents, drowning out all sound. Qian Si Shui sensed the palpable aura of death in the air. He swiftly shoved Qian Qingsheng into a dilapidated altar, hesitating for a moment before lifting him again. Sister, I feel so dizzy. Silence. He then unceremoniously tucked the child into the hollow statue of the Buddha, which was just large enough to conceal a child. He pressed the broken statue back into place. Warning, at no time are you to make a sound. After securing the opening, Qian Qingsheng, terrified, peered through the crack, witnessing Qian Si Shui sitting by the fire, coldly observing the flickering flames. At that moment, dark-clad figures surged in, revealing only one among them. May I inquire if you have seen this child? Qian Si Shui glanced at him and replied flatly, No. The man pressed on, Is it that you truly have not seen him, or are you concealing him? Rising to his feet, Qian Si Shui countered, What if I have? And what if I have not? As he stood, the man realized he was merely a youthful lad. Kill him. The man preferred to slay 1,000 innocents rather than let one potential target escape. Qian Si Shui, understanding that words were futile in the face of life and death, prepared for battle. 10 men surrounded one. Inside the dilapidated temple, a fierce struggle for survival ensued. Qian Si Shui's sole advantage lay in his refined combat style, direct and lethal, devoid of unnecessary flourishes. The adversaries quickly recognized this, and 4 had already fallen. The remaining 6 exchanged glances and shifted positions to trap their opponent. In a moment of distraction, Qianxi Shui received a kick to the chest, sending him crashing against the crumbling wall, which collapsed under the impact. He tumbled into the downpour, rolling to regain his footing as he faced his opponents. The blood from his mouth was washed away by the rain, barely staining the ground before vanishing into the water. Qian Qin Sheng, stifling his cries, found his tears betraying his inner turmoil. Hatred, previously unknown to him, surged within as he loathed his father for defending the nation while neglecting to protect him in Qianxi Shui. "You are quite skilled, but alas, you shall not survive this day. Blame your meddling. The brothers you lost after Qianxi Shui's departure surely led them here." In a moment of desperation, Qianxi Shui unleashed his fury, swiftly dispatching the nearest foe with a single strike. The act of killing became addictive, especially against formidable adversaries. To him, life held no value. It was merely a dance of death. As the remaining 5 opponents faced him, Qianxi Shui recalled the incredible prowess of ancient warriors, realizing they were all unfamiliar with each other's techniques. Yet, with each passing moment, the strong often persevered until the end. As he was kicked into the water again, his mind briefly clouded. One of his opponents approached, ready to deliver another blow. Qian Qin Sheng, teetering on the brink of despair, internally screamed, "Sister, please rise. Will I never see you again?" Just then, the man plunged his sword toward Qianxi Shui's heart. Suddenly, the blade was caught in a grip like that of a lone wolf, fierce and unwavering. "You," the man, seeing his dagger embedded in Qianxi Shui's chest, turned slowly to his comrades before collapsing in defeat. Qianxi Shui stood tall, wielding the opponent's sword. "You have slain 6 of my companions. You shall not escape today." Aware that a direct confrontation would not favor him, he recalled the principles of Tai Chi, his only means of salvation. After 2 rounds, the adversaries discerned Qianxi Shui's ability to use softness against hardness, realizing that they had no openings left. Exchanging glances, they prepared to retreat. Qianxi Shui understood that letting them escape would only lead to greater troubles in the future. The 4 attempted to flee, but he anticipated their movements. "If you cannot leave, then let us fight with all we have." He raised his sword, charging at them. At that moment, Zhang Tian, carrying a wild rabbit, dashed through the rain. "What the hell? They're causing trouble." He swung his large blade at the man rolling on the ground, striking him down. The other 3, noticing Zhang Tian, sent one of their own to attack him. What a despicable tactic. Why not face us all together? Zhang Tian faced the assassin, and within 4 exchanges, he bore wounds of his own. "You cannot kill my grandfather. My grandfather will take you down. Curse you." The others opted to wait for the rain to subside before returning to the temple, seeking refuge in a cave. I think I heard Brother Tian cursing." Sen Sha looked out at the torrential rain, flashing lightning, and booming thunder. "You must be mistaken. In such a downpour, what can you hear?" "No, wait." Neo Erkong suddenly pulled San Sha back. The group quieted, listening intently, and in unison proclaimed, the sound of swords clashing. They rushed into the rain, wielding their blades, with San Sha clutching a wooden stick. "Where's your sword?" inquired. "Left it in the temple." By the time and the others arrived on the scene, Zhang Tian was already at the end of his rope. "Brother Tian." Yanked Zhang Tian away from the ground, startling him into a daze. "Damn, I nearly lost my second. This scoundrel has no honor. Kill him." The man, already injured from Qianxi Shui's earlier blows, found it easy to deal with one opponent. However, dealing with a few opponents proved to be somewhat strenuous. Once fatigue set in, vulnerabilities emerged. With weaknesses exposed, opportunities arose for the adversaries, resulting in potentially fatal repercussions for oneself. Zhang Tian, consumed by rage, recklessly attacked, leading to a fatal loss of blood for a man. As for an unrelated note, there will be 2 updates. The author has some matters to attend to and may provide a substantial update when possible. There was a mix-up with the timing and the sequence of chapters, and I will promptly consult with the editor regarding this. For now, let's skip this chapter. In the 84th chapter, Money Like Water and Injuries, one opponent lay defeated, leaving 2 formidable adversaries remaining. Yet, through their combined efforts, they ultimately vanquished all 10 foes, incinerating their remains. It must have been the oversight of not adequately covering their tracks last time that led to this exposure. Qianxi Shui leaned against a tree, her already pale face growing even paler. Waves of dizziness washed over her, but she resolutely held on. When it came to her own life or death, she trusted no one, not even her comrades who had fought alongside her. This was the instinct of an assassin. One's life should never rely on others. Do not trouble yourself, my lady. I have procured the medicine. Assuredly, not a trace would remain. The band of misfits gathered the bodies together. With a vial of medicine administered, the corpses vanished. Shall we relocate? Asked Xia, concerned. Yes, into the city, came the reply. I will procure a carriage immediately. Niu Kong, noticing the severity of injuries affecting Qianxi Shui and Zhang Tian, directed Xia, who was busy tidying up. Very well. Though Xia bore a few minor wounds himself, they paled in comparison to the injuries sustained by Zhang Tian and Qianxi Shui. Emerging, Qianxi Shui addressed the statue, prompting those within to finally make a sound. The trio of fools rushed forward, pulling individuals from inside. Oh dear, do not weep. It is all well now. A true man does not shed tears over blood. Once Qian Qingsheng was set down, he hurried to Qianxi Shui's side, yearning to embrace her. You're filthy, she retorted, indicating he should keep his distance. Sister observing Qianxi Shui, who was barely clinging to life. Qian Qingsheng could do nothing but weep. His tears irritated Qianxi Shui, who thought, if you do not cease this incessant weeping, I might just throttle you. I shall not cry. He insisted, though he dared not release her hand. Niu Kong braved the rain to fetch a cart, placing the two injured individuals and one child inside. The others mounted their horses, riding headlong into the downpour. They sought an inn and a doctor. By sheer coincidence, it was the same physician as last time. Upon seeing Xia, the doctor attempted to retreat, fearing the potential for illness. Hey, old man, what are you doing? Why are you hesitating? Are you feeling itchy? The group insisted on finding another doctor. Why must it always be me? We did not seek you out, yet we keep encountering you. What can be done? Accept your fate, lest you provoke my brother and earn a blade in your side. With a modicum of elegance, Niu Kong addressed the doctor. Please, could you examine her? Reluctantly, the doctor acquiesced, assessing Qianxi Shui and Zhang Tian. This young lady is gravely injured, with severe internal damage. He hadn't even taken her pulse before realizing the young master was, in fact, a young lady. Noticing Qian Qingsheng standing aside, the doctor remarked, Ah, little one, have you recovered from your fever? Come, let this old man check you. While Xia procured medicine, the old doctor remained behind, examining Qian Qingsheng. Indeed, your health is quite frail. You must engage in more physical exercise. Otherwise, your resilience appears lacking. Grandfather, how serious is my sister's condition? Will she die? Ah, so she is your sister? No wonder you two bear such resemblance. It is severe, but she will not perish immediately. It will merely be costly. Grandfather, can you stay with my sister? The doctor, observing the child as clear, fearful eyes, sighed. Ah, clearly, someone has dealt with you in a professional manner. What is your name? Qian Sheng, the boy replied, hesitating to divulge his full name. The old doctor realized that in the entire Deqing nation, individuals with the surname Qian were few. The resemblance and demeanor of the siblings hinted at their connection to the Qian Duke's household, confirming his suspicions. The old doctor recalled having seen the dagger in Qianxi Shui's possession in the hands of the venerable General Qian during his youth. Qian Sheng, your sister is currently stable. Do not fret. Have you eaten? At that moment, the trio of fools brought in an elderly woman from the inn to assist Qianxi Shui with changing clothes and applying medicine. Throughout the process, Qianxi Shui remained conscious, but once the old woman finished tending to her, she promptly lost consciousness. Sister, grandfather, please check on her. She was fine just a moment ago. Why has she suddenly fainted? Fear not. She is remarkably resilient. Most would have fainted long ago, but she shall awaken. Upon hearing this, Qian Qingsheng remained steadfastly by her side, clutching the dagger and vigilantly scanning their surroundings, wary of any returning cloaked figures. The old doctor, observing this, shook his head. It is daytime. There is no need for such anxiety. Yet, Qian Qingsheng remained unyielding, and the others could only acquiesce to his determination. Meanwhile, Zhang Tian, in the adjoining room, cursed in agony, his body writhing in pain. Damn it, had I not let it all go this time, I would have struck back harder next time I saw them. The thought of nearly becoming a eunuch fueled his fury. Oh, Tiange, do not move. The medicine is spilling everywhere. Curse your medicine. It's all a waste of money. Such was his robust demeanor, a stark contrast to the one in need of medication. At that moment, Shi Jinhua and his companions sought refuge from the heavy rain beneath the pavilion. The downpour was relentless. Thankfully, they had brought raincoats. Otherwise, they would have been thoroughly soaked. This marked Shi Jinhua's first experience on horseback, and his thighs ached from the strain. Sitting on a stone bench, he gazed at the torrential rain, unwilling to utter a word, as anxiety gripped his heart. He felt an ominous premonition that the spendthrift woman might encounter trouble. How much longer? If they are returning, we have 3 days left to meet. If they have not yet turned back, we face over 10 days' journey. Shi Jinhua, filled with impatience, found the uncertainty intolerable. After the deluge, the sun broke through, and they resumed their journey, a band of men unyielding to rest, camping wherever darkness fell. After the horses were sufficiently rested, they continued onward, torches held high. Qianxi Shui awoke in the dead of night after 3 days of unconsciousness. Attempting to move her hand, she discovered something weighing down on her. Upon inspection, it was Qian Qingsheng, soundly asleep beside her. With no other choice, she gently tucked him into the blankets, as sickness would further delay their journey. Exhausted, Qian Qingsheng instinctively sought warmth. Burrowing into Qian Si Shui's embrace and falling into a deep slumber. After enduring the urge to cast him out, Qian Si Shui finally succumbed. Upon waking in the morning, Qian Si Shui took her medicine, feeling slightly more at ease. "My lady, are you feeling better?" "Yes." The old doctor, unperturbed by her chilly demeanor, advised, "You must be cautious with your external wounds. Refrain from unnecessary movement. Rest for another 6 or 7 days until the wounds heal before you rise." Having completed his tasks, the doctor departed after instructing Erxia. Erxia was left brimming with frustration, yearning to confront the old doctor to voice his grievances. After 5 more days, Qian Si Shui could finally rise, supporting herself against the wall as she walked. Perched by the window, facing the bustling street, she observed the throngs of people passing by. "Sister, drink some water." Moments later, "Sister, eat a pancake." Once finished, "Sister, take your medicine." After the medicine was consumed, "Sister, have a piece of candy." When the candy was gone, "Sister, drink some water." Qian Si Shui sighed. "Sister, have a pear." Before she could finish her sentence, a single glance from Qian Si Shui silenced her, compelling her to obediently close her mouth. In the 85th chapter, the delicate young lady, Qian Qingsheng felt somewhat aggrieved. His sister, once timid yet gentle, had transformed into a formidable and aloof figure. "Sister, do you no longer like me? Do you think I am a burden?" Upon hearing this, Qian Si Shui glanced at the small boy before her, whose head hung low. "Who said that?" Qian Qingsheng raised his head to glance at his elder sister. Although she remained as beautiful as ever, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Second, uncle mentioned it to aunt. He recalled. "He said you abandoned him because he was too young, that taking care of him was a burden." Can you trust their words? Has this little brat not suffered enough? I don't believe it. Yet, you treat me with such indifference. Other sisters, after a long separation from their younger brothers, would embrace them and weep. Why is it different with you? Trust yourself and trust no one else. Qian Sui looked at the innocent child and sighed internally. It's all a debt. I trust you, yet I do not trust your father, who I hardly see once a year. After some contemplation, Qian Sui decided that trusting her was acceptable. At the very least, she would not harm the child. Upon hearing Qian Sui's response, Qian Qingsheng's eyes sparkled, and he chuckled inwardly. Sister prefers a gentle approach. I shall act aggrieved from now on and see if it bears fruit. Dinner is ready, announced Erxia, entering with a spread that would delight any normal person. Unfortunately, Qian Sui could only partake of bland food, all prepared for Qian Qingsheng. Thank you, Uncle Erxia. I will eat more. Eating well will help me grow taller and protect myself, so I want to be a burden to others. Good, eat up. Soon, I will take you to play. Really? You wouldn't deceive me, would you? I saw a circus downstairs. Once we're full, let us go see it. Remembering something, he turned to Chin Sui. Sister, is that all right? Yes. Thinking it over, it seemed unlikely that those individuals would find them soon. The clues had been severed, and reaching the border would make them even harder to track down. All right then. He had thought his sister would disallow him from going out, but hearing this made him excited, and he ate faster. Chin Sui, feeling weak, shifted slightly but resigned herself to continue her recovery. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhua and his group found themselves in trouble. Son-in-law, it appears bandits are robbing passers-by below. Peering down, they saw bandits seizing valuables and dragging women from their carts, tearing at their clothing. Let me go. Please, take whatever you want. The fragile girls pleaded, trembling in fear. I want nothing but you. If you obey me, I promise you will come to no harm. Otherwise, I have a penchant for excitement. Please don't touch me. Bah, you'd better behave. If not, I'll tie you to a tree and play as I wish. With that, the bandit eagerly loosened his belt, discarding his knife in his excitement. Son-in-law, I've never been this wicked while being a bandit. A goose there below. What are you looking at? Aren't you men? Why aren't you saving those girls? Wang Bandiao, growing anxious, dismounted. Son-in-law, should we save them? Shi Jinhua replied, can we not? I wish to find my beloved wife swiftly. Why are you always so insincere? It's all this wretched conscience as fault. Dismounting and lamenting, the bandits ran amok until suddenly they heard the sound of hooves, causing them to hastily tighten their pants and ready their weapons. Hurry up and deal with this. Don't waste time. Shi Jinhua and Wang Bandiao stepped aside, knowing that sending these two incapable men would only result in them being beaten. The captives, upon seeing potential rescuers, felt a wave of relief wash over them. Yet, they soon realized that this group of men appeared even more fearsome than the bandits. Could this be another band of robbers? The captured girls, filled with hope, wept tears of joy, scrambling to arrange their clothing and preserve their dignity. It's all right now. Someone has come to rescue us. A maid crawled over to help a fallen girl, who sobbed like a wilted flower. The sight stirred a protective instinct in the men present. However, it was unfortunate that Shi Jinhua, despite his seemingly tender demeanor, was oblivious to the delicate girl on the ground. The bandits, unable to fight back, fled, casting a furious glare at Shi Jinhua as they departed. I'll remember this kid. Once the bandits were gone, Shi Jinhua and his group prepared to leave. A bold coachman approached Shi Jinhua, kneeling before his horse. Thank you, young master, for your kindness. Please allow me to pay my respects. Shi Jinhua turned his horse around. There is no need for that, old sir. We were merely passing by. You should pack up and leave quickly, for this place is not safe. The coachman stood. Thank you for the warning, young master. May I ask your name? As Shi Jinhua passed the weeping girl, she looked up at him, her shyness making her seem even more vulnerable. No need. Farewell. With that, they mounted their horses and rode away, leaving the others in a daze. Miss, we must leave quickly. If the bandits return, it will be troublesome. Agreed. They boarded their carriage, leaving behind scattered belongings, heading in the opposite direction of Shi Jinhua. With the hope of crossing paths with the gallant young master once more, she lifted the curtain to gaze at the vanishing figures, a sense of despondency settling within her. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhua and his companions galloped down the road. Who do you think the young lady was? From the south, I presume. Did you not hear their soft voices? The way they spoke was so gentle. Agu responded to Wang Bandiao's inquiry. Son-in-law, we must enter the city of Lianqing to replenish our supplies. Hearing this, Shi Jinhua followed Agu, who led the way. At this moment, Erxia was with Qin Qingsheng, watching a circus performance. Uncle Erxia, that monkey is incredible. Perched on his uncle's shoulders, Qin Qingsheng, holding a candied hawthorn, pointed at the monkey high above. His striking appearance drew the attention of many, particularly the thieves. Such a catch, if we get our hands on him, it's a sure profit. With that, they vanished into the crowd. Moments later, a frantic horse-drawn carriage charged toward Erxia. Seeing this, Erxia quickly pressed against the wall as the carriage rushed past. That was close. Unwittingly. Let us go back. It's too chaotic here. The thief, witnessing Xia's narrow escape, exchanged glances with his comrades, preparing to create further disorder. Amidst the chaos, several individuals pressed closer to Xia, urging him to act quickly. Find a weapon, Xia exclaimed, feeling the persistent specter of danger hovering over him. Run, Xia. It seems the men in black are after us. In a moment of desperation, he seized a butcher's knife from a nearby stall, and the group fled. Hearing the shouts, Xia, cunningly keeping low against the wall, thought to himself, "Hold tight, young Master Qian." Anxiety gnawed at him as he pondered the number of adversaries pursuing them. Turning into a narrow alley, they dashed deeper inside. "Uncle Xia, there's no path ahead," Qian Qingsheng warned, his tall frame allowing him a better view. "I'll confront them. If there's a chance, you must return to the inn. Do you know the way?" Xia instructed firmly, gripping Qian Qingsheng's shoulder. "I do," Qian Qingsheng replied earnestly, eyes wide. "Do not fear. Everything will be all right." With a final word of reassurance, Xia pivoted to block the oncoming pursuers. "We only want a child. If you are wise, do not meddle." The assailants were robust and imposing, and Xia longed for the strength of Hua. "Forget it," one of the attackers sneered. "Do you think I'm a benevolent soul?" With that, he brandished a dagger and demanded, "Will you yield?" Xia drew his own knife, and the adversary's eyes widened, recognizing Xia as a formidable opponent. The two engaged in a fierce struggle within the alley, while Zhang Tian and his companions were intercepted by the attacker's allies. The scuffle escalated into a brawl, with Xia and his opponent entangled like rabid dogs. Outmatched in height, Xia was soon pinned to the ground. "Interfering will cost you dearly," the assailant growled, tightening his grip around Xia's throat. As the air dwindled, Xia thought grimly, "I never expected to meet my end in this dead-end alley." Observing Xia's peril, Qian Qingsheng gripped his dagger tightly, an urgent voice in his mind urging him to act. The image of Qian Shui's ruthlessness in taking lives flashed through his thoughts. With a sudden surge of courage, he lunged at the assailant's neck. By sheer chance, his blade struck the adversary's carotid artery, blood spurting forth and splattering across his face, startling him into a seated position. In a moment of horror, he locked eyes with the equally astonished attacker, who clutched his wound before turning to face Qian Qingsheng. Just then, Xia gasped for air, managing to shake off his opponent and rise, breathing heavily. The man, in his last throes, lunged at Qian Qingsheng, overwhelmed by the gravity of his first kill. Xia remained unresponsive to the assailant's advance. Seizing the moment, he leaped onto the man's back, fiercely digging his fingers into the wound. With a primal scream, Xia summoned all his strength, tearing the artery apart. The man collapsed before Qian Qingsheng, his lifeless gaze fixed on a child. Regaining his composure, Xia scooped up the stunned Qian Qingsheng and fled. At that moment, Zhang Tian arrived. "Hurry, we must leave. A murder has taken place in the city. We must escape amidst the chaos." He took Qian Qingsheng from Xia, wiping the blood from the boy's face. "Let's go." The others, seeing Qian Qingsheng safe, quietly slipped away. Just as they departed, officials arrived at the scene. "Head, a corpse. It's Su Wu, the notorious kidnapper," one remarked nonchalantly. "Let him be. Is there any eyewitness to this heroic act?" The chaos had obscured everything, and no one had taken note. The officials, indifferent to such matters, saw the death of a fugitive as a benefit rather than a detriment. After clearing the scene, they withdrew. Once Zhang Tian and the others returned to the inn, they set Qian Qingsheng down. "Miss, we encountered trouble just now." Hearing this, Qian Shui lifted her gaze slightly. "Sister, I killed someone." This time, she did not respond with surprise, but simply replied, Taking a life is merely a choice between survival. Any person would choose their own life over another's." "Sister, does this make me a bad person?" In the child's innocent world, killing equated to becoming a villain. Qian Shui looked into the boy's eyes. "Do you think I'm a bad person?" "No, I have killed too, and not just once. But I never took a life unprovoked," she clarified. Had he not attacked Uncle Xia, he would not have met his fate. As the room fell silent, Zhang Tian entered, asking, "Miss, shall we set out?" "We cannot linger here. Those assassins may return. We are unaware of their whereabouts, Qian Shui replied, standing with the aid of her chair. Qian Qingsheng, eager to assist, stepped forwards to support her. The carriage is ready, with 3 blankets laid out for comfort. We must be cautious not to jostle your wound. Had today not transpired, they could have lingered for several days longer, but there was no room for such contemplation. Exiting the city, they journeyed northward. By nightfall, they reached a village. Miss, shall we seek refuge in a local home for the night? Qian Shui replied, no need. We can find a dilapidated house away from the village. Zhang Tian understood her intention, wishing to shield the villagers from potential reprisals. They could not afford to risk the lives of innocent people. There's a shrine on the hillside. Let us rest there tonight. As they approached, the dilapidated shrine, illuminated by their presence, startled the mice into frantic scurrying, some colliding with the pillars. The trio quickly kindled a fire, revealing the full extent of the worn shrine. Miss, I will fetch some water. At this hour, we must draw from the village well, one remarked. Though the shrine likely had a well, its disuse rendered it too risky. Learning from past experiences, they ventured in pairs, leaving others behind. The 2 who went to fetch water suddenly spotted a shadowy figure, causing one to drop the torch in fright, extinguishing the flame. Fool, do you have no courage? Xia chastised, nearly ready to retaliate. I saw someone enter that house. And what of it? Let it be. Why do you concern yourself with others? It's suspicious. They must not be good people. What business is it of yours? They're not stealing from you. Xia retorted, we should check, otherwise it will weigh on our conscience. What a noble heart you possess, unable to bear witness to injustice. I refused to go. When met with Xia's resistance, the other insisted, dragging him toward the window to eavesdrop. Inside, a man and a woman were deep in conversation. Why did you take so long, you rascal? A woman's voice called, tinged with impatience. Li Kuei delivered another kick, rendering the thief unconscious once more. At that moment, everyone had gathered. Qian Shui awakened upon hearing Li Kuei's shouts. The challenge was that ancient garments were excessively intricate, and it took an eternity to figure them out. By the time she managed to do so, Ant One had already arrived. Without sparing a glance at the miscreant, Ant One grasped Qian Shui and began to weep. What if something were to happen to you? How would I explain it to Hua Zai upon his return? Qian Shui felt the tremors of Ant One's body and wished to offer her some comfort. And what of the thief? The village elder was nearly apoplectic with rage. Such audacity was intolerable. Numerous women had emerged, encircling the Shi family courtyard, including Wang Xiaoling and Li Jiajia. Li Jiajia had come out of concern for Qian Shui, while Wang Xiaoling was merely there for the spectacle. Everyone was aware that Jin Huaji's household contained but one occupant. At such a late hour, who could ascertain the intentions of the man? The village elder, seething with fury, fell silent. After all, it was not every day that a scholar emerged from their village. Was this girl devoid of sense? Elder, Xiaoling has a point, does she not? Who knows how this man came to be here? Perhaps it was Qian Shui who summoned him. Widow Lu stood behind Wang Xiaoling, her disdainful gaze openly displayed. Widow Lu, do you presume everyone is like you, consumed with thoughts of other women as husbands? An Nai snorted derisively. Your scent can be detected across 10 miles. An Nai does not concern herself with your identity. Anyone who dares to tarnish Qian Shui's name shall receive their due retribution. Mind your own business. Did I speak incorrectly? Why would this thief choose her home over any other? Look for yourselves. His clothing is all loose. Widow Lu pointed angrily at the thief, still lying unconscious on the ground. You, woman, have seen nothing yet you prattle on. Do you wish for a reprimand? Li Kuei glared furiously. Is it unsettling for you that the thief did not intrude upon your person? To speak of murder and heartlessness is to refer to someone like Li Kuei. The thief had not even entered the courtyard. His garments had snagged on the fence, and, with one kick from my eldest, he was propelled into the yard. We all witnessed it, Li Fu explained to the gathering. And what of his trousers? Widow Lu persisted relentlessly. Everyone is watching. With so many women present, how could they have missed the trousers? Do you comprehend what that signifies? Li Bai grinned mischievously at Widow Lu and inquired. It's simply because I am clever. Widow Lu replied triumphantly. No. Li Bai leaned against the door, arms crossed. Observing Widow Lu, the pleasures of men are often so starkly straightforward. Married women, their faces unflushed and hearts steady, listen with rapt attention, while the unmarried ones shyly lower their heads. Even if one is not bashful, one must bow their head, lest others presume you are an old hand at such matters. Ah, the thief stirs. And then I exclaimed, leaping onto Li Kuei's back in fright. Li Kuei, whose actions were as honest as his physique, swiftly delivered a kick, rendering the thief unconscious once more. The onlookers gawked at Li Kuei, bewildered by his actions. Was he foolish? Did he lack sense? With so many of us encircling him, how could the thief possibly escape? The brother-in-law holds the highest position, far more challenging to deal with than the father-in-law. I am sure Jinhua, your sister's husband. It is imperative to clarify my stance. I do not acknowledge this. Without formal courtship or the traditional matchmaking process, who recognizes you as this wild brother-in-law? Did you propose to my family? No. Did you engage in the customary matchmaking? No. Qin Qingsheng, a child, stared wide-eyed at Shi Jinhua. So, have you two exchanged vows? Upon hearing this, Shi Jinhua felt a lump in his throat, yet gazing at the face that bore a striking resemblance to his wife. He could not bring himself to speak loudly, only lowering his head. No. Qin Qingsheng leaned closer. Then what do you consider yourself, brother-in-law? Shi Jinhua wanted to shout, we have a marriage certificate, we have a marriage certificate. However, he indeed had not formally proposed to his wife. Outside, a significant change was unfolding. Zhang Tian and his companions, now with reinforcements, sought revenge with relentless fervor. No more fighting, please spare us, they cried, having been beaten by the same group twice. They had changed locations, yet fate had them cross paths again. Such absurd destiny. Consequently, the bandits scattered in all directions, regretting their earlier inaction. Had they known, they would have eliminated those individuals sooner. Alas, arrogance led to their downfall. Once the crowd had dispersed, Zhang Tian and his companions, nursing their bruised faces, lamented. At this moment, Wang Bandiao finally stepped in to assist. Oh, these are mere trifles. You should check on the girl. The second blind man merely felt superficial pain. A little medication would suffice. Hearing this, Wang Bandiao turned towards the carriage. Shi Jinhua pulled him onto the carriage. Quickly, check on my wife. The brother-in-law continued to look down on him, his heart heavy with bitterness. Wang Bandiao examined Qian Sui Shui. This medicine is insufficient. We must return swiftly. The wound on the girl's chest is quite perilous. Shi Jinhua, upon hearing this, broke into a sweat, anxiously inquiring, is it that serious? Does it hurt? Yes, it feels as if pierced by needles, exceedingly intolerable. The worst part is coughing. Any cough guarantees bloodshed. I must be especially cautious and cannot afford to catch a chill or cough. We must hasten our return. Shi Jinhua exited the carriage. Very well. We shall depart immediately. He wished not to waste a moment. At this time, Qian Sui Shui had succumbed to pain, her vision blurring. Wang Bandiao remained vigilant, using silver needles to alleviate her suffering. Sister, it's all right. They're SA doctor now. In her dazed state, Qian Sui Shui felt a slight relief and drifted into slumber. Let her sleep. Do not disturb her. Once asleep, she shall not feel pain. Qin Qingsheng listened quietly from the side. The riders outside followed closely, unable to speed as they feared the carriage might jostle. They traveled at the utmost pace. And with Wang Bandiao's presence, Qian Sui Shui felt considerably more comfortable. She awoke several times but could not sustain consciousness for long, only to be lulled back to sleep by Wang Bandiao. How many more days until we arrive? Shi Jinhua anxiously observed Qian Sui Shui's pallid face. Son-in-law, 3 more days. Throughout the journey, they had not passed through any towns. Otherwise, the girl could have received proper medical attention. We were taking the back roads. If we had taken the official route, we might have encountered one. It was now too late to change course. They still had 3 days ahead. During the day, Shi Jinhua rode, and at night, he remained in the carriage, watching over Qian Sui Shui. 3 days later, they finally arrived. Qian Sui Shui was seen by Feng Yuding as Shi Jinhua carried her down from the carriage. Is she dying? Feng Yuding exclaimed upon witnessing Qian Sui Shui's pale visage and closed eyes. Her heart raced. Was this it? From that day forward, she often wandered near Shi's residence. After several days without hearing any news, anxiety gnawed at her. However, she could not enter the Shi household. Her impatience was futile. Since the previous incident, the doors of the Shi family had remained closed. Frustrated, she buried her head in her path, oblivious to the person following her. Mississippi Feng Yuding turned in fright. Are you calling me? Yes. Feng Yuding was puzzled. No one in the village resembled this person. What is it? I can help fulfill your wish. At this, Feng Yuding chuckled. Who do you think you are? What wish do I have? The other party did not take offense. I can help you successfully marry into the Shi family. Feng Yuding was skeptical and turned to leave. You? You shall never enter the Shi household. Do not forget, your family is currently arranging suitors for you. Before long, you'll be married off. Do you believe you have time to wait? Hearing this, Feng Yuding halted. Why should I trust you? I do not even know you. Romance, Chapter 89, Gradated Transactions. The man, upon hearing this, produced 50 taels of silver from his pocket. With this money, Miss Feng can afford to dress splendidly. Feng Yuding's eyes sparkled momentarily at the sight of the silver. I don't believe you. How could you be so kind to me without reason? I have never seen so much money in my life. Miss Feng is indeed a wise person. Aside from you, no one else deserves Shiotsai. Feng Yuding's lips curled into a smile, unable to suppress her amusement. Do not think to deceive me. Internally, she felt flattered, but her exterior remained tough. I am merely speaking the truth. The man continued with a serious facade. What do you want me to do? Feng Yuding was not gullible enough to believe in his goodwill. Miss Feng is indeed clever, far more interesting than the young ladies in the city. He sighed. What a pity for you to marry Shiotsai. You deserve to marry the emperor instead. So what are your conditions? Feng Yuding, emboldened by his words, stood tall, exuding confidence. The condition is simple. You need to place this in the food for the little one in the Shi family. Feng Yuding stepped back, eyeing the small porcelain vial in his hand. What is this? I absolutely will not commit murder, especially not against a child. Miss Feng need not kill anyone. This will not take a life. It merely ensures the child falls asleep instantly. What is this? Feng Yuding was doubtful, scrutinizing him. It simply makes the child sleep, and they will naturally awaken after 3 days. I merely seek your assistance, Miss Feng. How do you consider my request? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuding turned to leave. I will not assist you. Then Miss Feng shall have to marry those worthless country bumpkins. A lifetime without a future. Is that the life you envision? Feng Yuding halted, inquiring. Are you serious? It only makes the child sleep? Absolutely true. If they die, isn't that just sleeping? Upon hearing this, Feng Yuding accepted the vial and the money from him. You better not deceive me. The man scoffed internally. What do I gain from deceiving a naive bumpkin? Yet, he maintained a serious demeanor. What reason do I have to deceive you? Here are 50 taels. Upon completion, I shall give you another 1,000, ensuring you have sufficient dowry. Consider this. With 1,000 taels as your dowry, who would not fawn over you in the Shi family? Shiotsai will be taking the examination soon. Isn't that worth spending money on? His words struck a chord with Feng Yuding. With 1,000 taels, she would have the confidence to marry into the Shi family. All right, but you must first give me half. Feng Yuding was not easily fooled. 50 taels was insufficient for her to assist him. Given the urgency of this visit, I will bring it to you in a few days. Then I shall have to wait a few more days. The man replied, unfazed, smiling. Miss Feng need not rush. When the opportunity arises, you can enter the Shi family. Currently, you cannot even enter. What are you babbling about? There will be opportunities. Feng Yuding tossed a parting remark and turned to leave. The man watched her depart before turning back, returning to a dilapidated temple in the city. How'd it go? A middle-aged man seated saw someone returning and inquired, Manager Chung, is everything arranged? The young lady has taken a medicine, but the other party demands half of the deposit. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man scoffed. She's merely a country girl. How much could she possibly ask for? Just give it to her. The servant, holding only 50 taels, conveyed the message that funds were insufficient. How much more is needed? 50 taels is indeed a bit short. 2,000. with the remaining 2,000 to be paid once the matter is concluded. Manager Chung, upon hearing this, leapt up in disbelief. 4,000? Does she even comprehend the value of 4,000? Since she has the audacity to demand such a sum, can she truly handle it? Manager, once the deal is done, we will vanish. What can a mere village girl do? Chung calmed down, realizing the truth in those words. You make a valid point. Let me ponder this. You may leave for now. After the individual exited, Chung took up his brush and wrote, the proceedings are going smoothly, but funds are tight. We require 5,000. The remaining 5,000 will follow. He rolled the note and tied it to the leg of a carrier pigeon. Watching the bird ascend into the sky, he felt satisfied, knowing that he could earn an additional 3,000. The man outside remarked, this time we can earn 1,005. At that moment, Feng Yuding thought to herself, this will yield only 500. All three individuals felt a measure of joy while awaiting a response, keeping a watchful eye on the Sure family situation. Qian Sui Shui had been recuperating at home, and for the first time, old Master Qian saw his grandson being carried back. His eyes turned red with anger, furious at the emperor and the oblivious authorities. Most of all, he was angry with himself, having served the nation yet failing to protect his descendants. Yin Xiangxi comforted him. Old Master, do not become agitated. The girl is safe and sound. Sitting beside Qian Sui Shui, Qian Taima gazed at the girl before him. In her childhood, she was mischievous, climbing peach trees, and when she fell, she would cry over minor scrapes. Now, she had transformed into a figure of resilience, not shedding a single tear even when drenched. The girl has grown up. She can no longer cry at the slightest provocation. Yin Xiangxi too found it perplexing. The girl had changed immensely. Once a delicate young lady, she had now become an emotionless warrior. It is all my fault. I am powerless. Growing old and still witnessing my descendants suffer, Yin Xiangxi lamented, what can I say? Is it not your fault? Why taking a child? It has brought misfortune upon the family. Yet, he voiced, do not blame yourself. The girl bears her own burdens. Qin Qingsheng entered, startled to see old Master Qian, and instinctively recoiled. Ah, grandfather, was a terrifying notion. Come in. He was commanded, his demeanor lacking any semblance of a Qian family man. At 7 or 8 years old, was he trying to drive his grandfather to despair? With his head lowered, Qin Qingsheng shuffled forward. Ah, grandfather, he murmured. Seeing this, Qian Taima was even more enraged. How could he show such a lack of manliness? Stand straight. Qin Qingsheng, frightened, immediately straightened up. This is your assignment. Take it. Upon seeing the task, Qin Qingsheng thought, goodness, grandfather's love is so direct. Aside from sleeping, it's all about studying. Sleep is only for 4 hours. Yin Xiangxi stole a glance, wishing to intercede for Qin Qingsheng. Old master, is this not excessive? Aside from basic needs, all time is devoted to study and practice. Is it too much? Compared to what his father endured, this is hardly half. Yin Xiangxi remained unconvinced, but Qin Qingsheng retorted, not too much. Humph, his father excelled. Why should he not? If it is not excessive, good. Your father was your age and already knew several sword techniques. What can you do? Leave. Old master Qian dismissed Qin Qingsheng, sighing as he watched his grandson's frail figure retreat. I do not know how long I can live. I must strive to see you grown before I can depart in peace. From that day onward, Qin Qingsheng was clearly instructed by his grandfather. Chapter 90, Look at her. All brimming with flirtation, Shi Jinhua ceased attending the academy, and upon observing this, Wang Pengzi felt emboldened, realizing that the most diligent students were now hiding at home. He took refuge in the Shi family's martial arts training ground with Zhang Tian and his crew, where they diligently practiced. Remarkably, they learned a great deal, particularly the art of insults. Wei Cheng had become a mentor, leading Zhang Tian and the others in daily martial training. These recent excursions had instilled in them the realization that falling behind meant facing consequences. To avoid such fates, self-improvement was imperative. Life in the Shi household had become tumultuous, filled with cries of discontent. One day, Yin Xiangxi stumbled upon Yuan Shi, his eyes sparkling with excitement, unable to move his feet. Touching here and inspecting there, he hurried to find Qian Sui Shui. Young lady, I can assist in transforming the materials in the storeroom into commodities. Finally, he felt he could contribute, especially in an area he cherished and excelled at. Qian Sui Shui, having finally awakened, was attended closely by her maidservant. Yes, produce as much as possible. The shop should be nearly ready. Do not worry, I will ensure everything is meticulously organized. He dashed off to his own room, retrieving his tools, spending days immersed in the storeroom. Whenever they had time, everyone flocked to Yin Xiangxi's side, occasionally showering him with praise, motivating him to labor even harder. Shi Jinhua remained by Qian Sui Shui's side, and as night fell, Qian Qingsheng would appear punctually. "Aren't you going to sleep?" he asked, guarding against Shi Jinhua like a wolf. "This little brother of yours, can he not be dismissed?" "Oh, I will leave right away." He glanced at his beloved sister, sighing. Seeing this, Qian Sui Shui remained unfazed. The two engaged in a daily battle of wits. "Sister, I have brought you some treats." With the annoying presents gone, Qian Qingsheng quickly changed his demeanor. The maidservant, Xanu, grew numb to the situation, given the current circumstances, both old master and lady of the house. "Haha, little brother." Qian Sui Shui was now frequently presented with this child, and her resistance began to wane. Shi Jinhua sighed heavily. Old Master Qian was aware of the playful banter between his grandson and Shi Jinhua, but chose to turn a blind eye. One day, Wei Chong was instructing someone in sword techniques when Zhang Tian called out, "When will your former master come to retrieve the baby?" Wei Chong pondered this question himself. It had been quite a while without any word. "I have sent out the message, yet not a single response has come. They cannot have passed away, can they?" Wei Chong felt a twinge of helplessness. If they have departed, the commotion will certainly ensue. If you seek excitement, then wish for it. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian mused, "Indeed, I merely mentioned it casually. Surely it cannot be that simple." Wei Chong refrained from looking at Zhang Tian, having grown more discerning recently. This crowd was nothing short of bandits. "The Qin family gang. Brother, your thoughts are sound." The old village chief approached Qian Sui Shui for assistance. "Qian girl, I wish to repair the village roads, starting from the official path, laying down stone slabs." "That sounds excellent. At least small rain will not render the path impassable." The old village chief thought, "Why not ask me how to repair it? You don't inquire, making it difficult for me to proceed." The old man had come to borrow labor. As purchasing was too costly, he intended to haul stones from the riverside and lay them down. You can find Zhang Tian for that. Now that Qian Sui Shui could move about, her family still wouldn't allow her to wander freely. "With your word, I will focus on my recovery. I shall make the arrangements." With those men on board, the speed of the work would not be an issue. The old village chief sought out Zhang Tian, explaining the situation. Upon hearing that it was arranged by Qian Sui Shui, Zhang Tian swiftly gathered a dozen men. "Old village chief, take a look. Is this sufficient?" He thought to himself, "Recently, I have developed a solid six-pack. I am full of energy, unable to contain it all. This will do, one by one, as strong as oxen." Thus, the old village chief led a long procession to the riverside to gather stones. Sweat dripped from the brow of the laboring men, prompting them to shed their shirts. Oh my, the village women have all found something to do. One moment you would see them delivering water, the next, bringing meals, all for the chance to steal a glance at the muscular men. The young maidens flushed crimson, their heads bowed, yet they furtively eyed the men, only to quickly avert their gazes again. The spectacle was utterly captivating. One man remarked, "Good heavens, this is what women are like." They are creatures governed by their lower instincts. Some of the more hirsute individuals had hair that cascaded down from their chests to places best left unmentioned, leaving the women utterly defenseless, following the trail of hair like moths to a flame. Oh dear, such thoughts should not linger. This predicament weighed heavily on the men who had wives. Every night spent in marital bliss left them weak and powerless by morning. The village elder observed the men, who appeared as if they had not eaten, exclaiming, "What in the world are you all doing? Even children manage better than you." The chastised men could only remain silent, their pride wounded, as they watched the effortless movements of the moneyed folk passing by. Their frustration simmered, yet they felt powerless to act. The men labored while the women arranged stones, creating a bustling scene where no one had a moment to spare. After being tricked, by Zhang Tian once. Hua expelled him whenever they crossed paths. Let me haul stones? Not a chance. Zhang Tian, terrified, kept his distance. That day, stones were laid at the entrance of the Shi residence, while Qian Sishui found herself with nothing to occupy her time. Hua helped her outside for some fresh air, for it had been ages since anyone had seen her. Her sudden appearance startled everyone. While everyone was toiling, she remained an exception. Ugh, she still needs support to walk, Wang Shaoling whispered to her friend. Feng Yuding, overhearing, suppressed a smirk but feigned understanding. The Shi family has sent out over a dozen people. They're more than us. Is that even considered people? Who knows what connection she has with that bunch? She scoffed. A group of useless men, each one a muscle-bound brute. Does that shameless woman truly find that appealing? Feng Yuding was puzzled, yet secretly delighted. She relished any opportunity to hear disparaging remarks about Qian Sishui. Look at her. She can barely walk. What kind of connection could she possibly have? She spat. How shameless to appear in public like this. If it were me, I would have long since disappeared. You think too explosively, but I like it. What's so great about it? She exudes nothing but vulgarity. It's evident she's not from a respectable family. How could she compare to someone like me? I wonder what Jean Hua sees in her. It's infuriating in the ensuing days. Wang Pongzi had shed considerable weight and appeared more spirited as he joined a group of men in stone hauling, while Wang Yang anxiously kept watch nearby. Young master, allow me to take over. You've lost weight recently, and it pains me to see it. Wang Pongzi dismissed him with a breathless retort. Listen, I plan to become a master, and with your pitiful physique, if you don't train alongside me, you'll find yourself replaced. The implication was clear. If you don't make an effort, I'll find someone else. Wang Yang understood, frightened. He hurried to join Wang Pongzi in stone hauling. As they passed by Qian Sishui, Wang Pongzi's once chubby face had lost its baby fat. Master, when you next travel far, take me with you, he said, showcasing his stone-lifting prowess. Look, I've gained strength. Qian Sishui nearly recognized Wang Pongzi. The transformation made him quite the eligible bachelor. Let us wait until the new year, he replied. This year, I'll be celebrating here. Wang Yang, alarmed, protested, young master. Weren't we supposed to go home for the new year? Why are you changing your mind? Get lost. I have no desire to return. I can't bear to see those tiresome faces. They ruin my mood. But young master, if you don't go, the old master will be upset. Get lost. I'm tired of this nonsense. Qian Sishui paid no mind to the two bickering individuals and instead observed the bustling activity. She noted the large, smooth stones laid at her doorstep, unmistakably Zhang Tian's handiwork. It was too blatant. It was as if he were announcing to the world, this house is wealthy, different from others. Should anyone struggle to find a Shi residence, they would merely need to follow the prominent stones at the entrance. Zhang Tian remained blissfully unaware of Qian Sishui's derision. Shi Jinhua, upon entering Qian Sishui's quarters and finding her absent, was about to leave when he encountered Qian Qingsheng. Shouldn't you be practicing martial arts? He inquired. Qian Qingsheng, spotting Shi Jinhua, grumbled, don't call me that. I am Qian Qingsheng, not your little brother. I despise children, Shi Jinhua replied dismissively. I have a marriage contract with your sister, he added, implying, we are legally bound, so you are indeed my little brother. This assertion infuriated Qian Qingsheng, who thought, don't think I'm oblivious to your flirtations with every girl around. Shi Jinhua, bewildered, protested. When did this happen? I'm completely unaware of it. How can you impose this on me? It's hardly fair. Isn't that Shun girl from the neighboring village enamored with you? Qian Qingsheng shot back. Shi Jinhua appeared genuinely perplexed. Recent events have been overwhelming, and he couldn't recall any such girl. I don't know her. I've done nothing wrong. He insisted, his expression conveying his innocence. Frustrated, Qian Qingsheng stormed off, huffing as he turned away. Shi Jinhua lamented his cursed fate. Midway, he was called over by Liang Bo, an old companion of Qian Laoyi. Young master, the old master has requested that I teach you archery, Liang Bo informed him, recalling Qian Laoyi's desire to keep the boy from wandering aimlessly. The old master wishes for you to refrain from unnecessary outings. Qian Qingsheng felt deflated, realizing the intent behind the instruction. Understood. They were clearly concerned that his presence might draw attention from others. However, in 3 to 5 years, he would be free to roam. I'm only 7.5. In 3 years, I'll be over 10, and in 5, 12. That has still a long wait. Am I to be confined? But recalling the beating Qian Sishui had received because of him, he quieted down, resolving not to burden others further. Meanwhile, Shi Jinhua enjoyed considerably more freedom. Yet, what a coincidence, he thought, encountering Qian Laoyi. Ah, grandfather. He bowed deeply, not daring to rise until acknowledged. It was challenging to be a son-in-law. Qian Laoyi cast a haughty glance, internally noting, this fellow shows no discernible advantage beyond his appearance. With that, he turned and departed, responding only with a non-committal grunt. Shi Jinhua contemplated at last. I see where the spendthrift nature comes from. The tone of that response is identical. Once the footsteps faded, he lifted his head, casting a wary glance. The Qian family possessed a peculiar character. Hey, son-in-law, there you are. Come. Our Tiangu has asked you to write a letter for Manager Li outside the borders. Xia did not join the stone hauling, as he was preoccupied with errands in the city. What to write? Shi Jinhua felt utterly powerless against the pull, contemplating that perhaps he too should enhance his physical fitness. They planned to transport the last batch of goods back for the new year, and after the festivities, they would be there to assist them, ensuring they did not alter their route. After a moment of reflection, he concluded, this is the essence of the matter, and that is how it stands. How should I articulate it? Xia felt it was arduous to converse with the scholar, unable to resort to vulgarities. He feared his intentions might not be conveyed accurately. With a perplexed expression, he asked, did you understand what I said? Gazing at Shi Jinhua, he mused, when I was a bandit, if I had managed to capture the son-in-law, he would have been worth quite a fortune. Shi Jinhua responded, what expression is that? So lewd? I see. I will write now, so let go. The two men tugged at each other awkwardly, a disgrace to decorum. Release me. Xia was bewildered. When did I dishonor your propriety? Isn't decorum meant to be paired with scoundrels? Why is disgrace associated with decorum? I know scoundrel is an insult, but what does disgracing decorum even mean? Shi Jinhua sighed. I feel an overwhelming desire to perish. Is it true that the disgrace of decorum is a pair? Ultimately, decorum falters and transforms into a scoundrel. Thus the term decorous scoundrel arises. Xia, with the curiosity of a child, inquired of the most cultured individual in the Shi family. Shi Jinhua clutched his chest. I must leave immediately, lest I risk a hemorrhage. Huh, son-in-law, why are you leaving? You haven't answered me yet. Reading is indeed fascinating, for words can capture such a chaotic relationship. Shi Jinhua remarked, I merely wish for tranquility. With a pained utterance, he stated, one must not insult the sages. Xia was immediately astonished. Has decorum insulted the sages? No wonder people say decorum is a scoundrel. It is the epitome of disgrace, sparing not even the learned. In comparison to decorum, I am a virtuous individual. As a side note, a virtuous individual indeed. Xia silently proclaimed, offering a great deal of support. Hooray! Hulmasi. Chapter 92. Mutual Affection and Stirring Trouble. Shi Jinhua felt thoroughly overwhelmed by Xia's words. A naive scholar encounters a street rogue, and in an instant, the well-read scholar is left speechless. Shi Jinhua longed to distance himself from Xia, fearing his own composure might shatter. Ah, son-in-law, don't leave, wait for me. Xia continued in pursuit, but Shi Jinhua had already entered the study and closed the door. Xia, running too quickly, collided with the door as it shut. Ouch, that hurts. Why did he suddenly close the door? He tried to push it, but it was bolted from the inside. Son-in-law, don't forget what I mentioned. I will come to collect it when I have time. Holding his nose, he walked away, mumbling, decorum is not a good thing. Shi Jinhua, overhearing, gazed at the image of Confucius on the wall. You are a good person, and your entire family is virtuous. Qian Sishui observed a few individuals descending from the official road, carrying gifts and accompanied by a matchmaker, piquing everyone's curiosity about the joyous event. Yang Xiaoxin beamed upon seeing the matchmaker. Zhang matchmaker, why didn't you inform us of your arrival? Look at us so busy. The more Yang Xiaoxin looked at Wang Datsai, the more pleased she became. With such a son-in-law, her daughter's future seemed bright. Zhang Matchmaker, taken aback by the rapid changes in the village since her last visit a little over a month ago, remarked, "Ah, you are repairing the road. It has been a while since I last saw you." Initially intending to exchange pleasantries and leave, she was surprised to hear, "Yes, we are busy with road repairs. Since you are here, let me tell the old village chief." "Oh, you even brought gifts." She reached out to take them, but Wang Datsai and his second aunt moved to block her. "No need for trouble. We can manage." Yang Xiaoxin told Yai. How polite. The three from Yang's family wondered if she had misunderstood something. Feng Yuding, anxious, did not wish to marry a peasant or a blacksmith. Having observed for a while, she assessed Yang Xiaoxin's demeanor and feared she might agree to the proposal. In a rush, she approached, saying, "I will not marry you." This statement silenced the previously lively scene. Wang Datsai's second aunt reacted, "Is this Li Jijia? This girl seems unsuitable for marriage." "No, it's not the second aunt. She is from the Feng family." After Wang Datsai explained, he retreated behind his second aunt, avoiding eye contact with Feng Yuding. "Are you proud of your appearance?" Wang Er's aunt inquired of Feng Yuding, wondering if she felt entitled. "What? You came to propose marriage to my family, didn't you?" Feng Yuding asked impatiently. "A toad aspires to eat swan meat. How delusional. At your tender age, while everyone else is laboring, your clothes are clean, you haven't even broken a sweat. People like you are not suited for life. Do you think our Wang family is foolish? You need not concern yourself. I will not marry into your family." She aspired to be the wife of a stone merchant. How could she compare herself to these peasants? "Our Wang family has no interest in you." The implication was clear. You are foolishly sentimental. Yang Xiaoxin, overhearing, realized this engagement was doomed. Listening to Feng Yuding's words ignited her anger, and she grabbed her ear. "You short-lived wretch. Are you so concerned with your reputation? Can you dictate matters of marriage? After raising you in such a manner, I might as well die early." At that moment, Zhang Matchmaker noticed Li Jijia moving stones, her clothes stained. "Hey girl, there you are. Where are your parents? Are they home?" Upon seeing Zhang Matchmaker,